Chapter 1. Stranded on a deserted island. Feng, Feng. A voice filled with urgency echoed faintly in his ears. Feng found his mind clouded and his eyelids weighed down heavily. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and his lips felt soft and warm, sweet and moist, as a gentle breath entered his mouth. It was akin to a spring dream instinctively. Feng opened his mouth and extended his tongue, raising his hands above him to embrace. A sharp cry escaped him, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an enchanting woman kneeling beside him, her body slightly inclined, held in his embrace. Her stunning visage was mere inches away, with willow-like brows and captivating eyes, a delicate nose, and luscious lips. She bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed teacher Chu he had seen online. She wore a white blouse, the neckline revealing two buttons mysteriously undone, hinting at the snowy skin beneath, held captive by black fabric. Below, a purple skirt elegantly accentuated her graceful figure. At that moment, however, her hands were pressed against Feng's chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, staring blankly at him. It was evident that what had transpired was no dream, and the position they found themselves in. "Ah, Aunt Yun, I'm so sorry." Feng hastily released his hands. But wait, something didn't add up. He recalled someone kissing him, prompting his instinctive reaction. Though he had harbored a secret admiration for Aunt Yun, he had never imagined anything could truly develop between them. Yet, it seemed she had indeed kissed him, and with her tongue. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him as well? The thought ignited a fervor within him, and he covertly glanced at Aunt Yun. "It's all right. You weren't at fault." Su Wan Yun, her face flushed, caught him stealing a glance. As she spoke, she paused, suddenly recollecting, Feng, just now, when I saw you unconscious, I panicked and performed emergency measures." Her face grew even redder, and she quickly turned away, unable to meet Feng's gaze. Emergency measures, artificial respiration. Suddenly, memories flooded back, and she sat up abruptly. "Where is this?" Feng surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on a sandy beach, with a vast sea and dense jungle in the distance, separated by a winding shoreline. His head throbbed painfully, yet he recalled the events of the previous night. They had set out on a cruise for leisure, only to encounter treacherous weather at sea, thunderous storms, and howling winds. The massive ship tossed like a leaf in the fury of towering waves, until they unexpectedly entered a bizarre region of the ocean. A flash of white light pierced the darkened sky, and he had lost consciousness. When awareness returned, he found himself in the very scene before him. Grateful to have survived, he mused to himself, perhaps good fortune lay ahead. He cast a glance at the exquisite woman beside him, contemplating. "Aunt Yun, do you remember how we ended up on this island?" He looked at Su Wan Yun with a face full of confusion. Su Wan Yun had been his mentor when he first joined the company, and coincidentally, he rented a room directly across from her home, which fostered their familiarity. This trip had been a reward for exceeding mid-year performance targets, allowing employees to bring a family member. However, Feng had come alone to the city for work and had initially been reluctant to participate, but the company mandated attendance. None could have anticipated the calamity that would ensue. Su Wan Yun could only shake her head in resignation. She had merely caught a glimpse of a flash of white light before losing consciousness. When she awoke once more, only Feng remained by her side. Where was her daughter? She had no idea how Chi-Chi was faring. Overwhelmed by despair, she began to weep softly. Seeing this, Feng became flustered. "Aunt Yun, do not be afraid, I am here." Feng hastily reassured her. Feng, do you think Chi-Chi might have?" His voice faltered, choked with emotion. "Aunt Yun, let's not be so pessimistic. We managed to wash ashore, perhaps Chi-Chi has as well. Let us search along the beach." Feng finally realized that Aunt Yun's daughter had also come out to enjoy the day. He attempted to comfort her, though he understood in his heart that their survival on this vast beach was merely a stroke of luck. With thousands aboard the cruise ship, the number of survivors was likely to be few. It was hard to fathom why, as he gazed around, only the two of them remained on the shore. Nevertheless, they must search for others. Discovering additional survivors would be a boon. He pondered how long rescue would take. In a moment of urgency, Feng reached into his pockets and felt a wave of relief wash over him. His phone was still intact, secured in a waterproof case. In another pocket, he found a lighter and half a pack of cigarettes. though the cigarettes had already been ruined by the water. The lighter, while currently non-functional, had a flint, and he hoped it could be useful once dried out. If rescue did not come swiftly, the lighter could prove invaluable. "Your phone is not lost," Su Wanyun exclaimed, her face lighting up in surprise at the discovery. She herself had no pockets to speak of. "Let me try it," Feng replied, equally excited. His phone was equipped with satellite communication, and, as he turned it on, the screen illuminated. However, the joy on his face quickly dissipated as he realized there was no signal. He raised the phone high, even running along the beach in search of reception, but to no avail. Dialing emergency services yielded the same disappointing result. "Xiao Feng, what is the matter?" Su Wanyan asked, noticing Yu Feng's strange behavior. "It's no good, and there isn't a single signal here." Then what shall we do?" Su Wanyan's anxiety was palpable. "It's all right, let us continue searching along the beach," Yu Feng suggested, surveying their surroundings. He felt compelled to offer reassurance. As Aunt Yun appeared utterly distraught, he needed to take charge. The two wandered along the beach for about half an hour, discovering nothing. This island was vast, seemingly endless, with the ocean stretching infinitely. The shoreline yielded nothing but a few shells and some driftwood unlike in the movies. There were no bottles or debris scattered about, and they certainly could not find any supplies from the cruise ship. It was as if the ocean had swallowed everything, not even a scrap of plastic in sight. Yu Feng's heart sank at the thought of how far they must be from the mainland. Xiao Feng at that moment, Su Wanyan's anxiety deepened. In her youth, when she was pregnant with Su Chi-Chi, her unreliable boyfriend had abandoned her. She had raised her children alone and had never remarried. Her daughter was her entire world. If anything were to happen to Su Chi-Chi, she could hardly fathom how she would carry on. Do not fret. The larger the island, the greater the chance of finding sustenance washed ashore. Let us first seek provisions to regain our strength. Yu Feng discerned Su Wanyan's anxiety with great clarity. Provisions? Where do we possibly find any? Upon hearing Yu Feng's words, she too felt the dryness in her throat and the weariness weighing heavily upon her. Yet, they possessed nothing, and after wandering for so long, they had discovered no signs of food. Over there, Yu Feng pointed toward the distant spot where a few coconut palms stood by the beach. It was not long before they arrived beneath the trees, discovering several ripe coconuts that had recently fallen to the ground, some of which were still edible. Yu Feng procured a stone and struck it repeatedly until he managed to create an opening. "Here you go, Yin Yi." He first offered the coconut to Su Wanyan. "Xiao Feng, you should drink first," she replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at relying on this young boy. However, seeing that Yu Feng had already placed the coconut in her hands and recalling the effort he had expended to open it, she hesitated no further and took a generous sip. The refreshing coconut essence flowed into her mouth, instantly revitalizing her spirit. At that moment, Yu Feng prepared another coconut, lifting it to his lips and drinking deeply, feeling a wave of coolness cascade through him, invigorating his very being. He then swiftly cracked open 2 more coconuts, and, after sharing their bounty, both felt a sense of fullness and relaxation. Xiao Feng Su Wanyan hesitated, a sense of unease creeping in. Chapter 2. Yin, please stay still. At this juncture, Su Wanyan found herself torn, pondering how to articulate her needs. She scanned the surroundings, noting that aside from the open beach, the only semblance of privacy lay in the nearby thicket. Yet, even that offered little concealment, and the dense jungle in the distance harbored unknown dangers. "Yinny, are you feeling unwell?" Yu Feng noticed the discomfort etched upon her face. "Xiao Feng, could you perhaps turn around? I need to relieve myself." Su Wanyan finally mustered the courage to express her need. In their shared isolation on this island, they would inevitably confront matters of privacy. If they continued to be overly cautious, she feared she might burst. Moreover, she contemplated a troubling notion. With only the two of them on this desolate island, would she be destined to cohabitate with Yu Feng, a young man in the prime of his vitality? Surely, he would have his own desires. Would she be compelled to? Oh dear, what am I thinking? Su Wanyan startled herself with her own audacious thoughts. Yet, recalling the occasional fervent glances Yu Feng cast her way, she understood their implication. She was no knave girl, she knew precisely what those looks signified. Did Yu Feng harbor such thoughts? And if he were to make a request, would she be able to refuse? Yinny, you can go, but please do not stray too far. This vast island might harbor snakes or wild beasts. Yu Feng expressed his concern, wishing to accompany her, but recognizing the impracticality of such an arrangement. He turned instead, feigning interest in searching the beach for resources. Su Wanyun, upon noticing that Yu Feng had turned away, hurriedly dashed toward the patch of grass she had discovered earlier. Meanwhile, Yu Feng's mind was a tempest of chaotic thoughts, as innumerable figures clashed within his imagination. A fleeting glance was all it took. You beast. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. A mere glance, and she remains oblivious. Su Wanyun's startled cry shattered Yu Feng's reverie, plunging him into a state of alarm. His thoughts were consumed by concern for Aunt Yun's safety, leaving no room for other worries. He quickly made his way to her side. Aunt Yun, what happened? Are you all right? Yu Feng observed that apart from her evident panic, Su Wanyun displayed no other signs of distress. He scanned the surroundings and noticed only a small puddle on the ground, with nothing else amiss. It's nothing, Xiao Feng. Just now, a snake bit me accidentally, Su Wanyun replied, dismissing her own fears. It was quite normal for a girl to be frightened of snakes. She merely felt a brief sting, startled to see a small snake slither away into the grass. There was no blood, so she brushed it off. Seeing Yu Feng's anxious demeanor, she felt a swell of warmth in her heart with him by her side. Her fears seemed to dissipate. What? Bitten by a snake? Where? Upon hearing Su Wanyun's words, Yu Feng was immediately engulfed by a wave of panic. He grasped her shoulders tightly and pulled her closer to inspect the bite. Growing up in a rural area, he was well aware that if bitten by a snake, the consequences could be dire, especially if it were venomous, and the treatment options were non-existent on this desolate island. Su Wanyun found Yu Feng's frantic state amusing for the first time, laughing despite the gravity of the situation. Aunt Yun, please tell me where you were bitten. This is not a matter to take lightly. It could be fatal. Yu Feng was nearing tears, his eyes reddening, and his hands trembling slightly. The mention of death drained the color from Su Wanyun's face. Observing Yu Feng's distress, she began to realize the potential severity of the situation. Embarrassed, she hesitated before pointing to the affected area, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yu Feng's eyes widened in surprise at her indication, but he understood that now was not the time to ponder such matters. He promptly instructed her to lie down to facilitate his examination. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Su Wanyun gasped, feeling both flustered and anxious. She hadn't anticipated such an action from Yu Feng. Did he intend to take advantage of the situation, believing her to be on the brink of death? How could he think such things? On this deserted island, did he assume no one would know? If she were to perish, all that would remain would be the unspoken deeds of that moment. Yet if death were to be her fate, perhaps it was best to acquiesce to his desires. But what of her daughter, Chi-Chi? The thought of leaving her all alone in the world after her demise filled her with dread. She could only hope that he might look after Chi-Chi in her absence. Since becoming a mother, Su Wanyun had not allowed any man to touch her. Instinctively, she pushed Yu Feng away a few times. Aunt Yun, please stay still. Yu Feng insisted, his desire to examine her undeniable. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. A flicker of anticipation coursed through him, yet he felt too shy to meet Su Wanyun's gaze. Unaware of the subtle shift in her expression, Su Wanyun felt a mix of anger and frustration upon hearing Yu Feng's command to remain still. After all, he had acted in such a manner, and yet he expected her to comply without resistance. Was she merely to acquiesce to his whims? Yanani, if you persist in this non-cooperation during the examination, the venom will spread, and then there will truly be no hope. If you were to perish, what would become of Chi-Chi? Yu Feng, under the impression that Su Wanyun's reticence stemmed from the peculiar circumstances, endeavored to convey the gravity of the situation. Examination. Venom spreading. The purpose of his examination was to save her. Su Wanyun's cheeks flushed as she observed Yu Feng's clumsy demeanor. Just moments before, she had entertained thoughts of acquiescing to his desires, only to feel her ears burn with embarrassment. How could she have such thoughts? At that moment, Yu Feng noticed that Su Wanyun was no longer pushing him away, and he finally beheld the sight of the Baitian expanse of pale skin marred by 2 small puncture wounds, surrounded by pronounced redness and swelling. His expression darkened, and the earlier excitement and fervor evaporated completely. This must be poisonous. The realization struck him with a sense of desolation. Here they were, stranded on a deserted island with no medical facilities. What would he do if something were to happen to Yanani? Yanani, it is indeed venomous. I must extract it, he declared. The only remedy he could conjure was a primitive method of suction, though he knew this would only yield limited results, with some remnants likely remaining. It would ultimately depend on her constitution to combat the poison. If the toxicity was not overly severe, perhaps they could manage. Without wasting time, he positioned his mouth over the wound and began to draw out the venom. "Ah, Xiao Feng, don't!" Su Wanyan exclaimed, her heart heavy with despair. Was she truly facing death? What would become of Chi? If Yu Feng found her, would he be able to care for her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she regarded Yu Feng intently. He seemed to have matured considerably, no longer the bashful youth who had blushed upon encountering women when he first joined the company. If they survived this ordeal, perhaps spending time together on the deserted island would be a blessing. Yet, witnessing Yu Feng's unwavering resolve to extract the poison filled her with both astonishment and concern. She had seen portrayals on television of such poisonings, where suction proved effective, yet the one performing it risked succumbing to the venom as well. Yu Feng's lack of hesitation was both touching and alarming, prompting her to attempt to halt him. Yu Feng paid her no mind, consumed by the urgency of the situation. If Su Wanyan were to die, what significance would his existence hold on this desolate island? He drew in a deep breath, the metallic scent of blood flooding his senses, mingling with an unexpected floral fragrance. He quickly expelled the tainted blood onto the grass. After several attempts, he observed the previously purplish area returning to a healthy crimson hue, and he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Surely it wasn't as grave as he had feared. "Yin auntie, he began, but before he could finish, a sudden, forceful blow struck his head, and his vision darkened as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 3. Softness Mother, are you all right? A young girl, exuding the essence of spring, stood beside the fallen Yu Feng, her attire still partially damp. In her hand, she clutched a coconut, her face still etched with residual anger. She was none other than Su Wanyan's long-sought daughter, Su Qiqi. When she awoke on the beach, a flicker of panic gripped her, but she soon regained her composure and began searching for her mother. As she approached, distant echoes of a woman's piercing scream reached her ears. Upon drawing nearer, she beheld a man sprawled over her mother, tearing at her dress. The initial thought that crossed her mind was that this pervert intended to harm her mother, leading to the subsequent scene of Yu Feng being struck unconscious. "Qiqi, is that you?" It was a moment of sheer astonishment, as Su Wanyan gazed at Yu Feng, tending to the venomous blood in such a private area. Her mind was engulfed in embarrassment, leaving her momentarily blank. Suddenly, Yu Feng was knocked unconscious, startling her further, as she feared an encounter with a nefarious individual. To her surprise, the daughter she had been so worried about appeared before her. With a face illuminated by joy, Su Wanyan hurriedly embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a quick inspection, she sighed in relief. Aside from being a bit damp and muddied, her daughter appeared to be unharmed. Yet, a wave of realization washed over her. Xiao Feng, wake up," she gently urged, supporting Yu Feng's head on her lap. When there was no response, panic surged within her. "Xiao Feng, please don't die. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not taking care of you." A wave of sorrow enveloped Su Wanyan, and she couldn't help but weep, blaming herself for dragging Yu Feng into danger to save her, risking his life to absorb the snake venom, only to be harmed by her own daughter. Could she truly blame her daughter? After all, her daughter was merely concerned for her safety. Meanwhile, Suiki, witnessing her mother's deep concern for the seemingly twisted man, felt a twinge of jealousy. Was it possible they had crossed a line? Was this man, in fact, a potential stepfather? He was indeed a peculiar character, only intent on such matters even in dire circumstances. Regardless, she began to scrutinize him closely. Although a person obstructed her view, she found his face increasingly familiar. Suddenly it struck her. Yu Feng was affectionately referred to as Xiao Feng by her mother. Could it be him? The realization sent a jolt of anxiety through her as she moved to the front, confirming her suspicions. "Brother Feng, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Su Qiqi rushed over to inspect him, contemplating that since she had merely used a coconut, it shouldn't have caused fatal harm. with trembling hands. She checked for a heartbeat. It's normal, she sighed in relief. He was merely unconscious, but what a physique he had. Mom, Brother Feng is just unconscious. He is not dead, she declared, glancing at her mother with curiosity. What had come over her mother? She had never shown such concern for Feng before. And what had they been doing moments ago? No, it couldn't be. She must have misinterpreted the situation. Her mother had previously mentioned wanting to recruit Feng as a son-in-law, and although she had not agreed, they had only just met. What was she thinking? Upon hearing her daughter's reassurance that Feng was merely fainted, Su Wanyun felt an immediate wave of relief and began to examine him more thoroughly. There were no visible wounds, and upon feeling the back of his head, she noted a sizable bump resembling a ping-pong ball. His breathing was steady and his heartbeat strong, akin to that of someone asleep. It seems I was overly anxious, she thought, her face displaying a hint of concern. Would her daughter perceive anything amiss? Hastily, she set Feng down and adjusted her skirt, which had been disheveled by Feng's earlier actions. Casting a glance at her daughter, she found Su Qiqi observing her with a puzzled expression. Qiqi, please be more cautious in the future. If it weren't for, Su Wanyun recounted the incident of being bitten by the snake and how Feng had merely been assisting her with the wound, omitting details of the injury's location. The memory of that moment filled her with profound embarrassment. Reflecting on it made her ears flush with heat. They had shared intimate moments, embraced, and Feng had touched her in such a private area. How would she face him again? Moreover, the intensity of his gaze was unsettling. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss such chaotic thoughts. Upon hearing her mother's explanation, Su Qiqi realized her earlier misconceptions and felt an inexplicable sense of delight. I get it now, Mom, she teased, sticking out her tongue and making a playful face before returning her attention to Feng. I never noticed Brother Feng's physique was so impressive, she mused, secretly reaching out to touch his sculpted chest once more. As Feng slumbered peacefully, he was vaguely aware of someone teasing him. Stop it, he murmured, instinctively reaching out. To his surprise, he grasped something soft and substantial. Was it a bun? Who dared to toy with him in such a manner? With a firm grip, he squeezed, only to elicit a sharp gasp. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a young beauty. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a hint of pain etched on her face, tinged with a delicate blush. Her white t-shirt was severely distorted from his grasp. I'm sorry. Qiqi. Feng quickly released his hold, yet he couldn't help but steal a few more glances, contemplating the remarkable growth of this young lady. How had he never noticed before? At just 19, she had already blossomed so beautifully. How could he have been so oblivious? Are you deliberately seeking revenge on me? It was just a simple mistake, he thought, bemused by her reaction. With a huff, Su Qiqi stomped her foot and turned away, choosing to ignore him. Only then did Feng realize that she had been the one to ambush him, interrupting his moment of appreciating beauty. What a rare opportunity squandered. He quickly glanced at Su Wanyun, noting that her half-skirt, which he had inadvertently lifted, was already back in place. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the lost moment. Su Wanyun had also witnessed Feng's unintentional action upon waking. She thought little of it, as she had not been assaulted in any manner. It seemed he needed to temper his morning temperament. The memory of their earlier kiss ignited an inexplicable warmth within him. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun felt drained, her head spinning, her body swaying as if on the brink of fainting. Suddenly, she was enveloped in strong arms, the familiar scent drawing her instinctively closer to his solid chest. What are you two doing? She exclaimed. Chapter 4. Ambiguous posture. Su Qiqi stared in disbelief at the two individuals before her. She and Feng were familiar with each other, being neighbors across the hall. Occasionally, Feng would join her family for dinner. Although their relationship had yet to reach the level of romantic involvement, a jest made by Su Wanyun, suggesting that Feng could become a son-in-law in the future, had instilled in Su Qiqi an inexplicable sentiment towards him. Just moments ago, despite her anger, she had turned away not out of true resentment, but rather because she felt genuinely hurt. She wondered why this simpleton had yet to come and comfort her. Her gaze flickered back to Feng, only to witness him suddenly embrace her mother, Su Wanyun, who made no attempt to resist. Instead, she leaned into Yu Feng's arms. Leaving Suiki etterly estanist. Upon hearing her daughter's exclamation, Su Wanyun became aware of the ambiguous nature of their stance. She attempted to prop herself up, only to find herself lacking the strength to do so. I. Su Wanyun was on the verge of tears, her face flushed a deep crimson, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or excitement. Seeing the situation unfold, Yu Feng quickly interjected, "Aunt Yun, please don't be alarmed. This is likely a reaction from the residual snake venom, causing dizziness and elevated body temperature. All you need to do is relax and maintain your temperature. In time, you will feel better." Hearing Yu Feng's words, Su Qiqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Clearly, she had misjudged the situation. "Mom, are you all right?" It dawned on her that her mother had been affected by the snake venom, and instead of worrying about her health, she had let her thoughts wander elsewhere. She hurried over to assist, her expression filled with concern. "Don't worry. Didn't T. Xiao Feng say you'll be fine soon?" Noticing her daughter's lack of suspicion, Su Wanyun sighed in relief but shot a fierce glare at Yu Feng. Aware that Su Qiqi had come to help, Yu Feng reluctantly released his hold. Though as he did, his fingers instinctively lingered a moment longer, appreciating the softness and smoothness of her form. When he caught Su Wanyun's gaze, he realized he had been discovered and awkwardly redirected the conversation. Qiqi, let us help Aunt Yun over to that shaded area over there to rest for a while," he suggested, pointing to a spot a few hundred meters away where a cluster of small trees formed a canopy, providing a perfect refuge from the scorching sun. The area was also clear of any underbrush, mitigating concerns about lurking creatures. Together, Yu Feng and Su Qiqi took over 10 minutes to carefully guide Su Wanyun to the shade. They gathered some leaves to make her comfortable as she lay down. Throughout the process, Su Wanyun remained drowsy, her body noticeably heated, unsure if the flush on her cheeks was due to embarrassment or the effects of the snake venom. Once beneath the trees, the sea breeze brought a welcome coolness, alleviating her feverish state and reviving her spirits somewhat. "Thank you, Xiao Feng," Su Wanyun said, her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to meet Yu Feng's intense gaze. Recalling the way his hand had rested on her waist during the assistance, she understood his intentions. The realization that Yu Feng harbored feelings for her stirred a mix of emotions within her. If they were stranded on this deserted island, she pondered the implications of such a situation, and if he were to pursue her, she found herself surprisingly unopposed to the notion. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and her breath quickened. "Aunt Yun, are you all right?" Yu Feng asked, startled by the sudden change in her demeanor. Just moments ago, she had seemed fine, yet now she appeared flustered. Aware of the effects of snake venom, he knew that the best course was to remain calm and rest, avoiding any undue excitement. Seeing her rosy cheeks, he assumed her agitation stemmed from concern about their predicament. "Please don't worry. Even if rescue takes some time, I will ensure your safety," he reassured her, confident in his survival skills cultivated during his upbringing in the countryside. He believed he could manage to take care of both women, provided they did not encounter any large predators. Su Wanyun, sensing Yu Feng's sincerity, or perhaps simply feeling fatigued, nodded gently and closed her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Suiki, having helped her mother settle, lay sprawled on the ground, oblivious to the earlier tension. However, she heard Yu Feng's comforting words and felt a surge of gratitude. Looking up at him, she realized that with him by her side, the deserted island seemed less daunting. "Qiqi, take care of Aunt Yun for a moment," Yu Feng said, scanning the surroundings for any immediate threats. Deciding it was safe enough to venture back to the coconut grove to gather some fruit, the only source of hydration and sustenance they had discovered so far. "What are you going to do?" Su Qiqi asked instinctively, her expression tightening with worry, fearing he might leave her behind. "What? I'm just going to pick some coconuts," he replied, playfully brushing his finger against her nose. "Do you know how to climb trees, Feng?" she inquired, feeling slightly embarrassed for having jumped to conclusions. The coconut trees she had seen were tall, at least 7 or 8 meters high, and she couldn't help but worry about his ability to climb them. "Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. Just take good care of Aunt Yun," Yu Feng reassured her before setting off. He was uncertain how many others might be on the island, but was confident they were not alone. Coconuts were the easiest food source to gather, and he wanted to stockpile them in case others took them first. Before long, Feng arrived at the coconut grove, where he spotted several trees, 4 of which bore fruit, each with at least 10 coconuts. Even if only half of them were ripe, he could easily gather 20 or 30. With these coconuts, and perhaps some shellfish from ashore, they could manage for several days. A smile crept across his face at the thought. He found a suitable stone nearby, tucked it into his pocket, and began to climb the tree. The height posed no challenge for him. He had learned to climb trees from a young age to retrieve bird eggs. The skill was ingrained in him, and aside from the slippery bark, he faced no significant difficulty. Within minutes, he reached the top and began to knock down the ripe coconuts. However, instead of descending immediately, he took a moment to survey the island from his lofty vantage point. His gaze swept over endless stretches of beach, ocean, and dense jungle, revealing no signs of human habitation. A sense of unease settled in his heart. Such a vast island, rich with foliage, seemed ripe for development. Yet there were no traces of humanity. This led him to question whether this island had ever been discovered by people. With modern technology failing to detect it, perhaps this area of the sea possessed some inexplicable peculiarity, especially considering the eerie calm that had enveloped the waters when the shipwreck occurred. With a sigh, Feng descended from the tree, took a moment to rest, and prepared to climb the next tree. At this moment, Su Chi was gazing vacantly at the boundless sea, her mind occasionally drifting back to the scene of her fingers brushing against Feng's chest, causing her heart to race involuntarily and a blush to creep upon her cheeks. The gentle rustling of the surroundings filled the air, when suddenly Su Chi heard the sound of footsteps. No, that didn't emanate from the direction of the coconut grove. Chapter 5. Husband nearby. Upon hearing the sound, Su Chi turned her gaze and was filled with surprise as she spotted a man clad in gray work attire, his skin slightly tanned, approaching her. Recognizing him as a crew member from the cruise ship, she felt a sense of relief. After all, he must have undergone some training for maritime emergencies. Moreover, there was strength in numbers. Having another person around would surely enhance their safety. "Hey, I never imagined I would encounter such a stunning beauty here," the man exclaimed, his expression lecherous. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Su Chi's initial joy dissipated, replaced by a sense of revulsion. Nonetheless, she feigned calmness and inquired, "Hello, are you a crew member from the cruise ship? Do you have a way to contact for rescue?" "Of course I am. If you wish to contact for help, let us do so right away," the man replied. But before he could finish, he lunged toward Su Chi. Caught off guard, Su Chi realized she had indeed encountered a pervert. "Don't come any closer," she screamed, panic gripping her as she had never faced such a situation before. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun, still dazed, heard her daughter shriek. Looking up, she spotted the lecherous man lunging toward her daughter. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, but her body felt heavy with fatigue. After struggling briefly, she managed to sit up, glancing around in a state of panic, but finding no sign of Feng. A wave of dread washed over her, and a flicker of alarm crossed her face. "What do you want?" she asked, attempting to maintain her composure. "My husband is nearby." Su Wanyan hoped to intimidate him with her words. Feng. Someone is trying to harm us," she shouted desperately, yearning for Feng to hear her. At that moment, the man noticed Su Wanyun struggling to rise, his eyes lighting up in delight. "What a delightful surprise. It seems we have another exquisite beauty here," he thought, recognizing the familial resemblance between the two. His greed surged as he looked at them both. However, upon hearing Su Wanyan mention her husband, his brow furrowed. As an experienced sailor, he had awoken to find himself on a deserted island, cut off from the outside world. When the cruise ship encountered trouble, they had long drifted away from the mainland. He understood that in such dire circumstances, rescue could take days, if it came at all. On this desolate island, he could plan to dispose of their bodies into the sea once he had his way with them, leaving him free from consequences. His gaze roamed the surroundings, finding no other survivors. Most likely just a bluff, he mused. To taste such exquisite beauty, I would willingly forfeit a few years of my life. With that thought, he produced a 20-centimeter knife from his pocket. Su Wanyun gasped in shock at the glinting blade, realizing her previous attempt to scare him off had failed. Don't hurt my daughter. This is a crime. When the rescue team arrives, you won't escape. She struggled to rise, determined to shield her daughter, but her body betrayed her. The man, seeing her helplessness, reveled in his advantage. Don't worry, I'll save her first, then enjoy you, he chuckled maliciously. As for the rescue team, who knows how many days it will take. Before that, I'll have my fun, and then toss your bodies into the sea without a soul knowing, he cackled. Once more, he lunged at Su Chi. No, stay away, she screamed, terror surging through her. The man struck her face with a resounding slap, grabbing her hair and brandishing the knife near her cheek. Scream again, and I'll kill you right now, he threatened, cautious of their noise attracting nearby survivors. Both women were paralyzed with fear, especially Su Chi, whose fair skin bore the marks of his slap. Tears streamed down her face as she felt the agonizing grip on her hair. Obey me, little beauty, and remove your clothes. If I have to do it, I might accidentally scar that pretty face of yours, he taunted. Despair enveloped Su Chi as she found herself at a loss. Please spare my daughter. If you want to do something, come at me instead. Su Wanyin instinctively pleaded for her daughter's safety, understanding the irreversible damage such an ordeal could inflict on her young life. The thought of sacrificing herself filled her with despair, and she doubted whether Yu Feng would return in time. Yet, the presence of the knife raised concerns about Yu Feng's safety upon his arrival. I haven't let a man touch me in over a decade, and now I must face this beast, she lamented, wishing she had been with Yu Feng instead. As memories of him flooded her mind, she reluctantly closed her eyes, tears gliding down her cheeks. Her trembling hands began to unbutton her shirt, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. The man's gaze fixated on her allure, unable to resist the temptation of such a captivating woman. As he stepped closer, his attention fully diverted, a shadow darted by. In that instant, he was caught off guard, and, with a resounding thud, he was sent flying 2 meters away. Gasping in pain, he clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony. Instinctively, he grasped for his knife, only to realize it had slipped from his grasp upon impact. Ignoring the pain, he rolled over to retrieve it, but discovered that Yu Feng had already seized it. How dare you lay your hands on my women? Yu Feng growled, his eyes ablaze with fury. Brother, don't be too hasty. You can have one of them. Just choose. The man attempted to negotiate, clearly underestimating Yu Feng, believing him to be merely a survivor seeking to play the hero. Did you not hear her say her husband is nearby? You dare disregard me. Yu Feng's anger flared as he brandished the knife, prepared to strike. The man, realizing his miscalculation, cursed under his breath, understanding that he had indeed provoked her husband. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled in panic. Chapter 6. The lecherous man. The man halted after running several dozen meters, noticing that you did not pursue him. You all wait for me. I will eventually make you pay dearly, he spat venomously, clutching his chest as he vanished into the distance. Yu Feng, however, felt no fear. He merely scoffed at the man's threats, thinking it was only the first day and he had already encountered such a brazen pervert. Having grown up in the countryside, he was no stranger to fights, and while he hadn't taken a life, he was certainly not the type to be bullied without retaliation. Are you all right, Aunt Yin? Yu Feng immediately rushed to Su Wanyun's side after the man had retreated, just in time to see a flash of white. Xiaofeng. Su Wanyun suddenly threw herself into his embrace, resting her head against his chest as she quietly sobbed. Yu Feng was momentarily taken aback from this angle. He noticed much more. He could see that Su Wanyun was genuinely frightened, and after a brief internal struggle, he wrapped his arms around her. It's all right. I'm here, he reassured her, feeling the softness of her form in his arms. Suddenly, he realized that this deserted island had its peculiar charm, and considering the events of the day, he found himself in a situation he had never previously encountered. What do you have in your pocket? Su Wanyun asked, only then realizing the implications of her inquiry. She was no longer a naive girl, having previously regarded Yu Feng as a mere younger relative. Now, she sensed that Yu Feng harbored feelings for her, as evidenced by the noticeable bulge in his pocket. Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly pushed him away, her cheeks aflame. Stealing a glance at him, she found him staring blankly ahead. Little lecher, She chided him with a playful glare before turning her back to adjust her clothing. Yu Feng, caught off guard by her discovery, chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, reluctantly shifting his gaze. Just then, he noticed Su Chi-Chi, who resembled a helpless child, sitting on the ground and weeping. He approached her, crouching down to gently ruffle her hair. "It's okay, don't cry. The bad guys have been scared off." He comforted her softly. Observing the little girl sobbing uncontrollably, Yu Feng realized that Su Chi-Chi had likely never experienced such a fright before. "Why did you come so late?" Su Chi-Chi suddenly threw herself into Yu Feng's arms, leaving him momentarily stunned. He looked down at her small hands, which were pounding on his chest in frustration for his tardiness. Yu Feng was at a loss for how to console her, having always viewed Su Chi-Chi as a little sister. With the unexpected pressure, he realized she had grown up. Unsure where to place his hands, he awkwardly rested them on her back, gently soothing her. After a while, Su Chi-Chi began to calm down. Ahem, Su Wanyun, having tidied her clothing, noticed her daughter in Yu Feng's embrace and recognized that she had been frightened. Amused by Yu Feng's flustered demeanor, she pretended to cough. Upon hearing her mother's cough, Su Chi-Chi snapped back to reality, her face flushed. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt, you lecher?" she exclaimed, hastily running to her mother's side as though to blame Yu Feng for his apparent impropriety. Yu Feng was rendered speechless by this turn of events, wondering why he was being chastised when it was Su Chi-Chi who had leaped into his arms. I used my shirt to carry coconuts. When I heard you were in danger, I didn't have time to put it back on," he explained. Having gathered 30 coconuts was no simple feat, and he had no choice but to remove his shirt, tie it up, and use it as a bag. Upon hearing cries for help, he had dropped everything to rush back, leaving no time to dress. "All right, I forgive you," Su Chi-Chi remarked, not genuinely upset with Yu Feng for not wearing a shirt, but rather embarrassed about her own actions of embracing a man, especially in front of her mother. "You know." Su Wanyun could see through her daughter's flustered thoughts and gently tapped her forehead, shaking her head in resignation. "Aunt Yin, how are you feeling now?" Yu Feng remained more concerned about Su Wanyun's health. In this desolate place, without medicine or doctors, any injury or illness could prove fatal. "Yes, Mom. Are you feeling better?" Su Chi-Chi chimed in, recalling how her mother had been willing to sacrifice herself to spare them. She felt utterly helpless, unable to resist, and only able to cry out in fear. Thankfully, Yu Feng had arrived in time, and she couldn't help but steal glances at him. When did Brother Feng get so fit? I touched his chest muscles earlier. I didn't expect him to have an 8-pack, she thought, blushing fiercely at her own musings. Fortunately, Yu Feng's attention remained on Su Wanyun, oblivious to Su Chi-Chi's thoughts. "I feel much better, just a bit fatigued," Su Wanyun replied, relieved that her dizziness had subsided and her body temperature returned to normal, though she still felt sore and weak. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least she was recovering. "All right, Aunt Yun, please rest well. I will go fetch the coconuts," he decided, instructing Su Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, take good care of Aunt Yun. If anything happens, call out to me loud and clear." "Okay, I will," Su Chi-Chi responded shyly, recalling her earlier panic. Aside from her initial scream, she had been utterly paralyzed with fear. If not for her mother's loud cries, Yu Feng might not have heard them, and the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. The coconut grove was just a few hundred meters away, and Yu Feng didn't take long to reach it. The coconuts had already been prepared, and he returned swiftly. When Su Wanyun and her daughter saw him return so soon, they visibly relaxed, finding solace in his presence. However, Yu Feng was bewildered, realizing he had grown hungry rather quickly. After consuming just 2 coconuts at noon, he felt ravenous only a few hours later. Given the abundance of coconuts and armed with a dagger, he swiftly opened one. "Aunt Yun, have some coconut water. It will help with your recovery," he offered first to Su Wanyun. While coconut water on the island was not as effective as electrolyte drinks, it would at least hydrate and replenish energy. Seeing the plentiful coconuts, Su Wanyun, though not hungry, felt slightly parched due to the island's heat. She accepted the offer, savoring the sweetness, feeling a sense of warmth in her heart, knowing that Yu Feng always thought of her first. Su Chi-Chi, observing from the side, unconsciously swallowed as she realized her own thirst. She hadn't eaten anything all day. Just then, Yu Feng prepared another coconut and handed it to her. "Thank you," she said, touched by the gesture. Women often cherished small details, and the fact that he prioritized her mother first, and then her signified that she held a place in his heart. Initially planning to sip like her mother, she found the coconut's sweetness irresistible and drank deeply, finishing it in no time. Embarrassed, she glanced at Yu Feng, who noticed her eagerness and, despite finding it peculiar, handed her another coconut. This time, she drank more slowly. Eventually, Yu Feng managed to drink one himself, though he was more voracious, finishing it in mere gulps. The sensation of hunger overwhelmed him, akin to parched earth receiving only a few drops of rain. With no choice, he fetched 2 more coconuts, while Su Chi finished her own and looked at him with eager eyes. Yu Feng could only pass her another coconut once again. Chapter 7. Aunt Yin. Yu Feng could not help but ponder whether Su Chi, like himself, experienced hunger at an accelerated pace. If so, it might be indicative of some contagious ailment. Should it indeed be a sickness, the potential repercussions remained unknown. Yet, Aunt Yin appeared quite normal. She had not yet finished her first coconut. "Chi, do you feel unwell?" Yu Feng inquired with genuine curiosity, for contagious diseases are no trivial matter. Not really. I just haven't eaten all day and feel a bit hungry," Su Chi replied, interpreting Yu Feng's question as a subtle criticism of her rather unrefined manner of eating. She cautiously glanced at him, her expression tinged with anxiety. As she sipped from her third coconut, she took smaller, more measured sips, aware that her earlier demeanor lacked decorum. Typically, she was not so reckless. She had gone all day without sustenance, and when she finally managed to procure a coconut, she could not break it open and resorted to using it as a weapon, inadvertently knocking Yu Feng unconscious. The memory of her earlier clumsiness only deepened her embarrassment. I recall you used a coconut to strike me as well. Why haven't you had a drink?" Yu Feng queried, a look of confusion adorning his face. I couldn't open it," Su Chi mumbled, her bashfulness intensifying, her head instinctively lowering as if she were a child caught in wrongdoing. Chi, if anything troubles you in the future, please do not hesitate to tell me," Yu Feng said softly, moved by her resilience. Su Chi, once a well-behaved daughter at home, had been shielded from household chores by Aunt Yin. Yet here on this deserted island, amidst various tribulations, she bore her hunger without complaint, concerned she might not be satiated. Yu Feng contemplated fetching another coconut for her, fearing the shy girl might hesitate to ask. "I'm full now," Su Chi replied, sensing Yu Feng's concern. She held a half-finished coconut, taking small sips with a satisfied smile, her phoenix eyes narrowing in delight, resembling crescent moons. "Aunt Yin, how about you?" Yu Feng asked, noticing Aunt Yin still engaged with her first coconut, seemingly lost in thought. "Oh no, I'm fine. I was merely a bit thirsty. One is sufficient," Aunt Yin responded, snapping back to reality. She realized, upon hearing her daughter's earlier admission of being unable to open a coconut, that both she and her daughter were rather dependent on Yu Feng on this island. If they remained stranded here indefinitely, it would resemble the antiquated dynamic of men farming and women weaving, almost forming a household. The thought sent a flurry of unease through her, especially as she glanced at Yu Feng's robust physique, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Shaking her head, she swiftly cast aside the notion, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Seeing that both women had eaten their fill, Yu Feng turned his attention to 2 more coconuts, though he found them insufficient. He scooped out the flesh, leaving him only partially satisfied. It became evident that coconuts alone would not suffice. They had consumed 7 in total, leaving merely 20 remaining. At this rate, they would deplete their supply in 2 meals. They needed to procure some seafood, but that morning they had only discovered small shells on the beach. Unless they ventured out during low tide, it seemed impractical to search for food. The rocky area appeared to be 3 or 4 kilometers away, requiring at least half an hour of walking. "Aunt Yin, I believe we should relocate to await rescue," Yu Feng suggested, convinced that their current location lacked any viable resources. Having picked all the coconuts. "Oh, why?" Aunt Yin asked, visibly startled by his proposition, her expression one of confusion. "Are you worried that person might return for revenge?" She speculated, recalling her own apprehensions from earlier. It was natural for a young man like Yu Feng to be concerned. Su Qiqi, overhearing the mention of potential retribution, turned pale, her anxiety evident as she gazed at both of them. Aunt Yin, what are you thinking? I'm not afraid of that person. With me here, no one can harm you, unless I perish, Yu Feng declared with resolute conviction, his gaze fixed earnestly on Aunt Yin. Aunt Yun's heart trembled. Was this not a veiled confession of affection? Such declarations were often exchanged between young lovers. Yet at that moment, she felt no frivolity, only the sincerity emanating from Yu Feng, stirring long-buried feelings within her. Xiao Feng, where shall we go? Is it far? Aunt Yin inquired, almost reverting to her youthful self, relieved of the burden of decision-making, content to follow Yu Feng's lead. I spotted a decent location earlier. It's merely a few kilometers away. Yu Feng pointed in the direction, though his motivation extended beyond merely seeking the rocky area. He discerned what appeared to be a coconut grove nearby. Should it indeed be a grove, it would sustain them for several days, even in the absence of seafood. But, Xiao Feng, how will I manage to traverse there? Aunt Yin mused, unconcerned that Yu Feng might abandon her, yet anxious about the time it would take to walk the distance. Haha, Aunt Yin, that's my plan. I will carry you, and Qiqi can manage the coconuts. Yu Feng proposed cheerfully. You'll carry me? But, Aunt Yin hesitated. Perhaps Qiqi could assist me slowly instead. Feeling embarrassed, she reflected on the years that had passed without ever being carried by a man. Mom, let Yu Feng carry you. I may be close to your height, nearing 170, but I struggled to support you for even a short distance. A few kilometers would take ages. Su Qiqi interjected, eager to persuade her mother. Aunt Yin, just come up. Why don't you trust my strength? Yu Feng said, flexing his muscles and squatting before Aunt Yin. Fine then, Aunt Yin acquiesced, her cheeks warming as she glanced at Yu Feng's well-defined physique. As Aunt Yin settled onto Yu Feng's sturdy back, a wave of shyness washed over her heart racing. Their bodies were almost pressed together, and she felt a certain part of her being compressed. The fact that Yu Feng was shirtless only heightened her awareness, recalling the events of the day that made her cheeks flush a deeper shade of crimson. Fortunately, Su Qiqi, clutching the coconut, walked ahead and did not witness her expression, offering Aunt Yin a sigh of relief. Yu Feng, oblivious to Aunt Yun's fluster, felt an inexplicable thrill. Carrying her felt effortless, as though she weighed nothing at all, and he wished he could continue this way indefinitely. At one point, he felt her shift slightly, and instinctively, he adjusted his grip, savoring the soft sensation against his back. Chapter 8. Vowing to pursue Aunt Yin, it was an unprecedented delight. After a few steps, she would lift her gaze upwards. Xiao Feng, are you tired? Would you like to take a break? Su Wanyin did not consider other implications. She merely assumed that Yu Feng was fatigued after walking for over 10 minutes. Su Qiqi in front had not slowed her pace, and Su Wanyin thought that her own pace was quite normal. Reflecting on this, she could not help but marvel at Yu Feng's stamina. With such remarkable endurance, surely his needs and other aspects were considerable as well. What am I thinking? Su Wanyin startled herself with her own thoughts, feeling her face flush. No, Aunt Yin, your figure is truly admirable. Carrying you for a lifetime would not tire me. Yu Feng replied earnestly, but upon uttering those words, he realized they might be taken as flirtation. Thankfully, Su Wanyin was so flustered by her own thoughts that she failed to notice the impropriety of Yu Feng's comment. For a lifetime, you say? Well, you might as well call me your wife, Su Wanyin exclaimed, only to realize the implications of their exchange. Such words were typically reserved for romantic couples. Well, if you say so, I heard someone mention that I am her husband today. Yu Feng, emboldened by Su Wanyin's lack of anger, ventured further. Stop saying such nonsense. Or, I might just get angry, Su Wanyin replied, clearly taken aback by Yu Feng's boldness. Her mind was in chaos. How could he be so audacious when he referred to her as aunt? He was merely a few years older than Su Qiqi. Although she had been quite young when she gave birth to Qiqi, the current age difference placed them in the same generational bracket as Yu Feng's parents. At his age, she remembered he was still in kindergarten, yet now he was playfully teasing her and suggesting she become his wife. Aunt Yin, why are you upset? I was merely complimenting your youth, Yu Feng quickly reassured, attempting to divert the conversation. You call it youth? I am nearly 40. Su Wanjun insisted, emphasizing her age for reasons unclear to her. Oh no, you are being modest. Aren't you just in your 20s? Look at how the young men at the company are smitten by you, Yu Feng remarked, and to his credit, he was not exaggerating. Su Wanyin had given birth to Chi-Chi at a young age and had remarkably maintained her figure, bolstered by her family's good fortune and diligent self-care. When Yu Feng first met her, he had mistakenly thought she was Su Chi-Chi's older sister. Not a single young man in the company failed to steal glances at Su Wanyun's graceful silhouette. You certainly know how to flatter, Su Wanyin thought, feeling a surge of delight as she leaned against Yu Feng's back, her mind drifting to distant thoughts. Despite Yu Feng's desire to carry her longer, they had only traversed a few kilometers, taking no more than half an hour. Look at that vast expanse of coconut trees. A cheer from Su Chi-Chi interrupted Yu Feng's reverie. Looking up, he saw at least 20 or 30 coconut trees, half of which bore ripe coconuts. With a few days' worth of sustenance, they would be just fine. However, if rescue did not arrive in a few days, their hopes would dwindle, and they would have to resort to survival tactics. As Yu Feng contemplated this, he gazed towards the shoreline. 100 meters ahead lay a rocky area, and he wondered if they might find oysters there, rumored to be a source of vitality for men. For the one he carried, he would gladly feast on oysters every day. Reaching a shaded area formed by 3 sizable broadleaf trees, he called out to Su Chi-Chi, who was still in the coconut grove gathering fallen coconuts. Chi-Chi, let's rest here. Having felt the pangs of hunger throughout the day, Su Chi-Chi now understood the importance of coconuts. With a smile lighting her face, she was determined not to stop until every coconut was collected. Yu Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Xiao Feng, please put me down, Su Wanyin said. Noticing that Yu Feng had not yet released her, she was uncertain of his intentions, and being carried by a young man made her feel somewhat bashful. The peculiar sensation of their bodies touching stirred her thoughts. I was hoping to wait for Chi-Chi to return to gather some leaves to lay on the ground. Yu Feng quickly explained, not genuinely wanting to wait for Chi-Chi, but rather relishing the opportunity for such close proximity to Su Wanyin. If he set her down now, he could not guarantee another chance. No need, the ground is clean enough. Besides, you've carried me for quite a while now. You must be tired. Su Wanyin observed the sandy ground beneath the shade, realizing there was no need for leaves. However, a thought crossed her mind. Was he perhaps taking advantage of her? After all, Yu Feng had not shown signs of exhaustion, and she had initially thought his earlier movements indicated fatigue. What a little lecher, she silently chastised him. Reluctantly, Yu Feng set Su Wanyin down, and upon seeing her flushed face and slightly disheveled clothing, he swallowed hard, thinking how fortunate it would be to have such a captivating aunt by his side for a lifetime. He had always been cautious of societal views, but the experiences of the past few days had illuminated the brevity of life. He resolved to pursue Aunt Yun without regrets, undeterred by the opinions of others. Xiao Feng, are you utterly exhausted? Perhaps you should sit and rest for a moment. Su Wanyin observed Yu Feng staring dreamily at her, his gaze unflinchingly fixed. She intuitively sensed his thoughts, though she did not mind. It did leave her feeling somewhat bashful. She quickly changed the subject. No need, Aunt Yun. You rest here while I assist Chi-Chi. Yu Feng, feeling the weight of his earlier gaze, decided to help Su Chi-Chi instead. Not that Yu Feng sought to impress Su Wanyin. He genuinely felt no fatigue, and it was not merely the thrill of carrying a beautiful woman. He genuinely felt invigorated. During their climb earlier, he had noticed an unusual vigor coursing through him. Although accustomed to physical labor since childhood, he sensed a significant increase in his strength and endurance, and even his senses seemed heightened. As for the reason behind it, he could only speculate about a second growth spurt, which might explain his increased appetite. Watching Yu Feng's retreating figure, Su Wanyin wore an expression of intrigue. While she knew Yu Feng was physically active, she had never anticipated his stamina would be so remarkable. He had carried her such a distance without breaking a sweat or turning red. Upon arriving at the grove of coconut trees, Yu Feng noticed his shirt, repurposed as a bag, had become severely misshapen from the weight of the coconuts, causing him some distress. After all, It was his only shirt on the island. Chi-Chi, are you planning for me to go shirtless from now on? He teased as he approached Su Chi-Chi, who was struggling to figure out how to carry the coconuts back. Ah, Feng, why would you say that? Su Chi-Chi, overwhelmed by her burden, was delighted to see him, but puzzled by his comment. Although Yu Feng's physique was undeniably appealing, she was unsure if she had ever implied he should not wear a shirt. Why should I care if you wear a shirt or not? Su Chi-Chi began, only to be silenced as he covered her mouth. Chapter 9. The venomous spider Su Chi-Chi was startled by Yu Feng's actions, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Was he intending to confess his feelings during this moment of solitude? Yet, she felt unprepared. Should she agree? For a while, Su Chi-Chi wrestled with her thoughts internally. Ultimately, she resolved to acquiesce. It seemed she had made a significant decision, only to notice Yu Feng signaling her to be silent. It was then she realized his attention was focused on a nearby thicket. Following his gaze, she initially saw nothing amiss. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the grass below swaying slightly, a detail easily overlooked. Could it be a wild beast? Her face paled in fright as she stood frozen in place. At that moment, Yu Feng had released Su Chi-Chi and casually picked up a branch the size of his arm from the ground. He strode over, using the branch to part the underbrush. A flicker of delight crossed his face. Curiosity piqued. Su Chi-Chi followed him and caught sight of Yu Feng forcefully striking something after clearing the foliage. By now, she had not yet seen the form of any ferocious beast, which alleviated her anxiety somewhat. The undergrowth had been cleared, and she doubted it was anything more than a small animal. Just as she leaned in to take a closer look, Yu Feng turned around. Don't come over. Put that away. Su Chi-Chi exclaimed in terror upon seeing what Yu Feng was holding, hastily retreating, her face drained of color. This is a delicacy. You'll understand when we roast it tonight, Yu Feng replied, surprised by her reaction. This was a fine food source, so why was Tishi pleased? You want to eat a venomous spider? Su Chi-Chi felt her stomach churn at the thought of Yu Feng using it as sustenance, nearly causing her to retch. She recalled that in some regions, consuming insects as delicacies was customary. Could it be that Yu Feng's hometown had a similar tradition of eating spiders? The notion was too much for her to accept. Venomous spider? You call this a venomous spider? Yu Feng was at a loss for words. Yet, as he examined the coconut crab in his hand, he could not deny the resemblance. It was black and purple, with long legs measuring half a meter each. The crucial difference lay in its pair of large pincers, as thick as a forearm. This is a coconut crab, and it is indeed delicious. In many places, it has become extinct, and it is hard to find, he quickly clarified. He understood now why Su Chi-Chi had reacted so strongly. It was quite natural for girls to fear spiders and rodents. Moreover, this coconut crab not only resembled a spider, but was also exceptionally large, weighing at least 7 to 8 pounds. He had only seen them in videos online before and had heard that they could grow up to 5 or 6 pounds. To his surprise, he had casually caught one of such size on this deserted island. Is this truly a coconut crab? Su Chi-Ta remained somewhat skeptical. She had only heard of it but never seen it before. Nevertheless, as long as it wasn't a spider, she felt a wave of curiosity wash over her. She had always harbored a fear of those 8-legged creatures since childhood. The mere thought that it wasn't a spider eased her trepidation. She wondered how such a creature could grow to such size and pondered its taste. It must have thrived on this deserted island, untouched by human hands, allowing it to grow larger than usual. As for its edibility, she had never tasted it herself. Her knowledge came from survival bloggers who claimed it was rare and comparable to king crab. This meant they were in for a treat. Yu Feng also felt a flutter of curiosity about the coconut crab's flavor. Cheetah, why don't you gather some dry twigs while I search for more coconut crabs? A specimen of this size should suffice for 3 people, but considering my appetite, it might only be enough for me. I particularly want those large pincers. Su Cheetah's appetite was evidently piqued. After all, seafood was a rarity for most people, and this was a particularly scarce variety. With that thought, she cheerfully set off to collect firewood. Yu Feng's mind was consumed with thoughts of the coconut crab. On a deserted island with such creatures, especially amidst a vast coconut grove, there should be plenty available if they had not been previously harvested. If he could catch a few more, they would feast heartily that evening. He felt hunger creeping in, largely due to his efforts to conserve food, as he had only eaten just enough to stave off hunger. He began to search diligently around the coconut grove, and after a short while, he discovered another specimen weighing 5 to 6 pounds hidden beneath a rotting stump. After thoroughly searching the area and finding no more, he felt content with the 2 crabs, ample for their dinner. Upon returning to the shaded area where Su Wanyun was resting, Yufeng found her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the enormous crabs he held. Although she had just heard Su Chita's recounting, seeing them in person was astonishing. "Little Feng, can we really eat this?" Su Wanyun had never encountered a coconut crab before, and thought it resembled a spider far too closely. "Don't worry, Aunt Yun, although I haven't tasted it. I've seen videos online. It must be edible if those bloggers aren't deceiving us. The flavor should be superb. I'll bring back the coconuts, and soon we'll know for sure." Yufeng smiled reassuringly at her. By the time Yufeng returned with the coconuts, Su Chita had managed to gather a small pile of firewood. They found some dry grass nearby and lit a fire, relieved that the lighter worked this time. In no time, a fire blazed to life, and without hesitation, he placed the 2 coconut crabs beside it to roast. With no proper grill available, the crabs would have to be roasted slowly by the fire. "Aunt Yun, please keep an eye on this. I'll fetch some more wood," Yufeng said, uncertain of the island's temperature. It wasn't dark yet, so he decided to gather more firewood. Fortunately, the beach was abundant with dry branches. With his help, a substantial pile was soon amassed, enough to last the night, allowing Su Chita to rest. When Su Chita returned to the fire, the once dark purple shells of the coconut crabs had transformed to a vibrant red, releasing an enticing aroma. Involuntarily, she swallowed hard at the delightful scent. Yufeng, noticing they were nearly done, swiftly set the crabs aside and cracked their shells with a stone, revealing the tender, roasted meat inside. A rich fragrance wafted through the air. "How delicious!" Suita exclaimed, eyeing the succulent crab flesh with eager anticipation. Yufeng handed over 2 large pincers to Su Wanyun and Su Chita, both of whom accepted them with uncontainable delight. Their eyes met, and Su Wanyun, filled with warmth, softly uttered a thank you before savoring her first bite. Meanwhile, Su Chita, seeing the generous portions of crab meat, could hardly contain her enthusiasm as she gorged herself. "This is exquisite, truly delectable," Su Chita praised as she indulged, while Yufeng observed, thinking that Aunt Yun had a certain charm in her eating manner. However, his own hunger prevailed, and he quickly joined in, devouring a crab leg. He had to admit, the coconut crab was extraordinary. It surpassed any seafood he had previously encountered. Within 20 minutes, only the shells remained, most of the meat having found its way into Yufeng's stomach. "Brother Feng, this is too good. Shall we catch some more tomorrow?" Su Chita asked, still relishing the experience. "Chita, do you truly think we are on vacation?" Su Wanyun replied, feigning annoyance, her expression turning slightly somber, seeing her mother's irritation. Su Chita refrained from further comments and merely stuck out her tongue playfully. Su Wanyun could only shake her head in resignation. In her eyes, her daughter would always be a little girl, and expecting her to shoulder responsibilities seemed unrealistic. Chapter 10. The night Xiao Feng, what are your plans? As dusk descended, Su Wanyun realized that rescue was unlikely to arrive today, leading to an undeniable sense of concern regarding the future of the group. With no clear direction, she turned to Yufeng, feeling an innate sense of security in his presence. Upon hearing Su Wanyun's inquiry, Yufeng, unperturbed, handed over a coconut he had already peeled, taking one for himself to sip. "Aunt Yun, here is my thought. Since we have made it this far today, we can spread some leaves and dry grass to huddle together tonight. It shouldn't be too cold. However, we must construct a shelter first thing tomorrow, as the weather on the island is unpredictable and rain could come at any moment. We also need to scavenge for food along the shore. For the first few days, we will likely wait for rescue by the sea. Fortunately, our food supply is relatively ample, so we should be fine for a few days." Yufeng paused, feeling that this maritime disaster was far from ordinary and fearing that help would not arrive soon. International maritime rescue operations typically only last 3 to 7 days. Beyond that, they cease active rescue efforts, focusing instead on recovery and investigation. This meant that if rescue did not arrive within a few days, they would have to abandon hope. However, Voicing such thoughts would only heighten the anxiety of the two women. Su Wanyan refrained from asking further. For now, they could only take things one step at a time, as she could not conceive of a better plan. Meanwhile, Su Chi remained blissfully unaware, drinking her coconut. Yufeng glanced at the sky, estimating it to be around 6 o'clock, though he could only guess since his phone had run out of battery at noon. He sighed, wishing for solar power, though he knew such thoughts were mere fantasies. As the evening wore on, he finished his coconut and began gathering branches from around them. Xiao Feng, do you need assistance? Su Wanyun, observing Yu Feng's industriousness, felt like a burden. Throughout the day, he had cared for her, and although she still felt somewhat fatigued, she was able to move and wish to contribute. How about you and Chi collect some dry grass and leaves? Yu Feng had not intended for Su Wanyun to exert herself, but seeing her capable of movement, he thought a little activity would aid her recovery. Come on, Chi, it's time for us to work. Su Wanyun quickly called her daughter, and with the abundance of weeds and leaves nearby, they collected enough to lay on the ground for the night's rest. Not long after, they had gathered enough and placed it beside the fire. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had amassed a considerable pile of branches adorned with leaves. Su Wanyun looked at the collection, puzzled, unsure of Yu Feng's intentions. Yet as he began to drive the branches into the ground, forming a fence about half a meter high, it became apparent that he was constructing a circle with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Mom, what is Brother Feng making? Su Chi asked, equally confused. I'm not sure. Maybe you can ask him when he has done, Su Wanyun replied, acknowledging that Yu Feng must have his reasons. About an hour later, as darkness enveloped the island, Su Chi, like a curious child, asked, Brother Feng, what have you created? Yu Feng simply explained, it's just a windbreak. Tomorrow, it can also serve as a shelter. He then picked up a branch about the thickness of a child's arm and began to carve it. This branch was one he had collected earlier, as some preparations were necessary. The unpredictable nature of the deserted island could present various challenges. For instance, he intended to fashion a spear from the branch, appropriately sized at nearly 2 meters in length with commendable rigidity. The precaution was to guard against potential wild beasts on the island. Having surveyed the area from a tree, he had yet to see its boundaries, and the likelihood of wildlife on such a large island was substantial. The makeshift fence of branches served both to block the wind and to act as a warning. Any approaching creatures would likely disturb the branches, creating noise. However, he refrained from sharing these thoughts, knowing they would only frighten the two women. As time slipped away, the surroundings grew pitch black, with the sound of waves lapping against the shore echoing in the stillness. Yu Feng continued to shape the spear, while Su Wanyun gazed at the young man, lost in her thoughts. Su Chi had already fallen asleep beside them. Aunt Yun, why do you keep staring at me? Yu Feng, having finished the spear, caught Su Wanyun in a moment of contemplation. I was just thinking, she stammered, flustered as she averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed, though the firelight concealed her embarrassment. Don't overthink it. I've got everything under control. Get some rest, Yu Feng said, leaning a little closer to comfort her, mistakenly believing she was worried about the future. Su Wanyun felt a wave of gratitude upon hearing his words, relieved that he had not sensed her earlier thoughts. Reflecting on how she had been staring at him, her mind flooded with memories of the two of them together, a blush creeping into her heart. Quickly, she bid him asleep and nestled beside Su Chi. Yu Feng glanced around, noticing no immediate threats, and lay down as well. Exhausted from the day's events, he fell asleep almost instantly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Wanyun, in a daze, felt someone embrace her from behind. Startled, she remembered that she was on a deserted island, flanked only by her daughter and Yu Feng, with her daughter in front, leaving the person behind to be. Feeling Yu Feng's steady breathing behind her, she could only resign herself to the situation. Yu Feng, restless in his sleep, had inadvertently wrapped his arm around her waist. Su Wanyun attempted to gently extricate herself, but, after several attempts, succumbed to the embrace. The warmth of Yu Feng's sturdy chest against her back ignited an unfamiliar warmth within her, a profound sense of security. When Yu Feng awoke to the soft light of dawn, he was startled to find himself holding Su Wanyun, momentarily bewildered. He quickly recalled that he had held her throughout the night, and she had not resisted. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and instinctively, he squeezed her gently, feeling her softness without any excess flesh. Su Wanyun let out a soft sound, startling Yu Feng, but upon noticing her lack of any signs of waking, he reluctantly released his grip after a few moments. Chapter 11. A cozy trio. Yu Feng instinctively brought his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply, a look of bliss washing over his face. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wanyun had already awoken, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. While it was understandable to embrace oneself while sleeping, many people have a habit of clutching something during slumber. The earlier incident was evidently intentional. Fortunately, Yu Feng refrained from further advances, instead rising and walking towards a nearby thicket, allowing Su Wanyun to exhale in relief. After a while, she feigned a slow awakening, while Su Qiqi beside her remained in a drowsy stupor. As Yu Feng returned, he coincidentally caught sight of Su Wanyun pretending to wake. "Aunt Yun, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Yu Feng felt a twinge of guilt, anxious that Su Wanyun might perceive something amiss, and he dared not meet her gaze. "I couldn't sleep. Where did you just go?" Su Wanyun silently chastised him. "Humph, little lecher," yet she refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. However, her eyes scrutinized Yu Feng intently. I just needed to take care of something," Yu Feng stammered, sensing the peculiarity of Su Wanyun's gaze. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had she discovered anything? Yet, seeing her remain silent, he felt a sense of relief. "Aunt Yun, stay here with Qiqi. I'll check the beach," he said, feeling an unease in his heart, suspecting that Su Wanyun might know something. To avoid revealing any slip-ups, he hurried off in search of food. With such little courage, how dare he extend his filthy hands towards Aunt? Su Wanyun muttered angrily, watching his hurried retreat, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her face. Yu Feng made his way to the beach, which appeared much like the previous day. Scant seafood, primarily small shellfish and tiny crabs. These meager offerings would hardly suffice to sate 3 appetites. He ventured towards the rocky area, where the water was shallow and crystal clear. Numerous barnacles and mussels clung to the rocks, and through the water, he could see oysters and sea urchins, with an occasional grouper swimming by. Joy illuminated his face. Should he catch these fish, sustenance for the next few days would be assured. Having often fished in rivers during his childhood, he was no stranger to water. However, the ocean was a different realm. Fishing here felt somewhat uncertain. What does it matter? Just consider it a larger river, he thought, preparing to take a plunge. He quickly found a suitable branch to craft a spear and stripped off his clothes, diving into the water. The morning sea held a slight chill. Yet Yu Feng felt a rush of exhilaration as he discovered that his vision underwater remained surprisingly clear, even without any aids. It seemed that his eyesight had improved over the past 2 days. The difference was stark once he submerged, and he felt as though he was a fish in water. Previously, he could only hold his breath for 2 minutes. Yet now he had been underwater for nearly 4 minutes without feeling the slightest hint of suffocation. This realization startled him. He had noticed something unusual since arriving on the island. Although Aunt Yun and the others had mentioned not feeling anything out of the ordinary, save for slightly better air quality, he pondered why he was different. The island must harbor a secret. He dismissed his thoughts and soon speared a green grouper. Weighing it in his hands, he was pleased to find it was at least 2 pounds. He tossed it aside and continued fishing, fortunate that the schools of fish were plentiful. In total, he managed to catch 4 more, estimating that, after removing the heads and entrails, there would be enough for the 3 of them. After cleaning the fish, he returned to the resting area. Upon his arrival, he found Su Wanyun and Su Qiqi had constructed a makeshift shelter. Although modest, it was sufficient for 3. Observing the structure, made from branches and leaves, he noted they had used materials from the previous day. Provided they did not encounter a storm, it should hold up for a couple of days. "How did you manage to catch so many fish?" Su Wanyun exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight dancing on her face. Aunt Yun, there are plenty of fish by the shore, quite easy to spear. We needn't worry about food anymore, Yu Feng replied nonchalantly, concealing the truth of his transformation. How could he explain that he could hold his breath for 7 or 8 minutes underwater? "I'll take care of it. You rest for now," Su Wanyun said, reaching for the fish in his hands. "Aunt Yun, you've worked hard too. Let us do it together," Yu Feng insisted, noticing the beads of sweat still adorning her brow. Aware that building the shelter was no small feat, I want to help with the grilled fish too, piped in Su Chi, her eyes sparkling at the prospect of a meal, eager to experience the joy of cooking fish. Well, never mind. Just focus on keeping the fire going. Who would dare to eat the fish you grill? Upon hearing Su Chi's words, Yu Feng couldn't help but recall a camping trip when he had suffered for 2 days after consuming Su Chi's improperly cooked fish. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Do you look down on me? Su Chi replied with a frown. Ever since she had ruined the fish last time, she had been diligently watching tutorial videos online. I must surprise him, she thought. Just as Yu Feng was about to say something, Su Wanyun interjected, Chi, are you not aware of your own abilities? Listen to Xiao Feng. He will teach you gradually. Su Wanyun felt helpless. Her daughter was not foolish. Yet her practical skills left much to be desired. You're all bullying me. Su Chi glanced at Yu Feng and then at Su Wanyun, both of whom wore expressions of disbelief regarding her abilities. Resigned, she picked up some dry grass to start the fire, watching her clumsiness and the soot on her face. Yu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, though he felt a pang of sympathy. For Su Chi, a girl who had never done any household chores. It seemed as if she had matured overnight since arriving on the island. Before long, the fire blazed, and several fish were placed on the grill. Xiao Feng, is that too many? Should we save some for lunch? Su Wanyun noticed that Yu Feng had grilled all the fish. Although he claimed that catching fish was easy, she had observed that his hair was wet when he returned. In her understanding, it could not possibly be effortless in the sea. She thought it wise to reserve some, even if it meant she and her daughter would eat less. Yini, I have it all planned out. You and Chi can share 3 fish, while I will have 2, which is just right for me. The sea is teeming with fish. Once we finish, we can catch more. When the time comes, we can catch a larger quantity at once, Yu Feng said, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. As long as he could eat to his fill, he intended to do so to maintain his strength. But Chi and I cannot possibly eat that much. 1 fish each is sufficient, Su Wanyun insisted, wanting to keep some in reserve, just in case. After all, they had not seen any sign of rescue the entire day. She was aware that rescue operations following a maritime disaster had a golden window of a few hours. With a day gone by, the chances of rescue were dwindling. Although the efforts would not cease immediately, their intensity would surely diminish. If they did not receive help, the significance of food would be paramount. Trust me. We must ensure we are well fed to maintain our physical condition and avoid illness. Can you imagine the consequences of falling ill on this island? Yu Feng observed Su Wanyun's expression, and upon mentioning illness, her face stiffened, leading her to refrain from further objections. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. How delightful! Su Chi watched eagerly, swallowing her saliva, secretly relieved that she had not attempted to cook, as it would have been a waste. However, at that moment, Yu Feng furrowed his brow. Chapter 12. Conflict. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Su Wanyun noticed Yu Feng's unusual demeanor. Just after her inquiry, she followed Yu Feng's gaze and exclaimed, they are coming towards us. She stood up, her face filled with anxiety, and her body slightly trembled. Su Chi, too, became aware of a group of people in the distance, her complexion turning pale as yesterday's memories flooded back. Aunt Yin, don't worry, I'm here. Not everyone is like that pervert from yesterday. Seeing the 2 women so frightened pained Yu Feng's heart. He hurried to Su Wanyun's side and gently offered words of comfort. Given the considerable distance, Yu Feng was uncertain about the identities of the approaching figures. He feared they might be as lawless as the individual from the previous day. In this desolate island setting, he understood that without the constraints of law and morality, encounters with a beauty of Su Wanyun's caliber could lead to unpredictable actions. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to resort to harsh measures. As the group drew nearer, Yu Feng could discern their faces. Oh, there are people from our company. At that moment, Su Wanyun spoke again, her tone less tense. To her, encountering acquaintances on a deserted island suggested safety in numbers. Yet, Yu Feng remained furrowed in thought. He recognized some individuals from the company, but a few were unfamiliar, notably a bespectacled man in his late 20s who appeared to lead the group with the company manager. Wang, fawningly trailing beside him. As they approached, Yu Feng instinctively clenched the dagger in his pocket. Manager Wang, look. It's Wan Yun and the others. And they have grilled fish. A young woman, linked to the bespectacled man, shouted, drawing the group's attention to the roast fish over the fire. Their eyes gleaming with hunger as if they hadn't eaten for days. Yu Feng found it perplexing that Manager Wang's partner was mingling with others, seemingly pleased about it. He recognized her as Li Wenmei, the company receptionist, known for her flamboyant attire and rumored affair with Manager Wang. Observing the glint of desire in the group's eyes, Yu Feng realized they would be difficult to handle. The bespectacled man, having noticed the roast fish, seemed more fixated on Su Wan Yun and Su Qiqi, practically salivating at the thought of indulging. Since we are all colleagues, let us invite them to join us. We can't let our co-workers feel neglected. Besides, we're all hungry. Let us bring the fish over and share, he casually suggested, glancing at Manager Wang. Zhang Xiao, you are so magnanimous. I thank you on their behalf. You all rest here. I'll handle the arrangements, Manager Wang replied, bowing with sycophantic deference as he led the bespectacled man toward the fire, exuding an air as if he owned the place. Yu Feng overheard their conversation, his anger escalating. He had been conflicted about whether to accept or reject the approach of his colleagues, but now it seemed the decision was made for him. Cursing under his breath, he thought, it's as if we were begging to join them. Su Wan Yun, recalling the bespectacled man's leering gaze, felt a wave of disgust wash over her, especially upon hearing his words. While anger surged within her, the overwhelming numbers of the group instilled a sense of dread. Xiao Feng, what should we do? She instinctively grasped Yu Feng's arm, as if he were her anchor. Don't worry, I will handle this, Yu Feng reassured her, gently patting her anxious hand and giving her a reassuring glance. Xiaoyan, it's wonderful to see you. You must have endured quite a bit these past few days. Since we all encountered each other, we certainly won't abandon you. Come, let me introduce you to the president's son. Manager Wang approached with a disarming smile. His demeanor friendly. Su Wanyin instinctively looked to Yu Feng, realizing this was an attempt to forcibly integrate her into their group. If she joined them, her grilled fish would surely be taken away. The critical issue was that these people were clearly starving. Would they be able to find food together in the future? Moreover, the so-called president's son did not appear to be a good person. However, given their numbers, if she offended them, could Yu Feng handle the situation? Thank you, Manager Wang, but we have already set up our camp. We'll wait here for rescue, so we want to join you in wandering. I hope you have a pleasant journey. Yu Feng interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Wanyan. Upon hearing his words, Manager Wang's smile instantly froze, his expression darkening. Young man, you've only recently joined the company, haven't you? I imagine you must have put in a lot of effort to get in, especially in today's job market. Manager Wang said, his gaze fixed on Yu Feng while alluding to work matters. Yu Feng recognized the veiled threat but merely smiled, thinking that as a new employee, switching companies would still leave him a new employee. Manager Wang, you need not concern yourself, Yu Feng replied coldly. Yu. Manager Wang was evidently taken aback by the audacity of a newcomer and trembled with rage. His face shifted from anger to a forced smile. Wanyan, how could you bring such a newcomer? He attempted to shift the pressure onto Su Wanyan. Fat pig, I'm being polite. If you keep chatting here, be careful I don't slap you. Yu Feng threatened, his expression darkening. He had intended to approach the situation amicably, but the other party seemed to think they could easily intimidate them. If I've offended you, so be it. Threatening my job? That requires leaving first. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Yu Feng was engaged in a verbal tussle with Manager Wang, the bespectacled man had maneuvered his group toward the fire. Su Qiqi initially thought they were all colleagues and expected only a casual greeting. To her shock, they directly approached to take the grilled fish without inquiry. Fuming with indignation, she trembled with anger. Seeing this, Yu Feng felt a surge of frustration and swiftly stepped forward. Smack! He struck the bespectacled man, who fell to the ground, stunned. It took him a moment to comprehend that, as the future leader of the company, he was merely seeking to share a few fish. Yet he had been struck by an employee. Kill him! The bespectacled man screamed in anguish. Yu Feng felt an intense gust of wind rush toward him. Realizing it was the burly man standing behind the bespectacled man making a move, Yu Feng stepped forward, dodging the punch, and countered with a blow to the chest. The burly man, towering over 6 feet tall, was sent flying 2 meters away. The group was rendered speechless by Yu Feng's swift actions, instinctively retreating. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Why were you so impulsive? Su Wanyun exclaimed, alarmed by Yu Feng's aggression. The opposing party clearly did not appear to be ordinary individuals. Likely bodyguards of the bespectacled man. Could an average person contend with them? Though the assailant had been sent flying, she remained concerned for Yu Feng's safety. Don't worry. It's just a minor skirmish, Yu Feng reassured her. As for Su Qiqi, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yu Feng. Chapter 13. I am an honest man. How dare you strike young Master Zhang? At this moment, Manager Wang had lost his initial composure and stood beside the bespectacled man, pointing at Yu Feng with a markedly sharper tone. Who gave you the audacity to try and take advantage of me? Yu Feng cast a cold glance at the crowd. The group had evidently split into 3 factions after the recent upheaval. The largest contingent consisted of the bespectacled man and his bodyguards, with Li Yueme and Manager Wang feigning concern beside them. Not far from them stood a man and a woman, both colleagues from the company, who were typically rather inconspicuous but were now drawn to the bespectacled man's side, albeit hesitantly. The final pair appeared to be a couple, whom Yu Feng did not recognize, presumably brought together by the island's misfortune, remaining neutral in the current conflict. Seeing his bodyguard struggle to rise after being effortlessly dispatched, the bespectacled man now regarded Yu Feng with caution, his earlier bravado replaced by a malevolent glare. Useless. Did you not claim to be a champion? How could you be bested so easily? He berated his bodyguard, clearly unwilling to confront Yu Feng directly and instead venting his frustration on his subordinate. Young Master Zhang, I underestimated him, which is why I was caught off guard, the burly bodyguard stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. How can you expect to confront him when you're in such a state? The bespectacled man was evidently unwilling to let the matter rest. The bodyguard fell silent, realizing Yu Feng's formidable prowess, from his seamless techniques to his explosive strength, rendering himself no match. But how to articulate that? The bespectacled man, observing his bodyguard's expression, muttered a curse under his breath. What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting for an invitation to be struck? Yu Feng, noticing their reluctance to depart, as if concocting a plan for revenge, decided to forego pleasantries and spat. Do not be so arrogant. Do you even know who my father is? The bespectacled man, realizing he could not overpower Yu Feng despite their numbers. Only one bodyguard was genuinely capable, sought to invoke his family's authority. Indeed, you've offended young Master Zhang. Once we return to the company, expect to be dismissed. At this, Manager Wang chimed in, leave, or I will personally ensure you regret it. This island is not your home, Yu Feng retorted, unwilling to engage further. The bespectacled man, feeling humiliated, shot a venomous glance at Yu Feng before turning to leave, his mind filled with thoughts of retribution once they were rescued. He would not only seek to have Yu Feng dismissed, but also target that mother and daughter duo. The bodyguard and Manager Wang followed suit, their spirits low. Li Yueme glanced at the grilled fish, then at Yu Feng, contemplating whether to stay, but ultimately deciding to leave for fear of losing her job. As the 2 inconspicuous colleagues hesitated about following, a cold voice echoed from ahead. What? Do you wish to change jobs as well? Manager Wang invoked the specter of employment once more. The pair, reminded of their mortgage and car payments, resignedly trailed behind. Why are you still here? Do you wish to fight? Yu Feng's icy gaze fell upon the apprehensive duo, the same man and woman he did not recognize. He sensed their intentions were unclear, guessing they were merely in their early 20s, resembling fresh graduates. If it came to a confrontation, Yu Feng had no qualms. He understood that unity would serve them better on this desolate island. The man and woman, upon meeting Yu Feng's gaze, trembled slightly, particularly the young woman, whose face paled as she clutched her companion's arm, whispering, Brother, let us leave. He looks fierce. I'm scared. Sister, do not worry. I am here. Everything will be fine, the young man reassured her, though he too felt a pang of anxiety, pulling her closer. Their exchange was clear to Yu Feng, who couldn't help but smile at the realization that they were siblings. Hello, I am Wu Yong, and this is my sister, Wu Yu. We're not part of that group. We only met them after the shipwreck. We wish to stay near you while we await rescue. Rest assured, We will not hinder your efforts. The young man quickly expressed his intentions, then fell silent, regarding Yu Feng with apprehension. Oh, then why not align with them? Their numbers provide a sense of security, Yu Feng questioned, suspecting they might be trying to mooch off his grilled fish. After all, they were strangers to him, yet they wished to remain close. Did they perhaps have their eyes on the beauties in his company? Yet, their attention remained fixed away from the women. Brother, I sense that group is not trustworthy, especially that one called young Master Zhang and the hefty fellow. Wu Yong glanced at his sister, recalling how those two had looked at her, instinctively understanding the threat they posed. Yet, he felt powerless to act at that moment. This was their only opportunity. Are you not concerned I might be a villain as well? Yu Feng asked with a mischievous smile, scrutinizing the young man. He appeared to be around 23 or 24, with a slightly tan complexion and a height close to Yu Feng's, but leaner. His sister, likely not much older than Su Qiqi, possessed delicate features and a petite figure, her fair skin captivating. It was no wonder she deemed Zhang and the hefty man as threats. Although Yu Feng was unfamiliar with young Master Zhang, he was very aware of Manager Wang's character, having witnessed his incessant harassment of Su Wanyun. The young woman, Wu Yu, flinched under Yu Feng's gaze, retreating timidly behind her brother. Wu Yong, feeling the weight of Yu Feng's scrutiny, initially tensed but soon relaxed, realizing the examination was merely observational. Given the presence of two stunning women, he was confident his sister would not pale in comparison. At that moment, he noticed the mature beauty approaching, and while Yu Feng was still appraising the lovely young woman, he felt a sharp tug at his waist. How wicked you are! Should we keep our distance from you? Su Wanyun, having felt relieved after Yu Feng had dealt with Manager Wang and his entourage, observed him handling the two youngsters with amusement. She continued to prepare the grilled fish with her daughter, but their conversation did not escape her ears. Seeing Yu Feng frighten the young girl made her uneasy, and she had her own motives. Over the past few days, Yu Feng had been audaciously playful with her. While she did not mind it, and even anticipated it to some extent, there remained an invisible barrier in her heart. If a lovely girl were to join their group, and if Yu Feng's intentions were purely physical, the presence of that beauty would surely divert his attention, alleviating her discomfort. Though slightly perturbed, she hoped the siblings would stay. Ah, Aunt Yun, I was merely jesting. I am an honest man. Surely you know me well enough, Yu Feng protested, wincing at the painful grip on his side, suppressing his mischievous grin. Su Wanyun scoffed, casting him a disapproving glare. While he may not be entirely wicked, the label of honest man hardly suited Yu Feng. Over the past few days, he had taken every opportunity to be overly familiar with her. Chapter 14. The newcomers, you may remain here, but you must fend for yourselves when it comes to food. This place does not accommodate the idle. Yu Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment due to Su Wanyun's remarks, scratching his head awkwardly, yet he ultimately consented to allow the Wu siblings to stay. At least their consideration for their sister indicated decent character. Even if the siblings harbored ulterior motives, Yu Feng was not overly concerned. Moreover, he perceived the prospect of rescue as unreliable. In the event that no assistance arrived later, it would surely be advantageous to unite with others. As for Su Wanyun and her companions, they had only encountered a limited number of survivors thus far, so it was likely that there were more than just these few. The strength of a team was certainly preferable to solitary existence, provided the other party was not the type to merely take without contributing, all while maintaining an air of superiority. Thank you, big brother. We will not take food for free, Wu Yong exclaimed upon hearing Yu Feng's agreement, his anxious heart now at ease, almost bowing in gratitude. All right, no need for excessive thanks. Your future actions will determine your worth, Yu Feng replied, not wishing to elaborate further. Words were futile at this stage. Should they become lazy later on, he would not hesitate to expel them. Yu Feng and Su Wanyun returned to the fire, followed closely by the siblings, who chose to sit at the edge. Brother Feng, do you think they will come back to exact revenge? Su Qiqi asked anxiously, pointing into the distance. Yu Feng merely glanced up to see Manager Wang and his group resting beneath the shade of a nearby tree. If they truly seek revenge, they should not underestimate me, Yu Feng replied nonchalantly. This group had only one competent bodyguard. The rest were hardly worthy of his concern. Had he not held back earlier, he could have easily dispatched their leader. He refrained from killing, However, as one could never know if rescue might come. Even with his strength, he had not aimed for the man's heart. After all, he didn't want to cause unnecessary harm, at least not beyond breaking a couple of ribs. They would be incapacitated for days. If they truly wish to retaliate, we shall face them head-on, Su Wanyan declared, her expression fierce. She was well aware of the nature of Manager Wang and the likes of young Master Zhang, who seemed equally reckless. Look out, they are trying to steal our coconuts. Su Qiqi suddenly pointed toward the coconut grove nearby. Yu Feng chuckled, amused by the notion of them stealing her coconuts. Did this young girl truly believe this place belonged to her? Manager Wang and his team approached the grove, and Yu Feng noticed that none of them appeared capable of climbing trees. They were merely pondering how to retrieve the coconuts. Let them be, Yu Feng replied dismissively. There were plenty of coconuts on the trees, and he had dozens stored in his shelter. At this point, the coconuts primarily served as a source of drinking water. Su Qiqi felt a twinge of resentment. After all, she had discovered the coconuts first. It felt as if someone were attempting to take her possessions. Should I go and teach them a lesson, telling them I am the island's master and that they should feed the fish instead? Yu Feng jested, unable to take the situation too seriously. He did not genuinely wish to drive them to despair. That fat man wouldn't be beyond a beating. Su Qiqi muttered under her breath, clearly unable to tolerate Manager Wang. Hey, what are you thinking? Do you want to be a bully? Su Wanyan playfully flicked Su Qiqi on the head. Yu Feng found the exchange amusing. Big brother, how about I go fetch some coconuts? Wu Yong suggested from his side, eager to prove his worth after joining the group. There's no rush. We can eat something first to fill our stomachs. We can gather coconuts later, Yu Feng replied, surprised by Wu Yong's eagerness. Given Manager Wang's group, it would take them a while to figure out how to retrieve the coconuts. At that moment, Yu Feng's hunger became apparent. The grilled fish was nearly ready. He first handed a piece to each of the mother and daughter. But noticing the eager gazes of the Wu siblings, he shared another piece with them. It was unreasonable to let them watch while they had just joined without contributing. Both siblings were genuinely touched. Wu Yong had not expected Yu Feng to share the grilled fish with them. Moments ago, he had become enraged over someone touching his fish. But now he was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, they exclaimed in unison. Wu Yong was famished. Since encountering Manager Wang the day before, he had felt a mix of excitement and disillusionment. After all, strength in numbers did not guarantee fairness in labor distribution. Enough with the gratitude. Just eat, Yu Feng urged, eager to satisfy his own hunger. He tore off a chunk of fish and savored the exquisite flavor, quickly devouring more. Su Wanyun and the others were momentarily taken aback. They hesitated to eat, as Yu Feng had not yet begun. However, witnessing him devour the fish as if he had not eaten in days was perplexing, especially since they had eaten well the previous night. Once Su Wanyan took a bite, she too was astonished by the flavor, despite the absence of seasoning. She could only imagine how delicious it would be with some added spices. Su Wanyan maintained a ladylike demeanor while eating, while Su Qiqi, after her first bite, mirrored Yu Feng's enthusiasm, abandoning all pretense. Wu Yong and his sister intended to eat more delicately, but hunger soon took over, and they too began devouring their food. Before long, Yu Feng had finished his fish. Xiao Feng, I can't eat this much. You could have a rest, Su Wanyan offered, thinking Yu Feng's appetite would surely exceed her own, especially since he engaged in physical labor. Yin Yi, if you keep this up, I will be upset. I, Yu Feng, have promised to take care of you both, and I intend to do so. This is just an unexpected circumstance. I will catch more fish this afternoon. Furthermore, we have coconuts. A balanced diet is essential for good health, Yu Feng replied, touched by her concern. He feared she might compromise her health by rationing food unnecessarily. Su Qiqi initially thought she might take advantage of her mother's offer to eat more, but upon hearing Yu Feng's words, she realized her mother only wished for him to be well fed. A sense of awkwardness arose within her as she reflected on how diligently Yu Feng worked on the island, taking such good care of them both. Hearing Yu Feng's assurance, Su Wanyan resumed her meal without further protest. Observing her elegant manner of eating stirred something warm within Yu Feng. The allure of a mature woman indeed manifested in numerous ways, even in the simple act of eating. After a moment's distraction, Yu Feng remembered the others were watching and hurriedly retrieved several coconuts from the shelter, swiftly peeling them. Su Wanyun and her daughter were accustomed to his actions, while Wu Yong was taken aback, realizing Yu Feng could climb trees, catch fish, and wield a dagger. This man was truly equipped for survival on this island. Staying with him was undoubtedly the right choice. Yu Feng handed the peeled coconuts first to Su Wanyun and her daughter, then offered one to the Wu siblings. Wu Yong expressed his thanks, while his sister's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude, making Yu Feng feel slightly embarrassed. Since we are all waiting for rescue together, we must work hand in hand. We are still unfamiliar with one another. Let us all introduce ourselves, Yu Feng suggested, taking the lead and sharing his own introduction. Chapter 15. A comparison as Yu Feng and the others were engaged in their self-introductions amidst the coconut grove. Manager Wang and his companions finally discovered a method to procure coconuts by shaking the trees. From a distance, they observed a man and a woman at the base of a tree vigorously shaking it. Before long, a coconut fell, prompting the two to hastily retreat. However, the woman, either due to nerves or a slip, stumbled and fell to the ground with a cry of distress as the fallen coconut struck her foot. The scream startled Yu Feng and his companions, who were in the midst of their introductions, leading them to believe that danger was imminent, given their proximity. Yu Feng quickly turned to see a female employee from the company clutching her foot, tears streaming down her face, while a male colleague stood beside her, seemingly in shock. Finally managing to utter, "Are you all right?" From afar, Manager Wang, witnessing the coconut's descent, felt a surge of joy and rushed over to retrieve it. "Hurry up. Everyone is waiting. It's just a little bump from a coconut. Be more cautious next time, and the company is certainly keeping an eye on your performance. You'll surely receive promotions and raises," he encouraged before stepping away. Although the two were somewhat disgruntled, thoughts of advancement spurred them to continue, albeit with heightened caution. Yu Feng observed his female colleague, limping as she approached the coconut tree, and could only shake his head in resignation. "Xiao Feng, what happened to Lu Qian?" Su Banjun, a longtime employee of the company, inquired, concerned despite not being close to everyone. Yu Feng, on the other hand, struggled to remember many names within the company. "It's nothing. She probably got hit by the coconut," he speculated. "The tree is quite tall. It's normal for someone to react slowly and get struck." "Is Lu Qian injured?" Su Wanyan exclaimed, startled. A coconut, that heavy falling from a tree, could potentially be fatal if it struck someone on the head, and being hit elsewhere wouldn't feel good either. "Don't worry. It shouldn't be serious." Judging by Lu Qian's expression, it seemed she was hit on the foot. "The ground is soft sand, so she might just be in pain for a few days and then recover," Yu Feng reassured her. "Mom, why are only those two working while everyone else is resting?" Su Qiqi asked, bewildered by the apparent injustice. "Haha, you'll understand once you start working," Su Wanyan replied, smiling at her naive daughter. "Xiao Feng, should we invite them over here? I feel a bit sorry for our former colleagues. They are capable workers, and having them nearby would not be a burden. Besides, more people would mean greater safety." Those two had decent reputations when they were with the company. It had been nearly 2 days without rescue, and Su Wanyan was aware that prospects for assistance were dim. "Aunt Yin, you needn't worry about that. Even if we called them over now, they might not appreciate it. They need to come to terms with their situation themselves," Yu Feng replied. He was not speaking idly. Having offended the company leadership, their arrival would only exacerbate matters. As long as life and death were not at stake, work remained the priority. "All right, while they're busy with coconuts, we 1T interfere. Aunt Yun, you take Chi-Chi and help Xiao Yu and the others build a shelter. Also gather some firewood," he instructed. "Wu Yong, are you all right with foraging by the sea? Let us go. We should prioritize gathering seafood. There were already plenty of coconuts in the shelter, but acquiring more protein sources was essential." "Don't worry, big brother," Wu Yong said, eager to showcase his skills. Having grown up in a coastal area where foraging for fish was second nature. "Aunt Yun, please stay safe and do not wander off alone. If anything happens, call out loudly," Yu Feng reminded, but he felt little concern as they were close to the shore. If anything were to occur, he could reach them swiftly. "You too. Stay safe," Su Wanyan nodded, watching him leave, reminiscent of a wife bidding farewell to her husband. "Here, you can use this." Yu Feng tossed a fishing spear he had prepared earlier to Wu Yong and resumed searching for a sturdy branch to whittle into a spear. "Just wait and see." Wu Yong declared confidently, having gleaned from their earlier conversation that Yu Feng hailed from the mountains and had likely never seen the sea before. His ability to catch fish was likely due to the abundance of fish in the rocky areas, and perhaps a stroke of luck. Upon reaching the shore, Wu Yong was taken aback when he saw Yu Feng remove his shirt and pants. "Big brother, do you really need to take off your clothes to catch fish?" he asked, bewildered. "How do you catch fish, then?" Yu Feng replied, knowing that his success was merely due to his unusual physique. "Let me show you how it's done. Look, there are plenty of fish near the shore. We just need to stand on the rocks, and when the fish swim by, quickly throw the spear. Also, aim for just below the fish," he explained. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted a fish approaching. With a swift motion, Wu Yong launched the spear. Yu Feng was astonished. It seemed so simple, and Wu Yong was indeed faster than him. However, when the spear emerged from the water, it bore nothing. Yu Feng was momentarily stunned. Boasting was one thing, but failing to catch anything was another. "Haha, big brother, catching fish is all about probability. It's quite good if you manage to catch one fish after several attempts." Wu Yong, his face flushed, quickly clarified. "No one can hit every time, and even the most advanced technology can't guarantee that, let alone a primitive spear. Don't you dive into water? The deeper parts of the sea have more fish," Yu Feng remarked, having watched numerous videos of people diving to spear fish. "Those require professional tools," Wu Yong replied, fully aware that fish near the shore were fewer. Without diving goggles, visibility was poor and it could cause discomfort to the eyes. "All right, you can spear from the shore. I'll dive in," Yu Feng declared, leaping into the water with a splash, leaving Wu Yong momentarily stunned. Realizing that Yu Feng was simply curious about the ocean, he could only shake his head in resignation. After 2 minutes without seeing Yu Feng resurface, Wu Yong grew anxious. Is something wrong? He was about to jump in to check when he noticed a fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds speared on the spear surfacing first, followed by Yu Feng himself. He tossed the fish onto the shore and dove back under, leaving Wu Yong gaping in astonishment. Is he even human? How can he hold his breath for so long? And he makes spearing fish look so effortless while I haven't caught a single one yet, he thought, realizing he had to put in more effort. As time flew by amidst Wu Yong's continuous astonishment, Yu Feng resurfaced again, glancing at the sun, which indicated it was midday. Upon returning to the shore, he surveyed his catch from 2 hours of foraging, 11 fish and 5 lobsters weighing about a pound each. He had specifically taken the time to find enough lobsters for everyone to enjoy. Otherwise, his haul would have been far greater. Wu Yong also fared well, having caught 5 fish, commendable for someone raised by the sea, though he could not compete with Yu Feng. They both beamed with delight at their bountiful harvest, cleaning the fish before hanging them from branches to carry back. Chapter 16. Reluctance to return as Yu Feng and his companion returned to the shelter with their bountiful catch. Su Wanyan had also constructed a similarly sized haven. Upon witnessing Yu Feng's haul, her expression was one of disbelief. "Xiao Feng, how we manage all this?" she inquired, accepting the fish from his hands. In her eyes, Yu Feng had become the cornerstone of their group, and she had grown accustomed to deferring to his arrangements for both trivial and significant matters. However, this feeling was rather pleasant. "Let us each have a lobster and a fish for lunch, and we can smoke the remaining fish," Yu Feng suggested, observing the eager gazes of everyone around him. He was generous and did not hold back. "Isn't that a bit too much? We girls don't eat that much," Su Wanyan replied, aware of Yu Feng's prowess in fishing. Thus, she felt assured about their food supply, although she thought the abundance felt excessive, almost reminiscent of a vacation. "Ain't yun? You can adjust the portions. Just ensure nothing goes to waste and that everyone is satisfied. By the way, does anyone know how to smoke fish? If not, I'll handle it myself." With his current abilities, Yu Feng had no concerns about food. Instead, he feared illness. In terms of sustenance, his philosophy was to ensure everyone had enough. He had watched many survival shows, which emphasized that severe weight loss could deteriorate one's health. "Brother Feng, I can do it. I've seen methods for smoking fish online," Su Chi eagerly interjected, her face alight with pride. "All right then, let us have you and shall you take care of it," Yu Feng replied, still somewhat skeptical, but considering it a good opportunity for them to engage in a task. "Brother Feng, do you not trust me?" Su Chi huffed, stamping her foot as if feeling wronged. "I'm not worried about you messing up. I just don't want you to get hurt, Yu Feng murmured, reflecting on her previous lack of involvement. It was minor if the task went awry, but he hoped she wouldn't injure herself. He quietly added, at least Aunt Yun is dependable. When looking for a partner, it should be someone like her. Well, you do have a caring heart, Su Qiqi thought, though her outward demeanor feigned displeasure. Internally, she felt a sweetness at his concern. Unbeknownst to her, Su Wanyun overheard Yu Feng's soft remarks, causing her face to flush crimson as she glanced away, realizing she was the standard he sought in a partner. A mix of excitement and anxiety swirled within her. Meanwhile, not far away, Manager Wang grumbled, "Damn it, how did that little brat manage to catch so many fish?" He scorned his subordinates. "Are you all just useless? Look at what you brought back. What good are you to the company?" At that moment, the bespectacled Zhang Xiao glared at the meager clams and conchs roasting over the fire, his frustration boiling over as he berated everyone present. Manager Wang, with his head bowed in submission, forced a smile as he endured the tirade. Once Zhang Xiao finished venting, Wang turned to the only two workers who had actually done something and barked, "Do you two not want to keep your jobs? You can't even manage this simple task. Look at the others, see what they brought back." "Manager Wang, we simply don't know how to fish," one of the male employees replied, his face contorted in distress. "Then why not learn in secret? I only care about results. If this continues this afternoon, you're both fired." Wang was uninterested in explanations, convinced that his team lacked diligence. Before, Yu Feng was just a new employee. How could he return with so much in such a short time? The male employee wanted to protest, but ultimately lowered his head, suppressing his frustration. "Zhang Xiao, can we eat these things? I want grilled fish," Li Wenmei remarked disdainfully as she poked at the clams with a stick. She then clung to Zhang Xiao's arm, adopting a coy demeanor. Zhang Xiao looked at the seafood, his face reflecting his distaste. Why should a country bumpkin eat grilled fish? He sneered. Why don't we just take it by force? With our numbers, we don't fear confronting Yu Feng. He glanced at their burly bodyguard, his intentions clear. We just need to keep Su Wanyun and her companions occupied. Then Yu Feng will have no choice but to comply. With a sinister grin, Manager Wang contemplated Su Wanyun's alluring figure, excitement coursing through him as he envisioned rushing forward. Zhang Xiao, inspired by Wang's words, felt a surge of eagerness. He thought to himself, controlling two women would be easy. He recalled past incidents where he had resorted to violence, easily resolving matters with a bit of cash. Excellent. Once we handle this, each of us will receive a reward of 20,000. Zhang Xiao thought, his anticipation growing. However, his bodyguard appeared hesitant, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately falling silent. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had already set the sea fish and lobster over the fire, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing everyone to swallow hard in anticipation. Yet, Yu Feng wore a frown. "Xiao Feng, what's wrong?" Su Wanyan inquired, her concern evident. After all, they had food and drink. They only needed to await rescue. "Aunt Yun, if there's no rescue, have you considered what plans you might have?" Yu Feng asked, wanting to prepare her mentally. He spoke cautiously, adding, "But don't take it to heart. I'm just saying if." He wanted to ensure Su Wanyan was ready for the possibility of a prolonged stay. Given the peculiar circumstances of the shipwreck just 2 nights prior, with no sight of rescue thus far, he had gathered insights from the Wu siblings about the bizarre incident of mass unconsciousness and their subsequent appearance on the beach. This led him to ponder whether they were embroiled in something supernatural, reminiscent of certain reports he had encountered about individuals vanishing, only to awaken far from their original location. If that were the case, their current whereabouts in the ocean were uncertain, and official rescue efforts would only search in the vicinity of the incident. "Well, if it comes to that, Chi-Chi and I will stick with you," Su Wanyan replied, recognizing Yu Feng's somber demeanor and wanting to lighten the mood. "After all, I would be dissatisfied as long as I'm with you." Yu Feng's heart swelled with longing at her words. If he could contact a rescue team, he might even inform them not to come. "How naive you are," Su Wanyan teased, rolling her eyes at Yu Feng's desire to remain with her. "Oh, they're coming again." Su Qiqi's exclamation jolted them both back to reality. Chapter 17. A renewed conflict. Yu Feng lifted his gaze to see Manager Wang and his entourage strutting toward them, brandishing sticks and branches. "Xiao Feng, what should we do? They seem unlikely to let us off easily. Should we avoid them for now?" The island is vast. There's no need to engage in a conflict, he said. Su Wanyun and the others also recognized the approaching group, acutely aware of the events from the previous day. They no longer naively believed that reason would prevail in this place. Yu Feng was capable of fighting, but given the adversary's numbers, Su Wanyun feared for his safety. The distance between them and the assailants offered a chance to evade, which might not be a bad option. What are we afraid of? Worst case, we fight back. With Brother Feng here, we could take down that fatso. At that moment, Su Qiqi interjected, her face flushed with indignation. Though her words were directed at Su Wanyun, her fervent gaze was fixed on Yu Feng. To her, as long as Yu Feng was present, there was nothing to worry about. Yu Feng, slightly embarrassed under her scrutiny, scanned the group and gently reassured Su Wanyun, "Aunt Yun, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." He took her hand and patted it, as if comforting a beloved girlfriend. "MHM," Su Wanyun softly murmured, feeling the warmth of his palm. A sense of security flooding over her. She instinctively wanted to lean into him, but quickly realized, her face flushing crimson as she withdrew her hand. Glancing at her daughter, she sighed in relief when she saw that she was oblivious to the moment. Yu Feng felt the absence of her delicate hand and inwardly regretted it. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such thoughts. As long as they remained on this island, there was no need to worry about Su Wanyun escaping. "Aunt Yun, you and Qiqi stay back with Xiaoyu. Wu Yong, you don't need to intervene. Just protect them," he instructed for safety's sake. To be honest, he had never regarded the physical prowess of the bespectacled man and manager Wang as a threat. In his eyes, they were only marginally stronger than women. Even armed, they did not intimidate him, but he feared for the safety of the women on their side. "Rest assured, big brother, I can handle one or two of them," Wu Yong replied, brandishing a harpoon with confidence. He had witnessed Yu Feng's strength and considered him almost superhuman, needing only to guard against any stray threats. "Ha! Do take care of yourselves," Yu Feng said, relieved by Wu Yong's determination and his readiness to wield a weapon. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly walked to the shelter and retrieved the spear he had meticulously crafted the night before. "Hee, I hope you possess some self-awareness," he thought with a mischievous smirk as he approached Manager Wang and his group. "What, do you want me struck again? Yu Feng, don't be arrogant. Everyone saw what you did to Zhang Xiao. When help arrives, your actions will lead to several years in prison," Manager Wang warned. Feeling a tremor of fear at Yu Feng's sinister grin, his previously bold demeanor diminished considerably. "Entering prison requires rescue efforts, and considering you were the aggressors, I was merely acting in self-defense. We have witnesses too," Yu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "What do you mean we robbed you? You are one of our employees, and this is a team-building event. Anything obtained during this time belongs to the company. You are illegally possessing company property," Manager Wang stammered, grasping at straws. Yu Feng's frustration escalated. "How shameless can you be?" Meanwhile, the bespectacled man nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are infringing on company property. Surrender your gains immediately and comply with company directives, or I will not hesitate to send you to prison." "And if I refuse?" Yu Feng retorted, his patience wearing thin as he stomped the spear into the ground, his tone icy. "Then do not blame us for being impolite." The bespectacled man recoiled in fear, but quickly regained his composure, barking orders to his bodyguard, "Attack. Break their arms and legs. 10,000 for each." The burly bodyguard, initially apprehensive, was swayed by the promise of money. The prospect of breaking a few limbs for such a reward ignited his ambition. Yu Feng shook his head, recognizing their reckless pursuit of danger. He raised a spear to block the wooden stick aimed at his head, feeling the force behind the blow. It seemed he had underestimated their strength. Shifting his stance, he redirected the spear's momentum to strike upward, attempting to disarm the assailant. The burly guard, startled, quickly retreated, realizing Yu Feng was a formidable opponent, skilled in weaponry. Seeing them retreat, Yu Feng did not pursue, but noticed the bespectacled man and Manager Wang charging towards Su Wanyun and the others. Alarmed, he shouted, "You seek death." He closed the distance with 2 strides and delivered a powerful strike, shattering the wooden stick in the assailant's hands. Without allowing a moment for response, he swung the spear down again. "Ah, my hand!" came the anguished cry as one arm was severely injured. Ignoring the fallen adversary, Yu Feng pressed on toward the bespectacled man and manager Wang, who had reached Su Wanyun and her daughter. Hearing the cries behind them, they mistakenly believed that Yu Feng had been defeated. Haha, this is the fate of those who oppose me. Surrender, and I will treat you well, the bespectacled man grinned, his gaze fixated on Su Wanyun and her daughter, envisioning their torment. However, Su Wanyun felt no fear, having witnessed Yu Feng dispatch their foes with ease. At that moment, Wu Yong stepped forward. The bespectacled man, seeing resistance, swung his wooden stick at him, showing no mercy. Wu Yong quickly defended with his harpoon, and the two engaged in a struggle akin to ordinary brawlers. You go assist Zhang Xiao. Manager Wang shouted excitedly to a male employee behind him, while he himself lunged toward the nearest Su Wanyan. His face twisted with a sadistic smile as he approached the terrified woman. You think you're so high and mighty? Today, I will ensure your downfall. Chapter 18. As Su Wanyun beheld the grotesque smile etched upon Manager Wang's corpulent face, a wave of revulsion surged within her. Suddenly, Wang's rotund form collapsed forward, crashing heavily to the ground before her, eliciting a startled gasp from Su Wanyan. Wu Yong, upon hearing her exclamation, was consumed by anxiety. He had not anticipated that several individuals would bypass Yu Feng to confront a woman. He had promised Yu Feng that he would safeguard them. Just then, as another man joined the fray, panic surged through him, causing his movements to falter, nearly resulting in a blow to his own head from the bespectacled assailant. With a resounding thud, a wooden club struck, fortuitously landing on the arm of the bespectacled man. Hey, what are you doing, you fool? You hit me. The bespectacled man bellowed, casting a furious glare at the man beside him, incredulous that in the midst of a brawl, he had struck his own ally. Fortunately, the impact was not too forceful. Otherwise, his arm might have been rendered useless. My apologies, Zhang Xiao. I intended to strike the opponent, but you moved forward, and I couldn't react in time, the man stammered, his face awash with fear as he repeatedly offered his apologies. The bespectacled man grunted, redirecting his full attention to Wu Yong. Yet in the next moment, he felt a sharp kick to his calf, causing him to stumble and fall awkwardly towards the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yong swung a harpoon down upon him. The bespectacled man felt a sharp pain at the crown of his head, and the world around him began to spin. Yu Feng, who was rushing from behind, was momentarily taken aback. Manager Wang, in a state of utter confusion, had just managed to rise when a shoe sole came crashing down upon him. With a pained cry, Wang's hefty body rolled twice on the ground, landing adjacent to the already fallen bespectacled man. Wu Yong surveyed the two sprawled on the ground, along with the retreating male employees, and raised the harpoon, momentarily at a loss as to whom to strike. However, upon noticing Yu Feng approaching, he silently stepped aside. The two men exchanged a glance, both feeling utterly bewildered. How had the situation spiraled so drastically? When they observed a distant bodyguard clutching a severed arm, their faces turned pale with fear and uncertainty. Yu Feng slowly crouched down, producing a dagger, and placed it gently against the bespectacled man's neck. Speak now. Will you part with a hand or a leg? Yu Feng's words left the bespectacled man in a state of sheer terror, his mind clouded with dread. No, please, don't kill me. It was him who orchestrated this. It has nothing to do with me. I swear. The bespectacled man hastily shifted the blame onto Manager Wang, desperate to save himself. Upon hearing this, Wang's heart sank. If he were identified as the mastermind, losing an arm would leave him permanently incapacitated. In a panic, he too began to deflect blame, insisting that the bespectacled man was the true instigator. Yu Feng, however, had no interest in their bickering. After a flurry of blows from him, they both quieted considerably, lying on the ground, murmuring pleas for mercy. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Seeing their demeanor shift to one of humility, Yu Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the watches on their wrists. Such fine items. Without hesitation, he snatched one off. Glancing at the time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Excellent. It was indeed mechanical. No longer would he need to guess the hour. He fastened it onto his own wrist. Now, be gone, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, next time will not be so simple, Yu Feng stated coldly. At that moment, he dared not take their lives. He was acutely aware that help might not arrive, yet if it did, he had only acted in self-defense. Having subdued them, to kill them would entirely alter the nature of the encounter. The two men, hearing Yu Feng's words, felt as if a weight had been lifted from them. They scrambled to their feet and fled, oblivious to their injuries, cursing their lack of speed. The bodyguard, witnessing their flight, could only follow suit. The two women who had remained behind were utterly at a loss, especially Li Yuanmei, who was still contemplating what to do as the others had long since disappeared. Useless, she muttered under her breath, relieved that they hadn't succeeded, but now she was left to ponder her next move. She could only follow Yu Feng, but would he accept her? Yet, bolstered by her own advantages, she straightened up with renewed confidence. Casting a sidelong glance at Yu Feng, the young and handsome man, she thought, how could he not be drawn to her type? As Yu Feng observed the remaining individuals, he pondered for a moment before approaching the lone male colleague who had not fled. Old Wei, thank you for your assistance earlier, Yu Feng said, acknowledging his former colleague. Although he had previously aligned himself with Manager Wang, he had indeed lent a helping hand just now. Even had he not intervened, Yu Feng could have resolved the matter alone. No need for thanks, we are all colleagues. I simply could not stand by and watch their actions, the male colleague replied, visibly anxious. While he had been discreet in his involvement, he understood that once Manager Wang and the others analyzed the situation, they would surely deduce that he had played a role in the conflict. Since he could no longer align himself with Wang, his only chance of survival lay with Yu Feng and his group. But would they accept him? Old Wei, since we are all colleagues, why not join us moving forward? We can look out for one another, Yu Feng proposed, sensing his thoughts without waiting for him to voice them. With little hope of rescue, he realized that unity on this deserted island was essential, and familiar faces were preferable to strangers, especially those of good character. Having intended to include him, Yu Feng broached the subject first, alleviating any awkwardness. He continued, Aunt Yin has long been concerned about the way you were treated over there. She intended to bring you over, fearing you would offend Manager Wang and his lot. Yu Feng, wishing to express gratitude, chose his words carefully, also mentioning Aunt Yin. Indeed, upon hearing this, the male colleague's tension eased and gratitude flickered across his face. Thank you, Sister Yun, he said, smiling. Ah, Wei Dong. We have been colleagues for many years. No need for such formalities. In times of crisis like this, we ought to unite. Individuals like Manager Wang only bring harm to us all. We trust you, Su Wanyan affirmed, having spent many years at the company and knowing her colleagues well. Wei Dong, the male colleague, was aware of the camaraderie between Su Wanyun and Yu Feng, and her words reassured him further. Rest assured, Sister Yin, I promise not to be a hindrance. However, Wei Dong had joined them, but he felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Qian and hoped Yu Feng would extend an invitation to her as well. Yet, he hesitated to plead on her behalf. What's holding you back, Old Wei? Is it about Lu Qian? I trust her character. As long as she wishes to join, we would welcome her. But why do you care so much about her? Yu Feng teased with a mischievous grin, feeling a strange sensation. Wei Dong, in his 30s and known to be single. Yet Lu Qian, in her 20s, was likely involved with someone. Ah, brother Yu, please don't jest. I merely think it's tough for a girl like her. Wei Dong stammered, flustered under Yu Feng's scrutiny. Chapter 19. Just want to pot with a chuckle. Yu Feng approached the two ladies before him. What are your plans? You can join us, but let me make it clear, we do not accommodate idleness here. His brow furrowed slightly. While Lu Qian was manageable, Li Yuanmei posed a challenge. In truth, Yu Feng had entered the company alongside her, yet she leveraged her appealing figure and decent looks. Though she paled in comparison to Su Wanyun, she favored revealing attire. At present, she donned a high-waisted camisole that accentuated her ample assets, coupled with shorts that barely covered her. Who could resist such long legs? With such advantages, her sole ambition was to ascend the corporate ladder, often seen flirting with Manager Wang, leading to rampant speculation about their relationship. Whether they were truly involved remained known only to her. On the island, it seemed she had shifted her affections to someone more powerful, abandoning Manager Wang. Yu Feng, feeling helpless, decided to let it be. After all, she was a typical spoiled rich girl. Upon hearing Yu Feng's invitation, both women were ecstatic. Since arriving on this desolate island, They had yet to experience a full meal, while Yu Feng and his companions never lacked for food. The mere thought of sustenance made their mouths water. As for the potential repercussions with Manager Wang, that was a concern for another day. Thank you, they exclaimed eagerly. Ah, but do not express your gratitude too soon. As I mentioned, we do not cater to the idle. Anyone who fails to follow orders will find themselves without my sympathy, Yu Feng reiterated, his gaze fixed firmly on the UMA. Oh dear, everyone listens to Brother Feng. Whatever Brother Feng asks us to do, we shall comply, Li Yuemei chimed in, attempting to lean closer to Yu Feng, only to be met with a sharp glare from Su Wanyun, causing her to retreat sulkily. Yu Feng, a young man of vigor, found himself in a predicament. After spending days in the company of the stunning Su Wanyun, he could only admire her from afar, occasionally exchanging playful banter, yet not daring to cross any lines. The mere presence of Su Wanyun kept his desires in check. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to temptation and sought solace in a nearby thicket. However, his thoughts remained solely on Su Wanyun, prompting him to hastily return to the warmth of the fire. With the addition of a few more people, Yu Feng requested Su Wanyun to prepare additional grilled fish. The fish sizzled and crackled over the flames, sending droplets of oil onto the fire, which made Yu Feng wince at the waist. It became clear that he needed to devise a means of acquiring a pot. By the way, does anyone here have experience with crafting ceramic pots? He suddenly inquired, leaving the others momentarily dumbfounded. Brother Feng, are you bored and looking to pick up a craft to pass the time? Su Qiqi teased, her expression one of self-satisfaction as she regarded Yu Feng, as if to say, see, I know you well. Yu Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. Am I really that idle? I simply wish to procure a pot. There are no wild iron pots on this island, and I haven't even spotted a scrap of metal. The best solution is to learn how to create pottery, as the ancients did. Honestly, I believe our daily barbecue routine is unsustainable. We need a pot for boiling soup or stir-frying dishes to vary our meals. He shared his thoughts, acknowledging that numerous traditional cooking techniques were being taught in short videos online. With a bit of research, they could certainly figure out. However, upon hearing his proposal, many in the group fell into contemplation, clearly grasping Yu Feng's deeper implications. Yet Su Qiqi seemed oblivious. The grilled fish tastes quite good. Why would we need to change it? Even with a pot, we lack seasoning, she remarked bluntly. Indeed, we must find a way to obtain salt, Yu Feng conceded, realizing the necessity of this vital mineral for survival. While they could manage for a short period without it, prolonged deprivation would lead to health issues. Xiao Feng, do you also feel that rescue may not come? Su Wanyun voiced her unease, echoing a sentiment that lingered in the air. Though she hesitated to fully accept the gravity of their situation, Yu Feng's words had painted a stark picture. It's not that hope is entirely absent, but you must prepare for the possibility of long-term survival on this island, he urged. Xiao Feng, have you made any discoveries? Wei Dong interjected eagerly before Yu Feng could finish his thought. Yes, you may already have some inkling. However, you might not have considered this angle. First, this island is quite vast. We have mostly traversed the beach, but have you determined the actual size of the island? Yu Feng paused, observing the silence that enveloped them. In normal shipping routes, such a large island should not exist. Furthermore, no nation would overlook such a sizable landmass without development. This leads to the conclusion that this island has not been discovered. Given current technology, a landmass of this magnitude remaining undetected suggests the presence of a unique magnetic field that prevents modern vessels and aircraft from entering. If that is the case, what are the chances of rescue? Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture. As Yu Feng laid out his hypothesis, the group fell into a heavy silence, particularly the women, whose faces turned a pale shade. Mom, does that mean we cannot escape? Su Qiqi whimpered, clutching Su Wanyun and starting to cry softly. All right. Xiao Feng has merely speculated. We must prepare ourselves, Su Wanyun soothed, gently patting her daughter's back. Although the recent events had shaken her child, Su Qiqi's spirits were generally resilient, yet the thought of being trapped on the island was distressing, especially given that she had yet to experience a relationship. Cheer up, Qiqi. If this island is unclaimed and we discovered it first, then it belongs to us. We can develop it and appoint a ruler, Yu Feng jested. Wait. If the island is ours, why am I merely a princess? I want to be queen. Su Chi protested, her spirits lifting as she envisioned her dominion. If you're the queen, what position does Aunt Yin hold? If there is to be a queen, it must be her. You're fated to be a mere princess, or even a maid, Yu Feng teased. Why should that be? I demand to be the queen. Why are you arguing about this? Xiao Feng is just playing with you, Su Wanyan interjected, struggling to contain her laughter. Given the current dynamics of their group, with Yu Feng as the core leader, the debate over who would be queen inevitably revolved around whom Yu Feng intended to marry. All right, back to the matter at hand. Does anyone possess experience in pottery? Yu Feng redirected the conversation, though he sensed the group's lack of enthusiasm. Brother Feng, I know a bit, a timid voice piped up from the corner. It was Wu Yu, a sweet young lady whose cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke nervously, avoiding Yu Feng's gaze. Do share, Yu Feng encouraged, surprised that someone actually had knowledge in this area. I can make it, but I've never fired any. I once accompanied my cousin to a pottery workshop, but we merely observed. The instructor handled the firing process, Wu Yu stammered, glancing cautiously at Yu Feng before lowering her head again. That's perfectly fine. As long as you can create the pots, I will figure out the rest. For now, let's focus on gathering food. Once we have a sufficient stockpile, we can gradually experiment with pottery. Yu Feng reassured her, feeling more at ease knowing Wu Yu had some experience. As for the firing process, he had no reason to worry. His hometown had a brick factory where he had played as a child, and he was confident that firing pottery would be similar to making bricks. With Wu Yu's understanding of the requirements, they could simply adjust through trial and error. Chapter 20. Seduction. As time passed, the fragrant aroma of grilled fish and lobster intensified. Observing the newly arrived trio, who appeared quite famished, Yu Feng spoke up, Everyone, please help yourselves. Eat as much as you can, but do not waste. Saying this, he took a lobster for himself, deftly peeling back its shell to reveal the tender white meat within, which he offered to Su Wanyan. Aunt Yin, do taste this. I've heard the lobster meat is exquisite. Su Wanyan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he just suggesting they serve themselves? Initially, she noticed that no one seemed eager to do so, and she surmised that Yu Feng's words were merely polite. After all, when visiting someone else's home, it is customary to wait for the host to begin. Thus, to alleviate the palpable tension, Su Wanyan intended to reach for some grilled fish. However, when Yu Feng extended the lobster he had nearly prepared, a sweet warmth blossomed within her. She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with affection, yet also felt a twinge of helplessness. Just days ago, she sensed that Yu Feng harbored feelings for her that were perhaps inappropriate, which could be construed as impulsive due to their solitary circumstances. Yet now, with several women present at the camp, it seemed perplexing that he remained fixated on her. Surely, Wu Yu, who was sweet and charming, would be a more fitting choice. Even Li Wei had her merits. She was attractive, and, more importantly, she was openly flirting with Yu Feng. With these thoughts in mind, Su Wanyan resolved to find a moment to speak with Yu Feng privately, to dissuade him from harboring any notions about her. As she observed the hopeful glint in his eyes, she opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence, accepting the lobster and savoring it delicately. Seeing Su Wanyan accept his offering filled Yu Feng with delight. As long as she did not reject his gestures, he was confident that he would eventually win her over. Just then, he heard Su Chi's voice. Brother Feng, I want some lobster too. Yu Feng, who had intended to fetch grilled fish, resignedly peeled another lobster and handed it to her. Thank you, Brother Feng, you're so kind. Su Chi beamed at him, her heart fluttering at the sight of him preparing lobster for her mother, though something about it felt off. Yet, upon receiving her own lobster, her smile returned, and she playfully licked her lips at Yu Feng. Yu Feng thought to himself, I can hardly stand this. She's so young. If she matures further, she'll undoubtedly become a little temptress. Meanwhile, Li Wei, who was contemplating how to allure Yu Feng, suddenly had a revelation. She realized that survival was paramount, and securing Yu Feng's affections was the most effective strategy to ensure a life of ease. With his strength, they would have no worries about safety or food. But how could she ensnare his heart? She quickly maneuvered herself closer to Yu Feng, her body nearly pressed against him. Brother Feng, I would love some lobster, but it's quite hot to handle. Look, my hands are turning red. Li Yuemei's voice was sultry, her eyes sparkling with allure as she placed her delicate hand before him, her curves almost brushing against his arm. Yu Feng, momentarily entranced by the sight of her alabaster skin, instinctively swallowed hard. What vixen, he mused. However, he quickly thought of Su Wanyun, fearing that she might misconstrue the situation. Why is she so oblivious? Continuously pressing against me like this could provoke my ire. I must be cautious. I might just need to take her aside and reprimand her. Clearing his throat, he declared, I'm afraid it's too hot. Let us set it aside to cool. Yu Feng, anxious that Su Wanyun might misinterpret the interaction, hastily declined her advances, turning his gaze away and opting for a grilled fish instead. He particularly noted Su Qiqi's soft murmur, ugh, hussy, trying to seduce Brother Feng. Yu Feng glanced at Su Wanyun and, relieved to see her composed demeanor, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, beneath her calm facade, Su Wanyun felt a tumult of emotions. Although she wished for Yu Feng to find companionship, witnessing another woman leaning toward him stirred discomfort within her. She grappled with her feelings, questioning why she felt this way. Was it that she deemed Li Yuemei unworthy? Yes, that must be it. Such a brazen woman could not possibly deserve Yu Feng. Meanwhile, Li Yuemei, taken aback by Yu Feng's rejection, wondered if her charm had waned. However, upon observing the occasional glances he cast towards Su Wanyun, she quickly understood. The rumors circulating about their closeness were not unfounded. Yet, it seemed they had not yet crossed the final threshold, leaving her with hope. Additionally, she was still young. With renewed determination, she began peeling her own lobster, sitting beside Yu Feng and subtly moving her white thighs, her low-waisted shorts barely concealing her form. The fleeting glimpses of her allure made it difficult for Yu Feng to focus on his meal, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Unable to voice his thoughts for fear of revealing his gaze upon inappropriate sights. As the group enjoyed their meal, satisfaction was evident on every face, particularly among the newcomers who reflected on their previous days of hunger. Even though Li Yuemei endeavored to please Zhang Xiao, her efforts had only resulted in minimal contribution, as they had little knowledge of food preparation. In contrast, Zhang Xiao himself had endured hunger, let alone the others. This realization only solidified Li Yuemei's resolve to attach herself to Yu Feng. After the barbecue, it was time for each person to receive a coconut, a task that left Yu Feng exhausted. With 8 individuals at the camp, he had to peel 8 coconuts, and he was the only one with a dagger. No matter how much he trusted others, he could not entrust his dagger to them. It seemed he would need to fashion some tools for survival, resorting to primitive methods akin to early humans. When Yu Feng handed the first coconut to Su Wanyun, her cheeks flushed, a rare sight. It was all too apparent, especially as others looked on with expressions of assumption. A sense of panic gripped her. How could she maintain that there was nothing between her and Yu Feng? Perhaps only she, the naive daughter, remained oblivious to his intentions of wanting to be a father figure to her. She resolved that he must find a suitable woman soon. Little Feng, I'm not thirsty yet. Please give some Xiao Yu and Yuemei first. Su Wanyun decided to play matchmaker, hoping to divert his attention. Don't worry, Aunt Yun, I'll peel more, Yu Feng replied before she could protest, placing the coconut in her hands. With a resigned shake of her head, Su Wanyun accepted it. Yu Feng continued peeling, handing the next coconut to Su Qiqi, whose smile was uncontainable. She thought to herself, Brother Feng still prefers me. No matter how much that vixen tries to entice him, it won't work. With this thought, she shot Li Yuemei a challenging glance. Unaware of the subtle exchanges, Yu Feng continued to peel coconuts, distributing them in turn before finally handing one to Li Yuemei. However, as he passed it to her, he felt her hand linger on his, a deliberate gesture that did not escape his notice. Looking around to ensure no one observed, he sheepishly peeled a coconut for himself. As the group finished their meal, Yu Feng prepared to organize the afternoon's activities. Brother Feng, could you accompany me to the woods? Li Yuemei's coy voice once again broke the air. Chapter 21. Accompanying Yu Feng, what a vexing woman, Yu Feng thought, as the blatant way she flirted was simply too obvious. This would surely lead Aunt Yun to misunderstand. As expected, upon hearing Li Yuemei's words, Su Wanyun furrowed her brow. How could one be so indiscreet and so eager to enter the grove with Yu Feng, though she hoped for Yu Feng to find a partner? It certainly could not be someone so frivolous. It appeared she would have to play matchmaker for Xiaoyu. I have my own matters to attend to. Yufeng coldly declined as he noticed Su Wanyan's displeasure. I just need to relieve myself. The grove is too daunting alone, Li Yuemei pleaded, her urgency evident. Although she aspired to ascend socially, she understood the importance of not allowing others to easily gain what she sought, as she was aware of her only bargaining chip. On this deserted island, with no restroom facilities, nature was her only option. If she were alone, she could discreetly find a thicket by the beach. But after arriving on the island, she encountered Manager Wang and his group. With so many men around, venturing into the grove was her only choice. Yet the unknown dangers there filled her with trepidation. Having gone without food for the past couple of days, she barely felt the need until she had eaten her fill, and now, surrounded by so many men on the beach, she found it impossible to go. The other women were also reluctant to accompany her into the grove, leaving her no choice but to implore Feng for assistance. Observing Li Yuemei's pitiful expression after his refusal, Feng was left speechless. They needed to go to the restroom, yet she sought his company, as if fearing his primal instincts might arise. Feng did not see himself as a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have harbored feelings for Su Wanyan. Allowing himself to accompany her would surely lead to misunderstandings by Aunt Yun. But sending her alone into the grove was equally concerning. Can any of you girls accompany her? Feng finally suggested. If I were to go, who knows what might transpire? However, he noticed that the women in the camp seemed to harbor little fondness for Li Yuemei. Well, I happen to need to go too. Let's make our way, Su Chi coldly interjected. She could not stand Li Yuemei's constant flirtation. Yet, upon seeing Feng's refusal, her spirits lifted slightly. Still, she worried that if no one else volunteered, Feng might end up accompanying her, and she feared that Li Yuemei might employ some trickery to lure him in. Just don't venture too far inside. Keep it safe, Feng advised the departing duo, for he had avoided the grove himself while searching for food, aware that the island was vast and teeming with potential dangers. After offering his counsel, he turned to the others. All right, let us discuss the upcoming arrangements. Aunt Yun, you'll be in charge of the women, primarily focusing on rescue efforts and also constructing a shelter. As for gathering firewood, Feng, is one enough? It seems a bit scarce, Su Wanyan expressed her confusion, gazing at Feng. This is merely temporary. If rescue comes, it should be within a day or two. Everyone can squeeze together for safety. We'll use one, and the remaining women can share another. Wu Yong and Old Wei can manage one as well. If rescue does not arrive, remaining on the beach is certainly not sustainable. We must relocate, Feng articulated his thoughts. As he had pointed out, whether or not rescue came, it would only be a day or two. But Feng, if there is no rescue, why should we move? Isn't it fine here on the beach? Su Wanyan questioned, unable to understand the need to leave. Aunt Yun, while it may seem safe for now, have you considered the ocean's climate? Just like coastal areas, we often hear of typhoons and tsunamis. If we truly encounter such events on this beach, we may not escape. Feng expressed his concerns. There's also the issue of fresh water. Coconuts would eventually run out, and the beach was too exposed, making them easy targets for any potential threats. Hearing the mention of tsunamis and typhoons sent a chill through the group. In this digital age, they had all seen numerous disaster videos online. Wu Yong, who had grown up by the sea, chimed in, highlighting a point they often overlooked. Oh, what is that about? Feng had not heard of this particular notion. He only knew that tides rose and fell, but had never witnessed them reach their shelter's position. Brother, you're putting me on the spot. I know it relates to the moon's position, but these next few days, the tides will be exceptionally high and low. Wu Yong explained, noting that it was indeed an opportune time for gathering seafood. Though he couldn't elaborate further, everyone had to concede the validity of his words. All right, enough of that. We can always relocate in a few days. Let us focus on gathering as much food from the sea as we can. Wu Yong, you'll be responsible for teaching Old Wei how to spear fish. With the three of us working together, we can stockpile a substantial amount, Feng instructed. Knowing his own skills could not be easily replicated by others. But brother, we could also weave some traps for catching fish, Wu Yong suggested, sharing his experience from working on a cruise ship and his understanding of rescue timelines. He had little hope for rescue now and only wanted to ensure his sister's survival. believing that aligning with Yu Feng's team was the best strategy. Fishing traps can also be used in the sea. I thought they were only for rivers, Yu Feng remarked, pleasantly surprised, recalling his childhood experiences of fishing and trapping. Although bamboo was currently unavailable, there must be branches and vines to utilize. Even the roots of small-leaf banyan trees could suffice. While these materials may not be as finely woven as bamboo, the sea was not the place for small fish. As Yu Feng envisioned a future filled with an abundance of seafood, Su Wanyun expressed concern. Chi-Chi and Xiaofeng have yet to return. What if something has happened to them? Noticing Su Wanyun's anxious demeanor, Yu Feng furrowed his brow. Even if they were adults, it had been over 10 or 20 minutes. Without phones to pass the time, it seemed excessive. They might have wandered too far. Let us wait a little longer, he reassured. However, instinctively glancing at his watch, Yu Wanyun felt a wave of worry wash over her. After 5 more minutes passed with no sign of them, Yu Feng called out, Chi-Chi, are you done yet? Chi-Chi. When no response came after his repeated calls, he sensed something was amiss. Grabbing his spear, he dashed out to investigate. Chapter 22. Aunt Yun's desire to marry as Yu Feng ran. He called out loudly, his voice far surpassing that of Su Wanyun. Logically, she should have heard him. Yet there was no response. A sense of dread swept over him. Something must have gone awry. Behind him, Su Wanyun grew increasingly anxious. She could have comforted herself by thinking they might have wandered far, but seeing Yu Feng rush ahead, doubt crept into her mind. Had he uncovered something? The more she pondered, the more fearful she became. The others soon joined, for they were all part of the same team, especially Wu Yong and Wei Dong, who swiftly overtook Su Wanyun with their harpoons. Yu Feng reached the edge of the woods and examined the footprints on the ground. It was clear that Su Chi-Chi and the others had entered from this point. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, he called out again, gazing into the dense thicket, where weeds grew thickly, making it difficult to discern the path. Cautiously, he followed the traces, slowing his pace. Wu Yong and Wei Dong soon caught up. You two stay back and watch for the others. Everyone must be cautious, Yu Feng instructed, realizing that they could not afford to be reckless given the unknown dangers they faced. As he ventured further alone, Wu Yong and Wei Dong waited for a few women to catch up before urging them to be careful, and then they followed. At this point, no one remained outside. The beach was no longer safe. Yu Feng walked for several dozen meters before halting. Here, the view of the beach was completely obscured. Xiaofeng, how is it? Su Wanyun approached, her voice trembling, tears glistening on her cheeks. Aunt Yun, do not worry. Chi-Chi is safe for now. It seems to be a human ambush. Yu Feng pointed to the trampled grass on the ground. The chaotic state, devoid of any blood, suggested it was not a wild animal attack. If they had encountered a beast, they would have surely cried out for help. Unless it was a large predator, but that would have left traces of blood. What kind of person would do this? Could it be Manager Wang and his people? What should we do? Will they harm Chi-Chi? Su Wanyun instinctively thought of Manager Wang, recalling how they had just driven him away at noon. The vengeful nature of Wang made her shudder at the thought of Su Chi-Chi falling into their hands. Xiaofeng, you must save Chi-Chi. I beg you. Su Wanyun cried, her heart racing at the thought of her daughter in peril, desperately clutching Yu Feng for help. Seeing her in such distress pained Yu Feng. He regretted not having taken more decisive action earlier. He had thought that incapacitating the bodyguard would suffice, believing the two remaining would pose no threat. Had Liu Mei acted as an insider? That seemed implausible, considering the lack of communication methods at the time. Aunt Yun, please remain calm. I promise to protect you all. Rest assured, I will bring Chi-Chi back. You and the others should return to the shelter first. I will pursue. Yu Feng took Su Wanyun's hand, gently patting it and offering words of comfort. He intended to confront those who had kidnapped Su Chi-Chi, but he did not plan to bring everyone along. Having a few women would not help. They would only slow him down. Taking 2 men would bolster their combat strength, but the remaining women would still be vulnerable. Who knew if the enemies had a plan to lure them away? Brother, should I accompany you? I can keep an eye out, Wu Yong offered, concerned about Yu Feng going alone. He knew Yu Feng was capable, but he wanted to provide support. Yes. You alone might be too dangerous, Wei Dong added, though uncertain of the adversaries they would face. He felt it was inappropriate for him to hide while Yu Feng went ahead. Rest assured, I can move more swiftly alone. You staying back will also prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack. Yu Feng understood their eagerness but deemed it unnecessary. If they were indeed Manager Wang's group, he felt confident in facing them. The priority was to locate them. Everything else would follow. Xiao Feng, may I go with you? I fear for Chi. Su Wanyun clung to Yu Feng, her voice choked with emotion. Yu Feng furrowed his brow, gazing at her tear-streaked face. After a moment's thought, he decided to let her accompany him. He knew her bond with Su Chi was profound. Aunt Yin, you may come, but you must heed my instructions at all times. Ultimately, Yu Feng reluctantly agreed to take Su Wanyun along, planning to keep her at a distance once they found the kidnappers. Old Wei, Wu Yong, stay alert to your surroundings. He reminded them as he took Su Wanyun and set off. Time was of the essence. They needed to find the others quickly. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of unforeseen events. What if Su Chi fell into the enemy's clutches? A mere girl in such a situation would feel utterly hopeless. The thought made his heart race, and he instinctively quickened his pace while holding Su Wanyun's hand. Fortunately, the dense underbrush made the enemy's trail quite evident, alleviating his concerns about losing them. As they traversed the thicket, Yu Feng noticed that their pursuers had not ventured deep into the woods, which eased his worries significantly. After about half an hour, they suddenly veered toward the beach. Upon seeing the shoreline, Su Wanyun's expression shifted, and she trembled as she asked Xiao Feng, have we lost them? Aunt Yin, do not worry, we have not lost them. They have left clear traces, exhibiting a sense of invulnerability. Once we reach a suitable location, you must follow my lead. Yu Feng turned to her, gently grasping her trembling shoulders. His eyes filled with concern, yet carrying an air of seriousness. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Promise me you'll be safe. If things turn dire, just flee. I will not blame you. It would only be Chi's misfortune, Su Wanyun sighed. Her relief at Yu Feng's assurance quickly overshadowed by the gravity of his solemn expression. Yu Feng, sensing her despair, gently brushed away her tears with his fingers. Aunt Yun, do not cry. Trust me. You are all my family. I could never abandon you. I will ensure your safety. As he spoke, he continued following the footprints left behind on the beach, gripping Su Wanyun's hand more firmly. Su Wanyun gazed at Yu Feng's not-so-mighty figure ahead. Her lips parted to speak, but ultimately fell silent. The warmth of his hand brought her a sense of security, and a thought echoed in her mind. If one were to seek a partner, it should be a man like him. If only he were unafraid of societal judgment. She would gladly marry this young man. Unbeknownst to Yu Feng, who was solely focused on rescuing Su Chi and preventing further sorrow for Aunt Yun. He suddenly bent down to pick up a heart-shaped pendant bracelet from the ground. He examined it with delight before placing it into his pocket. Chapter 23. Whatever Annie Womp would ask wrong, Xiao Feng? Su Wanyun, who was trailing behind, noticed a change in Yu Feng's expression after he picked something up from the ground, leaving her perplexed. Aunt Yun, be cautious. They should be nearby. Yu Feng whispered softly into Su Wanyun's ear, raising a finger to signal silence as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, numerous footprints marred the beach, indicating recent human activity. He then observed a trail of footprints leading into the adjacent woods, just where he had spotted the bracelet. The reason behind his joy upon seeing the bracelet was that he had recognized it from Li Yuamei's hand. After all, she had often used her delicate hands to dab oil on him, making it instantly recognizable. It appeared to have been intentionally left behind. Oh, Su Wanyun exclaimed in surprise upon realizing that the person was close by, almost letting out a cry. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, cautiously following behind. Yu Feng gripped the spear in his hand and ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately 10 minutes, Yu Feng couldn't help but admire the adaptability of this group. They had already taken to surviving in the wilderness so early in the day. This could hardly be Manager Wang's group. Who else could they be? Just as Yu Feng pondered this, he heard voices ahead. Aunt Yun, be careful, he reminded her once more in a hushed tone. He approached cautiously, while Su Wanyun followed closely, her face etched with tension. At last, they discerned the scene before them. Amidst dense foliage, there lay a clearing of about 10 square meters, surrounded by towering trees. The canopy blocked out any glimmers of sunlight, creating a rather suitable hideaway. The natural depression offered protection from wind and rain. In the center of the clearing, a campfire crackled, with 2 men and 4 women gathered around it, grilling a few fish over the flames, the rich aroma wafting through the trees. At that moment, Su Chi and Li Yunmei sat on the ground, their faces marked by fear and unease. Su Wanyun immediately spotted her daughter and instinctively called out. However, Yu Feng swiftly covered her mouth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his daughter had been abducted. Something was amiss. What's wrong? Yu Feng furrowed his brow and murmured. What's wrong? Let us hurry and rescue Chi-Chi. Su Wanyun urged anxiously, though she began to scrutinize the scene. The 2 men were clad in the uniforms of the cruise ship, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. One of them was tall, bald, and tattooed, an unmistakable villain. The other, though not as imposing, bore dark skin and a noticeable scar on his face, giving him a similarly threatening demeanor. They seemed far from the harmless group of Manager Wang. Could Yu Feng be intimidated? What should they do now? Su Wanyun's concern heightened as she glanced at the 2 women. One wore tattered clothing and had a swollen face, her eyes devoid of life, while the other struggled to keep her clothes on, softly weeping. It was clear that both women had endured unspeakable horrors. Su Wanyun felt a surge of urgency. Although Su Chi appeared unharmed, the abduction's intent was clear. What should we do? She looked to Yu Feng, utterly bewildered. Noticing his hesitation left her uncertain of his thoughts. We should retreat, Yu Feng said, feeling a mix of uncertainty. It wasn't fear of the 2 men, despite their imposing stature and the hand axe beside the bald man. Something just felt off. Let us go. I'll take you out of here, Yu Feng insisted, wishing to ensure Su Wanyun's safety before devising a plan. Xiao Feng. But Chi-Chi Su Wanyun's disappointment was palpable. She recognized the danger, but also didn't want to put Yu Feng at risk. Yet, if Yu Feng truly hesitated, it left her feeling let down. What are you thinking? I want to get you to safety. I can handle things better on my own. Yu Feng surmised her thoughts from her expression. Thank you, I'm not afraid. I'd rather confront them than leave her behind, Su Wanyun replied resolutely. Hearing Yu Feng's intent to protect her by facing danger alone stirred her heart, evoking feelings she couldn't ignore. Xiao Feng, I'll wait right here for you. Just promise to be careful. When you return safely, I'll grant you any wish, she said softly, her voice dwindling as she realized Yu Feng was risking his life for her daughter. What does she have to worry about? If they survive this, what happened next? On this desolate island, who could assure their safe escape? She recognized Yu Feng's longing for her and felt she couldn't leave him with regrets. If he truly desired her, then perhaps it was time to surrender. Aunt Yun, you must step back. Your presence distracts me, Yu Feng replied, excitement coursing through him at her words. Can I agree to anything you ask, including kisses and embraces? His thoughts ignited with passion at the idea of holding Su Wanyun close. Yet he understood this was not the time for such musings. Moreover, he sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. For now, Su Chi remained safe. He could still escort Su Wanyun away. If they stayed, and something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to protect everyone. With that in mind, he grasped Su Wanyun's hand and began to retreat. Xiao Feng Su Wanyun felt a mix of gratitude and sweetness as Yu Feng insisted on taking her away, softly calling his name. Ultimately, she allowed him to lead her back. Just as they were about to turn away, a familiar voice broke through the air. Little beggar, you thought you could escape? I told you I'd make you suffer. The speaker's voice was filled with a deranged bravado. But don't worry, I won't kill you just yet. I want you to witness what happens to your wife with that. Yu Feng realized, to his dismay, that they were suddenly surrounded by 3 middle-aged men. The one speaking was the very man who had threatened Su Wanyun and her daughter the day before. It suddenly dawned on Yu Feng why things felt wrong, the number of assailants. If there were only 2 men, how could they have abducted Su Chi and Li Yunmei without any noise? Clearly, it took multiple people to execute such a plan. The others must have remained at their camp, and with only 2 or 3 men, they wouldn't dare face off against Yu Feng and his allies. Their only option was to ambush isolated individuals. If Yu Feng attempted to rescue the women, he would be forced into their camp, where their numerical advantage would become evident. A sense of dread washed over him, With 3 men blocking his path behind, escape was no longer a viable option. These men were not powerless. The roughness of their skin suggested years of labor. 2 wielded sharpened wooden sticks, while the third brandished a gleaming dagger. The way they looked at Su Wanyun revealed their intentions. They were not men of good character. What do we do, Xiao Feng? Chapter 24. This woman is yours. Su Wanyun was utterly stunned by the scene before her. The intent of those surrounding her was painfully clear, and she could hardly bear to contemplate the fate that awaited her at their hands. Just yesterday, she had been alone. Today, she was encircled by a group of deranged individuals. The mere thought sent her complexion pallid. In that moment, Yu Feng's mind raced as he assessed the situation. With 3 adversaries before him, he knew he could not dispatch them swiftly. If he failed, those by the fire would converge, placing Su Wanyun in grave danger. As the trio closed in, Yu Feng made a decisive choice, retreating with Su Wanyun to an open space. Those gathered by the fire soon noticed their movement. The bald man's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Wanyun, a vision of exquisite beauty. "Ha ha, Huang Run, you've done well. You've brought back a true gem. This time, you can be the second to indulge," he exclaimed to the man from the previous day, his face alight with excitement. Once a petty thug, he had found himself on a cruise ship as a deckhand after a series of unfortunate events. Following a shipwreck, he awoke on an unknown island, alongside a woman. In their line of work, women were scarce, and he hadn't had the opportunity to indulge in months. The sight of a woman stirred his primal desires, and he understood that this deserted island was devoid of law. Thus, he vented his frustrations on the unfortunate woman, later teaming up with a scar-faced man and 2 others, leading to a shared debauchery. In their eyes, women were mere playthings. Soon, they encountered another solitary woman, and naturally, they seized the opportunity. Huang Ren, familiar with their previous escapades, hurried to join them, eager to claim his prize upon hearing of a mother-daughter duo. However, what he found were 2 stunning women, far surpassing his previous finds. Had it not been for the exhaustion incurred from the first 2, he would have indulged again immediately. To his surprise, the group pursued them, just as Huang Run had predicted, only to find a man accompanying a breathtaking woman. As he observed Su Wanyun, his excitement surged. It felt as though fate was smiling upon him. His gaze shifted between Su Wanyun and the nearby Su Chi-Chi, his anticipation growing. "Boss, that man is the one who attacked me yesterday. Should we break his arms and legs? I want to play with her in front of him," he suggested eagerly. Huang Run, equally elated, realized that the mother-daughter duo had finally fallen into their grasp. Although he could not be the first to indulge, he was content to take the second turn. The bald man, inspired by Huang Ren's words, chuckled at the thought, prompting laughter from the rest of the group, their eyes gleaming with depravity, as if they could devour Su Wanyun whole. In the midst of this, Su Wanyun's mind went blank. She was no naive girl. The intentions of these men were written plainly on their faces. The horrific fate of the 2 women she had seen weighed heavily on her heart. They were not mere talkers. Their actions spoke volumes. As dread filled her, she instinctively glanced at Yu Feng, who, too, appeared pale and trembling. Despair washed over her as she realized that with so many against them, what could he possibly do to save them? "Big brother, you like this woman, don't you? She's yours. Please spare me. I have other women in my camp. I could bring them all here," Yu Feng stammered, pulling Su Wanyun toward the bald man with a pleading expression. The men were taken aback, clearly not expecting such a display of submission from him, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. "Oh, you can really bring all the women from your camp here?" The bald man's interest was piqued as he scrutinized Yu Feng. "Boss, you promised me. Don't let him off the hook." Huang Ren interjected, his anger flaring. He detested Yu Feng for ruining his chance to enjoy the mother-daughter pair. "Silence." The bald man snapped, his glare silencing Huang Ren, who quickly recalled that the boss did not tolerate dissent. On this island, the bald man's word was law, and Huang Ren's defiance clearly displeased him. Su Wanyun could hardly comprehend Yu Feng's words, standing frozen as he led her toward the bald man. As they approached, a wave of despair engulfed her. She turned to Yu Feng, her mind racing with anguish and disbelief, unable to articulate her thoughts. "What are you waiting for? Go on. It's your fortune that the boss has taken an interest in you. Serve him well, Yu Feng urged, forcefully pushing her forward. Su Wanyan stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but was caught just in time by Su Chi, who was equally bewildered after being ambushed and brought to this location. Fear filled her heart, especially with the presence of the man from yesterday. Yet, upon recalling Yu Feng's formidable physique, she held onto a glimmer of hope. However, the moment Yu Feng and her mother were cornered, despair washed over her again. She never imagined Yu Feng would utter such words to save himself. Chi. Su Wanyan could only sob silently as she caught sight of her daughter. Run! Yu Feng suddenly shouted, brandishing a spear horizontally at the bald man and his accomplice. Seeking death, the bald man and the scar-faced man finally realized the gravity of the situation. It was not a mere offer of women. It was an ambush. As they dodged the incoming spear, they swung their weapons at Yu Feng. Yu Feng, seeing his opportunity, moved swiftly, creating distance from the women. However, Su Wanyan and Su Chi remained paralyzed with fear, unable to flee. Hurry up! Don't hinder me, he urged, panic rising as he noticed the trio regrouping to charge at him. He needed to incapacitate one of them to deter the others before they reached him. As he faced the incoming strikes, Yu Feng did not retreat. Instead, he leaned slightly, thrusting his spear forward. He narrowly avoided the axe's glint as it sliced past him, cold sweat trickling down his back. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his shoulder. He had dodged the bald man's axe, but not the other man's club. With a sigh of relief, he looked to see the bald man's eyes wide in disbelief as he slowly lost consciousness, a spear embedded in his chest. The scar-faced man's face paled at the sight, astonished by Yu Feng's ferocity. He had not anticipated such ruthlessness, willing to endure a blow just to eliminate his leader. I will kill you, he bellowed, rage consuming him as he lifted his club to strike once more. Yu Feng, gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, pressed forward, closing the distance. With a powerful palm strike, he struck the scar-faced man's jaw, sending him flying half a meter into the air, his body twisting unnaturally before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 25. Disarming at this moment. The three pursuers were filled with trepidation, yet resolute in their intent to eliminate Yu Feng. They were aware that their adversary was a remorseless killer. If they did not strike him down, he would surely turn his lethal prowess upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at Yu Feng. Sensing the fierce gust of wind behind him, Yu Feng instinctively dove forward, executing a roll on the ground to evade their assault. Fortunately, Li Wenmei had already reacted swiftly, pulling the stunned Su Wanyan and her daughter aside, thus granting Yu Feng a brief respite. Li Wenmei's quick response was fueled by her desire to entice Yu Feng. Her understanding of his character had led her to deduce that he was not one to easily compromise. Thus, when Yu Feng suggested sending Su Wanyan away, although taken aback, her thoughts were more contemplative than fearful. As Yu Feng made his move, she was prepared to act. In stark contrast, Su Wanyan and Su Chi were initially unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, for in their eyes, Yu Feng was their closest ally. It was only when Li Wenmei pulled them apart that they began to grasp the urgency of the moment. Xiao Feng, Su Wanyan cried out in desperation. Yu Feng, spotting Su Wanyan nearby, felt a surge of urgency. Two long spears lunged toward him, leaving no avenue of escape. If he dodged, Su Wanyan and the others would be the ones to suffer. Without a second thought, he executed a swift maneuver, pinning the spears tightly under his arm. However, another assailant lunged at him with a dagger. Yu Feng swiftly fell to the ground and kicked upward, producing a tearing sound as he felt a chill run down his thigh. His pants had been slashed open. By a stroke of fortune, he narrowly avoided a grievous wound. If that blade had struck true, he feared his life would have been forfeit on this desolate island. Yet, the outcome was favorable, though his kick lacked full force. It succeeded in pushing the attacker back by 2 paces. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Feng retrieved a dagger from his waist and rolled forward, closing in on the nearest adversary. Huangding. With a piercing scream, Huangren clutched his thigh and collapsed, rolling on the ground, blood splattering Yu Feng. The remaining 2 attackers were momentarily stunned. Yu Feng seized Huang Ren's discarded spear and thrust it toward the man with the dagger. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through the man's abdomen. You, he gasped, collapsing to the ground, words failing him as he teetered on the brink of death. Faced with such brutality, the last remaining assailant lost his nerve and fled, shouting, "Devil! Devil!" Feng, unwilling to allow any threat to remain, hurled the spear with all his might, striking the fleeing man and pinning him against a nearby tree. At that moment, Huang Run was paralyzed with fear, regretting ever provoking such a monster. But survival took precedence. He knelt, begging for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, I was wrong." He had never felt so close to death, astonished that a group of 5 strong men could be dispatched so effortlessly. Yet, Feng showed no mercy. His dagger sliced through Huang Ren's neck, blood splattering as the man fell lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Feng surveyed the bodies, feeling as though he had deflated like a balloon, his body aching and breathless. Despite having steeled himself for murder before arriving, the conclusion still left him unsettled. Though not to the extent of the dramatic reactions often depicted in films, he merely found the scent of blood somewhat overwhelming. Before long, he regained his composure. "Feng." Su Wanyan suddenly collapsed into his arms, weeping softly against his chest. She had never encountered such despair, and witnessing Feng risk everything for her left her with no other thoughts or reservations. In that moment, Feng, despite his earlier discomfort, found his hand instinctively resting on Su Wanyan's waist. However, as his hand inadvertently slipped lower, he felt a softness and pressure against his body. Recalling the words Su Wanyan had spoken before their encounter, a heat surged within him. "Feng, they were all villains. It's all right now. Put away your weapons." As Su Wanyan felt something pressing against her, reminiscent of scenes from television where individuals exhibited extreme reactions after committing murder, she instinctively reached to remove the object pressing against her. Just as her hand was about to grasp it, she realized what it truly was, her face flushing crimson as she quickly released Feng, suddenly aware of the blood covering him and the significant tear in his pants, a clear sign of a blade strike. Recalling the peril he had faced, her heart raced, tears welling in her eyes. "Feng, are you hurt? Don't scare me, Annie." Panicking, she began to examine him, her small hands searching his body, not even sparing his pants. "Annie, I'm fine. It's all someone else's blood. I assure you, I'm unharmed," Feng replied, still savoring the moment of closeness, though he felt a twinge of regret as Su Wanyan eventually withdrew from him. He wished she had lingered a moment longer. After all, he was not a monster. As he pondered the fleeting sensation of intimacy, he noticed Su Wanyan's face was flushed as she continued to pat him down, her embarrassment palpable. Seeing himself nearly defeated in this last bastion of resolve, he comforted her. "I'm truly fine." Su Wanyan conducted a thorough check, seemingly reassured by the absence of injury. Hearing Feng's insistence that he was well, she felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders. "See, I'm perfectly all right," he added, demonstrating by jumping in place. "Stop jumping. You'll frighten Auntie," Su Wanyan exclaimed, chuckling despite herself, finally reassured by his well-being. She couldn't help but find his tattered pants amusing, and a laugh escaped her lips. However, the memory of her earlier panic flooded back. An embarrassment washed over her as she realized her daughter was watching. In a flurry, Su Wanyan turned her attention to the surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Qiqi and Li Yuanmei had rushed over. Upon witnessing her heroic savior, Su Qiqi felt an overwhelming urge to leap into Feng's embrace. But her mother beat her to it, leaving her standing awkwardly to the side. Although she understood the need for comfort in such dire circumstances, she felt a pang of impatience as she overheard her mother asking about Feng's injuries, wishing to check on him herself. Finally relieved that he was unharmed, she couldn't help but express her gratitude, throwing herself into Feng's arms. "Thank you," Su Qiqi whispered, her voice barely audible, as she nestled against his warm chest. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, making her reluctant to part from his embrace. However, aware of the presence of others, she reluctantly released him. Feng, taken aback by Su Qiqi's sudden action, found himself at a loss as to where to place his hands. Just then, another figure collided with him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 26. The Wolfpack Thank You, Feng. This time, Li Yuanmei did not use her usual clipped tone. Her voice was much more ethereal. However, she did not hold on to Feng for long before releasing him, understanding that he was not particularly inclined towards physical contact. At this moment, Li Yuanmei had come to realize who among the men she had once clung to genuinely cared for her, and who would dare to risk their life to save her. Thus, even though Feng had come to her aid not solely for her sake, she felt a profound gratitude toward him. All she had to offer was her body, but it was clear that Feng had no such intentions. Consequently, she could only give him a brief embrace. Yet once she did hold him, it was a distinctly different experience. Ahem, let us leave this place. Feng instinctively glanced at Su Wanyan. Seeing her unresponsive, he let out a sigh of relief. The presence of several corpses was unsettling. Xiaofeng, what about her? Feng followed Su Wanyan's gaze to a woman in her mid-20s, timidly observing them from the edge of the clearing. Upon meeting Feng's gaze, she hurriedly recoiled, her eyes darting nervously. Why is there only one person? What about the other? Feng queried, puzzled. He recalled that the bald man and his companions had captured 4 women. Aside from Su Qiqi and the others, there were still 2 unaccounted for. When you were dealing with them, we merely hid behind the trees. However, I saw one woman dash into the depths of the woods, and she has yet to return. Li Yuanmei revealed. She had witnessed clearly. That woman, upon hearing Feng shout to run, had bolted into the forest in a frenzy. Very well, Yin, please inquire whether she has a place to go and what her intentions are. Should she wish to accompany us? In such circumstances, Feng could not possibly abandon a woman here. All right, Su Wanyan responded softly, moved by the plight of the other woman, and she proceeded towards her. As the woman saw several females approaching, her fear dissipated. Feng, meanwhile, was preoccupied with gathering supplies. First and foremost were weapons. Daggers and hand axes were invaluable. Even though he already possessed a dagger, acquiring another for Su Wanyan's protection would be prudent. The hand axe, while not particularly large, was essential for constructing a better shelter on this deserted island, as it would be necessary to chop down numerous trees. Feng picked up the hand axe, testing its balance with a few swings. It was ideal for both weaponry and utility. Casting a glance at the lifeless bald man, Feng felt no remorse as he retrieved the spear still lodged in his chest, a tool he had painstakingly crafted over several hours, too precious to discard. Next, he approached a tree where he had noticed a suitcase and a backpack. He first opened the backpack, which contained several sets of men's clothing. Feng felt a surge of joy. His own pants were torn, and these appeared to be of suitable size. However, apart from the clothes, it was filled with trivial items like chargers, razors, and nail clippers, alongside half a bottle of mineral water and an empty bottle. He did not discard these, recognizing their potential utility for long-term survival on the island. After sorting through the backpack, he hurriedly opened the suitcase, hoping it would contain something useful. To his dismay, it was filled with women's clothing, dresses, undergarments, uniforms, candles, a whip, and a small umbrella. Just as he contemplated discarding them, he remembered they were on a deserted island. Women would need clothing as well. Thus, he hastily packed some of the more peculiar garments and the small umbrella into his backpack, leaving behind only those items that appeared more conventional. As he organized, visions of Su Wanyan adorned in those garments flooded his mind, igniting a heat within him that quickened his heartbeat and left him parched. Just as he was lost in such thoughts, a piercing scream abruptly shattered his reverie. Xiaofeng, what is happening? Although the cries seemed distant, it startled the women, causing their faces to pale. Feng turned towards the source of the sound, which was in the direction the woman had fled. The scream likely belonged to her. However, upon closer inspection, he could discern nothing amiss. Let us gather the roasted fish. We must leave immediately, Feng urged, swiftly slinging the backpack over his shoulder, securing the hand axe, and hoisting the suitcase. You all go ahead, he instructed the women, taking the rear. Uncertain of the situation, it was prudent to depart for safety's sake. The women, seeing the seriousness of Feng's demeanor, said nothing, picked up the roasted fish, and quietly made their way towards the beach. Feng trailed behind, casting wary glances over his shoulder, his brow furrowed. The journey was silent until, after roughly 10 minutes, they emerged onto the beach, escaping the oppressive confines of the jungle, and collectively exhaled in relief. Xiao Feng, did you find anything? Su Wanyin finally spoke, having led the way but occasionally glancing back at Yu Feng, aware of his expression. Everyone must exercise caution moving forward. It appears someone has encountered a wild beast, Yu Feng replied candidly. He had confirmed the existence of wild animals on this island, necessitating preparation. What kind of wild beast? Su Chi, upon hearing the term, felt a surge of curiosity, entirely neglecting the potential consequences of such an encounter. Observing her expression, Yu Feng could only shake his head in resignation. I didn't get a clear look, but it resembled a wolf, he admitted, uncertain, having only glimpsed two dog-like figures darting through the underbrush. Wolves? We should hurry. The revelation sent the girls into a tizzy, their faces paling as they quickened their pace. Yu Feng noted their fear of the creatures. Chuckling softly, he understood their apprehension. After all, he had heard countless tales of wolves since childhood. Their trepidation was entirely reasonable. In truth, Yu Feng was not overly concerned about wolves, as their combat effectiveness is limited when isolated. They rely on pack dynamics. As long as they remained in numbers, they need not fear. Typically, wolves would not provoke a group. However, an island capable of sustaining a wolf pack must possess an abundant food supply, suggesting the potential presence of apex predators like tigers or bears. This posed the greatest threat to the survivors. Chapter 27. Distributing clothes after a 40-minute trek along the shoreline. Yu Feng and his companions finally returned to their refuge. The ladies were thoroughly exhausted, while Yu Feng seemed relatively unscathed. Upon hearing the warning of wolves behind them, Su Chi and the others, despite their fatigue, refrained from suggesting a break until they reached the campsite. Once there, they unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground. The group left behind in the camp, who had been fishing together, spotted Yu Feng's party from afar, eagerly awaiting their return with their catch in hand. As soon as Yu Feng arrived, they surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Su Chi was the most eager to respond, but having been knocked unconscious earlier, she was at a loss for details. Curiosity piqued, Yu Feng sought clarification, and it was ultimately Li Yuanmei who provided the missing pieces. It turned out that as they entered the forest, Su Chi had been struck down before she could even relieve herself. Li Yuanmei, too, had been silenced by a dagger-wielding assailant who threatened her into submission. The sight of three strangers had startled her, but fortunately, they merely demanded she follow them without resorting to violence. Su Chi regained consciousness midway through her abduction, and upon seeing the man who had once bullied her, she was overwhelmed with terror and began to cry. It became evident that their captors intended to return her to the camp to await the bald-headed man's orders. However, by that time, the bald-headed man was already at his limit, and the outcome was that Yu Feng pursued them. When the group heard of Yu Feng's bold exploits, their expressions transformed. Fear mingled with admiration. Among them, only Su Chi and Wu Yu were younger than Yu Feng. Even Li Yuanmei, who had entered the company alongside him, was a year his senior. The older men among them felt that they would scarcely have had the courage to act under such circumstances, let alone annihilate their foes with such apparent ease. Yet, there were no signs of discontent regarding Yu Feng's lethal actions. They were all aware of the sinister intentions of those assailants. They simply could not fathom how such brutality could exist among humans, while also recognizing their own vulnerabilities. The women, in particular, understood their precarious position. Without Yu Feng's protection, their lives on the deserted island would be grim. As the conversation progressed, and everyone became more acquainted, they intended to have the woman rescued from the bald-headed man introduce herself. However, upon mentioning him, she broke down in tears, perhaps recalling her traumatic experiences. The group could only offer her sympathy, and it was Su Wanyin who stepped in to provide a brief introduction. They learned that her name was Xiao Yan. She was 27 years old and had embarked on this trip to escape her troubles, only to find herself ensnared in this dire situation. Originally, she had been part of a larger group at a campsite, consisting of 5 men and 7 women, but they often separated to forage for food, which ultimately led to her capture. She had realized the true nature of her captors and was now willing to join Yu Feng's group. Once introductions concluded, everyone had rested sufficiently. Yu Feng noted that it was already past 5 o'clock. The day had been eventful, and many of their plans had fallen by the wayside, such as constructing additional shelters. Despite the comfort of Su Wanyin's warm presence, Yu Feng felt the chill creeping in. There were only 2 shelters available, and with 9 individuals, they could not all lie down together. Let us seize the remaining daylight to construct 2 more shelters. Lao Wei, Wu Zong. While you gather branches and leaves, keep an eye out for suitable trees to fell for spear making, Yu Feng instructed, handing his hatchet from his backpack to Wu Yong. Brother, how many spears do we need? Wu Yong asked, gazing at the hatchet with excitement, feeling the weight of Yu Feng's trust in him. In this desolate island, wielding such a weapon made one formidable. Just aim for 1 spear per person for now. With a greater number of women among us, they must have the means to defend themselves. When time allows, I will teach everyone some techniques, Yu Feng replied. Although he was capable in combat, he recognized that without him, only 2 men remained. If the women lacked the ability to fight back, the men would struggle to protect the camp. Brother Feng, are you going to teach us martial arts? Will I be able to become as strong as you? Su Qiqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the thought of learning to wield a spear. Until now, she had been unaware of Yu Feng's martial prowess. But having witnessed his skills in action over the past few days, she was eager to emulate him. Yu Feng chuckled. Martial arts cannot be mastered overnight. Typically, it requires years of practice from a young age. However, I can teach you some self-defense techniques. Frequent practice with weapons can be beneficial. I thought I could become a heroine, Su Qiqi replied, her expression one of mock disappointment as she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. All right, that's enough. Everyone, go about your tasks, Yu Feng instructed, urging them to disperse. Then, turning to Su Wanyin, he quietly added, Aunt Yun, please take this box and store it. It contains women's clothing. You can use it to change. His words caused the departing group to pause in curiosity. Yu Feng had carried such a large suitcase back, and though they were hesitant to inquire, the mention of clothing piqued their interest. Judging by your expressions, yes, it's all women-esque clothing. Women can take what suits them. If you find something you need, consult Aunt Yun. But let me clarify, this is merely what I brought back. It is not my intention for you to wear it, Yu Feng explained, leaving everyone bewildered. Was he finding clothing a good thing? Why did he want to distance himself from it? Nevertheless, the women gathered around, having gone 2 days without a change of clothes. Who would T want to feel clean? Seeing them flock to the box, Yu Feng stepped aside. Wu Yong approached quietly. Brother, are there no men-esque clothes? Yu Feng glanced at him and noted his service uniform, understanding his desire for new attire. I have 1 more set, but it's short-sleeved and short pants. In my backpack, there are only 2 sets, 1 outdoor jacket and the outfit I'm wearing, which is now unusable. I should have taken the clothes from the bald-headed men, especially their shoes, but the thought of handling items associated with death was unsettling. Now, I regret it, he thought. I suppose I'll have to make do with my own for now. Wu Yong was disappointed to hear that only short-sleeve clothing was available. On this island, without sun protection, it was less preferable to his work attire, which at least offered some coverage. Meanwhile, the women had already opened the suitcase, gasping in excitement. Many of them flushed red, occasionally casting curious glances at Yu Feng. What are you looking at? I told you I merely brought these back. Yu Feng felt a bit like a pervert in their eyes and reiterated his point. Brother, what brand are these clothes? They seem to evoke strong feelings from them. Wu Yong remarked, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps they've never worn such brands before, Yu Feng speculated, trying to rationalize their excitement. In the outside world, gifting a group of women such clothing would likely earn one the title of a pervert. After much deliberation, aside from Li Wei, the women each selected an outfit, while the remaining items were left in the suitcase, which Su Wanyun placed in the shelter. Li Wei, however, took an additional qipao. With their new clothes in hand, the group of women headed toward the beach. Chapter 28. Accompany me to the bath amidst the crowd. Yu Feng felt no apprehension, especially since the shore was merely a few dozen meters away, practically beneath his nose. Shortly after, he returned, having gone to wash up. Upon noticing the small garments hanging around the campsite, a sense of embarrassment washed over the group of men. Wu Yong and Wei Dong hurriedly excused themselves to gather branches, leaving Yu Feng no choice but to rise, don his backpack, and take a spear as he made his way to the rocky area. His initial intention was to cleanse the blood from his body and change his clothes, but realizing he had some time left, at least 2 hours before dusk, he figured that even if the food supply at the camp was sufficient for the night, no one would complain about having more. As for why he didn't allow Wu Yong and Wei Dong to assist, Yu Feng had observed their lack of efficiency while fishing earlier that afternoon. They had only managed to catch 8 fish in 2 hours, with the rest likely gathered by the women. Thus, he delegated them the task of gathering wood. Upon plunging into the sea, Yu Feng soon discovered that the bloodstains on his clothes were stubborn and would not wash out completely. Regrettably, while the odor had diminished significantly, the color remained altered. As for his trousers, without a needle at hand, he could only wait for an opportunity to find some fish bones to fashion a makeshift repair. After washing for a while, he began to diligently spear fish. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon he had caught 6 fish. Suddenly, he noticed the fish swimming in the water scattering, becoming alarmingly sparse. Confused, he surfaced and gazed into the depths, his face paling instantly. "Damn, there's something lurking here," he muttered under his breath, spotting a shark fin nearly half a meter high approaching him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swam towards shallower waters. Feeling a wave of regret wash over him, he resolved to be more cautious in the future and avoid venturing into deep waters. The abundance of fish here had been a pleasant surprise, but he hadn't anticipated the presence of a great white shark. Despite his skills, facing a dominant predator of the sea left him feeling unnerved. The danger was closing in, and the shallow waters were still some distance away. Anxious, he thought of the budding connection with Su Wanyun. It would be a shame to perish now. More importantly, if he were to meet his end, what would become of Su Wanyun and her daughter? With that thought, he decisively turned, bracing himself with the spear in hand as the shark lunged at him with its gaping maw, its foul breath assaulting his senses. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and an unprecedented calm enveloped Yu Feng's mind. He thrust the spear forward with all his might, but it shattered upon impact, leaving him alarmed. The shark had disrupted his balance with its powerful movement, causing him to miss its lethal mouth and instead strike its hard head. The collision resulted in the spear breaking, with the tip lodged in the shark's head, and Yu Feng was flung several meters away. Infuriated by the pain, the shark turned to bite him again, and despair washed over him. His only weapon was rendered useless, and he felt the weight of his inexperience. Just as despair threatened to consume him, his foot struck a hard object beneath him. As he caught sight of the shark's enormous mouth with its dagger-like teeth, he disregarded his surroundings and forcefully pushed off the hard object, propelling himself 2 meters backward, narrowly evading the shark's bite while the object impeded the predator's advance. Seizing the moment, he swiftly swam towards shallower waters, and when his feet finally touched the ground, he exhaled in relief. However, he didn't linger in the water and quickly made his way ashore. Once on land, seeing the shark still circling nearby, a chill of fear coursed through him. Fortunately, he had encountered a reef just beneath the surface, which had thwarted the shark's approach and granted him valuable time. As he steadied his racing heart, he checked the time. It was getting late. He retrieved his outdoor gear from his backpack and donned it, finding it surprisingly well-fitting. He hadn't discarded his old clothes. They were still stowed away. Yu Feng cleaned the fish he had caught, hanging them on branches before returning to the camp. Upon his arrival, he found that the new shelter was nearing completion. With the extra hands available, Su Chi and Wu Yu had already begun preparing a fire. Yu Feng handed the fish to them and refrained from assisting with the grilling, instead examining the thick branches set aside. He selected one that seemed suitable and began peeling it with his knife. Before long, the shelter was complete, and the women joined in to prepare the grilled fish and snails. At that moment, Wu Yong and Wei Dong returned, each carrying several sturdy branches intended for spear-making. It appeared they were adhering to the principle of abundance. "Boss, do you want us to lend a hand?" they asked in unison. Yu Feng was taken aback by their address. While Wu Yong was only 3 years his senior, and thus seemed less awkward to call him boss, Wei Dong was more than a decade older. "Well, since we're all part of the team, a leader is necessary," Wei Dong explained, sensing Yu Feng's confusion. Everyone recognizes your integrity. They will follow you. It's only fitting that we call you boss. Yu Feng understood their perspective. Survival on this island would require unity, and he appreciated their respect. He had no intention of promoting democracy. His focus was on ensuring the well-being of Su Wanyun and her daughter. As for the others, he would treat them fairly, but if they proved to be a hindrance, he would not hesitate to remove them. Their conversation naturally reached the ears of the women, who nodded in agreement. Only Su Chi muttered softly, "I don't want to call him boss. He asked my brother Feng." After her remark, she proudly lifted her chin. "What are you babbling about?" Su Wanyun shot her daughter a disapproving look, prompting laughter from the other women. Yu Feng paid little mind to their playful banter. He handed his knife to Wei Dong for peeling, while Wu Yong used an axe to shape the spearheads. Yu Feng sought out a few pebbles, smashing them together to sharpen the spear shafts. Although he could use his knife for the task, it would dull the blade too quickly, which he was reluctant to sacrifice. Though the process of peeling and shaping was time-consuming, by the time he finished several spearheads, the grilled fish was ready. Everyone gathered around to partake in the meal. Yu Feng insisted on ensuring everyone was satisfied, encouraging them to serve themselves. Just as he was about to grab a fish, Su Chi handed him one she had grilled herself. Taken aback, Yu Feng accepted it upon seeing the hopeful look in her eyes. Her beaming smile transformed her face, making her eyes crescent-shaped. Su Wanyun cast a curious glance at her daughter, sensing that Su Chi seemed more invested in Yu Feng since their rescue, a development she found troubling. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Yu Feng seized the opportunity to remind them, "Please refrain from venturing into the sea carelessly in the future. We must be cautious near the shore. There are sharks in the vicinity." He recounted his earlier encounter with the shark, causing a stir among the group. They had all spent considerable time by the water, particularly the women who had washed clothes in the afternoon. Thankfully, they had not encountered any sharks. The consequences could have been dire. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Su Wanyun inquired with concern. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine," Yu Feng replied nonchalantly, his heart warming at Su Wanyun's evident worry for him. As night fell, the women chatted amiably, while Yu Feng and the others continued to shape their spears. "Boss, how long should the shafts be?" Wu Yong asked, having finished shaping the spearheads. 3 shafts should be 2 meters long, the rest could be 1.8. Yu Feng suggested. "Isn't it customary in movies for spears to be 2 to 3 meters long? Why not make ours longer?" Wu Yong questioned, puzzled. Yu Feng explained patiently. "Those lengths were used for warfare. We need these for defense. If they're too long, the women won't be able to wield them properly. Plus, we'll often be moving through the woods. Longer spears would hinder us." Just as they were discussing this, Li Yueme approached shyly. "Brother Feng, could you accompany me to the beach? I want to wash up." Chapter 29. Peeping Li Yueme mustered her courage and spoke. Her cheeks flushed and unable to meet Yu Feng's gaze. Her words left the 3 men momentarily stunned. Wu Yong and Wei Dong exchanged glances, silently contemplating whether it was really necessary to go to such lengths for Yu Feng, while also curiously observing how he would respond. The prospect of accompanying a beautiful woman to take a bath was certainly appealing to them. Yu Feng, on the other hand, felt a rush of embarrassment. Was it not possible to discuss such matters discreetly? He had thought that, after rescuing her in the afternoon, things might have changed, yet here she was, once again attempting to entice him. He instinctively glanced at Su Wanyun, fearing that she might misunderstand the situation. He could clearly sense that Su Wanyun had begun to accept him, and if Li Yueme's actions jeopardized that, it would be quite regrettable, even if it meant merely accompanying her. "Xiao Feng, please accompany Yueme for a moment. It's dark now, and it's unsafe for just us girls to go. Besides, you mentioned there are sharks in the sea. With you there, we will feel more secure," Su Wanyun interjected. Originally, Li Yueme had intended for her to accompany them, recalling how she had bravely helped them escape from the bald man earlier that afternoon. Su Wanyun remembered that favor well, and after returning, both she and her mother no longer rejected Li Yueme, recognizing that she had effectively saved their lives during that perilous moment. Li Yueme had also explained her need to bathe and change clothes, but she was apprehensive about going alone and felt she needed Yu Feng's presence for safety. Surprised by Su Wanyun's suggestion that he accompany them, Yu Feng pondered the situation, Was it truly necessary to bathe at night? Li Yueme appeared on the verge of tears from her own embarrassment, as this was her first experience asking a man to accompany her to bathe. You could also bring Wan Yun along to help keep things comfortable for us. We all trust you, Li Yueme urged, eager to impress Yu Feng. However, she recognized her own unpleasant odor and thought that with Yu Feng around, there would be less risk. Su Wanyun gently nodded. Xiao Feng, I too wish to freshen up. Please lend us your assistance. She felt a complex mix of emotions. She often sensed that Yu Feng harbored feelings for her, possibly due to natural impulses toward the opposite sex. With Li Yueme so boldly offering herself, she hoped that Yu Feng's attention could be diverted. However, the closer Li Yueme drew to him, the more discomfort Su Wanyun felt. Yet, when Yu Feng instinctively considered her feelings, she felt an unexpected sweetness within. When Li Yueme once again invited her to join, Su Wanyun, almost as if compelled, agreed. All right, I will stay nearby, but you must not stray too far, she said. Upon hearing that both Su Wanyun and Li Yueme agreed to go, Yu Feng's mind conjured up vivid images, and he was eager to proceed. Yet the recent encounter with sharks left him apprehensive. He wished they could wait until daylight, but seeing Li Yueme's expression, he decided against voicing his concerns. Li Yueme, now overjoyed that both Yu Feng and Su Wanyun had consented, hurried to retrieve the clothes she had washed earlier that afternoon. Yu Feng observed her with furrowed brows, puzzled by her eagerness to change despite the apparent dangers lurking in the sea. It seemed she was more anxious to bathe than anything else. In this desolate island, surely one could endure a day or two without bathing. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the bald man had taken advantage of her earlier? The mere notion filled him with sadness. Despite not being particularly fond of Li Yueme's climbing tendencies, the thought of her being mistreated by a group of men disturbed him. As the two women walked ahead, they remained oblivious to Yu Feng's musings, both lost in their own thoughts. Silence enveloped them, especially for Su Wanyun, upon agreeing to accompany them, had not felt much apprehension at the prospect of a simple rinse in the sea's darkness. After all, Yu Feng had already kissed and touched her in ways that were intimate. Yet the thought of undressing and bathing so close to him made her heart race with an unfamiliar anxiety. As they approached the beach, the moonlight bathed their surroundings in a soft glow. Even from several meters behind, Yu Feng could discern their delicate silhouettes. A sudden sea breeze wafted towards him, carrying with it the mingling scents of the ocean and the faint fragrance of the two women. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Li Yueme, recalling a peculiar odor he had noticed earlier. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the dampness on her pants indicated she had been unable to relieve herself properly earlier, leading to her urgency to wash now. The situation struck him as comical. Even such a refined young lady could face such natural inconveniences. No wonder she had avoided him upon their return. Before long, they reached the shore, where the shelter remained visible in the distance. Let us move a bit further from here, Yu Feng suggested, not wanting Su Wanyun to be seen by others, even in shadow. They walked several dozen meters away from the shelter, ensuring a safe distance. You can stay here, but don't venture into deep water. Stay close to the shore for safety, and keep an eye on the sea. If anything arises, call for me. I'll be up ahead keeping watch, he instructed, moving forward without waiting for their response. Seeing Yu Feng take the initiative, the two women felt a sense of relief as Yu Feng's figure became a mere silhouette in the distance. They exchanged glances before placing their clothes in a dry spot and began to undress. Meanwhile, Yu Feng's heart was anything but calm. With his current vision, he could easily sneak a glance at them from this distance, but he wrestled with the temptation. Ultimately, he convinced himself to focus on scanning the water for any approaching sharks, tilting his head slightly to catch a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The waves rolled gently, and he could see Su Wanyun and Li Yueme, their bodies submerged up to their shoulders. Disappointment washed over him as he withdrew his gaze. He silently lamented his own restraint, wishing he had seized the moment to look back sooner. What a wasted opportunity. Now, he could only replay the imagined scene of their bathing in his mind, which only intensified his rising excitement. Struggling against his increasingly fervent thoughts, he shifted his attention to the distant scenery. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Quickly, Put your clothes back on. Chapter 30. Two landscapes. The abrupt voice of Yu Feng startled Su Wanyun and her companion, causing them to wonder if a shark had approached. Su Wanyun quickly rose to scrutinize the surface of the sea, only to see a wave crashing towards them, with nothing else amiss. Nevertheless, she trusted that Yu Feng would not issue a warning without cause. Instinctively glancing towards him, she noticed he had not moved closer. Though puzzled, she decided to return to shore and dress before addressing the situation. At that moment, a startled cry from Li Yuanmei pierced the air. Su Wanyun felt a hand grab her, losing her balance and tumbling into the water with a gasp, swallowing mouthfuls of seawater in her panic. Struggling to regain her footing, she found herself unable to rise. Yu Feng, still focused on the distant jungle, was momentarily taken aback by the cries of the two women. Realizing he had let his guard down, had a shark truly come? With that thought, he turned and sprinted towards them, scanning the water surface for any signs of danger. Aside from slightly larger waves, everything appeared normal, yet he could see the two women floundering in distress, their pale forms occasionally surfacing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Feng plunged into the water, swiftly pulling both women into his embrace. His mind was a flurry of questions. The water was shallow, only reaching his waist, and he felt no immediate threat. He did not dwell on it for long, wrapping an arm around each woman and carrying them ashore. Finally, he had a moment to appreciate the scene before him, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Ah, you. Su Wanyun and Li Yuanmei found themselves momentarily speechless, their minds blank with embarrassment and indignation, frozen in his arms. Yu Feng, ik vali flustat, stammeret, auntjun. I thought you were in danger, so I didn't think much of it. Let us down. Su Wanyun's face flushed crimson, her voice shy as she dared not meet his gaze. Realizing his inadvertent mistake, Yu Feng reluctantly released them, though his hand instinctively lingered for a moment, encountering softness. Close your eyes. Su Wanyun shot an indignant look at Yu Feng before glaring at Li Yuanmei, then turned to put on her clothes. She had come to understand that this incident was not Yu Feng's fault. In fact, he had recklessly rushed to her aid. She felt she could not reproach him, but rather, she blamed Li Yuanmei for dragging her into the water in an attempt to entice Yu Feng, leading to her panic and a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Li Yuanmei felt a sense of grievance. She recognized Su Wanyun's accusatory glance. Yet, she had not acted with malice. When she had heard Yu Feng's urgent call for them to return ashore, she had panicked, thinking a shark was approaching. In her anxiety, she lost her footing and, being a poor swimmer, fell into the water, inadvertently pulling Su Wanyun with her. Their frantic grasping had only escalated the situation, as both women wrestled with their tumultuous emotions. Yu Feng, oblivious to their turmoil, gazed ahead, completely forgetting Su Wanyun's request to close his eyes. His heart raced as he beheld the two white forms before him, a fiery warmth igniting within him. It was not until they were entirely obscured that he realized what had transpired. Hastily wiping his hands on the water to wash away the evidence of his embarrassment. I'm sorry, he mumbled, like a child caught in wrongdoing, unable to meet their eyes. This isn't your fault. You were merely concerned for us, Su Wanyun said, her composure returning. She chose not to dwell on the earlier awkwardness. After all, they had both been curious about each other, and perhaps this revelation was not entirely negative. Let us discuss this later. Once we return to camp, Yu Feng suggested, pulling both women along as he remained curious about the earlier incident. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I accidentally fell and pulled Su Wanyun into the water. I was too flustered at the time, Li Yuanmei explained sheepishly, avoiding their gazes. As long as no one was harmed, that was what mattered. Yu Feng pondered, understanding that a poor swimmer could easily panic if submerged, particularly after a fall. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Li Yuanmei for the unexpected experience, deciding he must treat her with more kindness in the future. Before long, they returned to the camp. As they approached, both Su Wanyun and Li Yuanmei instinctively withdrew their hands from Yu Feng's grasp, reflecting on how they had so easily allowed him to lead them. Thankfully, no one else had witnessed their earlier embarrassment. Upon reaching the camp, they hurriedly hung their damp clothes to dry. Brother Feng, did you go swimming too? You didn't take me along, Sui exclaimed, noticing Yu Feng's drenched attire. Assuming they had all been swimming. I just accidentally fell in, Yu Feng clarified quickly, wary of revealing too much. If you truly wish to swim, I'll take you another day. Really? You can't back out. Su Chi beamed at the prospect. Now, let's address something important. Old Wei, distribute the spears to everyone. Wu Yong, stoke the fire, Yu Feng said as he removed his wet shirt and found a branch to hang it on, holding his previous spear and axe. The others exchanged glances at Yu Feng's fully armed appearance, surprised and concerned. Did something happen? Chapter 31, Night Assault Boss. What has happened? Wu Yong observed the tense atmosphere, sensing it was more than just a familiarization with the spear. It seemed that Yu Feng had discovered something significant, though he was not entirely certain. Everyone, keep your weapons at the ready. Ladies, move closer to the beach. Regardless of what we encounter, do not scatter. Follow my commands. The gravity of Yu Feng's demeanor caused concern among the group, their expressions paling as they instinctively turned to him. The visible definition of his muscles, however, instilled a sense of security among them. A piercing howl shattered the tranquility of the night. A woo! Echoed another distant cry, as if in response. Wolves! The group gasped in alarm, particularly the women, whose faces were etched with fear. Nearby, Su Chi instinctively drew closer to Yu Feng, her voice trembling slightly. Many among them were encountering wolves for the first time, and the sound alone left them uncertain about the number lurking in the shadows. Do not panic. We have a bonfire. Wild beasts fear fire and will hesitate to attack us. Yu Feng reassured them, recognizing that heightened anxiety could lead to chaos. Moreover, wolves typically shy away from standing humans. With so many of them gathered, the pack would be reluctant to strike. Yes, we're numerous. If it comes to it, we will fight. Wu Yong echoed his sentiment, though he too was anxious. As he felt Su Yu's grip tighten on his arm, he realized the need to bolster everyone's spirits. Indeed, if necessary, we shall fight. The women, upon hearing Yu Feng's words, found reassurance in his rationale, their tension easing as they voiced their agreement, confidence swelling among them. Another wolf's howl resonated, this time alarmingly close, causing the group to shudder as they turned their eyes toward the tree line. Shadows flickered at the forest's edge, and Yu Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the woods. He felt an unsettling presence, as if numerous eyes were watching from within the thicket. All ladies, gather firewood. Lao Wei, Lao Wu. Grab some burning branches to use as torches. We need to retreat to the beach and stay vigilant, Yu Feng instructed. Though the group was perplexed and slightly frantic, they complied with his orders. Soon, everyone was prepared to retreat, moving cautiously backward while keeping their gazes on the forest. Stop here, Yu Feng commanded, halting a few meters from the water's edge. Set up bonfires on both sides. As the flames flickered to life, illuminating their faces, he continued. No need to be overly anxious. If it comes to it, we can retreat into the ocean. The wolves would not dare pursue us into the water. He reassured them, having considered this retreat strategy to minimize the risk of attack. Suddenly, gasps filled the air as the group spotted the wolves emerging from the woods. A pack of over 10 massive gray wolves had crossed the shelter, their presence illuminated by the flickering bonfire, which cast ominous shadows around the campsite. The wolves stood on the beach, heads raised, their gaping jaws emitting a spine-chilling chorus of howls. The terrifying sound echoed eerily, sending shivers down the spines of the women, their faces turning pale. Even the two sturdy men, Wu Yong and Wei Dong, trembled slightly. Yu Feng, armed with a spear in one hand and an axe in the other, positioned himself protectively in front of the group. If the wolves attack, Lao Wei and Lao Wu, ensure everyone's safety. If necessary, retreat into the water, but do not venture too deep. Stay at waist level at most. He was genuinely concerned that, in the chaos, the women might flee into deeper waters and encounter danger from more than just the wolves. Do not worry, Xiao Feng. We can handle this, Su Wanyan assured him, glancing at the resolute figure of Yu Feng standing at the forefront. She felt compelled to contribute, realizing that it was often Yu Feng facing the dangers alone. Yes, boss. We outnumber them. We are merely larger dogs, Wei Dong chimed in, reflecting the sentiment that the wolves were no longer as intimidating with a potential escape route. Very well. Just ensure your safety. Guard both flanks and do not cross beyond the bonfires. Feng reiterated before directing his attention back to the advancing wolves. The pack was encroaching, their eyes glinting with a haunting green glow as they panted, drool dripping from their jaws. Their paws clawed at the sand, eager to pounce on their prey. Yet they hesitated, heightening the group's anxiety. "Boss, what is happening?" Wu Yong felt perspiration pooling in his palms, the spear slipping slightly in his grip. He had never experienced such tension, instinctively looking to Feng for guidance. At that moment, a particularly large, jet-black wolf emerged from the pack, silencing the others as it approached. Undoubtedly, this was the alpha, its piercing gaze fixed intently on the group, radiating a primal ferocity. Suddenly, it raised its head and unleashed a deafening howl, prompting 5 gray wolves to charge toward the group, while the remaining wolves flanked from the sides. Feng was taken aback, realizing that the wolves demonstrated a level of intelligence, coordinating their attack. Fortunately, they had retreated to the beach. Otherwise, injury would have been inevitable. In an instant, the wolves were upon them. Feng's heart raced as he recognized a critical mistake. While wolves may not possess superior strength compared to humans, their speed was unmatched. The women would not be able to react in time, as several massive wolves lunged forward. Feng dropped his axe and swept the spear with all his might, shouting, "Everyone, retreat to the water." The moment the wolves charged, the women were paralyzed with fear, their earlier bravado dissipating in the face of such ferocity. Despite Feng's earlier reassurances, they screamed in terror, unable to comprehend the imminent danger. In the chaos, some froze in place, overwhelmed by fear. Feng managed to fend off 3 wolves with his spear, but one cleverly evaded his attack and lunged at him. Realizing his strength was waning and fearing for Su Wanyun's safety, he had no choice but to brace himself against the wolf's gaping maw. With a powerful thrust, he attempted to fend it off, but the wolf's claws raked toward him, forcing him to kick out in desperation. The impact sent the wolf flying, but the force knocked Feng to the ground. A scream pierced the air as he caught sight of another wolf that had circled around him, targeting the women. Wu Yong and Lao Wei, finally snapping out of their stupor, rushed to assist, but it was too late. In a moment of panic, Feng instinctively used his position on the ground to grab the wolf's hind leg, swinging it towards the 3 wolves charging back at him. 2 were struck squarely, but as he fell, he found himself vulnerable, weapons exhausted, unable to defend against the relentless assault. "Feng, be careful." Su Wanyun's voice quivered with fear, her heart racing as she realized her helplessness. She longed to assist, but felt utterly powerless. Chapter 32. The Slaying of the Wolf King, as Feng beheld the gaping maw of the wolf poised to sink its teeth into his waist. A wave of regret washed over him. He had indeed grown somewhat careless. In a sudden motion, he pulled back at his waist, allowing Kong Kong to evade the gray wolf's attack. Alas, he heard a pained cry from the girl behind him, and he found himself tumbling onto a soft surface. He recognized who he had fallen upon, yet there was no time for contemplation. He faced the gray wolf, delivering 2 swift kicks. Being mindful of the girl beneath him, he restrained his strength, merely managing to shove the wolf aside. With agility, Feng executed a roll, bracing himself on one palm to rise to his feet. He brandished his spear, thrusting it to send the earlier gray wolf flying 2 meters away. Soon after, 2 more gray wolves charged at him, and he could no longer afford to employ wide, sweeping attacks. He had to fend off the advancing wolves one by one. It was then that he took a moment to assess the situation of everyone around him. All the girls had retreated into the sea. Even Li Yuemei, who had been momentarily pinned beneath him, was now rubbing her chest and standing beside Su Wanyun, her face still etched with pain as she anxiously watched him. Feng felt a flicker of guilt, but couldn't help but admire her quick reflexes. Among the women, she was undoubtedly the fastest to react. Only she had had the presence of mind to pull others to safety, while he, in his attempt to rescue her, had instinctively braced himself against the ground and pulled her back, despite her lack of strength buying him precious moments. No longer focusing on the women, Feng realized that while he could send the wolves attacking him flying, his actions were inflicting little damage. The pack remained largely unharmed. This was not a sustainable strategy. The number of wolves was overwhelming. He needed to adopt a faster, albeit less powerful approach. However, both Wu Yong and Wei Dong, mere ordinary men, were struggling to maintain their positions. They wielded their spears in a flurry, aided by the flickering light of the campfire, preventing the wolves from drawing near. Yet, such exertion was depleting their stamina rapidly. Before long, both men were panting heavily, and the wolves were not oblivious to their fatigue. They circled cautiously, testing for openings. Wherever the spears danced, the wolves withdrew, yet none were harmed. Old Wu, Old Wei, you two should retreat into the sea. Yu Feng urged them, recognizing their dire condition. The two men, understanding the gravity of the situation, gradually retreated into the water. Yu Feng followed suit, and soon everyone was submerged. The wolf pack remained on the shore, howling but hesitant to enter the water. "Are you all right?" Yu Feng inquired, observing the pallor on many faces. As they noted the wolves' reluctance to approach the water, a collective sigh of relief echoed among them. "We're fine, Xiaofeng. How about you? Are you hurt?" Su Wanyan approached Yu Feng, instinctively reaching out to check for injuries, only to realize he was bare-shouldered and unscathed. Embarrassed by her concern, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily changed the subject. "Xiaofeng, what shall we do now?" Her question resonated with everyone present. All eyes turned to Yu Feng. Furrowing his brow, he engaged his mind swiftly, although they appeared safe for the moment. Remaining in the water was not a viable solution. Apart from the lurking threat of sharks, the night air's chill would soon take its toll, risking hypothermia and illness without proper medical aid. The wolves would not disperse on their own. They needed to be frightened or wounded. The most effective means would be to slay the Wolf King. Yu Feng's gaze shifted to the Wolf King lurking at the back of the pack, at least 10 meters away. He lacked the ability to confront so many gray wolves at once. How could he reach the Wolf King? If only he had a bow and arrow. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, recalling the events of the afternoon when he had used a spear as a javelin. Now, each woman possessed a spear that was of little use. Perhaps it was worth a try. "Old Wu, Old Wei, gather all the women as spears. I will handle the throwing. You two can pass them to me," he instructed. The two men, their eyes lighting up at the prospect, remembered Yu Feng's prowess in launching spears with considerable force. If all the spears were entrusted to him, the chances of striking down a few wolves would be significantly heightened. Generally, if a wolf pack sustained a certain degree of injury, they would retreat. They were not foolish and would assess the risks of their prey. Yu Feng first grabbed the spear from Su Wanyun, weighing it in his hands. The Wolf King was scrutinizing its prey, poised to seize its moment. The pack of gray wolves lingered on the beach, salivating at the sight of their quarry in the water, yet they hesitated to enter. Suddenly, a wolf, recognizing the upright figure of Yu Feng, lunged towards the shore. Yu Feng instinctively dodged, remembering the pain he had suffered at the Wolf King's hands before. However, the creature did not attack. Seizing this opportunity, he prepared to strike. But just then, a haunting howl pierced the air, throwing the wolf pack into disarray. Yu Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. His spear had found its mark. With a powerful stride, he had hurled the spear with remarkable speed over a distance of merely 10 meters, catching the Wolf King unawares. It instinctively raised its paw to swat away the incoming spear, yet it was too late. The spear pierced its body, eliciting a final, anguished cry. Seeing the chaos among the wolves, Yu Feng seized the moment, launching his spear without the need for a running start. Regrettably, the fleeing wolves proved elusive targets. Undeterred, he snatched the spear from Wu Yong's hands, who remained in a state of shock. This time, he aimed for the densest cluster of wolves. Two more mournful howls erupted, and the pack, now thoroughly panicked, fled into the depths of the forest. "Chase them," Yu Feng commanded, grasping two more spears as he dashed onto the beach. The wolves were on the verge of escaping into the darkness, and he hurled his spears once more, but both missed their mark. As he turned to retrieve more spears, he realized that Wu Yong and Wei Dong had only just managed to reach the shore. Left with empty hands, Yu Feng pursued the retreating pack, snatching a spear from the ground as he sought his target. However, the wolves had vanished from sight, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. With a resigned shake of his head, he picked up another spear, gazing into the darkened forest with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 33. Mischief Boss, are you all right? At that moment, Wu Yong and his companion caught up, noticing Yu Feng's unusual expression and fearing he had been injured. Nothing serious. I was merely lamenting the fact that my meal has escaped, Yu Feng replied, genuinely regretting the loss. The pack of gray wolves, though lean, possessed considerable size, each weighing at least 70 to 80 pounds. Excluding skin and bones, there would be at least 30 pounds of meat, enough to sustain their group for an entire day. Losing one was equivalent to losing a day's worth of food. However, to Wu Yong and his companion, Yu Feng's words seemed somewhat boastful. While they viewed the wolf pack as a threat, Yu Feng regarded them as a source of sustenance. Considering Yu Feng's formidable strength, the two exchanged awkward glances, their expressions filled with helplessness. Come, let us return and process the wolf meat. With the current weather, if we do not act promptly, it may spoil overnight. Let us endure a little longer, Yu Feng urged, aware of the urgency. They had all toiled throughout the day, but food was of utmost importance on this deserted island. 3 wolves would provide enough sustenance for several days, allowing them to spare time for crafting tools. Just then, several ladies had already made it ashore. Seeing the wolves driven away, their tense moods began to ease, and they curiously gathered around the Wolf King. Having experienced considerable turmoil, they were no longer particularly fearful of such bloodshed. Wow, Brother Feng, you are truly impressive, Su Chi exclaimed, rushing to Yu Feng and wrapping her arm around his. Gazing at him with admiration, Yu Feng playfully brushed his nose against hers. All right, now that we are safe, let's all exert ourselves a little longer. Aunt Yun, please help the ladies set up the smoking rack. We shall process the wolf meat tonight. Yu Feng felt it inappropriate to have the ladies handle the carcasses, but preparing the smoked wolf meat was a different matter. Noticing everyone was drenched, he continued, you should all change out of your wet clothes and dry them by the fire before putting them back on. We must avoid catching a cold. This is no trivial matter. After advising them, Yu Feng walked over to Yun Yun. Aunt Yun, I have an extra set of short sleeves and shorts in my backpack. You can use them in case of emergency. Please do not hesitate. Catching a cold without medicine could be fatal. Yu Feng's gentle admonitions were accompanied by a serious expression. What about you? Yun asked, taken aback by Yu Feng's demeanor. Yet she quickly realized they were on a deserted island. Any minor illness could escalate into something grave. Although there were many ladies' garments in their luggage, wearing them felt somewhat embarrassing, yet they were better than nothing. Yu Feng's group, however, had only his spare set left. As she considered this, her gaze softened towards Yu Feng, who was solely concerned for their welfare. We men are not so particular, one of the men chuckled. Yu Feng laughed heartily and made his way to the fire pit beside the shelter. He removed his long pants, casually found a branch to hang them on, and strutted over in nothing but his shorts. Hey, little rascal. Su Wanyun shot him an exasperated glance, trying to turn away. Yet her heart fluttered like a cat's paw. She reassured herself that since he had seen her, it was only fair for her to take a look in return. Brother Feng, are you being mischievous? Su Chi exclaimed in shock at Yu Feng's appearance, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away, her heart racing. What mischief? We swim like this, don't we? Everyone, stop loitering and get to work. Lao Wu, Lao Wei, let us deal with the skinning, Yu Feng suggested. Noticing that apart from Su Chi, who had turned away, Wu Yong had lowered his head, while the other ladies were watching him. Despite his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. All right, those who need to change clothes, come over, Su Wanyun called to the ladies, finding Yu Feng's bashfulness amusing. She beckoned the women over, and, as she walked past Yu Feng, teased, why so shy? Without waiting for Yu Feng's response, she continued toward the shelter, followed by the other women. Only Wu Yong and Wei Dong remained. You two should also change out of your wet clothes, dry them by the fire, and then put them back on. We 3 will each handle a wolf. This way we can finish more quickly, aiming for half an hour so everyone can rest early. Be careful not to damage the skins. For the entrails, just dig a pit and bury them. If you're unsure, just follow along. It's quite easy to learn. Seeing that the 2 men were still in a daze, Yu Feng offered a reminder. They noticed Yu Feng was only wearing shorts and felt no shame, soon following suit. Before long, they too were clad only in their shorts, and if one were to overlook the fact that they were on a deserted island, it might resemble a beach party. Meanwhile, the ladies had changed into an array of outfits: Chong Sam's, flight attendant uniforms, nurse attire, and student dresses. However, Yufeng had no time to admire their appearances, as he was diligently dealing with the Wolf King's carcass. Having watched how to skin animals as a child, he found it quite a hassle to do it himself. The overpowering stench of the beast was overwhelming, and the Wolf King was significantly larger than an ordinary gray wolf. To skin it properly, it needed to be completely suspended. Not finding a suitable branch, he unfastened his shoelaces and tied one of the Wolf King's legs to the nearest tree. However, even with the leg hanging, the Wolf King's nearly 2-meter length posed a challenge for Yufeng to hoist it up alone. It took 3 of them working in unison to hang it successfully. Once they had hung the other 2 wolves, they realized they had wasted considerable time. Thankfully, one person wielded a hand axe while the other 2 used daggers, which were barely sufficient for the task. As Yufeng skinned the wolf, he pondered how to make the most of the Wolf King's body. Currently, his group was on a deserted island, equipped with only a few metal weapons and clothes, not needing to drill wood for fire, which made them no different from primitive people. Fortunately, this was a maritime disaster. If it had been an aerial one, it would have been far more dire. Every part of the beast, the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, had its purpose. The skin could be fashioned into clothing, which was premature now, but it would serve well as bedding. The meat was for consumption, while the tendons could be fashioned into special ropes, albeit the wolf's tendons were relatively short and of little use. However, the Wolf King's size offered a chance to create a bowstring, as even 10 centimeters in length could be woven into one. With that, Yufeng contemplated crafting a powerful bow. The bones could be fashioned into tools and weapons, which needed upgrading. Just moments ago, while battling the wolf pack with a sharpened wooden spear, he realized the limitations of such a weapon. It could only inflict damage through stabbing or heavy strikes. But beasts do not simply stand still to be struck. To increase the lethality of his spear, he determined that crafting stone and bone tips would be the next step. Chapter 34. Handling the corpse, it took Yufeng a full half-hour to completely strip the wolf's hide. Once the skin was removed, the stench intensified. Initially, Yufeng intended to bury the entrails for potential future use, but now he could only shake his head. The odor was too foul. He decided it would be better to toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Thus, he laid the skinned carcass down and dragged it to the shoreline alongside the wolf hide, promptly eviscerating it and discarding the innards into the ocean. Boss, throwing those into the sea will attract sharks. They are highly sensitive to the scent of blood, Wu Yong cautioned as he and his companions finished scraping the wolf hide. Upon seeing Yufeng discard the entrails, they offered a reminder. Oh, it's mainly because the stench is overwhelming. We are in shallow waters. Even if sharks come, they won't be able to do much. Just be cautious in the future. At that moment, Yufeng realized why he had not encountered sharks in the previous days, but had today. It must have been the bloody scent that drew them in. Now that he was aware of their presence, he understood that as long as they avoided deep waters, they would be safe, as sharks would only run aground in shallow areas. Wu Yong and his companion considered this and agreed, concluding that the smell was indeed too potent. They decided to follow Yufeng's lead and also discarded their remains into the sea. The group then rinsed the wolf meat and hide in seawater, significantly diminishing the bloody scent, and carried them back to the shelter. By this time, Su Wanyun and the others had already constructed 3 smoking racks. These racks were quite simple, made from several forked branches for support, with horizontal branches laid across them. When it was time to smoke the meat, they would ignite a small fire below and add a specific ratio of damp wood. Feng, let us handle this. You all should take a rest, Su Wanyun said. Noticing Feng's return, she busied herself with the meat while her group set up the smoking racks, feeling a bit guilty for merely observing. Despite her close relationship with Feng, she wished to contribute more to his efforts. Feng initially intended to refuse, thinking the task wasn't too taxing. However, upon seeing the hopeful glint in Su Wanyun's eyes, he found himself unable to voice his objections. He also noticed the eager expressions of the other women. All right, I could use a bit of a break, so please go ahead. Feng began to comprehend that none among them were foolish. With the appearance of the wolf pack, The dangers of the deserted island had escalated. The women, being inherently at a disadvantage, had finally joined the team, and during food gathering and facing threats, they felt they could not contribute. If they did not engage in tasks within their capabilities, what purpose would they serve? Would Wu Yong and Wei Dong not notice? While it might not matter now, what about in the long run? As expected, once Yu Feng consented, Xiao Yin and Lu Qian took the knives from Wu Yong and Wei Dong, clumsily beginning to cut the meat. Yu Feng and his companions remained nearby, offering occasional guidance. Naturally, Yu Feng focused on instructing Su Wanyun, while Su Qi and the others hung the cut meat on the smoking racks. With many hands at work, they completed the task in about half an hour. Xiao Feng, how should we handle the wolf hide? Su Wanyun asked, her first thought being to use it as bedding, but she was unsure how to process it. Let us treat it with wood ash for now, and tomorrow I'll teach you how to prepare properly. You'll have a stylish wolf hide coat in no time. Yu Feng was familiar only with rudimentary methods. Professional techniques were likely lost to many. The camp already had a considerable pile of wood ash. He evenly spread the ash over the wolf hide. The fat and membranes still clung to the skin. But it was late, and he could only promise to teach the women how to handle it the following day. Are you serious? In this heat, making a coat? Will you even wear it? Su Wanyun remarked playfully, her tone light as she cast a teasing glance at Yu Feng, who found himself feeling like a love-struck young man under her enchanting gaze, unable to suppress a silly smile. After finishing with the wolf hide, Yu Feng hung it up on a branch. Everyone, let us rest early. We've all had a long day. Seeing that most had shown signs of fatigue, he quickly urged everyone to prepare for rest. Boss, should we assign someone to keep watch tonight? If wild beasts attack suddenly, we might not be able to escape, Wei Dong said, furrowing his brow. He no longer underestimated the island and felt it necessary to remind Yu Feng, albeit worried about how he might react. Absolutely. I'll take the first watch tonight. We'll rotate every night with 2 people. That will be safer. Yu Feng had not anticipated that Wei Dong would think of this. He had initially planned to keep watch himself, especially since the wolf pack had just left, unsure if they might return for revenge. Given the presence of wolves, other predators were likely nearby as well. However, if people had not eaten well the previous day, a good rest would be unlikely. If he allowed others to keep watch, he felt uneasy. Xiao Feng, do you want me to keep you company? As soon as Su Wanyun heard Yu Feng would be alone on watch, she instinctively offered to accompany him, immediately regretting her words. Fortunately, the others did not dwell on it, though Li Yuanmei cast a glance her way. You doubt my strength? I can manage alone. You should take a rest, Yu Feng replied, surprised by Su Wanyun's offer, feeling a surge of gratitude. However, seeing her weary face, he ultimately decided to decline. There would be plenty of opportunities to be alone together in the future. He did not wish to rush things. All right then, Su Wanyun acquiesced, and no one else objected. They had all had a restless night yesterday, faced many challenges today, and done considerable work, leaving them all exhausted. Given Yu Feng's arrangement, they felt both moved and impressed by his leadership. The fire crackled brightly as Yu Feng observed the group of women departing to wash their hands at the sea. He turned his attention back to the beast's sinew he held, which he had extracted from the Wolf King's limbs. It was only about 10 centimeters long, and he reluctantly shook his head, realizing it was insufficient for crafting a bowstring. He pondered whether there were wild cattle on the island, as their tendons would be ideal for bowstrings. It seemed prudent to begin gathering some resources, such as fish bladders, which could be collected for future use in making fish glue, as well as tree resin, which could also be used as adhesive. With these materials, he could create a strong bow, enhancing both hunting capabilities and personal safety. Yu Feng hung the sinew next to the wolf hide as a group returned from the sea, exchanging a few words before entering the shelter. However, Wu Yong and Wei Dong remained seated by the fire. What are you two doing? Didn't I tell you to rest? Yu Feng inquired, puzzled by their presence. Well, boss, our clothes aren't dry yet. We'll wait until they dry before we sleep. It's not that cold, Wu Yong replied sheepishly. Yu Feng realized this and chuckled, understanding their predicament. All right then, since you both are here doing nothing, let us find you something to do. He had initially intended to find something to occupy himself with, and since the two were idle nearby, it made sense to work together. With that, Feng produced 3 wolf leg bones. Do you know how to carve bone tools? Like bone knives or spearheads? He handed each of them a leg bone. I guess we can only carve them slowly with stones, Wu Yong replied, bewildered. Initially, he had expected a different task, and now he found himself contemplating how to create bone tools. While there were videos online demonstrating the process, they typically involved machinery for grinding, something they lacked on this deserted island. Wu Yong looked at Wei Dong, who shared his confusion and could only voice their shared thoughts. Well, that seems to be our only option. We should all spend our free time carving tools. Seeing their expressions, Feng realized their knowledge in this area was likely similar to his own. There was no choice but to proceed slowly with the carving. After all, they had plenty of time on watch, and this task would simply take a while. Feng picked up a stone and prepared to crack the leg bone open. As there were no saws or other tools available, he would have to break it first. Hut. After several strikes, he managed to break both ends, leaving about 20 centimeters of cylindrical bone, with the marrow spilling out and releasing a strong odor. Feng examined it, found a slender branch, and poked it a couple of times, then sprinkled some wood ash inside, which significantly reduced the smell. He mused to himself, if only I had a pot, I could boil it in water to eliminate the odor. Not wanting to dwell on it, Feng slowly began to grind the bone against the stone. Wu Yong and Wei Dong, seeing his actions, could only mimic him. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, none of their bones resembled knives yet. Feng couldn't help but exclaim, being primitive is tough. Boss, we're taking a break. At that moment, Wu Yong and Wei Dong realized their clothes were finally dry. They changed and went to rest. Feng glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. With everyone else gone, he continued to work on his bone knife. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from Su Wanyun's shelter. Chapter 35. Steam Bun with a cautious glance to the left and right. The little head slowly emerged, timidly approaching and settling beside Feng. What's the matter? Can't sleep? Feng softly inquired, continuing to polish the bone in his hands, having noticed her presence. I had a nightmare. After waking up, I couldn't fall back asleep. Su Qiqi fabricated a lie, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she gazed at Feng's profile. The masculine scent emanating from him enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of security. She leaned her small head against his back, her delicate hand gently entwined with his arm. Feng, unperturbed by the gesture, accepted it as a natural display of their amiable relationship, recalling how she used to cling to him like this. Thank you. Having you around is truly wonderful, Su Qiqi murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. In truth, she had been grappling with insomnia, her mind replaying the image of Feng rescuing her, which deeply moved her. Yet, the recurring thoughts of Liu Wei's closeness to him left her feeling unsettled. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her, prompting her to venture out and concoct a flimsy excuse. Observing Feng engrossed in his task, she found herself at a loss for words. I consider you all family. What need is there for gratitude among family? Why don't you want to acknowledge me as your brother anymore? Feng turned to Su Qiqi, his expression one of confusion. What's with this girl? She is usually so carefree. Why is she acting like a shy little girl now? You dolt. Why are you staring? Su Qiqi retorted playfully, casting an annoyed glance at him. Feng thought to himself, is this more like her? Before redirecting his focus back to the bone. If we truly cannot escape, will you continue to care for us like this? Su Qiqi's voice was softer, tinged with a hint of melancholy. What are you thinking? I said I would take care of you for a lifetime. Do you wish to fly solo? Feng affectionately brushed his fingers against her small nose, his expression tender. He mused that he was determined to be the man for Su Wanyun. How could he not care for them? Upon hearing Feng's promise of lifelong care, Su Qiqi felt an overwhelming sweetness swell within her. She gazed up at him, captivated by his earnest demeanor as he continued his work, suddenly finding him quite handsome. Feng, what kind of girl do you like? Su Qiqi's question caught him off guard. After pondering for a moment, he replied earnestly, my ideal wife would be like Aunt Yun, gentle, graceful, beautiful, and virtuous. Su Qiqi's face flushed again upon hearing his words. She inwardly wondered why he compared her to his mother. Was he hinting at something? Everyone said she resembled her mother, and if that was true, didn't it mean he was indirectly referring to her? This thought quickened her heartbeat, prompting her to resolve to learn more from her mother and take on more household chores. It's getting late. You should go to sleep early. Otherwise, you won't have the energy for tomorrow, Yu Feng suggested, noticing the time and seeing Su Chi still leaning against him. Fine, she replied reluctantly. Then, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She swiftly pecked Yu Feng on the cheek. This is a gift to reward you. Having uttered those words, she dashed back to the shelter before Yu Feng could fully process what had just happened. He stood there, momentarily stunned, instinctively touching the spot where she had kissed him. Wow, this girl is getting bolder, he chuckled to himself, though he felt a twinge of guilt for having such thoughts, reminding himself that his affections lay with Aunt Yun. Shaking off those absurd notions, he forced his focus back onto the task of polishing the bone knife. Before he knew it, he had worn down half of it and felt a pang of hunger. He picked up a piece of wolf meat and began roasting it. Time slipped away, and eventually, the meat turned golden brown, sizzling and releasing a savory aroma. Yu Feng, deeming it ready, took a bite only to discover that while it smelled delightful, the taste was lacking. The gamey flavor was quite strong, and the texture was merely chewy. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and finished it quickly before returning to his work on the bone. Gradually, he shaped it into a 2-centimeter wide strip, needing only to refine the blade edge before attaching a wooden handle during the day, thus crafting a bone dagger. After some time, Yu Feng inspected his creation. Nodding in satisfaction, he took a leaf, sliced it cleanly in half, and noted the sharpness was quite commendable. Testing the hardness with his palm, he decided to proceed further, fetching a piece of wood to carve a handle. The task was completed swiftly, and upon testing the fit with the bone knife, he found it satisfactory. He just needed to find some rope to secure it. Currently, the only option for rope was to venture into the woods to seek out some special tree vines for crafting. Stretching his limbs and shaking off the weariness, he washed his hands in the sea, suddenly feeling a chill. He hurried back to the fire to put on his clothes. Glancing at the time, he was surprised to see it had already passed 4 o'clock. He anticipated that crafting a simple bone dagger would take so long. Bored, he began to survey the dark surroundings, discovering nothing but an abyss of blackness devoid of light. His thoughts drifted until the sky began to lighten, signaling dawn. Boss, let me take over. You should rest. Wu Yong emerged from the shelter, joining him by the fire. Why not sleep a little longer? It's still early, Yu Feng asked as he noted the time. Once I'm awake, I can't go back to sleep. Wu Yong chuckled, scratching his head. All right, Yu Feng replied, sensing he understood Wu Yong's eagerness to integrate into the group, especially since he had a younger sister to care for. He mentally acknowledged Wu Yong as a decent person worth forming a deeper friendship with. Upon entering the shelter quietly, Yu Feng found Su Wanyun already asleep in the center, leaving ample space behind her. He gently laid down behind her, inhaling her faint, pleasant fragrance, but the warmth stirred a restlessness within him that made sleep elusive. After much internal conflict, he finally reached out and cautiously embraced her delicate form. Su Wanyun, sensing the familiar warmth, instinctively leaned back, and Yu Feng felt her body heat against him, stirring a tumult of emotions within. He struggled to maintain control, but fatigue soon took over, and he drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the person in his arms had quietly opened her eyes. In a dreamy haze, Su Wanyun felt the comforting embrace and recognized the familiar scent, filling her with an unprecedented sense of security. She longed to savor this moment, feeling his warm, sturdy chest against her. It felt like the safest place in the world. After a while, she became acutely aware of her rising temperature, a wave of shyness washing over her. What is happening to me? Why am I being so forward? She found it hard to believe her own behavior. Hadn't she intended to correct Yu Feng's misconceptions? Why was she relishing this feeling? The more she pondered, the more tangled her thoughts became, and after a lengthy struggle, she decided it was best to create some distance. However, after several attempts, she found it impossible to dislodge his arm, considering how exhausted he must be after a long day. She hesitated to wake him and resigned herself to lying in Yu Feng's embrace. As she calmed her racing heart, she silently scolded herself, "This rascal. When did he start having thoughts about me? How did I not notice?" Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts as Yu Feng mumbled in his sleep, "Bun? I want to eat a bun." Realizing that he mistook her for a bun in his dreams sent her heart racing, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. It had been over a decade since she had been treated this way by a male. Quickly, she pulled his hand down, but after a moment, he placed it back on her. With no other choice, she firmly held his hand in hers to prevent him from continuing. Chapter 36, a step-by-step guide. Feng found himself experiencing a peculiar dream, in which large, soft buns somehow ran away from his grasp, no matter how many times he tried to catch them. When he finally awoke, it was past 10 in the morning. "Good morning, Aunt Yun." Feng greeted as he emerged, noticing Su Wanyun still present. "Why not sleep a little longer? Just wait a moment. I will reheat the grilled meat, and it will be ready to eat shortly," Su Wanyun responded, quickly placing the already cooked meat back over the fire. "Huh, I feel like I had a pretty good sleep," Feng remarked, pondering how he had slept soundly on this deserted island. In the past, if he had stayed up late like he did last night, he would have slept until at least noon, yet he felt invigorated after just 5 hours of rest. Wu Yong and the others went nearby to gather vines, claiming they would make fish traps, he added, upon hearing Feng mention his good sleep. Su Wanyun's thoughts drifted to his restlessness the previous night, and her cheeks flushed bright red like an apple. She lowered her head and spoke softly. "Aunt Yun, are you all right? Do you have a cold?" Seeing her rosy cheeks, Feng initially thought she might have caught a chill from spending too long in the water, and he was startled. He hurried over to her, placing his hand on her forehead, which felt slightly warm. "Oh, what are you doing? I'm not sick, it's from the fire." Su Wanyun instinctively stepped back, feeling flustered by Feng's directness. She sensed his growing boldness and thought it might be time to have a serious discussion with him about boundaries. Yet, she also recognized the concern behind his anxious expression, which touched her heart. "Ah, I see. That's a relief. I'll just wash my face by the sea." Feng chuckled awkwardly, misinterpreting her reaction as anger at his touch. It seemed there was still a long way to go before he could win Su Wanyun's heart. To alleviate the awkwardness, he quickly picked up a piece of leftover charcoal from the fire and headed toward the shore. Little rogue," Su Wanyun murmured to herself as she watched him retreating figure. At the beach, Feng searched the sands in hopes of discovering a suitcase like the bald man had. But once again, he found nothing. He rinsed his mouth with the charcoal, as it was the only option available on the deserted island, and splashed his face with seawater. When he returned to the shelter, Su Wanyun had already reheated the grilled meat and handed it to him upon his arrival. "Have you all eaten?" he inquired, taking the food and beginning to eat, although he guessed they had already dined. "Yes, we had breakfast early. We started grilling as soon as we woke up. You had only just fallen asleep, so we didn't wake you," Su Wanyun replied, settling quietly beside him and watching his exaggerated eating manner with a smile, reminiscent of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return home to enjoy the meal she had prepared. A wave of happiness washed over her. Do I have something on my face?" Feng noticed her gaze and wondered if he had dirt on his face. "No, not at all. I was just thinking about what we should do next," Su Wanyun replied, feeling a bit shy of being caught staring. "Right now, our most pressing task is to find a water source. Coconuts will not suffice in the long run. Next, we should devise a way to produce sea salt. And finally, we need to find a better location to construct a relatively safe shelter." Feng shared his plans, which Su Wanyun found reasonable. As Feng was finishing his meal, Wu Yong and the others returned, their arms laden with numerous branches and vines. "Boss, good morning." They greeted in unison. Feng nodded and approached to observe how Wu Yong and the others were crafting the fish traps. Seeing their proficiency, he abandoned his intention to teach them. After finishing his grilled meat, he contemplated joining them in making fish traps, but recalled that he still needed to process the wolf skin from yesterday. "Come here, Su Wanyun. I'll show you how to handle the raw hide," he said, guiding her. "You need to scrape off this layer completely, otherwise it will rot and attract insects." He laid the wolf skin on a log with the flesh side up, indicating the residue and fat, and skillfully scraped some away with a bone knife. Noticing Su Wanyun's earnest expression, he continued, "Be careful not to apply too much pressure. It can damage the hide." Feng took her delicate hand in his, feeling its warmth, and a surge of emotion coursed through him, but he quickly suppressed those thoughts and focused on instructing her. Although Su Wanyun wanted to help Feng, she found it difficult to concentrate due to the masculine aura emanating from him, which made her feel flustered. After some time, she finally grasped the technique. Yu Feng was happy to teach her, but after maintaining their close position for too long, he had to release her hand. He quickly took out another piece of wolf skin to work on, yet a mischievous smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yu Feng, once we finish this, what is the next step? Su Wanyin asked curiously. She had only heard about processing leather with chemical agents, and now she was eager to learn what could be done on this deserted island. This is simple. We don't need to make it too exquisite. It just has to be functional. When the time comes, we'll use plant ash to boil it, wash it thoroughly, and then use smoke to dry it. Finally, we can use grease to tan it and make it supple. Yu Feng explained the straightforward method, considering their limited resources on the island. Seeing that Su Wanyin had become adept, he called Wu Yong over. Boss, what is up? Wu Yong inquired. Making fish traps is quite easy. Since sea fish are relatively large, the vines don't need to be woven too tightly. After a brief demonstration, everyone should be able to do it without supervision. Yu Feng explained. Upon hearing his call, Wu Yong hurried over. I plan to create 2 salt flats by bundling mud around some rocks. What do you think? Yu Feng outlined his plan to Wu Yong, making sure it could be executed as long as it didn't rain in the next few days. It sounds feasible, Wu Yong said after considering it. Since it was practical, they set to work immediately. Yu Feng and Wu Yong set about crafting a simple basket, roughly the size of a wash basin, using vines, which took them over half an hour to complete. They then fashioned 2 wooden stakes with a hand axe and, along with Wu Yong and Wei Dong, proceeded to the area with the rocks. In no time, they selected a suitable location, a relatively large, flat rock at a safe distance from the sea, which would remain dry as long as there weren't particularly large waves. They instructed Wu Yong and Wei Dong to gather mud from the woods, while Yu Feng began mixing seawater with mud to create the salt flats. He didn't dare make them too large, aiming for a salt flat about 2 to 3 meters wide to initially evaporate seawater, and another smaller one of less than 2 meters, primarily to evaporate brine for first-level salt. With 2 sedimentation stages, they would be able to obtain barely edible sea salt. Of course, in the future, they could refine and filter it further, but that would be a matter for later. Chapter 37. I Like You. The plan was established, yet its execution proved to be rather time-consuming. When Su Chi arrived to summon them for lunch, the first salt pan was still not ready. It took an additional hour to complete the first one, and transferring seawater into the salt pans posed yet another challenge. Ultimately, they called upon all the ladies and used coconut shells to gradually scoop the water into the pans. As everyone gathered, with Yu Feng present, there was no fear of hunger. The smiles that graced the faces of the ladies reflected a sense of camaraderie akin to a seaside team-building event, filled with laughter and playful water fights. For the first time on the deserted island, Yu Feng witnessed such genuine joy on Su Wanyin and her daughter's faces, and he silently vowed that even if they spent their lives on this island, he would ensure they had a beautiful home. With the ladies' assistance, the salt pans were filled more swiftly. By the time they had filled the first salt pan with seawater, the second was already prepared. As the clock struck 5, they lowered several fish traps crafted by the ladies that morning. It felt early still. Fongo, how about we go for a swim? Suiki Sigistith, evidently in high spirits and oblivious to the potential presence of sharks in the water. The others, upon hearing her proposal, appeared equally intrigued, although they had changed their clothes. Aside from Su Wanyin and Li Wenmei, most had not yet bathed. Observing their expressions, Yu Feng could only agree with a sense of resignation, allowing the swim, but cautioning against venturing into deep waters. Oh yeah, Feng-gu, you're the best, Su Chi exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and pulling Su Wanyin toward the water. Su Wanyin could only smile wryly, appreciating the rare lightness among them, and decided to relax a bit herself, reassured by Yu Feng's presence. Seeing the mud covering him and noticing Su Wanyin already in the water, Yu Feng quickly joined her, diving in with a splash. He chose not to swim into the deep waters, instead surfacing near Su Wanyin, where the water reached only his waist, nothing to worry about. Soon, the others joined in, and witnessing the ladies' enjoyment, Yu Feng refrained from joining them in the fun, instead opting to dive nearby to see if he could find some seafood. To be honest, he considered wolf meat merely a means to stave off hunger. Before long, he spotted 2 half-kilogram oysters on a submerged reef. When the group saw the large oysters in Yufeng's hands, they were elated, prompting many to join the hunt for seafood. However, the ladies' swimming skills left much to be desired. Only Su Chi-Chi and Wu managed to swim somewhat competently, but without goggles, their efforts proved futile, and they returned empty-handed after several attempts. Meanwhile, only Wu Yong and Wei Dong occasionally found a few. Nonetheless, with Yu Feng around, their return saw them filling a basket with mud, and as they walked back, Su Chi-Chi displayed a look of longing. "You want to swim? Next time, ask Xiao Feng to accompany Suanon playfully poksu yisthorit." Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous clap, startling everyone. "Boss, is it going to rain?" Wu Yong asked, his face clouded with concern. After spending so much time preparing the salt pans, rain would render their efforts futile. The group shared worried glances, fearing not only for their salt pans, but also for their makeshift shelter, which might not withstand a storm. "Perhaps we should prepare early. Let us rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I will venture deeper into the island to scout for a suitable location," Yu Feng suggested, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the depths of the jungle. Lost in thought, "Are you going alone, boss? Do you want me to accompany you?" Wu Yong inquired, his expression laced with concern. "I will only assess the situation. I want to go too far. You and Lao Wei must stay outside. Our camp is too exposed on the beach," Yu Feng replied nonchalantly, unwilling to leave the camp vulnerable while he was away. Then he pondered aloud to the ladies. "Has anyone spent time in the countryside and knows about wild vegetables? It would be ideal to find a place rich in them." Having grown up in the countryside himself, he hadn't eaten wild vegetables much in recent years, especially since he never cooked at home. He hoped one of the women might have some knowledge. Upon hearing his words, the ladies contemplated the prospect of wild vegetables, as eating unseasoned roasted meat every day was becoming tiresome. Yet, entering the woods brought a sense of trepidation. However, Li Wei's face lit up with excitement. "I grew up in the countryside. Although I don't know much about wild vegetables, I'd love to help." Yu Feng looked at her closely, realizing she wasn't just saying that to be with him. He had been unaware that she hailed from the countryside. Yet, he found her lack of knowledge about wild vegetables similar to his own. Given their similar ages, he thought that during her childhood, opportunities to eat wild vegetables would have been scarce as well. Yu Feng fell silent, knowing that for long-term survival on the deserted island, green vegetables or fruits would be essential. If none of them were knowledgeable about this, future challenges would arise. "Xiao Feng, let me accompany you," Su Wanyan unexpectedly proposed. Yu Feng paused, surprised, for he recalled Su Chi-Chi mentioning her grandmother lived in that area. Aren't you from Rongqing?" he asked, puzzled by Su Wanyan's sudden eagerness, wondering if she wished to keep him from being alone with Li Wei. Glancing at Li Wei, he noticed her brow furrowed. "Why does everyone want to be alone with me?" he mused. Yet he felt a twinge of joy at Su Wanyan's assertiveness. "Indeed, I am from Rongqing, but I grew up in the countryside. It was only after Chi-Chi's grandfather moved to the city that we relocated. Back in my day, we certainly had our share of wild vegetables," Su Wanyan recounted, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Feng. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Yu Feng felt relief. Su Chi-Chi had grown up in the city, but Su Wanyan had not, and indeed, her generation had access to wild vegetables. "All right then, we shall go together tomorrow." "Feng, I want to go too." Just as Yu Feng decided to include Su Wanyan, Su Chi-Chi approached, playfully wrapping her arm around his. "Be good and stay at the camp. I worry I won't be able to protect everyone with an extra person." He gently brushed Su Chi-Chi's nose and said softly, then turned to Wu Yong. Lao Wei, the safety of the camp is in your hands tomorrow. Keep an eye on the salt pans, and, during other times, help everyone refine their bone knives and spearheads. We could also weave some usable baskets and fish traps, but let us try not to separate too much. Oh, and make sure to gather all the coconuts from the trees, he instructed, emphasizing the importance of their camp's safety. "Boss, don't worry, we'll get it done," they both assured him in unison. Dinner consisted of grilled oysters, and the group enjoyed the meal heartily. Afterward, Yu Feng assigned Wu Yong and Wei Dong to keep watch and retired to the shelter early to rest in the same spot. That night, he dreamt once more of eating steamed buns. When he awakened, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, only to realize the sensation in his hand felt remarkably real. Yu Feng's eyes flew open, startled by what he had grasped. He was taken aback, but then recalled the dreams he had experienced over the past 2 nights. Could it be? He thought, filled with unexpected joy. Aunt Yun, I like you, he blurted out, almost involuntarily. Chapter 38. Sweet nothings in a state of drowsiness. Su Wanyin found herself stirred from her slumber multiple times by Yu Feng's mischief the previous night. Each time she awoke, she felt his hand upon her, prompting her to hastily remove it, only for him to place it back moments later. She had silently cursed him a multitude of times for his cheeky behavior. After several repetitions of this, fatigue finally overcame her, and she sank into a deep sleep. It was only then that she realized Yu Feng was awake and still holding on to her. Xiao Feng, please let go of me, Su Wanyin whispered, a mix of shyness and irritation in her tone. She was genuinely concerned about being discovered by her daughter, Su Qi. Glancing at her child, she saw that Su Qi was still soundly asleep, which brought her a moment of relief. Not a chance, Aunt Yun. I like you. Be my girlfriend, Yu Feng boldly declared, pulling Su Wanyin closer to him. Their bodies pressed together as he nearly whispered in her ear, causing her to shudder at the sensation of his breath against her skin. She had never anticipated that Yu Feng would so openly express such sentiments. No matter how he felt about her, this blatant confession was shocking. After all, he referred to her as aunt. In a flurry of panic, Su Wanyin thought to herself that had he not been so direct, she could have guided him gently. But now, faced with such a declaration, she was at a loss. Xiao Feng, you are merely curious about the opposite sex. It doesn't mean you truly like me. Once you meet someone you genuinely fancy, you will understand, she reasoned. Su Wanyin believed that his feelings were merely a consequence of their close interactions and the heightened pressures of their current circumstances on the deserted island. She thought that, given time, he would no longer fixate solely on her. With plenty of women in the camp, surely he would find someone else to captivate his attention. Yu Feng, recognizing her hesitance, understood that it was unwise to push her for an immediate answer. However, having observed her reactions over the past 2 days, he sensed that Su Wanyin did not entirely reject him. He was acutely aware of their age difference and the reservations she must have. Aunt Yun, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I have been enamored. I vow to marry you. I used to worry about your concerns, but now I refuse to leave any regrets unaddressed, he continued, his voice filled with earnestness. Su Wanyin was taken aback by the depth of his feelings, realizing he had harbored affection for her since their first encounter. It was difficult for her not to feel touched by his heartfelt confession. Yet, the age gap loomed large in her mind. She glanced at Su Qi beside them, and the thought of being discovered in such a position filled her with embarrassment. Xiao Feng, please release me, she urged, her voice more frantic now. Their current posture was indistinguishable from that of a couple, their bodies almost entwined, and the placement of Yu Feng's hand left her flustered. Aunt Yun, please just say yes, Yu Feng pressed. Noticing her lack of resistance, and realizing he might have struck a chord in her heart. Xiao Feng, let go of me. Allow me some time to think, and give yourself time as well. Don't act impulsively. Once you are sure of your feelings, then we can decide, she implored, as the dawn light began to brighten the room, fearing what would happen if her daughter awoke and discovered them. Upon hearing her words, Yu Feng felt a glimmer of hope, but he also recognized the need to tread lightly. He leaned closer, whispering softly, I have already confirmed my feelings for you. Aunt Yun, I await your response, and hope you do not allow regrets to linger. As Su Wanyin listened to his sincere declarations, particularly the notion of not leaving regrets behind, she felt an overwhelming urge to acquiesce. However, she fought against her impulses, reminded of the ever-present possibility of Su Qi waking. Very well, I will consider it, she finally replied, hastily agreeing to ponder over his proposal. Yu Feng, encouraged by her response, released her, granting Su Wanyin a sigh of relief, albeit accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. Suddenly, she felt a soft kiss on her cheek from him. Stunned, she barely registered what had transpired before he swiftly sprang to his feet and dashed away. Cheeky rascal, playing the rogue, Su Wanyin muttered softly, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flooding her. The memory of the encounter left her flustered, and instinctively, She covered her face with her hands. At that moment, all remnants of sleep vanished, and it took her quite a while to regain her composure. Feigning just awoken, she rose from the shelter and inadvertently met Yu Feng's fervent gaze. Instinctively lowering her head to avoid his eyes, she felt an undeniable awareness of his attention lingering upon her. At that moment, others began to stir as well. After a simple breakfast of roasted meat, Yu Feng urged everyone to prioritize their safety. With backpacks laden with coconuts and some grilled meat, they set off early, hand axe in tow. Be sure to stay safe. Win, brother. Su Chi expressed her reluctance, her face a portrait of concern. Rest assured, remain well at the camp, Yu Feng replied, nodding to the group before departing with Su Wanyan. In the early morning, the island's jungle still held a trace of mist, a gentle chill enveloping the air. Aunt Yin, is it cold? Should we wait a moment before venturing further? Yu Feng sensed the temperature was indeed a bit low, noticing Su Wanyan shivering slightly in her thin shirt. No need. After walking a bit, we'll warm up, she reassured him, her heart fluttering at his concern. Recalling his morning confession, her voice softened considerably. Very well. Let us be cautious of the underbrush, Yu Feng agreed, recognizing her reasoning and choosing to lead silently ahead. He occasionally prodded the surrounding foliage with his spear, startling various snakes and rodents, and occasionally spotting wild rabbits and pheasants. Regrettably, without a bow, he picked up some small stones to pocket. Xiaofeng, when did you begin your martial training? You seem to excel in everything. Su Wanyun initiated a conversation to ease the awkwardness. My martial arts are a family tradition. Growing up in the mountains, I was quite mischievous, often fishing, catching shrimp, and chasing chickens and dogs, which naturally honed my skills. Yu Feng reminisced, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. So, is your family very traditional? Su Wanyan asked, her tone laced with disappointment at the thought of a rigid lineage. Rest assured, my parents are quite open-minded. They've always said they'd find me a wife older than me to keep a good eye on me. He chuckled. If you were to return home, they'd surely wake up smiling in their sleep. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you call me your wife? I merely agreed to consider it. Yu Feng teased, sensing her embarrassment. Besides, Xiaofeng, you're still young. You could find someone younger and more beautiful than me. Su Wanyan blushed deeply at the term wife. Aunt Yin, what I admire is you as a person. Your figure, your smile, your intellect. Every aspect of you is engraved in my very being. If you refuse, I shall wait for you eternally. Can you bear to see me live a life of solitude? And for Chi-Chi's sake, you have been single for so long. It's time to think of yourself. Do you truly wish to grow old alone? Yu Feng turned to grasp Su Wanyun's delicate hand, offering the most heartfelt confession. Caught off guard by such a declaration, Su Wanyun stood frozen, her mouth agape as she gazed at him. The phrase "you should think of yourself" echoed in her mind. Indeed, she had to find a man eventually, and Yu Feng, youthful and radiant, undeniably stirred feelings within her. Chapter 39. Unable to resist, Yu Feng gazed at the dazed Su Wanyun, pausing momentarily before intensifying his pursuit. Aunt Yin, do you know? In my heart, you have always been the most beautiful, possessing a beauty that rivals that of youth, along with the allure and intellect of a mature woman. Your figure captivates me like a potent poison. Upon hearing her esteemed position in Yu Feng's heart, especially with such flattering words, the tightly wound constraints of Su Wanyun's heart began to fray. He genuinely liked her, not merely acting on impulse. What was there to fear? Yet, she worried about the perceptions of others regarding their age difference. The thought sent a blush to her cheeks, and she regarded Yu Feng with a tender gaze. At that moment, Yu Feng felt the undeniable allure of Su Wanyun's maturity, her eyes brimming with an enchanting charm. As a novice in such matters, he found himself utterly defenseless. He drew Su Wanyun close, one hand wrapping around her waist while the other cradled the back of her head, and he kissed her fervently. Su Wanyun was taken aback by his boldness, her mind blank as she experienced a masculine presence she had not felt in years. A wave of heat surged through her, obliterating any reservations. Suddenly, she sensed a playful intrusion within her mouth, instinctively wanting to retreat, but the nimbleness of her partner ensnared her instead. In that moment, Su Wanyun felt a tremor run through her body, an unprecedented sensation coursing through her veins, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Unbeknownst to her, she became weak and breathless, her small hands instinctively pushing against Feng. Reluctantly, he released her, a glimmer of hesitation lingering on his lips. When reason returned, Feng was startled by his own actions. How could he have behaved in such a manner? Su Wanyan had not rejected him, and he believed he could take his time to cultivate her affections gradually. Yet, he had lost control. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Aunt Yun, I apologize. You are simply too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. Feng lowered his head, akin to a child who had misbehaved. Afraid to meet Su Wanyan's gaze, anxious about her potential anger. Xiao Feng, it's understandable. Just don't be so impulsive next time. Give me a little time, all right? Su Wanyan's mind was in turmoil. On one hand, her body yearned for the sensation she had just experienced, while on the other, societal expectations weighed heavily on her. She could only delay, citing the need for consideration. Upon hearing her words, Feng felt a surge of joy. How could she be angry? Given the circumstances, it seemed clear she held feelings for him, albeit with some reservations preventing her from making an immediate decision. Having come this far, could she truly withdraw? He raised his gaze to Su Wanyan's still flushed face, a silly grin spreading across his own. If I don't let go soon, and will get angry. Su Wanyan, catching sight of his goofy expression, shot him a sharp look, bemused by his boldness despite his seemingly innocent demeanor. Although reluctant, Feng ultimately released her, only for Su Wanyan to nearly stumble, saved by his quick reflexes as he caught her once more. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if she had thrown herself into his arms. Aunt Yun, are you all right? Feng stared blankly at Su Wanyan, who seemed to cling to him, contemplating how she had grown so attached. Ah, you little rascal, it's your fault, Su Wanyan retorted, half playful, half annoyed. Feng could only manage an awkward smile, quickly helping her to a nearby seat. Aunt Yun, let us take a short break. Acknowledging the situation, Feng recognized his role in it. Although still inexperienced, he relished the moments they shared, recalling the lessons gleaned from films he enjoyed. His heart swelled with delight. Surely, her body was more honest than her words, indicating her feelings for him. As they rested, Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Wanyan. She did not refuse his attention. After an hour of walking, fatigue set in. Aunt Yun, are your legs sore? Would you like me to massage them? Noticing her gentle patting of her calves, Feng wished to be of service. Thinking, she is my future wife. I cannot allow her to tire. Ah, no need. Just a short rest will suffice, Su Wanyan replied, unwilling to allow him to massage her, fearing what he might do if given the opportunity. Feng felt a pang of disappointment, but understood that patience was essential. After a brief respite, Feng guided Su Wanyan onward. Their previous encounter had lightened the mood, and the glances they exchanged were imbued with newfound affection. Suddenly, Feng halted in his tracks. Xiao Feng, what is wrong? Su Wanyan queried, puzzled by his sudden stop. It's nothing. Just be aware of your surroundings. There might be wild boars nearby, he cautioned, glancing around before continuing. Upon hearing the mention of wild boars, Su Wanyan's expression tightened, and she instinctively moved closer to Feng. Haha, don't worry, I'm here. Look, these tracks are from a few days ago, he reassured her, pointing to the footprints he had discovered. Feng was not overconfident. He was well acquainted with wild boars. In their hometown, due to stricter gun control in recent years, wild boars had become a nuisance. The tracks suggested they were from a relatively small boar, which typically would not attack unless provoked. Seeing Feng's calm demeanor eased Su Wanyan's worry, and she felt a sense of security in his grasp, choosing to keep her hand entwined with his. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller, and the underbrush thinned, making their passage easier. Wow, water! I can hear water! Su Wanyan exclaimed joyfully, like a child discovering a treasure. Feng, too, had heard the sound of rushing water, likely coming from a nearby hillside, but the dense foliage obscured their view. Look at you so excited. In such a vast island, with such dense trees, is it surprising to find water? He remarked, shaking his head in amusement as he led her toward the source of the sound. As they approached, Feng carefully maneuvered through the grass, and suddenly, Su Wanyun let out a startled shriek, leaping into his embrace. Chapter 40. Overbearing. Ah, fear not, for I am here. Yu Feng felt a significant pressure against his chest. A soft, delicate figure pressed closely to him. He relished this sensation, yet upon seeing Su Wanyun's pale countenance, her eyes welling with tears, clearly terrified, he hastened to offer her comfort. "There's a snake," Su Wanyun exclaimed, her voice trembling. She had always harbored a fear of snakes, and having been bitten just 2 days prior only intensified her dread. Even cradled in Yu Feng's arms, she dared not open her eyes, her finger trembling as she pointed anxiously to the side. "Cloud ant, it's all right. It's non-venomous." Yu Feng gently caressed Su Wanyun's back, whispering soothingly in her ear. Truly, perhaps sensing the reassurance in his voice, Su Wanyun slowly opened her eyes and met his gaze, which held a hint of amusement. It dawned on her that if it were venomous, Yu Feng would not appear so unconcerned. Realizing she was still clinging to him, and that his hand was resting where she had been bitten, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly jumped down. "All right, the snake has already been frightened away." Noticing that even after her descent, Su Wanyun retained a semblance of tension, Yu Feng patted her small hand. Upon hearing his words, she turned to look at the spot where the snake had lingered, only to find no trace of it. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Stay here. I'll go catch it." Seeing that Su Wanyun was no longer anxious, Yu Feng gestured for her to remain by the side. He had no intention of letting a prime opportunity slip away. He had seen clearly that the snake was over 2 meters long and weighed at least 3 or 4 kilograms. Snake meat was a rare delicacy. Xiao Feng. Perhaps it's best to leave it be. What if it is venomous? Su Wanyun's anxiety returned at the thought of him attempting to catch it. Her small hand gripped Yu Feng's tightly. "Do not worry, I have seen it clearly. It's merely a rat snake," Yu Feng assured her with a reassuring glance. Seeing this, Su Wanyun hesitantly released her grip but continued to watch him with concern. Yu Feng crouched down at the spot where the snake had been, parting the nearby grass to reveal a rock crevice large enough for his hand. After a moment of rummaging, he extracted a section of the snake's tail, gradually pulling the entire body out, which was about the size of his hand. Su Wanyun turned pale, her voice trembling. "Xiao Feng, perhaps we should not catch it. It's quite frightening." Unaware of why Yu Feng was so intent on capturing the snake, Su Wanyun found it intimidating regardless of its non-venomous nature. "Huh, this is a delicacy that most people cannot obtain," Yu Feng exclaimed with excitement, his focus solely on catching the snake, oblivious to Su Wanyun's expression. After pulling the entire snake out, he swiftly grasped its midsection, coiling the body in his hand, and raised it to show Su Wanyun. Su Wanyun shrieked in fright. Retreating hastily, Yu Feng was taken aback, realizing that her fear of snakes was not contingent on their venomous nature. Cursing himself for his slow reaction, he quickly hid the snake behind his back. Once Su Wanyun could no longer see the snake, she gradually calmed down. "Xiao Feng, are you really going to eat it? I'm a bit scared." The thought of consuming snake meat only heightened her fear, and she gazed at Yu Feng with pleading eyes. "Fear not, I shall handle it. You simply await the delicious meal," Yu Feng replied, initially contemplating the idea of keeping the snake as a pet since rat snakes typically have a limited range and could serve as a deterrent against venomous snakes. However, seeing Su Wanyun's fear, he abandoned that plan. "Let's find a water source first. Time is of the essence. We need to prepare lunch," he said, wishing to take Su Wanyun's hand, but seeing her step back, he relinquished the idea. Soon, between 2 large stones, they discovered a tiny stream trickling down, forming a small pool about 1/2 meter wide, its water crystal clear. The sight of the water made Su Wanyun forget about the snake, and she eagerly approached to drink. "Wait, it needs to be boiled before drinking," Yu Feng quickly interjected. Su Wanyun then realized that while the water appeared clear, it could harbor parasites. How had she forgotten such basic knowledge, commonly found in elementary textbooks? "Oh dear, I got too excited and forgot," she said, her face showing embarrassment. "Cloud ant, you should rest for a moment. I will gather things to boil the water." Yu Feng insisted she take a break, acknowledging that she had walked alongside him all day, and her stamina could not match his. "Xiao Feng, let us do it together. It will be quicker that way," Su Wanyun said, touched by his consideration, her heart filled with sweetness. Though exhausted, she still wanted to share the burden. Be good and listen. We have a long way to go this afternoon. You wouldn't want me to carry you back, would you? Feng firmly placed a hand on Su Wanyun's shoulder. His voice gentle yet firm, his gaze leaving no room for argument. Su Wanyun, taken aback by his insistence, stood frozen, her lips parted slightly. It wasn't until Feng turned to leave that she muttered softly, "Humph, this little man is rather domineering." Yet, she said it with a sweet smile gracing her lips. Feng stepped a short distance away, finding a small branch. From his backpack, he retrieved some mulberry bark he had collected earlier, intending to use it for making rope. He then made an incision on the snake's midsection, binding it to the branch with the bark. With a firm tug, he swiftly skinned the snake, removing its head, tail, and innards. In less than 2 minutes, he held the pristine snake meat, pondering that this should alleviate her fears. Indeed, when he placed the snake meat beside Su Wanyun, she appeared curious, not immediately recognizing what it was. Chuckling, Feng did not elaborate. Instead, he gathered some dry twigs and moved a few stones to create a simple cooking platform. From his backpack, he took a coconut, sliced it open with his knife, and handed it to Su Wanyun. Su Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he preparing to boil water? Why was he offering her coconut? However, after a long trek, she was parched and accepted it eagerly. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Su Wanyun noticed Feng staring at her, and though they had clarified their feelings earlier that day, his intense gaze made her feel shy. Hee, Cloud Ant, you are too beautiful. I cannot help myself, Feng began to tease. But upon seeing her face flush with embarrassment, he quickly clarified. How rude, Su Wanyun retorted, shooting him an indignant glare. Feng could only respond with a silly grin, continuing to watch her. After a while, Su Wanyun finished the coconut and handed it back to him. But Feng scooped out the flesh inside and began to eat it, causing her face to redden anew at his nonchalant demeanor. Chapter 41. The foolish woman Feng utilized the coconut as a pot and a few stones as a stove to prepare a delicious snake meat soup. Recalling the assortment of mushrooms he had gathered along the way, he decided to add some to the pot. Observing that the small coconut shell might not suffice, he retrieved another coconut to create a second batch. The remaining snake meat was roasted directly, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Su Wanyun quietly watched him throughout the process, her gaze never leaving Feng, filled with sweet affection. It wasn't until he placed the prepared snake soup in front of her that she slowly came back to her senses. The thought of snake meat made her feel a bit uneasy, yet the fragrant soup prompted her to swallow instinctively. With the wooden chopsticks Feng handed her, she picked up a small piece and was immediately taken aback by the exquisite flavor. Feng, you are truly amazing. This is so delicious. Su Wanyun exclaimed, astonished by how delightful the snake meat was and impressed by Feng's remarkable skills. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she considered that inviting Feng to be her little man was indeed a wise choice. Actually, there's plenty of food on the island. We just currently lack tools and ingredients. I believe our lives will improve in the future, Feng said with a smile. Feeling encouraged by Su Wanyun's contentment, he was confident that, with effort, they could thrive on the resources available on this deserted island. Yes, I believe in you, Su Wanyun replied sweetly, sharing his optimism. The two of them then savored their meal with great enjoyment. As Feng took his first sip of the hot soup, a wave of comfort washed over him. It wasn't solely the exquisite taste of the snake's soup. After days of consuming only roasted meat and coconut water, this was his first encounter with warm soup on the island. Even plain boiled water would have seemed delightful at this point. After finishing the snake soup, both felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Feng brought over the roasted snake meat, but Su Wanyun didn't eat much this time. After their midday meal, Feng tidied up a little and sat down beside Su Wanyun to rest. Feng, let's choose this place as our campsite, she suggested. Look, there are mountains and water and plenty of wild vegetables nearby. It would be perfect if we could find a cave in a mountain. Su Wanyun surveyed the nearby, small hill as if genuinely searching for a cave. You're overthinking it, Feng replied with a chuckle. Setting up camp here is feasible. At least there is a water source, but don't get your hopes up about finding a cave. Those are just things depicted in movies. Think about your hometown. Has there ever been a naturally formed cave nearby? There are some, but they are all man-made, she replied. I've seen in movies and novels that caves can be found anywhere, Su Wanyan retorted with an air of certainty, leaving Yu Feng both amused and exasperated. Well, as you said, that's just in movies, he explained patiently. In reality, for a cave to form, there must be sufficiently high mountains and steep cliffs. Generally, caves appear in rugged mountain ranges. Look at the mountains on this island. They are not even 100 meters tall. They are merely hills. Yu Feng understood that living in a cave would undoubtedly be safer than staying outside, especially with the numerous wild animals on the island posing a high risk of attack. This was one of the reasons he was considering relocating their campsite. The beach was too exposed, and they couldn't build a fence if a wild animal attacked. They would have no choice but to flee. However, the forest offered ample materials for constructing barriers. With enough time, they could even build a wall, providing a safe haven where they could hide from threats, even from wolves or tigers. Then shall we head back this afternoon and continue our exploration? Su Wanyan asked, looking towards the dense jungle with a hint of worry. After all, they had seen many animal tracks earlier that morning, and venturing deeper was uncertain. Yes, I want to explore a bit further to better understand the island's environment, Yu Feng replied, gazing thoughtfully ahead. Xiao Feng, do you have any discoveries? Su Wanyan inquired, puzzled by Yu Feng's determination to delve deeper into the jungle. Yet, she noticed that his direction remained unchanged, as if he were headed toward a specific goal. If the objective was merely to understand the island's interior, wouldn't it make more sense to go directly to its heart? However, Yu Feng's path was diagonal. Just as Su Wanyan was lost in thought, Yu Feng gestured for silence. His serious expression made her heart race, and following his gaze, she spotted a large dark figure approaching them. She nearly gasped in fright, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Fear instinctively drew her closer to Yu Feng, but she noticed he was also furrowing his brow, leading her to wonder if even he was at a loss. Why is there a black bear on this island? She pondered. Having encountered so many challenges, she occasionally contemplated her own mortality, but never imagined it would be at the paws of a black bear. Yu Feng felt equally helpless. The bear had not yet noticed them, but was drawing closer. They were no match for it in a fight, and while he might escape, what about Su Wanyan? Yu Feng quickly surveyed their surroundings, his mind racing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Let us go, but be cautious, he whispered in Su Wanyan's ear, gently pulling her to retreat slowly. However, she did not move. At that moment, Su Wanyan felt panic rising. Why had her legs gone weak from fear? Despite her attempts to stand, her legs felt feeble. As the black bear drew nearer, despair washed over her. Even if she managed to run, escaping the bear's pursuit seemed impossible, especially in their current situation. Xiao Feng, you run ahead. I can't move my legs. Just make sure to look after Chi when you get out. Aye. Su Wanyan's words were cut short when Yu Feng suddenly scooped her up in his arms, moving her to tears. Yet, both of them knew that neither could escape. Xiao Feng, put me down. We'll both die like this. Promise me you'll take care of Chi. If you marry her later, I won't blame you. Su Wanyan pleaded, struggling to be released. Time was of the essence. If they delayed any longer, Yu Feng would not escape either. With a firm slap on Su Wanyan's backside, Yu Feng exclaimed, Foolish woman, what nonsense are you talking about? You are the woman I have chosen. How could I abandon you? If you don't behave, I'll make sure you remember. Yu Feng's fierce words left no room for argument. As the black bear approached, he felt urgency mounting. Su Wanyan finally complied, perhaps intimidated by his fierce demeanor or the sting of his slap. She now resembled a quiet little kitten, nestled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed and her gaze filled with a hint of springtime warmth as she stared at him. Quickly, let us move, Yu Feng urged, jolting Su Wanyan back to reality. Chapter 42. Engaged in a bite at this moment, Su Wanyan noticed that Yu Feng had carried her to a massive rock face. The rock was steep on all sides, towering about 5 meters high and surely safe to climb. Yu Feng beckoned her to ascend, clearly intending for her to scale it. However, the height presented a daunting challenge. Just then, a flicker of hope ignited within Su Wanyan as she began to contemplate how to manage the ascent. At that moment, Yu Feng set her down, and after her earlier struggles, Su Wanyin found her legs no longer quite so weak. As she stood before the rock, ready to inquire about the next steps, Yu Feng had already crouched down, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a feather. Clad in a skirt, Su Wanyin emitted a unique fragrance that invigorated Yu Feng, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for idle thoughts. In that instant, Su Wanyin spotted a small protrusion halfway up the rock. If she could reach it, the subsequent climb would be considerably less steep. Though she felt an unusual awareness of her body, she understood it was not the moment for distractions. Yu Feng supported her feet as she climbed, and with his assistance, the ascent became manageable. With his head pressed down, Yu Feng stole a glance upward, curious about Su Wanyun's progress. Suddenly, a breathtaking sight caught his attention, causing a rush of blood to nearly burst from his nose, prompting him to avert his gaze. "Xiao Feng, hurry up!" Su Wanyun's urgent voice broke through the moment, for she had spotted a black bear in the distance, roaring and charging toward them. Yu Feng, hearing the menacing growl behind him, quickly retreated a couple of steps, gathering momentum to leap onto the rock's protrusion. Without pausing, he swiftly scaled the summit, where a few square meters of space awaited them. He plopped down beside Su Wanyun, and they exchanged a glance, both reflecting the relief of narrowly escaping the clutches of danger. They had come perilously close to becoming prey to the black bear. Once they felt secure, memories of their recent ordeal flooded their minds. Su Wanyun recalled the words she had nearly uttered in the face of death, almost confessing her feelings for Yu Feng, causing her cheeks to flush. Meanwhile, she was taken aback by Yu Feng's assertion that she was his woman and must heed his commands. How could he be so domineering, even threatening to spank her? Yet, in that moment, he had not abandoned her, ensuring her safety first. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Feng had unknowingly captured her heart. As he reminisced about the sensations they had shared, the fragrance, the scenery, he felt emboldened, now unafraid of provoking her ire. With various encounters behind them, including that unexpected incident during their bath, he realized that Su Wanyun had essentially been laid bare before him. With this realization, he felt invigorated, convinced that Su Wanyun harbored feelings for him, albeit concealed by societal expectations. Taking the initiative, he resolved to act boldly, knowing that waiting for her to overcome her inhibitions could take an eternity. When he looked up at her, he found Su Wanyun blushing and gazing back, their eyes interlocking with unspoken emotions. However, she faltered, overwhelmed by shyness. Aware of her feelings for him, she struggled against societal norms, unsure of how to confront Yu Feng. Instinctively, she lowered her head to evade his gaze, only to find herself enveloped in his familiar embrace, her lips captured by his. Though she instinctively attempted to resist, her body responded with honesty. Reflecting on their shared moments and the perils they faced, something clicked within her, prompting her to reciprocate. Yu Feng, thrilled by her response, felt an overwhelming surge of joy, almost compelled to laugh out loud. Yet, he restrained himself, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally pulled apart. This time, Su Wanyun did not release him, but instead embraced his waist, burying her head deep in his chest. Hee. Yu Feng chuckled at her reaction. Yunyi, does this mean you agree to be my girlfriend? Seizing the opportunity, he sought to solidify their relationship. Xiao Feng, can you promise me one thing? Let us keep our relationship a secret for now, especially from Chi. Su Wanyun's gaze held a hint of pleading. Yu Feng was taken aback by her request. Understanding her desire to shield their relationship from scrutiny was one thing, but why also from others? After much contemplation, he finally grasped that Yun-Yi was concerned about societal judgment, fearing gossip about their age difference. However, he reasoned that if their bond deepened, those concerns would eventually fade. Resolving not to dwell on it any longer, he agreed. Yun-Yi, I promise. I will wait for you to cast aside your worries and joyfully accept me as your bride. Upon hearing his affirmation, Su Wanyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She recognized her selfishness in wanting to keep their relationship hidden, fearing judgment for being an older woman with a younger man. Yet, she longed for Yu Feng's ardent love. Realizing the predicament she placed him in, she looked into his fervent eyes and felt compelled to act. With renewed determination, She leaned in and kissed him. Yu Feng, taken by surprise, reveled in the moment. Meanwhile, below the rock, the black bear, bewildered by the sight of the two upright monkeys, initially thought they were a divine gift. However, upon seeing them ascend the rock, it realized it could not follow. It lingered below, hoping they might descend, only to witness them entwined in a kiss. The bear, sensing an opportunity, waited for one of them to fall, but as they continued to embrace, it let out a frustrated roar before turning away, abandoning its pursuit. After what seemed like an eternity, Yu Feng and Su Wanyun finally broke apart, glancing down to find the bear had vanished from sight. Chapter 43. A unique landscape at this moment. Yu Feng stood atop a rock, scrutinizing his surroundings with utmost seriousness. He discovered that the ominous presence of the black bear had vanished. To ensure his safety, he meticulously scanned even the distant areas, yet still found no trace of the creature. Now, Yu Feng could confidently ascertain that the black bear had departed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Feng, has the big black bear left? Su Wanyun, who had been nestled in Yu Feng's embrace like a lovesick girl, gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Noticing the relaxation in his expression after surveying the area, she softly inquired. After all, while they were secure on the rock, it was impractical to remain there indefinitely. It has left. Let us descend, Yu Feng replied. Take your time. I shall go down first to assist you. Aware of the steepness of the rock face, he feared for Su Wanyun's safety and decided to descend first. Su Wanyun nodded, feeling a rush of sweetness at Yu Feng's concern for her. As she watched him casually back down, she couldn't help but call out, Xiao Feng, be careful. Before she could finish her warning, Yu Feng had already reached the ground. Yin-Yi, come down. Do not worry. I am here to catch you. If you fall, I will be able to catch you, he reassured her, waving his hand and opening his arms wide. Seeing Yu Feng poised to catch her below, Su Wanyun, who had previously felt a bit acrophobic, found her fear dissipating. Gradually, she began to gingerly retreat down the rock face. Yu Feng, lifting his gaze, observed her every movement. Suddenly, he felt his face flush, a rush of blood surging through him, as he realized that Su Wanyun was wearing a skirt, and he was conveniently positioned directly beneath her. Instinctively, he averted his eyes, but quickly convinced himself that she was his wife. Why shouldn't he look? Moreover, if he didn't keep an eye on her, what if she fell? Thus, Yu Feng resolutely focused on her descent, as if fearing even the slightest mishap. Su Wanyun moved slowly, and Yu Feng remained attentive. Before long, she reached a point halfway down where there was no foothold below. Yu Feng encouraged her to jump down directly. The 2-meter drop would be easy for him to manage. When Su Wanyun landed safely on the ground, she noticed something unusual about Yu Feng. Xiao Feng, what is wrong? Why are you bleeding? She asked, her face etched with concern, fearing she had accidentally injured him when she jumped. It's nothing. I've just eaten too much barbecue these past few days and have a bit of heat. A splash of water will suffice, Yu Feng replied, avoiding her gaze. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he hastily retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, which he had filled during lunch. Thankful he hadn't discarded it from the bald man's camp. Really? Just heat? Su Wanyun regarded him skeptically, her instincts telling her something was amiss. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, causing her skirt to flutter. Feeling a chill, she glanced down at the swaying fabric and then back at Yu Feng, only to notice the noticeable bulge in his pants. Her face flushed crimson as she realized she had unwittingly become a captivating sight for him. In that moment, she thought to herself, cursing Yu Feng for his lewdness and shooting him an indignant glare. Little pervert, she murmured under her breath. Yu Feng, having cleaned up his nosebleed, noticed her reaction and scratched his head sheepishly, realizing that he needed to discipline her for daring to scold him. With a swift motion, he pulled Su Wanyun closer and playfully slapped her on the peach of her cheek. How did you become the seductress here? He teased, nibbling on her earlobe while his gaze playfully scrutinized her face. Su Wanyun was momentarily taken aback by his boldness, realizing the audacity of his actions. Yet, hearing him refer to her as his wife made her heart flutter. Yes, she had agreed to be Yu Feng's girlfriend, and perhaps his actions were not so inappropriate after all. Strangely, she felt a rush of excitement rather than repulsion. With a soft hum, she leaned into Yu Feng's embrace like a compliant little kitten. Seeing her so obedient, Yu Feng recalled that he had a raincoat in his backpack, igniting a sudden surge of desire. His hand instinctively reached toward the alluring sight he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun's breath quickened, her eyes tightly shut. A sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves around them, snapping Yu Feng back to reality. They were in the wild, where danger could lurk at any moment. He scolded himself for nearly taking that final step. Regretting his thoughts, he quickly withdrew his hand. After a moment, Su Wanyun's gaze cleared, and realizing Yu Feng had halted his advances, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. If he hadn't stopped, they could have found themselves in a precarious situation. In this desolate island, there would be no way to manage any consequences. Reflecting on this, Su Wanyun resolved to exercise restraint in the future. She couldn't let Yu Feng lead her astray. Young men were often impulsive. What if they crossed the line? Yin-Yi, it is still early. Let us venture further in before returning, Yu Feng suggested, noting that Su Wanyun had tidied herself up. Sununtai Vanyun nodded softly, allowing him to guide her as she obediently followed behind. The pair traversed the dense jungle, resembling a couple in love, moving slowly through the thick foliage. The surroundings were shrouded in shadows, with sunlight barely penetrating the canopy, and the terrain was predominantly hilly. Their pace slowed further, as they climbed slopes and maneuvered through sparse underbrush while encountering vines that obstructed their path. After approximately an hour of trekking through the woods, they heard voices ahead, filled with excitement at the prospect of encountering others. "Xiao Feng, there are people!" Su Wanyun exclaimed, her face aglow with enthusiasm. They had ventured so deeply into the island that the likelihood of meeting survivors seemed slim, and the speech they heard resembled that of indigenous people from a documentary. Who would have thought there were other humans here? Finally, we can learn more about this place, Yu Feng remarked, equally exhilarated. The thought that they might not be on a deserted island, after all, filled him with hope of returning home soon. As their footsteps quickened, they finally caught sight of the scene before them. On a nearby hill, it appeared as if the trees had been ravaged, revealing a large clearing with signs of burning. Scattered debris lay upon the ground, and Yu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something catastrophic had occurred. Suddenly, several figures emerged, encircling a charred remnant, inspecting it closely. Upon catching sight of these figures, whom she perceived to be indigenous, Su Wanyun felt a surge of excitement. After enduring countless harrowing experiences, the prospect of contacting the outside world filled her with joy. But then, a troubling thought struck her. What if they could communicate with outsiders? How would she face Yu Feng as parents and her own loved ones? Would they judge her for being with someone younger? Lost in her thoughts, Su Wanyun was abruptly startled when Yu Feng lunged toward her, wrapping his arms around her and swiftly pulling her behind a nearby rock. As they neared the ground, he braced himself with one hand, causing Su Wanyun to gasp. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Yu Feng silenced her with a kiss, leaving her to emit only muffled sounds of surprise. Chapter 44. The disappearance of Aunt Yun. Su Wanyun was utterly bewildered. How had they found themselves kissing again? Hadn't they just shared a moment not long ago? The allure of youth was indeed potent, and it seemed her charm was quite effective, ensnaring this young lad so easily. With this thought, a sense of joy swelled within her, prompting her to cease her struggles and willingly part her lips, extending her tongue. Yu Feng, noticing her sudden calmness, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, had he known the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Su Wanyun's mind, he would have protested vehemently, for he had been unable to free his hands moments prior. Just as Su Wanyun was about to initiate a passionate kiss, Yu Feng released her, fearing she might make a sound, and gently covered her mouth with his hand. Taken aback, Su Wanyun wondered why he was silencing her. Did he finally succumb to the urge to possess her? Was he worried she might cry out? "Aunt Yun, please remain silent," he whispered in a tone barely audible to the two of them. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment flooded Su Wanyun. Was it even possible to remain quiet in such intimate circumstances? Although she had not experienced such moments in years, she was aware that excitement often led to uncontrollable sounds. She had also noticed the impressive bulge in Yu Feng's trousers. It was a wonder she could be silent at all. After a while of her anxious musings without any further action from Yu Feng, she noticed he was peering intently at something across from them. A sudden realization dawning on her that her thoughts had been unfounded. In this precarious moment, it seemed Yu Feng had spotted something alarming. Prodding him gently, she gestured for him to release her. Yu Feng, recognizing her signal, understood she had come to the same conclusion. Xiao Feng, what have you discovered? Su Wanyin leaned closer to look, but saw nothing unusual, prompting her to whisper in his ear. It's a tribe of cannibals. Yu Feng's voice was low and foreboding. Cannibals? How did you discern that? Su Wanyin gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The mere thought of encountering them could spell disaster. They would see her as nothing more than prey. Look at the necklaces they wear, Yu Feng instructed, and Su Wanyin began to scrutinize the individuals he pointed out. Their skin was dark, their physiques lean, clad in animal skins and adorned with various tribal tattoos. Around their necks hung bone ornaments, the significance of which was obscured. Suddenly, two cannibals appeared, dragging a bloodied corpse behind them. Su Wanyin trembled at the sight, nearly crying out, instinctively covering her mouth. After a moment, she whispered urgently to Yu Feng, Xiao Feng, we must retreat. We are too close. I'm frightened. Her voice was laced with desperation, her face pale with fear. Seeing her distress, Yu Feng contemplated their predicament. He was almost certain they were indeed facing cannibals, for the trinkets they wore resembled human skulls. Realizing the danger, he decided they needed to back away slowly. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Yu Feng cursed under his breath. They were at a disadvantage, being upwind and too near to the tribe. As predicted, one of the cannibals turned their gaze towards Yu Feng, making eye contact for a fleeting moment that sent a chill down his spine. He quickly ducked behind a rock, but the other two began to rush towards them, their guttural shouts echoing in the air. Recognizing that hiding was no longer an option, Yu Feng grasped Su Wanyin's hand and urged her to run. In an instant, their figures were exposed. Confused, Su Wanyin questioned why they were sprinting instead of retreating cautiously, which would have been less conspicuous. Glancing back, she saw the two cannibals pursuing them with fervor, sending her heart racing and her mind blank. With the shouts drawing closer, she realized her own speed would only hinder them. Looking at Yu Feng's tense profile, she made a heart-wrenching decision. Xiao Feng, let go of me. We should split up, otherwise, neither of us will escape. Her tone carried a sense of finality. All right, you head back the way we came, and don't look back, Yu Feng responded, releasing her hand. He understood that holding on would only ensure their capture. Caught off guard by his decisive action, Su Wanyin felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow wash over her, tears streaming down her cheeks as she complied with his instruction and continued to run. She believed that the faster she ran, the further she could lead their pursuers away. After releasing her, Yu Feng cast a worried glance at her retreating figure before hiding behind a large tree, his expression grave as he gripped his spear tightly. Hoping not to be detected, the cacophony of the cannibals' shouts grew nearer, causing him to instinctively shrink back, trying to remain concealed. Soon, two of the cannibals, armed with spears, passed close by the tree. In a swift motion, Yu Feng sprung forth like a cheetah, thrusting his spear at one of them. However, they seemed accustomed to ambushes, rolling aside instinctively. Taken aback by their quick reflexes, Yu Feng prepared to strike again, but by then, the two were already attacking him with their spears. He had no choice but to deflect their blows with his spear, the sound of impact ringing in the air. The two cannibals surrounded him, and Yu Feng's heart sank. He feared for Su Wanyin's safety as she was alone in the jungle, vulnerable to any lurking dangers. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk she faced. He needed to end this quickly, as the two cannibals roared in unison, lunging at him with their spears. Yu Feng recognized the peril. If one struck him, it would be fatal. Resolutely, he advanced instead of retreating, thrusting his spear upward with force. The cannibal's spears grazed his neck, eliciting a sharp pain that coursed through his back, yet there was no time for fear. Having closed the distance, Yu Feng abandoned the spear's tip, opting instead to strike with his elbow against one cannibal's neck, producing a sickening crack. The creature's eyes widened in shock before it crumpled to the ground. Seizing the fallen spear, Yu Feng dodged the second cannibal's attack, which hesitated at his ferocity. Not waiting for them to regroup, Yu Feng charged forward, thrusting the spear towards the second adversary's chest. The cannibal shouted and attempted to evade, but Feng swiftly turned, executing a powerful horizontal sweep that caught the cannibal off guard. The force sent the body flying several feet away. With a sigh of relief, Feng acknowledged the effectiveness of his technique, though it left him vulnerable. Glancing at the lifeless bodies, he knew he could not linger. He had to find Su Wanyan. Time was of the essence, and with every passing moment, anxiety gnawed at him. Where was she? Had she encountered a wild beast? It couldn't be. It simply couldn't. Feng muttered to himself, propelled by a frantic urgency as he raced through the underbrush. Chapter 45. Despair in the Desolate Jungle. A fleeting ray of light occasionally penetrated the gloom, yet it could not dispel the shadows enveloping Feng's heart. As time elapsed, his spirit grew colder, for he felt that he had lost the most cherished aspect of his life. Upon hastening back to the resting place from earlier that day, Feng found no trace of Su Wanyan, plunging him deeper into despair. Given Su Wanyan's stamina, it was a monumental feat for her to have returned here. The lingering marks on the ground stirred memories of their shared moments, prompting unbidden tears to cascade down his cheeks. He chastised himself relentlessly, questioning why he had brought Su Wanyan along, why he had insisted on venturing further into the island's depths, and why he had been so arrogant as to believe he could traverse anywhere. As Feng sank into an abyss of self-reproach, a sudden howl jolted him from his reverie. It was the unmistakable roar of a black bear, a remnant of the bond he had shared with Su Wanyan. The sound, though familiar, now echoed with an unsettling warmth. Yet Su Wanyan was nowhere to be found. A flicker of hope ignited within his desolate heart. He forced himself to regain composure, realizing that his anxiety for Su Wanyan had thrown him into disarray. He began to ponder. It was improbable that Su Wanyan had sprinted this far, which meant she had likely not arrived here at all. Surely, she would heed his words and retrace her steps. However, the absence of her presence suggested she may have taken a wrong turn. If she had encountered wild beasts, there would surely be signs, a trail of blood. With that thought, Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. A wrong turn would surely leave traces to follow. He swiftly retraced his steps into the depths of the jungle, though this time he was compelled to slow his pace. Even if Su Wanyan were in danger, he had to meticulously observe the markings along the path. The decaying leaves underfoot exuded a musty scent, piquing his senses. He crouched down, carefully examining the signs. Indeed, the path bore only their footprints leading inward. There was no sign of Su Wanyan emerging from the thicket. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air. Cursing under his breath, Feng became increasingly cautious, fearing the attention of the pack. If he were to encounter them alone, the situation could prove perilous. The thought of Su Wanyan facing a pack of wolves sent a shiver down his spine. The implications were dire. He continued his careful search deeper into the jungle. Abruptly, he halted, his expression darkening as he crouched to inspect the ground closely. There were paw prints resembling those of a dog. Wolves, he surmised, coupled with the recent howl. It was evident the pack had lingered on their return journey. With Su Wanyan's disappearance, the dreadful possibility loomed that she had crossed paths with them. Feng dared not envision the outcome of such an encounter. His earlier calm was shattered anew, though he was relieved to find no bloodstains. He forced himself to remain composed, clinging to the hope that perhaps Su Wanyan had not encountered the wolves. He pressed on in his search. After retracing his steps a few hundred meters, he finally discovered signs of Su Wanyan's flight, although they veered off in another direction. From his vantage point, he could still see the location of the wolf prints he had observed earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the path Su Wanyan had taken, praying she had spotted the wolves first and had cleverly evaded them. Suddenly, he stopped again, his heart sinking as he surveyed the ground. In addition to the chaotic footprints, there were now wolf prints. It was clear Su Wanyan had paused here, and the wolves had pursued her. He could only hope for a miracle, especially as he noticed a fresh trail of blood. At that moment, it felt as if the very sky had collapsed upon him, leaving only coldness in its wake. A fiery turmoil threatened to erupt within him, yet he had no outlet for his anguish. Just then, his ears twitched at the faint sound behind him. Instinctively, he turned, locking eyes with a pair of icy, predatory orbs. A black wolf, its gaze imbued with bloodlust. It bared its teeth, revealing glistening fangs. In an instant, the wolf lunged, jaws wide, ready to strike. Feng did not flinch. He raised his spear and thrust it forward, intent on piercing the creature. The spear grazed the wolf's neck, leaving a long gash that stained its fur with crimson. The wolf, sensing the madness in Feng's eyes, instinctively twisted away, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Nevertheless, with the severity of its wound, the wolf would surely bleed out. The black wolf, now enraged by its injury, met Feng's fierce gaze, and for a moment, it hesitated, sensing the danger he posed. It retreated a few paces, creating distance between them. Wild creatures possess an acute awareness of peril. It appeared the wolf recognized Feng as a formidable opponent. After a few steps back, it decisively turned and fled into the underbrush. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why would it run? Shouldn't he summon the pack? He hurled his spear in vain, but it was too late. The wolf had already vanished into the thicket, its form obscured by the trees. "Very well, you are swift," he muttered, a cold scoff escaping his lips. He did not pursue the creature, but instead sheathed his spear, his thoughts consumed with finding Su Wanyan. The fresh wound he had seen on the wolf's head, coupled with the blood he had discovered, suggested it was not Su Wanyan's. As long as even the slightest glimmer of hope remained, he would not relent. Continuing to scrutinize the ground, he soon spotted a path pressed down in the grass nearby, indicating something had passed through. As he navigated the underbrush, a surge of joy coursed through him. He had found more footprints, evidence that Su Wanyan had been there. Yet, upon seeing the adjacent wolf prints, panic seized him. The unmistakable conclusion was that the wolves had been pursuing Su Wanyan. "Yunyi! Yun-yi!" he called out, desperation fueling his voice as he ran, while shouting her name, hoping to draw the attention of the wolves pursuing her, and perhaps even hoping that Su Wanyan might hear him and come toward his voice. The thought of attracting other beasts or hostile humans barely registered in his mind. "Yun-yi!" His voice echoed through the jungle, yet it received no response. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air. Yet Feng felt as though the world had fallen into a haunting silence. Suddenly, the light ahead brightened, revealing a precipice. Utter despair enveloped him. For Su Wanyan's footprints ceased at this very edge, showing no signs of diverging elsewhere. Peering over the edge, he saw a canopy of lush green leaves below, obscuring the view of the chasm, which he estimated to be 20 meters deep. Could one survive such a fall? Yun-yi! Feng succumbed to utter hopelessness, kneeling at the cliff's edge as tears streamed down his face, his heart aching as if it were being torn asunder. Chapter 46. The beautiful wild woman. After an indeterminate period, Feng gradually rose to his feet, frantically gathering vines in the forest. However, a closer inspection would reveal the emptiness in his gaze. Once he had accumulated a sufficient amount, he skillfully intertwined the vines to fashion a rope. Testing its strength with a firm tug, he secured one into a large tree at the cliff's edge and let the other end drop down the precipice. Without hesitation, Feng slid down the makeshift rope. It was then that he noticed the cliffside was also adorned with vines, and a flicker of hope ignited in his hollow eyes. Unconsciously, he accelerated his descent, plummeting over 10 meters in no time. Suddenly, he spotted a dilapidated grass hut nearby, battered by some unknown force, with the vines against the rocky wall showing signs of having been tugged. An epiphany struck Feng, filling him with ecstasy. Before long, he reached the ground and began searching for traces of Su Wanyan. However, all he found were a ruined grass hut and numerous signs of human habitation. Feng was startled. Could this be the abode of the wild people? Yet, there was no sign of them or Su Wanyan. Abruptly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were being hunted by some primordial beast. He swiftly turned around, drenched in cold sweat. A bone arrowhead was poised just a meter away, directed at his forehead, with dark bloodstains still marking its lethal potential. The arrow shivered slightly, likely due to the force exerted by its owner. Feng had no doubt that a mere flick of the owner's finger would send the arrow piercing through his skull. At such a close range, evasion was impossible, especially considering his opponent was a wild woman clad in animal skins. Yu Feng stood rigidly, paralyzed with fear, cautious not to provoke her into releasing the arrow. He had never felt death so near, yet he could not fathom why she had not attacked him immediately. The wild people he had encountered before were invariably vicious. Perhaps the wild woman was reluctant to take a life. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to gamble on this notion. Sweat trickled down his forehead. In the sweltering heat of the island, he felt an icy chill envelop him. Miss, I mean no harm. I am merely searching for someone, Yu Feng stammered, striving to soften his tone in the hope that she might grasp his intent, despite her inability to understand his words. He dared not even gesture, fearing it might lead to a misunderstanding. Yet, she seemed equally perplexed, still aiming the arrow at him, her gaze scrutinizing him with evident disdain. Yu Feng's mind raced with questions, utterly baffled by her intentions. Was she contemplating murder or merely hesitant to kill? Given that wild people were known to consume human flesh, the likelihood of her being squeamish seemed slim. Thus, it appeared she did not intend to slay him. This thought offered Yu Feng a modicum of relief, but raised further questions. Why spare his life? Perhaps she aimed to capture him. If that were the case, he might still find an opportunity to ambush the wild woman. He began to observe her closely. The wild woman appeared to be in her 20s. With dark hair and eyes, her skin a shade of reddish-brown, whether natural or the result of some pigment, he could not tell. He recalled documentaries that showcased indigenous peoples adorning their bodies with mud or paint. Setting aside her skin tone, her figure and features were undoubtedly comparable to those of popular online influencers. Exquisite facial features, a well-defined waist, and long, elegant legs. Notably, she wore minimal attire, an unknown animal skin wrap that accentuated her slender waist and a short leather skirt that highlighted her long legs, complemented by boots fashioned from animal hides. Yu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Just as he pondered this, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Xiao Feng Su Wanyun's voice resonated like celestial music, stirring tumultuous emotions within Yu Feng. He had taken her presence for granted in the past, but now, in her absence, he recognized its value. The moment he heard her voice again, it felt like a divine blessing, igniting a renewed vibrancy in his world. Yet, he quickly recollected their precarious situation. Yin Iran, he urged, his heart racing, though his body remained still. Despite his desire to turn and embrace her, he felt compelled to keep a watchful eye on the wild woman's every move. At that moment, he noticed the wild woman's expression shift. Though still showing signs of disdain, her vigilance seemed to wane slightly as her gaze instinctively drifted toward Yu Feng's back. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Feng contemplated a surprise attack. But the wild woman stammered, You should leave. This place is not welcoming." She took a few steps back, yet the arrow remained steadfastly aimed at Yu Feng. Stunned, he stood there, his mind momentarily blank. "You speak Chinese?" After a moment of disbelief, he finally responded, astonished as if he had seen a ghost. The wild woman could speak his language. Did this mean they were on some island belonging to Huagua? Yet, he had never heard of any cannibal tribes within the country. Nevertheless, if she urged him to leave and could communicate, perhaps there was a way out of this place. Yu Feng's heart brightened at the prospect of escape. Hello. May I ask where this is? Can you help us contact the outside world, or at least tell us how to leave?" His excitement was palpable, but the wild woman's response surprised him. She appeared taken aback, her brows furrowing, before she replied, "I don't know what this place is, nor how to leave." Perhaps she had not spoken Chinese in a long time. Her stuttering gradually lessened, but Yu Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He could not discern whether she was unwilling to share information or genuinely ignorant. Yet, with the arrow still aimed at him, he dared not make any rash movements, especially on unfamiliar territory where other wild people might appear at any moment. For now, ensuring Yun's safety was paramount. The wild people of this island remained an enigma, but Yu Feng believed that clarity would eventually come. With this resolve, he slowly began to back away, trying to distance himself from the wild woman. Noticing her lack of response, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Xiao Feng suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Su Wanyun had embraced him from behind. A mix of joy and anger surged within him. He was elated to be reunited. yet frustrated that she had approached when he had intended for her to retreat. However, feeling her trembling form dissipated his irritation, replaced by a profound sense of guilt. He knew this was not the time for distractions. Yun, let us get out of here, he urged, shielding Su Wanyun as they slowly retreated, his gaze fixed on the wild woman. Only when they had distanced themselves by over 10 meters did he quicken his pace. Su Wanyun remained quiet, aware of the danger surrounding them. When they had retreated nearly 100 meters, Yufeng finally felt a sense of relief and turned to lead Su Wanyun deeper into the jungle. She hesitated, wanting to speak, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on Yufeng's face, she chose to follow silently. Chapter 47. The wild woman is not a savage after traversing the cliff for approximately 10 minutes. Yufeng guided Su Wanyun up a slope and onto the cliff's edge, where he finally felt a sense of relief. Here, the path back was considerably more accessible, and the distance from the wild woman offered some assurance. Should she have a change of heart and pursue them, navigating through the dense forest would pose a challenge. Yufeng intended to inquire about what had transpired after their separation, but he noticed Su Wanyun's brows were furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, and beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. "Aunt Yun, are you unwell?" Yufeng asked, only to observe that Su Wanyun walked with a slight limp. Concerned, he urged her to sit down. "Is your leg injured? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Seeing Su Wanyun in pain, yet stubbornly enduring it, his heart ached. "Feng, I think I just twisted my ankle. It's nothing serious. I can manage," she replied, attempting to mask her discomfort with a facade of indifference, though a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. Aware that danger loomed, she felt that a foot injury would only serve as a burden to Yufeng. "Aunt Yun, let me take a look," Yufeng insisted. Relieved to hear it was merely a twist, he nonetheless grasped her foot carefully. Su Wanyun instinctively tried to retract it, but his grip was firm. The warmth of her ankle sent a shiver through her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. As Yufeng held her ankle in one hand and removed her shoe with the other, he was captivated by her delicate foot, its beauty akin to jade. Each toe perfectly formed and slightly playful. With a sharp intake of breath, he was enveloped by a unique fragrance, igniting a fervent heat within him. "Feng, how serious is it?" Su Wanyun asked, noticing his unwavering gaze on her foot, her heart racing at the thought of the injury being grave. Just as he contemplated teasing her, he suddenly focused on the slight swelling around her ankle. He felt around and determined that there was no bone damage. A couple of days' rest would suffice. As he prepared to reassure her, a barely perceptible smirk crept onto his lips. "Aunt Yun, it seems the twist has caused a disruption in your circulation. Allow me to massage it, and it will heal in no time." Su Wanyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her foot was sensitive, and she had never been massaged by a man before. However, recalling their established relationship, she softly acquiesced. Yufeng, sensing her lack of suspicion, felt a surge of delight. One hand gently massaged the swollen area, while the other cradled her delicate foot, fingers teasingly tracing her toes. Su Wanyun sensed something amiss. Though her foot was injured, Yufeng's attention seemed diverted from the injury itself. The tingling sensations radiating from her foot elicited soft gasps from her, and her face was suffused with color. Yufeng, parched with desire, found himself overwhelmed by the sight of Su Wanyun. In a sudden rush, he pulled her close, capturing her lips with his own. Su Wanyun, lost in the moment, only realized the implications when Yufeng's intentions became clear. "Feng, not here. It's unsafe," she gasped, urgently pushing him away. It was only then that Yufeng regained his senses, reprimanding himself for his lack of discretion. Setting aside concerns of safety, he recognized that such significant matters should not be hastily resolved in this environment. "Aunt Yun, I apologize. It was your allure that proved too tempting," he murmured softly in her ear before releasing her from his embrace. "How could you say such things?" she retorted, flustered, hastily adjusting her attire. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Yufeng, witnessing her reaction, couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. He knelt to assist her in putting on her shoes, this time behaving himself. Once she was ready, he handed her his backpack and squatted before her. "Aunt Yun, hop on. The path is treacherous. I'll carry you." Su Wanyun, feeling no reluctance this time, accepted his offer. Their physical interactions had progressed significantly, and she felt a pang of affection for her little man. As they navigated the undulating forest path, Yu Feng felt the pressure against his back, far more pronounced than during their beach escapade. He silently vowed to carry his beloved more often. Throughout the journey, Yu Feng reveled in the moment, though Su Wan-yun bore the weight of discomfort on his back. Not long into their trek, Su Wan-yun noticed changes in her physique that left her blushing, and she found herself responding to Yu Feng's questions with breathy words. In truth, Yu Feng had not inquired much. His queries revolve around the events following their separation. After listening to Su Wan-yun's account, Yu Feng gleaned that she had initially felt sorrowful, but soon realized the wild man had not pursued her. Understanding Yu Feng's intent to buy her time, her heart swelled with gratitude, overshadowing any lingering disappointment. She wished to return to him, but recognized that doing so might complicate matters for him. Therefore, she adhered to his guidance and retraced her steps. However, after a considerable duration without seeing Yu Feng, she contemplated waiting in place. Just then, the howl of a wolf pierced the air, too close for comfort. Forced to change direction to evade it, she ultimately found herself cornered. Yet, it was then she noticed a lone wolf, appearing somewhat feeble. By fortune, she struck the creature with a stone she had picked up, stunning it long enough for her to flee, only to be trapped again at the edge of a cliff. Spotting some vines on the cliffside, she gambled on their strength, hoping the drop was not too severe. Most vines held firm, but just as she neared safety, one snapped, sending her tumbling downwards. Fortunately, a grass shelter broke her fall, but she lost consciousness in the process. When she awakened, Yu Feng was there. After hearing her tale, Yu Feng felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. The depths of the jungle posed significant dangers for Su Wan-yun. By the way, Aunt Yun, where were you when you regained consciousness? I didn't TC you when I descended, he inquired, recalling his careful search of the area where she had fallen, finding nothing but the dilapidated shelter. That's what puzzles me too. There was a small cave behind the shelter. I woke up inside it. Do you think the wild man brought me there? But why would he save me? Su Wan-yun expressed her confusion. Yu Feng was equally baffled. If she had been in the cave, why would the wild man choose to rescue her? He had destroyed her shelter. Wouldn't he be angered if he was willing to save her? Why did he harbor such evident disdain for them? What could his motives be? After pondering for a while, Yu Feng posed another question. Aunt Yun, what are your thoughts on that wild man? He had always believed that a wild man capable of speaking Mandarin was unusual. Su Wan-yun contemplated seriously, Xiao Feng. Could it be possible that the wild woman is not a savage at all? Chapter 48. Aunt Yun's temptation. Su Wan-yun's words resonated in Yu Feng's mind like a thunderclap, instantly awakening him to a realization. His subconscious had initially labeled her as a savage based on her appearance, yet upon reflection, the differences between her and the other wild individuals he had encountered were indeed striking. From skin tone to facial features, they appeared to belong to entirely different races. This disparity could also explain her inability to speak the local dialect while fluently conversing in Mandarin. However, this was merely conjecture, lacking any concrete evidence. Aunt Yun, do you have any other insights? Yu Feng queried, skeptical of Su Wan-yun's assertion that the individual was not a wild person without some basis. Well, I did see some tattered modern clothing in that cave. Su Wan-yun hesitated before responding. Yu Feng understood her reluctance. The presence of modern attire could indicate that survivors had been killed to acquire it. You mentioned it was tattered. Yu Feng probed further, sensing a connection. Yes, it was the type that had been worn for a long time and was quite decrepit, Su Wan-yun elaborated. Ah, I see. Aunt Yun, it is indeed possible that the person is a survivor, perhaps one who has been stranded on the island for an extended period, Yu Feng concluded, feeling increasingly confident in his assessment. He began to comprehend why the individual had been wary of him, yet chose to save Su Wan-yun. However, observing her current state, he noted that they had yet to receive any rescue. Are we destined to remain here like her? Su Wan-yun's spirit visibly dampened as she spoke. She had previously speculated about the possibility of not being rescued, but now there was a concrete example before them. Oh well, what's the use of worrying? As long as we are alive, that's what matters. Besides, you have me and Chi-Chi with you, Yu Feng reassured her, noting the hint of melancholy in her tone. Su Wanyin had endured quite a bit over the past few days and understood that survival was of paramount importance. She then thought that being with Yu Feng on this deserted island was not so bad after all, as there were fewer inhibitions. This thought brought her a small sense of joy, prompting her to ponder whether she could be a bit bolder. Lost in her musings, she suddenly noticed that Yu Feng had halted his steps. "What's wrong?" she whispered, feeling a mix of safety and anxiety even in his presence. However, she no longer reacted with panic as she once had. Observing Yu Feng's unusual demeanor, she surmised that he had discovered something. Yet after scrutinizing the surroundings for a while, she found nothing amiss. After waiting silently for Yu Feng to respond, she noticed a subtle smile cross his face. "Do you wish to take revenge?" he asked softly. "Revenge? Who?" Su Wanyun's expression was one of confusion. Yu Feng did not answer, but carried her toward a nearby thicket. Curious about the target of his proposed revenge, Su Wanyun peered around them intently. Suddenly, she spotted a black wolf lying beside the bushes. "It's a wolf," she gasped, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. However, seeing Yu Feng's lack of surprise and recalling his earlier comment, she quickly realized that the intended target of revenge was the wolf. "Well, it seems revenge is off the table," Yu Feng remarked, causing Su Wanyun to pause. She noticed the wolf lying still, blood pooling beneath it. "Is it dead?" she asked quietly. Yu Feng approached, nudging the animal with his foot and confirming that it was indeed lifeless. "Look at that gash on its neck. I didn't think it could still run. I just didn't have the time to pursue it, and I never expected to encounter it here," he explained. As Su Wanyun examined the deep wound on the wolf's neck, she understood that it was no wonder it had succumbed. "But how do we bring it back? Should I go down and walk?" she suggested, now unafraid since the wolf was dead. However, she recognized the challenge of transporting it, knowing that every resource was precious for their survival on the island. Yu Feng acknowledged the dilemma. Sending you back would only exacerbate your injuries. Leaving the wolf here is a waste. Why not toss it off the cliff as a gift for that female savage? After all, she saved you, and it would be a way to repay her kindness. In truth, Yu Feng harbored an ulterior motive to foster a better relationship with the female savage, hoping that once she lowered her guard, he might glean useful information from her. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Su Wanyun conceded, contemplating the practicality of the plan. Since returning with the wolf was indeed inconvenient, and the cliff was not far away, Yu Feng set Su Wanyun down and prepared to drag the wolf's body. Suddenly, a soft whimpering sound echoed from beneath the wolf's hind leg. "Oh look, puppies!" Su Wanyun exclaimed in delight, eager to approach the source of the sound. To her surprise, two tiny creatures, hardly larger than her palm, crawled out from under the wolf. Yu Feng swiftly pulled her back, and Su Wanyun realized that they were not puppies but wolf cubs. "What should we do with these little ones?" she asked hesitantly, her eyes sparkling with affection for the small creatures. "Perhaps we could take them back and raise them," Yu Feng suggested tentatively, having discerned that women often had a soft spot for adorable creatures. However, he also considered the challenges of raising cubs that had not yet been weaned. Regarding safety, he felt reassured. After all, domestic dogs were descendants of wolves. If the cubs grew too wild, disposing of them would be simpler than dealing with fully grown wolves. "Really? You're the best, Xiao Feng." Su Wanyun beamed, her joy illuminating her face like a young girl. Yu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her radiant smile. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Su Wanyun teased, feeling a rush of sweetness in her heart. The two had progressed to a point where even the slightest gesture could leave him utterly enchanted, and she couldn't help but feel pleased with her own allure. Yu Feng, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He then began to remove his shirt. "What are you doing?" Su Wanyun exclaimed in surprise. "I told you we'd wait until we got back. No need to rush." Seeing Yu Feng stripping startled her. She gasped, her mind racing. Did he have such fervor? She had tried to avoid provoking him, knowing they would inevitably reach that point, yet this setting was hardly appropriate. Before she could voice her thoughts, Yu Feng fashioned his shirt into a makeshift bag and scooped up the two cubs, placing them inside. The little creatures whimpered in protest, their cries echoing in the air. Su Wanyun stood frozen, her cheeks flushing crimson from embarrassment. "What is wrong with me? I keep thinking about him," she mused, her eyes inadvertently drifting toward Yu Feng's well-defined physique, igniting a desire within her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. I'll take the wolf's body to the cliff. You wait here quietly, and if anything happens, shout loudly, Yu Feng instructed, handing her the cubs before dragging the wolf's carcass toward the cliff. Okay, Su Wan Yun murmured absently, still lost in her colorful thoughts, her response barely audible as she imagined the myriad possibilities. Chapter 49. Rest early before long. Yu Feng dragged the corpse of the black wolf to the edge of the cliff and called out loudly, "Thank you for your help. Beautiful. We happen to have the carcass of a wild wolf here as a token of gratitude." After waiting for a response that never came, he pushed the wolf's body over the edge and turned to leave. At that moment, he faintly heard a thank you. A smile crept onto Yu Feng's lips, but he did not linger. Soon, he returned to Su Wanyun's side. After hoisting her onto his back once more, he glanced at the time and quickened his pace. Su Wanyun noticed the beads of sweat on Yu Feng's forehead and gently wiped them away. "Little Feng, there's no need to rush. Look at you, drenched in sweat." Observing Yu Feng's urgency, Su Wanyun instinctively thought he shared her eagerness to return, and her mouth went dry. She then remembered that Su Qiqi was still at the camp and worried about how they would manage without being discovered. "Yin-yi, we must hurry back before dark. It's easy to lose one's way when night falls, and many wild beasts are active at night," Yu Feng insisted, carrying Su Wanyun through the rugged forest. Every jolt was a bittersweet reminder of their journey. Despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, Yu Feng dared not slow his pace, lacking confidence that he could keep Su Wanyun safe overnight in the wilderness. They had already lost precious time due to the encounter with the wild man, and as dusk approached, he felt compelled to hasten once more. On Yu Feng's back, Su Wanyun could hear his labored breaths, which filled her with concern. She wished to assist, but could only gently wipe his sweat, realizing that this little man cared deeply for her, unwilling to let her walk on her own. A sense of sweetness blossomed in her heart at having encountered such a man. As time drifted by, at the beach camp, a group of people exhibited anxious expressions, pacing back and forth on the sand. "It's getting late. Why haven't Feng Gu and the others returned? Should we go look for them?" Li Yuanmei finally voiced her concern. Having joined the team, she understood Yu Feng's significance, particularly after the ordeal with the bald man. Without Yu Feng's protection, her fate as a woman of beauty would have been dire. Thus, she was eager to stay close to him, and if anything happened to Yu Feng, she would be more anxious than anyone else. "Yes, Feng Gu, could they be in trouble?" Su Qiqi chimed in, feeling listless in Yu Feng's absence. Initially, she thought her unease stemmed from Su Wanyun's absence, but her mind was flooded with thoughts of Yu Feng. As darkness loomed, her heart raced with trepidation. "Everyone, remain calm. Trust in the boss's abilities. They may simply be further away than expected," Wu Yong reassured the anxious crowd. Though he shared their concerns, he maintained a level of rationality, knowing Yu Feng's strengths. If Yu Feng couldn't handle it, their presence wouldn't necessarily be of any help. Suddenly, Li Yuanmei exclaimed, "Ah, Feng Gu is back." She joyously spotted Yu Feng's figure emerging from the edge of the forest. Upon returning to the familiar beach, Yu Feng finally exhaled a long breath. He had not rested along the way and was utterly fatigued after emerging from the woods just before nightfall. Seeing his friends gather around him with worried expressions made him feel grateful for this little family of theirs. "Feng Gu." Su Qiqi felt an impulse to rush towards him, only to notice her mother still on Yu Feng's back and promptly halted. "Mom, what happened to you?" Su Qiqi's face flushed crimson as she pondered her own feelings. Fortunately, everyone else's attention was focused on Yu Feng. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I just twisted my ankle," Su Wanyun quickly explained, feeling embarrassed under the scrutiny of so many people. After all, they had nearly bared their souls to each other in private, but this was a different context. Yu Feng did not engage in pleasantries. He swiftly made his way to the shelter and set Su Wanyun down before collapsing onto the ground, acutely aware of the pain in his limbs. "Boss, what happened? How is the situation deeper in the island?" A group of curious onlookers encircled him, their eagerness palpable. "Don't crowd around Yu Feng. He has been walking for hours. Let him catch his breath," Su Wanyun interjected, sensing his fatigue. As she began recounting the day's events, The crowd shifted their focus to her. Li Wenmei, however, approached Yu Feng and asked, "Feng Gu, how are you feeling? Do you want me to give you a massage?" As she spoke, she began to knead his shoulders. Yu Feng considered declining her offer, but when her touch alleviated some of his discomfort, he glanced at Su Wanyun, who merely cast a glance his way and nodded. Seeing Yu Feng not oppose her, Li Wenmei felt a surge of happiness and applied herself even more vigorously. Yu Feng relaxed under her ministrations, enjoying the relief while listening to Su Wanyun's narrative of the day as happenings, though certain details were surely omitted. The group listened intently, and Su Qiqi hugged two small wolf pups, enamored by them. However, when the mention of wild men surfaced, fear flickered across their faces. The revelation that there might be others trapped on the island cast a somber silence over them, aware of the implications for their escape. As Yu Feng continued to revel in the massage, Li Wenmei inadvertently brushed against certain sensitive areas, prompting memories of that night by the sea with her and Su Wanyun to resurface. The enchanting scenery from that evening, the majestic peaks and the valleys below, flashed through his mind, and he scolded himself for his thoughts. "Fairy," he muttered under his breath, unwilling to let Li Wenmei continue. He promptly said, "Thank you. I feel much better." Li Wenmei understood his hint and knew when to stop. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun had finished her recounting and began organizing dinner. Dinner consisted of freshly caught fish, with each trap yielding between 1 to several pounds. They had set 7 or 8 traps, ensuring enough for the evening and some to smoke for later. After the meal, it was already late. Yu Feng assigned Su Qiqi and Wu Yu to keep watch and urged everyone to rest early. Upon hearing Yu Feng's arrangement, Su Wanyun instinctively looked at him and, seeing a mischievous smile on his lips, quickly realized his intentions to send Su Qiqi away, determined to have her all to himself. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, and she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. After so many years without meat, she never expected to find herself in such a tantalizing predicament. Chapter 50. Arranging training. As Su Wanyun observed the others gradually succumbing to rest, she found herself hesitating once more, torn between the desire to savor the moment and the fear of being discovered. Especially by Su Qiqi, she felt a tumult of emotions. In the center of the camp, a roaring bonfire blazed, its light filtering through the small crevices of the shelter, allowing Yu Feng to vaguely discern Su Wanyun's trembling silhouette. He could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart as she stealthily lay down, instinctively shifting away from him. A mischievous smile crept upon Yu Feng's lips. Ever since he had met Su Wanyun, he had been irresistibly drawn to her allure. Countless mornings over the past year had found him bathing, his dreams filled with visions of her. Now that their relationship had evolved into that of a couple, he could hardly bear the thought of limiting himself to mere dreams. Noticing Su Wanyun's intent to evade him, Yu Feng was determined not to let her escape. He wrapped his arms around her soft waist, pulling her closer in a moment of panic. "Aunt Yun, why are you so far away?" he whispered into her ear, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Su Wanyun felt a mix of fear, embarrassment, and anticipation, her heart at odds with itself. "Aunt Yun, do you feel unwell? You're so warm, and your breathing is so rapid. Do you want to check on you?" Yu Feng's words echoed softly in her ear. She was acutely aware of his intentions regarding the examination, which would inevitably lead to a needle. The mere thought filled her with dread. Should it come to that, the commotion would surely alert Su Qiqi. With this in mind, she resolved to speak to Yu Feng about finding another place. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, he captured her lips with a kiss. Recognizing her hesitance, Yu Feng instinctively knew how to proceed. Before long, he noticed her body softening, her breath quickening. Just as he was about to breach her final defenses, her hand pressed firmly against his, halting him. "Xiao Feng, please let it go. Qiqi will find out. Let us choose another time and place." At this moment, how could Yu Feng simply stop? He intended to continue, but was firmly restrained. In the dim light of the fire, he caught sight of the tears glistening in Su Wanyun's eyes, and a wave of clarity washed over him. This was the woman he cherished deeply. He could not bear to see her distressed. Moreover, she was right. If they continued in such a manner, the noise would surely betray them, and Su Qiqi would undoubtedly come to investigate. With this realization, Yu Feng ceased his advances and softly murmured into her ear, "Aunt Yun, I am sorry. I have longed for you for too long." Relieved by his sudden restraint, Su Wanyin felt a surge of emotion in response to his words. She was almost tempted to yield to him entirely. Yet, her rationality cautioned her against it. "Yes, Xiao Feng, let us find a private opportunity. Aunt will give you what you desire," she whispered softly, her words like a gentle spring breeze, nearly causing him to lose control once more. In that moment, they remained closely entwined, their hearts racing and breaths heavy, the temperature between them seemingly rising. Su Wanyin became acutely aware of Yu Feng's heightened arousal, and her heart raced with a mix of surprise and worry. What if something went awry? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she instinctively shifted away from him. This only intensified Yu Feng's discomfort, a fire within him seeking release. "Aunt Yun, I'm suffering. Please help me, or else I might break," he implored, mustering the courage to voice his distress in her ear, feigning great pain. "Xiao Feng, how can I help?" Su Wanyin understood the implications. Though she had only a rudimentary understanding of the methods involved and had never practiced them, the thought alone filled her with embarrassment. Hearing her hesitation, Yu Feng could not suppress a wicked grin, leaning closer to whisper some suggestions. Su Wanyin felt her mouth dry and her cheeks flush. "You are so naughty," she retorted softly, playfully striking his chest with her small fists. After a moment of internal conflict, as if making a momentous decision, she slowly bent down. Half an hour later, Yu Feng embraced the fatigued Su Wanyin as they drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself kneading dough for what felt like an eternity, yet he could never quite savor the taste. He wandered through a valley on the prairie, searching for something elusive, but found nothing. As dawn broke, he awoke feeling refreshed. Looking at the peaceful Su Wanyin before gently kissing her forehead and rising to leave the shelter, he noticed the two-night watchmen looking weary. "Chi-Chi, shall you go rest?" he urged them, realizing it was unnecessary for him to continue keeping watch. They nodded in agreement and returned to their shelter. Only after Yu Feng had departed did Su Wanyin open her eyes, quickly arranging her clothing, for she had awakened long ago but felt embarrassed about the previous night's indiscretions. As she tidied her clothes, she was startled to see Su Chi-Chi enter. "Mom, what is that smell?" Su Wanyin was taken aback by her daughter's words and feigned nonchalance. Glancing around, "There's no smell, perhaps just a hint of sweat," she stammered, instinctively avoiding her daughter's gaze. "Oh," Su Chi-Chi sniffed and thought little of it before collapsing into sleep. Su Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her daughter did not press further. Reflecting on the previous night, she was relieved she had managed to swallow the spoiled soy milk. Otherwise, the odor in the shelter would have been even more pronounced. Feeling the lingering scent in her mouth, Su Wanyin hurried out of the shelter, only to encounter Yu Feng sporting a mischievous grin. She shot him a reproachful glance before hastily grabbing a small piece of charcoal by the fire and rushing toward the beach. Yu Feng noticed others rising and picked up a piece of charcoal to follow her. Upon seeing Yu Feng, Su Wanyin's cheeks flushed with a sudden thought. Yu Feng remained silent, watching her with an expression that suggested he could not get enough of her. Once everyone had freshened up, Yu Feng gathered the group. Noting their curious expressions, he cleared his throat and said, "Now that we are all aware of the presence of wild men on the island, for everyone's safety, we will conduct group training for 2 hours each morning starting today. I do not expect you to become experts, but at the very least, you should be able to run swiftly when danger arises." After addressing the group and perceiving no dissent, he turned to Su Wanyin and stated, "Aunt Yun, from now on, please arrange for 2 girls to alternate cooking breakfast while the rest undergo training." "Sure," Su Wanyin nodded in agreement, understanding that cooking would not involve the men, and thus she had no objections. After Su Wanyin called away Xiao Yin and Lu Qian, only a few remained, prompting Yu Feng to smile wryly. It seemed they were still short on numbers. Perhaps he could recruit more suitable individuals in the future. He instructed a few to retrieve the spears and gather on the beach, which was the ideal location for training. Their faces lit up with excitement, realizing that Yu Feng intended to teach the martial arts. Before long, the group approached joyfully, but Yu Feng noticed Su Wanyin also carrying a spear. Furrowing his brow, He recalled her ankle injury from the previous day. Aunt Yun, your foot isn't fully healed. You shouldn't train today to avoid aggravating it, he said, concern evident in his tone. Su Wanyun felt a rush of sweetness at his concern, her face breaking into an involuntary smile. Don't worry, after a night's rest, I'm almost fully recovered. I can walk and run without issue. Seeing her confidence, Yu Feng relented, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Okay, but take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, just stop. Don't push yourself. He could only smile helplessly at her determination. Then, with a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to Su Wanyun and softly suggested, Today, I plan to explore the nearby jungle to see if we can find a suitable campsite. Since your foot has healed, would you like to join? It would be a good opportunity to scout for wild vegetables. Yu Feng's playful expression made Su Wanyun initially puzzled as to why he invited her. However, upon grasping his intent, a wave of shyness washed over her. You decide, she stammered before darting away, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 51. There are even greater powers. The reason Yu Feng insisted on having the ladies participate was, as he had mentioned earlier, when faced with peril, one must possess the agility to flee. His recent encounter with the wild man alongside Su Wanyun left a profound impression on him. Thus, in organizing the training, Yu Feng primarily focused on running, a common form of physical exercise. A group of office workers who are not accustomed to regular exercise could not sustain long runs initially. Yu Feng led the way, jogging around the campsite on the beach, with a few trailing behind. Their initial enthusiasm soon faded, revealing faces of distress. Aware that danger loomed on the deserted island, Yu Feng refrained from pushing them to the point of exhaustion. Once he sensed that they had reached their limits, he demonstrated a few basic techniques for wielding the long spear, encouraging everyone to practice. Alternating between spear drills and running ensured they would not be rendered incapable of work. However, after an hour, the group was utterly fatigued, particularly the two ladies, whose faces had turned pale. Although they gritted their teeth and persevered, Yu Feng recognized that if they continued, they might struggle to walk for the day, and reluctantly called for a halt. That will be all for today. Let everyone acclimate for a while before gradually increasing the duration, he announced. The moment the group heard they could rest, they collapsed onto the ground like deflated balloons. They began to move in place, and Yu Feng quickly urged them to stand up. Startled, they initially thought he was going to extend the training, but upon hearing it was merely a call for them to walk in place, they sighed in relief. Noticing that breakfast would take some time, Yu Feng took the opportunity to visit the salt flats, where he coincidentally met Wu Yong and Wei Dong, who were also on their way to gather fish traps. As Yu Feng gazed at the clear sky, he marveled at the splendid weather. Wu Yong caught up and quietly inquired, Boss, when are we relocating the camp? What is the matter? Did something happen? Yu Feng replied, puzzled by Wu Yong's sudden concern. Yesterday, we spotted someone emerging from the woods, seemingly searching for something. They were too far away to approach, but they returned to the trees, Wu Yong expressed, voicing his apprehensions. I feel our campsite is too conspicuous by the beach. Yu Feng recalled his exploration of the jungle yesterday in search of a campsite, yet he had not mentioned relocating. Today, I will explore a different direction. The water source we encountered yesterday was too close to the wild man's territory. It is not safe, Yu Feng concurred, appreciating Wu Yong's foresight. He then cautioned about the potential encounter with survivors. Stay alert. Many may have lost hope for rescue and will resort to the law of the jungle. Also, do not stray too far from the camp. Rest assured, boss, we will be vigilant, Wu Yong promptly assured him, recognizing that once Yu Feng left the camp, its safety would rest solely in their hands. During their conversation, they had arrived near the salt flats, and Yu Feng noticed that the seawater in the first salt flat had diminished significantly. He furrowed his brow, pondering, this is evaporating too quickly. When you checked yesterday, did you notice any leaks? Yu Feng found this unusual. Based on his online research, the first concentration of seawater typically took several days. Yet within 2 days, it had already turned into brine, indicating that they could prepare the second salt flat. At this rate, they could extract salt by the afternoon, or at the latest, by tomorrow. No, when we checked yesterday, there were no signs of leakage. It shouldn't be a problem. Wu Yong and Wei Dong exchanged puzzled glances, responding truthfully. Upon hearing their lack of findings, Yu Feng felt relieved. This would expedite their access to salt. Perhaps the smaller size of their salt flat contributed to this phenomenon. Once he settled this in his mind, he dismissed the matter, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel the salt is drying rather quickly." After breakfast, transfer the brine from the first salt flat to the smaller one. Then add more seawater to the first. Seeing that both men nodded in acknowledgement, he shifted his focus to assisting in collecting the fish traps. The previous night had yielded a considerable catch. Utilizing their usual method, they prepared the fish, discarding the entrails back into the traps, and crushed the sea snails to use as bait, ensuring another successful harvest in the afternoon. However, as he surveyed the abundant resources by the sea, Yu Feng furrowed his brow. Why did the wild woman not take advantage of such bounty? Even if she did not reside by the shore, she should not be so far removed. While the interior of the island housed more wildlife, it also posed greater dangers. Was there some unknown threat along the island's edge that he was unaware of? After contemplating for a while, without clarity, he could only shake his head in resignation. Devising plans to cultivate a good rapport with the wild woman to glean information from her. Upon returning to the camp with the fish, breakfast was nearly ready. Yu Feng noticed Su Wanyan feeding 2 little wolf cubs with fish meat and was tempted to play with them. However, the cubs refused the food he offered, prompting a light-hearted tease from Su Wanyan. "Look at you, experiencing rejection for once." After breakfast, Yu Feng outlined the day's agenda. Aside from preparing the brine for the salt flats, everyone else was to fashion the remaining wolf leg bones into spearheads. Having witnessed the power of the wild man's stone spear the previous day, they understood that weapon disparity could significantly impact their strength. Once everything was arranged, Yu Feng ventured into the woods again with Su Wanyun, leading the way while engaging in conversation. Su Wanyun followed silently, listening intently, her cheeks still flushed. Unbeknownst to her, they had walked for over an hour, now several miles from the beach. They began to encounter moist, swampy areas in the small valleys. In Yu Feng's hometown, many people dug their own wells, so he was familiar with these spots. Digging a hole would likely yield water soon. While this location could serve as a campsite, Yu Feng felt it prudent to remain farther from the beach, so he continued deeper into the woods with Su Wanyan. As they walked, they occasionally spotted wild chickens and rabbits. Yu Feng attempted to strike them with stones, but was unsuccessful. Either the animals ran off before he could get close, or he missed his aim entirely. Hearing the clucking of a wild chicken again, Yu Feng decided to try approaching from a distance. Following the sound, he found the chicken near a patch of grass. Rather than getting closer, he pulled a stone from his pocket and threw it with conviction. The chicken startled and attempted to fly away, but it fell back to the ground. Initially taken aback, Yu Feng soon realized he had struck it. He dashed over and, after a brief chase, seized the flailing chicken and swiftly snapped its neck. "Look, Aunt Yun, we have a dish of beggar's chicken," he exclaimed, raising the wild chicken triumphantly and grinning at Su Wanyan. "Impressive," Su Wanyan responded, having observed the entire ordeal. Yu Feng's childlike glee at his success drew a mixture of amusement and exasperation from her. "All right, it's getting late. Let us find a place to rest." "Just wait. I have even more remarkable skills to show you," Yu Feng declared, turning to continue forward, his laughter echoing mischievously. "Such a little rogue." Su Wanyan blushed, stomping her foot in response. She understood his implications. He was suggesting they venture into the woods for some privacy. But ever since he had broken her seal the previous night, her anticipation had grown, explaining her constant blush. Chapter 52. The Desire for Combat After More than half an hour. Yu Feng discovered an excellent location, a small ravine where the waters from the mountain slopes converged into a gentle stream, serving as a superior water source for the camp compared to the previous spot. Suddenly, Yu Feng's eyes sparkled as he noticed 2 massive stones leaning against each other nearby, forming a triangular space of several square meters. If there were fewer people, this would make for a splendid campsite, sheltered by the stones on either side. A simple wall constructed from stones in front would render it an impenetrable refuge from wild beasts. Unfortunately, their camp had too many members to accommodate here, but it would serve well as a temporary resting place. With this thought, Yu Feng couldn't help but smile, and he hurried over to Su Wanyan, whispering with a chuckle, "Aunt Yun, what do you think of this place? Should we take a moment to rest?" and perhaps prepare some lunch? Su Wanyan immediately grasped Yu Feng's intent, feeling her heart race. Glancing at him while shyly lowering her gaze, she replied, "Little Feng, if you're tired, you should rest a bit. I'll do whatever you say." Hearing Su Wanyan's voice grow softer and witnessing her bashful demeanor made Yu Feng's heart swell with affection. Yet he retained his composure and gently pulled her to the side of the boulders. "Aunt Yin, you rest here while I gather some twigs to roast a wild chicken," he suggested. Looking at the time, Yu Feng realized it was nearly noon, and with physical labor ahead, it was imperative to eat well. Safety in the wilderness was crucial, and it would also allow him to check for any signs of large beasts in the vicinity. "Well, it's not too tiring. I'll handle the wild chicken," Su Wanyan remarked, amused by Yu Feng's eagerness. His consideration for her touched her heart, and she felt a hint of anticipation. Wouldn't it be quicker if they worked together? After saying this, she took the wild chicken hanging by Yu Feng and approached the stream, feeling a bit hesitant to look at him, worried she might have appeared overly eager. Noticing her demeanor, Yu Feng held no objections. He surveyed the area, confirming the absence of large beasts before beginning to gather dry twigs, while also setting up a few small traps for precaution. As he collected, he recalled the knowledge he had gleaned from films, feeling exhilarated at the prospect of engaging in practical experience with Aunt Yin. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the stream. "Ah, little Feng, it's Su Wanyan." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Feng dashed toward the sound, praying fervently that nothing had befallen her. Upon seeing Su Wanyan standing unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. But his heart sank at the sight of her pale face and trembling form. "Aunt Yin, are you all right?" he asked, rushing to her side with concern. I'm fine. But over there, Su Wanyan stammered, suddenly embracing Yu Feng, unable to articulate her fear. Following her gaze, Yu Feng's heart dropped as he spotted a bloodied figure lying nearby. "Little Feng, he grabbed my ankle first. I didn't mean to kill him," she hastily explained, having calmed slightly. Yu Feng, bemused, assessed the situation. Standing where they were, it was clear that the injuries on the man were inflicted by a weapon. There was no way Su Wanyan could have caused such damage with her small fists. Seeing her distress, Yu Feng gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, "It's not your fault. He must have bled out from his wounds. Let's check his condition and see if he can be saved." As he approached the man, a frown creased his brow. The figure seemed oddly familiar. Su Wanyan, recalling Yu Feng's words, began to piece together the scenario. Though nervousness lingered as she clasped his hand tightly and recounted, "Little Feng, I was just going to pick some leaves when I found him lying in the grass, bloodied. He suddenly grabbed my ankle, and I kicked him in shock. I thought I'd killed him." Yu Feng, having witnessed death before, understood her panic but reassured her that if the man died after her kicks, it was not her doing. With the weight of her guilt lifted, her fear began to dissipate. Yu Feng crouched down, turning the body over to inspect. "Is he dead?" Su Wanyan asked anxiously. Upon seeing the man's face, Yu Feng was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "It's him. Do you know him?" Su Wanyan koyed momentarily stunned. The man, covered in blood, bore a faint resemblance that eluded her memory. "Yes, you've met him before. He's Zhang Shao's bodyguard." "He's already gone," Yu Feng replied, his voice solemn. Although the blood obscured his features, the clothing and physique were unmistakable. It's him." Su Wanyan recognized him, connecting the dots. Did he encounter wild men? She speculated, realizing that he was not alone, and given his strength, ordinary people would struggle against him. The thought made her complexion pale, and she anxiously glanced at Yu Feng. "We can't be certain yet," Yu Feng replied, discerning from the wounds that they were not inflicted by a beast. "What should we do now?" "Shoo," Yu Feng interrupted, signaling for silence as he scanned the surroundings with a grave expression. Alarmed, Su Wanyan instinctively covered her mouth, realizing that Yu Feng had sensed something. A thought struck her. Could wild men be pursuing them? She turned to Yu Feng, only to find him intently searching the area. "Let us go, slowly retreat," he whispered in her ear, taking her hand and indicating for her to follow him carefully. Su Wanyan sensed the urgency and felt her heart race, her palms sweating as she followed his lead, crouching low to avoid making a sound. Before long, Yu Feng guided her back to the shelter of the two boulders. "What now?" Su Wanyan asked, spotting 3 figures clad in animal hides approaching them. There was no hope of outrunning the wild men, and she worried for Yu Feng's safety, recalling his earlier warnings about their combat prowess. Chapter 53: Encountering the Wild Man. At present, there exists a method, yet it necessitates your cooperation. Yu Feng pondered for a moment before speaking softly. How shall I cooperate? Su Wanyun, not overthinking, believed that since Yu Feng could propose it, it wouldn't pose a significant challenge. Later, you will remain here alone to divert the enemy's attention. If they do not discover this place, continue to hide. However, should they find out, you may panic but do not call for me. Just act as if you were alone. Yu Feng's words sent a shiver through Su Wanyun's heart. For a moment, she thought Yu Feng intended to flee solo, leaving her behind to attract fire. Yet, she understood that Yu Feng planned to launch a surprise attack alone, and he needed to eliminate 3 wild men. This thought filled her with concern. Xiao Feng, be careful on your own, she cautioned. Su Wanyun realized she lacked the strength to assist. Her helplessness struck her deeply. The only thing she could do was silently pray for Yu Feng's success. Seeing Su Wanyun's concern akin to a wife for her husband warmed Yu Feng's heart. It made all his efforts seem worthwhile. He gently kissed her forehead, then swiftly turned and slipped in a nearby underbrush, stealthily positioning himself over 10 meters from the boulder, lying quietly among the grass. He set aside his stone spear and grasped the hand axe from his backpack, attentively listening to the rustling around him. Suddenly, Yu Feng's expression hardened as his gaze shifted toward the direction of the body of the bodyguard. 3 wild men had gathered there and were slowly advancing toward him. Initially, he planned to take down one if they continued to close in, but now, facing 3 men alone, he felt uncertain. He had to reconsider how to tackle the immediate threat. As the wild men drew nearer, Yu Feng grasped his spear. In situations where confrontation was inevitable, he believed in the superiority of his long spear. When the men were merely 3 meters away, Yu Feng could no longer afford to wait. He could smell their foul odor, and allowing them any closer could lead to his discovery, forfeiting his chance to strike. Realizing this, he suddenly leapt from the underbrush, thrusting his spear toward one of them. The wild man emitted a cry of agony, failing to evade as the spear plunged deeply into his body, blood gushing forth as his eyes dulled. Yu Feng felt a surge of triumph and swiftly withdrew his spear, preparing to defend against the other 2's fierce attacks. The remaining wild men were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the sudden ambush. Yet, Yu Feng's mind was ablaze with turmoil. They spoke Mandarin. However, there was no time for contemplation. Seizing the opportunity, he struck one of the wild men with his spear, this time not intending to kill, but to capture the other 2 for information. Thud! The man, unable to raise his spear in time, received a solid blow to the head, blood gushing forth as he collapsed. At this moment, the last wild man thrust his spear toward Yu Feng, who deftly swayed aside, lunging forward to land a punch directly on his face. The wild man screamed in pain, dropping his spear and crumpling to the ground, clutching his mouth, from which half his teeth had been knocked out. Yu Feng pointed his spear at the man's head, finally getting a clear look at him. The man was in his 20s, bearing East Asian features, with dark skin and dressed in animal hides, devoid of any paint. As he beheld the bloodied spear before him, panic set in. "Do not kill me, spare me," he pleaded, raising his hands and kneeling in desperation. "Why should I spare you? Did you ever consider letting your victims live while you were killing them?" Yu Feng replied, intrigued, his gaze piercing into the man's eyes. The man trembled under Yu Feng's intense stare, realizing that before him stood a remorseless killer. "I can lead you to our camp. We have food, we have women," he stammered, sensing Yu Feng's growing hostility. "Huh, take me to your camp? You have many people there. Do you think I'm a fool?" Yu Feng retorted, thrusting his spear into the man's calf, leaving a deep gash that stained the ground with blood. The man screamed in terror, hurriedly bowing his head and begging for mercy. This scene was witnessed by Su Wanyun, who instinctively took a step back in shock. "To save your life, answer my questions honestly," Yu Feng commanded. Observing the man's reaction, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he had instilled enough fear to elicit truthful answers. "Be careful." Suddenly, Su Wanyun's alarmed voice rang out from behind. "You seek death," Yu Feng roared, thrusting his spear to the side. A resounding thud echoing as he struck the man who had just regained consciousness and attempted to ambush him. Without a glance at the downed man, Yu Feng focused on the one still kneeling before him, who was now trembling with fear. "Big brother, do not kill me. I promise to answer truthfully," the man cried, his face a mask of terror as he repeatedly bowed, creating loud thuds against the ground. "Who are you? Where's this place? How long have you been on the island? How can one escape?" Yu Feng posed his most pressing inquiries, silently awaiting the man's response. Yet internally, he was far from calm. The answers held the key to their escape. Su Wanyun approached Yu Feng, anxiously awaiting the man's reply. Upon seeing Su Wanyun, the man initially displayed a fervent expression, but upon meeting Yu Feng's cold gaze, he recoiled in fear, hastily lowering his head. "We are survivors of a plane crash. We have been on this island for over half a year. We do not know where this place is, nor how to leave." As the man spoke the last two sentences, his voice trembled, casting anxious glances at Yu Feng, fearful that any dissatisfaction would cost him his life. Yu Feng's brow furrowed, clearly disappointed. It was not just him. Su Wanyun felt as if she had plunged from paradise into despair. They had hoped to uncover clues to return home, only to find themselves in the dark. "How many of you are there now? What do you know about this island?" Yu Feng, now devoid of hope for their knowledge, reflected on the absurdity of their situation. "We were originally 11, but we have captured a few others recently. We do not dare to roam this island. It is too dangerous." The man spoke more fluidly this time. "Why did you kill that man? What happened to his companions?" Yu Feng pressed further, feeling the futility of the conversation. "It was our leader's order to kill him. It has nothing to do with me. His companions are in our camp," the man replied, his eyes darting nervously. Yu Feng sensed he was lying, but could surmise that Manager Huang and the others had likely been captured. Whether they were alive was uncertain. "What do you know about the wild men?" Upon hearing this, the man's body visibly trembled, fear etched on his face. After a long pause, he stammered that, "They are demons. We can only hide from them." Yu Feng's disappointment deepened, and he thrust his spear once more, piercing the man's eyes with an incredulous gaze, as if questioning how he could be so callous. "Xiao Feng, why not ask more?" Su Wanyun, taken aback by Yu Feng's actions, felt it was not merely about killing. There were still questions to be answered. "Yini, we have no time. What they said holds little value, and it may not even be true. We need to tidy up and return immediately." Yu Feng gathered several of the wild men's spears and urged Su Wanyun to hurry back. Chapter 54. The Pursuit of Women. Xiao Feng. "Has something happened at the camp?" Su Wanyun asked nervously, observing Yu Feng, uncertain about his sudden urgency to return. An unsettling worry crept into her heart for her daughter. "I suspect Manager Wang and the others might betray our camp." Yu Feng revealed his apprehensions, knowing well the dubious character of Manager Wang, making such a possibility alarmingly high. "Are you suggesting they might send someone to attack our camp?" Su Wanyun, no fool, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her face paling as thoughts of her daughter as potential danger flooded her mind. She quickened her pace, and seeing this, Yu Feng hurried to reassure her. "Aunt Yun, this is merely my speculation. It may not be true." Yet despite his words, he did not slow his own stride. Su Wanyun pursed her lips, silently trailing behind him. As they retraced their steps, their urgency accelerated their return significantly. Within an hour, they reached the edge of the jungle. "Aunt Yun, please wait here. I will assess the situation," Yu Feng instructed, turning to her, and handed her a couple of spears he had scavenged, their tips sharpened from stone. Potent even in the hands of a woman, he considered that carrying multiple spears would be cumbersome if he encountered a fight. "Be careful," Su Wanyun cautioned as she accepted the spears, feeling uneasy at the thought of being unable to assist. She understood that in times of peril, ensuring her own safety was the greatest help she could offer Yu Feng. With one spear in hand, Yu Feng cautiously advanced toward the camp. Soon, he emerged at the forest's edge and spotted the shelter, his heart sinking at the sight. Thankfully, he had returned in time. Wu Yong and Wei Dong stood before the camp, spears in hand, while several women stood behind them, clutching their own weapons, all of them tense and focused on the 7 figures facing them. Among them was the familiar face of Zhang Xiao, flanked by 6 others garbed in animal skins, forming a half-circle around the camp. Realizing that Zhang Xiao and his companions had indeed betrayed them, Yu Feng silently vowed never to spare such treachery in the future. However, Zhang Xiao himself was not in a good state. His body bore the marks of numerous injuries, evidently having endured significant punishment. Observing that no one had been harmed yet, Yu Feng inferred that the assailants had arrived only recently. His thoughts turned to strategizing how to protect his group from harm. The island lacked any medical facilities, and even minor injuries could lead to severe infections. The fact that these individuals had survived on the deserted island for so long indicated their formidable capabilities, not to be underestimated. With the odds stacked against them, he contemplated a stealthy ambush. Gazing at the beach, he recognized the difficulty of executing such a plan. Ultimately, he decided to maneuver through the woods to approach the group from behind. "What do you think you're doing blocking our camp?" Wu Yong attempted to sound composed as he spoke, though his trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. Wei Dong fared no better, while the women stood firm, merely grateful to be armed. At that moment, a burly man in his 30s addressed them. "It's merely survival of the fittest. Surrender your weapons and come with us. If you resist, your survival will be in question." As he finished, a lanky, sycophantic man beside him interjected, "Boss, they actually want to fight back. I say we kill the men and take the women. Why waste time?" His gaze flickered over to Li Yuanmei and the others with a lewd expression. "Exactly, boss. Let's not be polite. I can hardly wait." Another voice chimed in, eyes gleaming with madness and desire. The burly man shot them a glare, raising a hand to silence them. Instantly, they lowered their heads, ceasing their chatter. "You must be missing two people. Where are they? Don't play games with me. My patience is limited," he pressed, his tone growing impatient. Wu Yong, now understanding that Zhang Xiao had divulged their camp's entire situation, glared at him with venomous hatred, yet recognized the need to find a solution. The group before them, clad in animal skins and speaking modern language, were undoubtedly former survivors who had long forgotten the laws of civilization. Their intentions were clear, likely aimed at seizing women, with the men indifferent to life or death. The best course of action was to buy time until Yu Feng returned. With this in mind, Wu Yong exchanged glances with Wei Dong and spoke in a relatively conciliatory tone. "Boss, we all strive for survival. Strength lies in numbers. We wish to join you. However, our leader is currently away. Could we wait for him to return before joining forces?" He forced a smile, though his heart raced with fear. The aggressive stance of the group suggested they were determined to claim the women of their camp. For the sake of his sister, he had to step up. In a confrontation, he and Wei Dong would be outmatched, and while the women appeared numerous, they lacked the strength to fight back. All he could do was silently pray for their leader's swift return. "Kid, don't play games. Either drop your weapons now or face death. As for your leader, I trust someone here will enlighten me." The burly man snapped, clearly losing his patience. Although he was tempted by the women Zhang Xiao had spoken of, he was confident he could extract the information he sought from the captured group. Moreover, he couldn't ignore the few attractive women among them, his desires already igniting. Despite having captured 2 women in the past days, the camp was overflowing with men, and after half a year without female company, his urge had become unbearable. "I truly wish to join you, to serve under your leadership, where I could indulge in all my desires. However, my companions might not agree. Allow me to persuade them." Wu Yong suddenly adopted a subservient demeanor, attempting to ingratiate himself. His companions behind him were taken aback, then burst into excitement, particularly Su Chi-Chi, who nearly leaped forward but was swiftly silenced by Li Yuamei's hand over her mouth. "Very well," the burly man nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had not been in vain. As long as the opponents laid down their weapons, he could easily assert control without concern for injury. Many had perished in their previous camp due to injuries. Wu Yong and Wei Dong stepped back, signaling the women to do the same. Yet their grip on their weapons tightened. The burly man eyed them with confusion. "Aren't you here to negotiate? Why retreat and remain still?" Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if he had been violently struck. Looking down, he saw a bloody spear protruding from his chest. His mouth opened in disbelief, his strength waning as he slowly collapsed, consciousness fading into eternal darkness. Chapter 55, A Rampage at This Moment. Wu Yong and Wei Dong simultaneously let out a fierce shout, brandishing their spears as they charged towards the group. The assailants were momentarily taken aback. How dare these two take the initiative? They exchanged disdainful glances, as if they were gazing upon the dead. Instinctively, they glanced at their leader, and terror washed over their faces. When had a spear found its way into their leader's chest? One of them, wanting to confirm the reality of the situation, hesitated to reach out, while others shouted warnings, drawing their own spears to defend themselves. The unfortunate soul felt a cold blade slice through his neck, followed by the warm spray of blood. In an instant, his ability to think evaporated. It was only through his peripheral vision that he noticed a figure had appeared behind him. The group soon realized that Yu Feng had launched a surprise attack, and they turned to besiege him. However, with Wu Yong and Wei Dong's proactive assault, they managed to distract two of their adversaries. Although neither Wu Yong nor Wei Dong matched the strength of any individual in the opposing group, they held the advantage of surprise. With two of their own eliminated, the attackers were gripped by fear, and their combat prowess was not significantly superior to that of Wu Yong and Wei Dong. On Yu Feng's side, the situation was even more favorable, with two foes already dispatched, and Wu Yong and Wei Dong holding the attention of another pair. Only two individuals were truly focused on confronting him. "Ah, you seek death. Kill them." The remaining few shouted, as if their cries could bolster their courage. Yu Feng faced his two opponents with little pressure, taking the opportunity to survey the battlefield. Wu Yong and Wei Dong, although unable to match their enemy's strength, wielded their spears with grandiose movements, rendering their opponents momentarily helpless. Yet, Yu Feng understood that such a strategy would exhaust them, and indeed, their breath grew ragged and their steps unsteady after a few exchanges. The women watching from a safe distance, having recognized their own limitations, gripped their spears tightly, their gazes fixed on the unfolding combat. Suddenly, Yu Feng noticed that the group of women were looking at him with fervent admiration. Su Qiqi and Li Yuemei appeared composed, but the others seemed to be lost in their own thoughts, causing Yu Feng to feel a twinge of embarrassment, just as he redirected his focus to his adversaries. Those he faced realized that they were struggling against a formidable opponent who easily dispatched two of their comrades. Panic surged within them, and their rhythm faltered. Yu Feng capitalized on this opportunity, swiftly disarming them and thrusting his spear towards one of them. Caught unprepared, they could only watch in horror as the spear struck on their necks. The unfortunate soul instinctively clutched at his throat, blood gushing through his fingers. His mouth agape in a silent scream. The other, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee, only to unwittingly provide Yu Feng with another opportunity. With a swift thrust, Yu Feng dispatched him just as he had his leader. A wicked smile crept across Yu Feng's face. Fling only exposed one's back, ensuring a quicker demise. Once he dealt with his opponent, he approached Wu Yong and Wei Dong. The adversaries of Wu Yong and Wei Dong, startled by the earlier scream, turned to see only the two of them remaining. Their confidence shattered. They exchanged glances and shouted for retreat, feigning a strike before turning to flee. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yu Feng's speed. One of Wei Dong's opponents, upon turning, collided with Yu Feng's spear. The first strike pierced his chest, while the second, delivered by Wei Dong, nearly impaled him through the back. Yu Feng chose not to linger on this individual, who, though still standing, was rendered motionless by the shock of his first kill. Meanwhile, Wu Yong's opponent, free from any obstruction, fled the combat zone, shouting in terror. Yu Feng would not allow this threat to remain at large. He hurled his spear, which sent the fleeing man flying several meters, silencing his cries. Yu Feng exhaled deeply, surveying the scene. Wu Yong and Wei Dong wore grim expressions, likely overwhelmed by the sight of so many dead for the first time, particularly Wei Dong, whose face was ashen. The women present, except for Lu Qian and Wu Yu, appeared relatively unfazed, having encountered death before. Yu Feng's gaze fell on Zhang Xiao, who lay sprawled on the ground. Upon meeting Yu Feng's eyes, Zhang Xiao was instantly terrified, dropping to his knees in a plea for mercy. "I was wrong. Please spare me. They forced my hand." Zhang Xiao, as if under the gaze of a demon, had abandoned any animosity towards Yu Feng, focused solely on survival. "Boss, how shall we deal with him?" Wu Yong and Wei Dong, having regained their composure, approached Yu Feng, their demeanor respectful. They now clearly understood the vast disparity between their abilities and Yu Feng's. Previously, they had only known him to be formidable, but this encounter made the extent of his prowess glaringly apparent. Yu Feng was, indeed, far from an ordinary person. Bind him up. Oh, and remember to gag him. Yu Feng replied, unwilling to endure Zhang Xiao's pleas for mercy, but recognizing the necessity of keeping him alive as a guide. Wu Yong glanced at Yu Feng, hesitating, feeling an urge to execute Zhang Xiao, but understanding that Yu Feng was not one to act with indecision. Retaining Zhang Xiao surely served a purpose, and with that thought, he turned to approach Zhang Xiao. Soon, Zhang Xiao's screams echoed through the air. While Yu Feng had declared he would spare him, the animosity from the others remained unmitigated, and they were not precluded from inflicting punishment. At this moment, Su Qiqi rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you are so impressive." She clung tightly to Yu Feng's arm, gazing up at him with starry eyes. Yu Feng felt her grip dig into his arm, and a wave of warmth washed over him. This girl was nearly as charming as Su Wanyan. Just as he began to revel in the moment, he noticed Su Wanyan nearby. She had grown anxious after Yu Feng's prolonged absence and had stealthily observed from the tree line, witnessing her partner's prowess in battle, which filled her with pride. Upon seeing Yu Feng vanquish their foes, she hurried towards him. Realizing he could no longer indulge Su Qiqi, Yu Feng quickly withdrew his arm. All right, we still have matters to attend to. Su Qiqi, upon noticing her mother watching, reluctantly released Yu Feng and trotted over to Su Wanyan. Though her gaze remained fixated on Yu Feng, Su Wanyan shot Yu Feng a pointed look, as if to say, "You wait and see." Yu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Given their relationship, he knew he ought not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Su Qiqi, yet she always seemed to draw near. To alleviate the awkwardness, Yu Feng addressed the gathered crowd. "Let's first deal with these bodies. Lao Wu, Lao Wei. Check their belongings for anything useful. If nothing is found, let us dispose of them in the sea." After speaking, he glanced at the women. Aside from Wu Yu and Lu Qian, the others showed little reaction. Yu Feng deemed there was no need for concern regarding them. As for Wu Yu and Lu Qian, their faces were drained of color, but Yu Feng understood that encountering death was inevitable. The sooner they faced it, the quicker they would adapt. Upon hearing his directive, the group sprang into action, and Yu Feng joined in the task. It was inappropriate to assign such duties to the women, as the deceased were all men, better suited for the 3 men present. Yu Feng approached the first victim he had slain, recognizing him as the leader and hoping for valuable loot. Before he could search, Wu Yong's voice of complaint broke through. "Boss, they're all poor. Just some animal hide at their waists. Should we keep it?" Wu Yong disdainfully held up the hide, his face a mask of disgust. "Better to toss it into the sea," Yu Feng replied, sharing his distaste for the mere hide, stripped of fur. This was secondary, however. The primary concern was that these individuals wore merely a single layer of animal hide skirts, with nothing beneath. Perhaps in time, they too would find themselves in such a predicament. Yet Yu Feng felt there was no need to wear something that had been worn by another. Chapter 56. Contemplating that matter in the end, Yu Feng did not find anything of value on the body. Realizing they were merely survivors of a plane crash, he found solace in the thought. A group effort ensued to drag the corpse into the sea, where it was claimed by the waves, leaving everyone in a profound silence. None could foresee if their fates would mirror that of the lifeless form. "Let us return and prepare lunch," Yu Feng suggested, attempting to lift the somber mood. "Aunt Yun, please prepare a hearty meal. Everyone has worked hard." Observing the melancholic expressions on his companions, he sought to distract them with thoughts of food. "Rest assured, there will be a delightful surprise for lunch. I caught a wild chicken in the woods today," Su Wanyan chimed in, a smile gracing her face as her gaze occasionally flickered towards Yu Feng, silently affirming her admiration for him. The mention of the wild chicken instantly revitalized the group, who had grown weary of their monotonous diet of grilled fish and wolf meat. Yu Feng, somewhat startled by their eager gazes, thought to himself, "I'm not the wild chicken, why the intense stares?" However, the very thought of the wild chicken sparked his irritation, as it was intended to bolster his strength. Disrupted by the crowd, he pondered when he would finally have a moment alone with Aunt Yun. Just then, an idea struck him, and he perked up, patting Wu Yong on the shoulder. "Old Wu, old Wei, let us pay Zhang Xiao a visit," he announced with a mischievous grin, heading towards Zhang Xiao's direction. Wu Yong and Wei Dong exchanged glances, both recognizing Yu Feng's playful intent to trouble Zhang Xiao, and they couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. As Yu Feng and his companions approached, Zhang Xiao trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror as he desperately shook his head, struggling to articulate words through the fabric stuffed in his mouth. Once Yu Feng removed the cloth, Zhang Xiao immediately pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. Please let me go. I can give you money. Lots of it." His words tumbled out in haste, as if fearing that any delay might seal his fate. Yu Feng, amused by Zhang Xiao's demeanor, replied coldly, "Do you truly believe money holds any value now? We might consider sparing you, but only if you answer our questions truthfully. Should you deceive us, I will ensure you suffer." His chilling gaze bore into Zhang Xiao, who, visibly shaken, stuttered, "What? Questions? I will answer." Satisfied with Zhang Xiao's response, Yu Feng continued, "How did you encounter that group? Describe the events, including who else was with them and the location of their camp. Let us there, and we will release you." Yu Feng's inquiries were direct. His primary concern was the location of the opposing camp. The recent assault on his own camp had served as a stark warning. The beach was too exposed, lacking any barriers for defense, leaving them no choice but to confront and attack head-on. The few adversaries they faced this time were manageable, but had the numbers been greater, escape might have been impossible. And what of Su Wan Yun and the others? If captured, their fate would be dire. With intelligence on the rival camp readily available, and knowing their numbers were dwindling, seizing it would save them the effort of establishing a new base. Furthermore, having been situated there for over 6 months, their camp would likely be well equipped. Zhang Xiao, fearing Yu Feng's wrath, quickly relayed the details, eager to appease him. Yu Feng gleaned that Manager Wang and his group had ventured into the jungle seeking food, having found none on the beach. In reality, the jungle offered ample resources if one avoided misfortune. Wild vegetables, fungi, and even fruits were plentiful. Driven by the hope of survival, they wandered deeper until they stumbled upon the rival camp, mistaking it for a local settlement. Upon entering, they were met with brutality, leading to Manager Wang's demise that very night, a consequence of his inability to endure the torment, thus revealing the location of Yu Feng's camp. While Yu Feng held reservations about this revelation, he deemed it unnecessary to seek verification, as his own bodyguard had narrowly escaped. After Zhang Xiao disclosed all pertinent information, Yu Feng silenced him once more, leaving him with a warning: "As long as you guide us to their camp, we shall release you." With that, he turned away without a second glance. "Boss, are we truly going to let him go? He will undoubtedly become a future threat," Wu Yong remarked with disdain as he cast a glare at Zhang Xiao, hastening to catch up with Yu Feng. Wei Dong followed, closely behind, intrigued by what Yu Feng might say. Yu Feng surveyed the two, noting their expressions filled with a desire for Zhang Xiao's immediate demise. He offered a mysterious smile before whispering, "I said we would release him, but I never said you couldn't kill him." Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with understanding. "All right, before we do anything, let us strip him of his clothes. We shouldn't let them go to waste." Yu Feng, as if struck by a thought, added, prompting a moment of surprise from his companions. Yet, recalling the savage attackers clad in animal skins, they quickly grasped his intent. "Boss, if we were to assault them, we should consider that Zhang Xiao may not have provided the complete truth. Even if he did, there could still be 5 or 6 of them left." Wei Dong cautiously voiced his concerns, stealing glances at Yu Feng's expression, aware that such words might paint him as cowardly. Relieved to see no displeasure from Yu Feng, he exhaled quietly. "Why fear them, old Wei? A handful of them is no match for our leader," Wu Yong interjected dismissively. "If we allow them to remain, they could return to ambush us." Before Yu Feng could respond, Wu Yong spoke up, his tone dripping with disdain. Yu Feng chuckled lightly and then addressed them. "Do you know why I fortuitously returned when I did?" Both men paused, caught off guard by his question. Without waiting for their response, Yu Feng continued. "We encountered them in the woods when they were pursuing Zhang Xiao as bodyguard, so I already possessed their intel. My inquiries to Zhang Xiao were merely to discern any dishonesty on his part. Their camp is down to only 2 or 3 individuals now. The most critical aspect is that I have searched extensively for a suitable location over the past few days without success. If they have an established camp, why not take advantage of it? Realization dawned on Wu Yong and Wei Dong as they grasped the implications of Yu Feng's words. Initially, they had assumed it was mere coincidence, but now it made sense how Yu Feng managed to stealthily approach for an ambush. Upon reaching the center of their camp, Yu Feng instructed all but those preparing lunch to pack their belongings. Leave no item behind that we can carry. The group, though puzzled, complied without protest, having faced several crises that warranted a change of location. Yet, uncertainty lingered, causing some to exhibit trepidation about the unknown. When Yu Feng revealed their destination was the rival camp, excitement rippled through the group. Yu Feng, relieved by their enthusiastic response, had feared they might resist. Just then, Su Wanyun approached him, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Xiao Feng, are we rushing this? What about the salt flats? The coastal fish resources are abundant, she expressed her concerns. Aware of their daily food consumption and the potential fallout of losing access to a stable food supply. Aunt Yin, worry not. We have inquired, and it only takes about 2 hours to reach their camp from ours. If we establish a clear route and clear the underbrush along the way, I estimate it could take us just an hour. We can return here daily to collect fish from the traps, Yu Feng reassured her. Leaning closer, he whispered conspiratorially. Once we reach the new camp, I shall have the perfect excuse to share a room with you. With that, he flashed a mischievous grin at Su Wanyun, who, blushing furiously, stammered, Why you? Always thinking about that. She stomped her foot in embarrassment and turned to walk away. Chapter 57. The dark side as Yu Feng strode ahead with his suitcase. The others each bore their own burdens. With Zhang, Xiao leading the way, there was no concern of losing their path. Gradually, Yu Feng observed that the route taken by the group was unnecessarily convoluted. Had they chosen the correct direction, the distance between the two locations could have been considerably shortened. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, they had ventured deep into the jungle, where the trees loomed significantly taller than those at the fringes. Yu Feng furrowed his brow and glanced sideways at Zhang Xiao, whose face tightened with anxiety. He hurriedly whispered, Just over the small hill ahead, and we will arrive. After Zhang Xiao spoke, he cautiously watched Yu Feng for a reaction, and upon seeing none, continued onward. The group moved toward the hill, which, though not tall, revealed itself to be quite expansive upon ascent. Signs of human activity became evident. However, Yu Feng surveyed the surroundings and failed to spot a camp, prompting him to inquire once more with Zhang Xiao. Although there were only 2 or 3 individuals at the camp, Yu Feng preferred not to approach openly, for unforeseen circumstances could arise. Ambush was the wisest strategy. Follow that path down a few hundred meters, and we will reach it, Zhang Xiao replied, his demeanor cautious. Yu Feng chose to ignore him, instead scrutinizing the indicated direction, his brow knitting in confusion. He ultimately turned to the group and declared, Let us rest here for a moment. Lao Wu, Lao Wei, remain vigilant of our surroundings. I shall scout ahead. After setting down his suitcase, Yu Feng followed the trail on the ground. Be careful, boss, Wu Yong observed Yu Feng's retreating figure. He wished to follow, but recognized that Yu Feng would fare better alone, so he redirected his attention to the perimeter. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he whispered a few words to Wei Dong. Both men fixed their gaze on a particular direction for an extended period, yet saw nothing. As Yu Feng pressed further, his frown deepened. He felt certain a camp should not be situated in such a location. After pondering for a while, without clarity, he dismissed these thoughts. Soon, he stumbled upon a clearing, behind which stood a wooden fence nearly 2 meters high. The fence formed a semicircle at one end and extended toward the edge of a cliff at the other. At last, Yu Feng understood why the camp had been established here. Though he could not see the situation beyond the camp, he discerned that at least one side was a precipice. Although he had not inspected its height, the absence of a fence suggested it was surely significant, at least several meters high. Should the opposite side also prove to be a cliff, it would be even more advantageous, and the terrain's contours suggested this was indeed likely. Yu Feng's gaze settled on the gate in the center of the fence. Through the 1-meter-wide entrance, he faintly observed several small wooden houses nestled beneath the towering trees. He took a moment to steady his breathing, attempting to appear fatigued, and donned a look of delight before dashing out of the forest and into the clearing. "Ah, I finally see people. I can go back," he exclaimed joyfully as he sprinted towards the gate. Upon reaching the entrance, Yufeng glimpsed another small clearing inside. In one corner, two men clad in animal skins were engaged with something beside a smoking rack, and not far from them lay a human skeleton. A wave of nausea surged within him, nearly causing him to retch. The two men, having heard Yufeng's voice, turned to regard the entrance warily. Yufeng quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he pushed the gate open and stepped inside. "Hello, brothers. Could you assist me in contacting rescue?" he inquired, his voice bright. Seeing that Yufeng was alone, the two men relaxed somewhat, their expressions softening, especially upon hearing his request. They exchanged glances before one of them, beaming with friendliness, approached Yufeng and asked, "Young man, come in and sit. What brings you here alone? Are you on a trip? Where are your companions? I encountered a shipwreck and woke up to find myself alone. May I ask if this is?" Yufeng began, subtly reaching for the dagger concealed at his lower back as he moved closer to the two men. Before he could finish his sentence, he struck with lightning speed, slashing the dagger across their throats. The men, caught completely off guard, had intended to block his escape route, never anticipating that Yufeng would attack so swiftly. They clutched their necks, disbelief etched on their faces, mouths agape, but unable to utter a sound. Gradually, their strength ebbed, and they began to collapse. Yufeng swiftly supported them, gently lowering them to the ground. His gaze swept across the camp, which had been cleared of underbrush and small trees, leaving only a few towering trees amidst several small wooden houses, each about 2 meters tall. Yufeng furrowed his brow. He had expected more people at the camp. Had they ventured out? If someone was outside, finding them would be difficult. Failing to neutralize that individual could lead to ambushes on lone travelers. Yufeng's urgency in relocating the camp stemmed from his desire for a relatively safe environment. If he could not entirely eliminate the threat, it would pose a lingering danger. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement crossed Yufeng's face. He stood still, eyes fixed on a wooden house in the corner, straining to listen intently. He quickly approached the dwelling, where the sounds within became clearer, rapid slapping and the hurried breaths of a man. Yufeng hesitated, his expression twisting into one of peculiar intrigue. Should he enter now or wait? He felt conflicted, torn between curiosity and the unsettling nature of the sounds. Gripping his dagger tightly, he gently parted the grass curtain covering the door. The scene inside the wooden house came into focus. A man lay atop a pale body, momentarily pausing as the light flooded in before resuming his actions while muttering, "How did you recover so quickly?" Just in time for a comparison, a surge of rage ignited within Yufeng, leaving him desperate for an outlet. He observed the man, sheathed his dagger, and in 2 strides approached him, delivering a vicious kick to his shin. There was a sickening crack as the leg contorted grotesquely. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, instinctively sitting up to tend to his now deformed limb. Yet, agony rendered him unable to straighten, forcing him into a contorted position on the ground. Yufeng, his expression darkening, raised his foot once more and aimed for the other leg, delivering another resounding crack. "Ah, my foot!" The man writhed in anguish on the ground. Yufeng seized his hair and pulled him outside, disregarding the 2 bloodied corpses within. Moments later, the man found himself sprawled in the clearing, where Yufeng delivered a kick to each of his hands, causing the man's eyes to roll back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did the tumult of anger within Yufeng begin to subside. Chapter 58. The stolen camp. Yufeng paid no further attention to the man, instead choosing to circle the camp. His foremost concern was the environment surrounding it. Upon reaching the rear of the encampment, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of a valley ahead, which lifted his spirits somewhat. It turned out that behind the camp lay a cliff approximately 10 meters high, with evident traces of water erosion below. Gazing into the distance, he observed a narrow river, 2 to 3 meters wide, meandering slowly. It was apparent that the river had shifted its course or, during times of heavy rain, could swell to the base of the cliff. However, as long as the waters did not rise to the camp's level, The 10-meter drop seemed unlikely to pose a threat. Given these considerations, the site appeared quite suitable, which may well explain why the previous occupants had refrained from establishing their camp in the nearby depression. Here, vigilance was primarily required on two fronts, and with a reliable water source secured, Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. When he completed his circuit and returned to the clearing of the camp, the man whose limbs Feng had incapacitated had regained consciousness. Perhaps the pain had numbed him, for he no longer shouted or screamed, but instead glared at Feng with a face full of resentment. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" The man shouted at Feng with a voice that bordered on a howl, his face twisted with madness. Feng approached slowly, looking down at him. "I merely wanted you to experience the torment. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, I presume?" His voice was cold, yet he did not directly respond to the man. "Ha! I understand now. You are one of the survivors from the recent shipwreck. You shall not meet a good end." The man seemed utterly deranged. Feng deemed it unnecessary to prolong his suffering any further. After all, Su Wanyun and the others were awaiting his news. With a swift motion, he slashed the man's throat, allowing him to feel the life ebbing away. Feng then approached the skeletal remains, and he could roughly deduce the identity of the deceased. A sigh escaped him as he reflected on how he had treated ordinary employees like mere beasts, only to find himself in a similar fate. But instead of being used, he was to be consumed. He casually found a small wooden hut, tore down a grass mat, and wrapped the pile of bones within it. This was not an act of kindness. Rather, it was a practical necessity, for transporting such items unwrapped would prove cumbersome. It was imperative to remove them from the camp before Su Wanyun and her companions arrived. Otherwise, the sight would only repulse them. Carrying the grass mat, Feng exited the camp and discarded it behind a nearby tree before hastening to where Su Wanyun was resting. At this moment, a group of people had begun to grow anxious, having noticed Feng's absence for a considerable time. When they saw him return safely, they excitedly gathered around him. "Boss, how'd it go?" they clamored. "Let's head back to the camp first," Feng replied, hoisting his suitcase and departing. As the group arrived at the camp, they surveyed their new living quarters with curiosity, exploring every nook and cranny. "All right, this will be our home from now on. Everyone, place your belongings down and let's tidy up the camp. Lao Wu, Lao Wei, escort young Master Zhang away. Do not let him linger nearby." Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang instantly became agitated, expressing his gratitude before hastily departing, eager to escape this place that filled him with dread. Wu Yong and Wei Dong exchanged glances before swiftly following him. Zhang's departure did not pique much interest among the others, but Li Wenmei cast a glance at his retreating figure, her expression complex, before her gaze turned fervently towards Feng. This was indeed the best choice. She clenched her small fist as if to bolster her own resolve. A throng of ladies rushed into the camp, their expressions revealing no surprise at the corpses scattered about. They busied themselves exploring, exclaiming, "Wow, there is so much cured meat here." At that moment, Su Qiqi's voice rang out in excitement, drawing many to her side, including Feng. Sure enough, within one of the wooden huts, numerous wooden racks were laden with various types of smoked meats, some cut into pieces, others whole, such as smoked fish and rabbits. Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed this group was not lacking for food, a fact that puzzled him. "Yin Yi, please organize the meat into categories, keeping only what is identifiable. Discard the rest." His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Such good food, and we're sort of throw it away. What a pity. Su Qiqi looked at Feng in confusion. As Feng hesitated, considering whether to explain his reasoning, Su Wanyun gently tugged at Su Qiqi, whispering, "Little Feng has his reasons. Let us just follow his instructions." As she spoke, her complexion turned pale, and she suddenly retched. Clutching her chest, had Feng not been aware that she had not eaten anything, he would have worried for her well-being. At that moment, several women also began to react, instinctively distancing themselves from the small wooden hut, their reactions not much better than Su Wanyun's. What is wrong with you all?" Su Qiqi looked at everyone, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Feng could only manage a bitter smile. It seemed the group was not as oblivious as he had thought. Shaking his head, he moved on to handle the corpses. Surveying the surroundings, he realized he could not simply discard the bodies in the forest. They would need to remain nearby for convenience. Thus, he sought out a patch of soft ground to dig a pit, albeit slowly with a spear. "Boss, what are you digging for?" Wu Yong and Wei Dong had just returned from escorting young Master Zhang and were curious about Yu Feng's activity. "Digging a pit for the dead. Might as well dig together," he replied, seeing the two as free laborers. Though they voiced reluctance, they joined in, digging earnestly. Yu Feng glanced at them, holding Zhang's clothes, realizing they had only thought to kill him without considering burial. Otherwise, they would not have returned so quickly. "We can't just leave the bodies here. It would be unsettling for everyone passing by." After a half hour, the three had managed to dig a pit about a meter deep. Yu Feng decided to halt their efforts. It wasn't a grand burial they were preparing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "You two need to dig another pit. This one, Isen, T sufficient." With that, he dashed back to the camp, only to find the group of women with unusual expressions, their eyes red. Clearly, they had seen the bodies of the two women. The reason he had asked Wei Yong and Wei Dong to continue digging was that he recalled the other two corpses left in the wooden hut. "Little Feng, why are these people so cruel?" Su Wanyan asked, her gaze distant. "Let's not dwell on it. We must unite and believe that we can overcome all challenges together." Yu Feng encouraged, struggling to address the philosophical quandary. Observing the somber mood, he sought to uplift their spirits. "Now let us begin by moving the bodies. The pit outside is ready." Upon hearing this, the group composed themselves and assisted in transporting the corpses. As they moved several bodies, Wu Yong and Wei Dong were taken aback upon discovering the two female corpses, recalling young Master Zhang's words about the two women captured by that group. They had never considered they had already perished. "Go back and clean out all the wooden huts. We'll handle things here and return shortly," Yu Feng suggested, sensing that the remaining individuals would not be of much help. It did not take long to finish digging the pit. Yu Feng also tossed the wrapped bones into it. When the three returned to the camp, they found the women had already tidied up the wooden huts. Chapter 59. Cleaned subsequently, everyone convened in the clearing. "Now, let us allocate the rooms," Yu Feng addressed the group. "There are a total of 10 wooden cabins." He surveyed the cabins, noting their similarities. Despite there being a surplus of cabins, for safety's sake, it was decided that 2 individuals would share each room. The group nodded in agreement, particularly the females, who displayed expressions of delight. With 9 individuals in total, 1 person would inevitably be left alone. Thus, Yu Feng rightly claimed a single room. The others concurred, recognizing that with Yu Feng's strength, even if they all slept together, their safety would not be compromised. "Feng Ge, aren't you going to sleep with us?" Only Su Chi appeared reluctant. "Chi, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Feng is a boy. How could he stay with us long term?" Suanon quickly Kotsui mouth, avoiding the gaze of the others. However, muffled laughter could be heard among them. Yu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. He would have preferred to stay together, but it was inconvenient for certain activities. Ultimately, he arranged for Wu Yong and Wei Dong to occupy the cabin near the entrance, while he chose a secluded corner on the left. This location was relatively isolated, allowing him to observe the left fence and gaze upon the cliff behind, which offered a splendid view. The female cabins were primarily situated in the central area, while the remaining cabins were designated for storing food and tools, including a kitchen. "All right, it's getting late. Let us prepare a meal. By the way, I noticed many animal skins in the camp. We should wash them. They could serve as decent bedding." Yu Feng did not wish to waste the animal skins he possessed, feeling it inappropriate to use them solely for himself. Since the previous group had utilized animal skins, washing them would certainly be more comfortable than sleeping on leaves or straw. Preparing the meal was straightforward, as the camp had a kitchen and 2 clay pots the size of basins. Though they were somewhat unsightly, they were certainly better than coconut shells. Additionally, a small clay jar contained around 2 pounds of sea salt, which was evidently left by the previous group. The camp was also equipped with various tools, such as wooden barrels, crafted by burning with charcoal to create space, and then meticulously carved with stone knives. These tools significantly saved Yu Feng and his companions a considerable amount of time. The only downside was the absence of any metallic weapons. But considering the circumstances of their arrival, it would indeed have been strange for them to possess daggers or axes. The group divided their tasks. Wu Yong and Wei Dong went to fetch water from the river, two women handle the vegetables, while the others store their supplies in the storage cabin. Feng carried his suitcase back to his room, as it contained the only relatively normal items left. The rest were merely remnants of salvaged materials. He did not wish to waste them, in case Aunt Yin desired to wear anything from them in the future. As he carried his suitcase, Su Wanyun observed him closely, especially since the girls were aware of its contents. Their gazes towards Feng became somewhat peculiar, and Su Wanyun couldn't help but suspect that he might possess a touch of eccentricity, especially upon witnessing him bring the suitcase into his room. She wondered if he intended to have her wear something from it that very night. This thought made her cheeks flush crimson. Before long, dinner was finally ready. As the group savored the salt-infused meat soup on the deserted island, they relished it as a delicacy. The 2 pots of soup were consumed completely. After their meal, the sky darkened, and they arranged for 2 individuals to keep watch through the night. The cabin door could be secured with a wooden beam, making it relatively safe, as most animals could not break through. However, humans could still find ways to trespass if they were intent on causing harm. Thus, 2 individuals were to keep watch, but could take turns resting rather than staying vigilant until dawn. Apart from the night watchman, everyone else retired for the night. Upon returning to his room, Feng noticed that he had only spread some leaves on the floor. After some contemplation, he decided to lay down the wolfskin. He assessed that it was slightly small for 2 people, so he added a regular wolf pelt on top and nodded in satisfaction. Lying on the pelts, he felt an unbearable heat radiating through him. As he waited for Su Wanyun's arrival, the anticipation grew. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off to sleep, he opened his eyes and sensed someone lingering at the door. A mischievous smile crept across Feng's lips as he quietly rose and positioned himself behind the door curtain. Suddenly, he pulled back the grass curtain and yanked the person outside into the room. The individual outside was clearly startled, unprepared for Feng's sudden action. However, he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Once the person was inside, he embraced her and kissed her passionately. To his surprise, Su Wanyun still exhibited shyness at this moment. Her body trembling, her jaw clenched tightly. It took a considerable amount of time before she finally relaxed. When Feng's hand rested upon her breast, his mind was instantly bombarded by confusion. The height and slope of the peak were different. He quickly released her from his embrace. "How is it you?" he whispered in anger. The dim light in the cabin made it difficult to see, but having regained his senses through their contact and her scent, he was able to deduce her identity, especially since she had previously shown affection towards him. I. Li Yuemei felt an inexplicable sadness at that moment. She had been unable to sleep, contemplating that Su Wanyun had been almost inseparable from Feng these past few days, leaving her with no opportunity to connect with him. She had intended to seek him out for a conversation, hoping to alleviate any prejudice he harbored against her. Now that Feng had a cabin to himself, it seemed the perfect opportunity. Yet, just as she was hesitating at the threshold, he had abruptly pulled her inside and kissed her forcefully. Her feelings shifted from surprise to delight. Having resolved to attach herself to Feng, she had been monitoring him closely, and her perceptions gradually evolved. She realized that what she felt for him was genuine affection rather than merely a desire for social elevation. Thus, when Feng kissed her, she did not resist, even when he took further liberties with her. She intended to give him everything. However, upon realizing it was her, Feng had reacted with anger. This left her feeling wronged, and she found herself on the verge of tears. Seeing Li Yuemei suddenly sobbing, Feng recognized that he had perhaps overreacted. It was not as though he had suffered a loss. He had acted first. "Okay, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have snapped at you." He hastily apologized, attempting to comfort her. Yet, the situation now felt awkward. After a considerable time, Li Yuemei finally calmed down. She understood that Feng had feelings for Su Wanyun, and she simply did not wish to give up. However, she also recognized that she had pursued him, so she could not blame him. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Li Yuemei hesitated before softly speaking. "Feng, do you dislike me?" She anxiously gazed at him, though the dim light allowed her to see little more than his silhouette. "How could that be? You have a lovely figure and a beautiful face. Who could possibly dislike you?" Feng responded, perplexed. To be honest, he had merely found her behavior distasteful in the past. As an ordinary person, If Li Yuanmei had truly shown interest in him, he would have been delighted. However, it was she who had looked down upon him. Upon hearing Yu Feng's words, Li Yuanmei felt a flicker of comfort, yet she still sensed that he held some disdain for her. Finally, as if making a momentous decision, she blushed and said, "Do you think I'm dirty?" Yu Feng was taken aback. Her question seemed to strike a chord. He realized that his impression of her was that she was fun to be with, but the thought of marrying her felt awkward. Wasn't that simply indicating he found her unfit for a serious relationship? But could he truly articulate that? Just as he grappled with how to respond, Li Yuanmei continued, "I know you all look down on me. I used to focus solely on climbing the social ladder, but I am truly terrified of being poor." She then recounted her background, revealing that she was a rural girl born into poverty. Her mother had abandoned her family due to their financial struggles, and her father was an alcoholic. She had worked on the farm since childhood, often going hungry and cold. Without her grandparents' care, she might have perished from starvation. Her education was funded by the villagers, and she had hoped that graduating from university would allow her to earn money to support her village. However, upon graduating, she found it challenging to secure a job with low wages. All she desired was to become wealthy. Yu Feng fell silent upon hearing her story. If he put himself in her shoes, he could understand her desperate pursuit of wealth. As a young woman, her options for acquiring significant wealth were limited, and it often meant seeking out wealthy partners. With this realization, Yu Feng could only express sympathy and understanding. "I do not disdain you. I simply have someone I care for," he finally said. Li Yuanmei did not seem surprised by his response. She leaned closer to him and whispered softly, "I do not mind." She almost leaned into his ear and added, I'm still clean." Chapter 60. The River Yu Feng, a young man, was taken aback by the words spoken, a surge of blood rushing to his head, nearly leading him to air. Suddenly flustered, he said, "You may? Perhaps you are being impulsive today. Why don't you return and take a moment to calm down? We can discuss this another day." With that, he hurriedly pushed Li Yuanmei outside. As she was cast out, a gentle breeze swept through, instantly awakening her senses. What had she done? She had said everything. And most importantly, her last remark had essentially implied that Yu Feng could indulge freely. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she bashfully covered her face before fleeing. Once Yu Feng saw Li Yuanmei depart, he exhaled a sigh of relief, but remained anxiously vigilant towards the direction of Su Wanyun's wooden cabin, fervently praying not to encounter her. It was only when he noticed the hazy silhouette of Li Yuanmei had entered her own abode that he truly felt at ease. At that moment, Su Wanyun stealthily emerged from her cabin. With a mischievous smile gracing his lips, Yu Feng stood behind the curtain, awaiting her approach. Noticing Su Wanyun hesitating outside the door, he found it amusing. After all, he had already consumed the last morsel of his meal, leaving little to ponder. Su Wanyun, who had initially resolved to enter, now found herself wavering. She was acutely aware of what would transpire upon her entrance. Ever since Yu Feng had gradually shattered her defenses the previous day, she felt every cell in her body yearning to experience that sensation again. Her mind had been flooded with vivid images throughout the day, yet as the moment drew near, fear crept in. Fear of being discovered. Fear of being labeled as an older cow courting tender grass. However, contemplating the potential crises that could arise on this island, she felt a rebellious spirit surge within her, eager to savor the moment, especially after witnessing a group of survivors who had been stranded for months without escape. Resolute, Su Wanyun finally pulled aside the curtain and slipped into the wooden cabin. No sooner had she entered than she was enveloped in a familiar embrace. A conflagration of emotions ignited within her, as 2 decades of suppressed feelings erupted. Yu Feng sensed her passionate response. Recalling none of the knowledge he had once gleaned from films, relying solely on instinct. "Xiao Feng, love your aunt well." Su Wanyun's words ignited a spark that set the stage for a fervent encounter. Yu Feng, finally behind the wheel of his long-coveted old 8-8, was cautious not to accelerate too aggressively, lest the engine's roar disturb the tranquility. Su Wanyun instinctively covered her mouth as they sped along, prompting Yu Feng to increase his speed. After an hour on the highway, he felt a pressing urgency, fearing the contents of his stomach might spill. To avoid making a mess in his beloved car, Su Wanyun had no choice but to drink it herself. Once their test drive concluded, fatigue washed over Yu Feng, while Su Wanyun, having never endured such a lengthy ride, felt a wave of nausea. As dawn broke, Su Wanyun jolted awake, her eyes meeting Yu Feng's adoring gaze. The memory of the previous night ignited a blush across her cheeks, and a wave of embarrassment surged within her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes before realizing, oh no, how'd I fall asleep? She shot a reproachful look at Yu Feng, hurriedly dressing and dashing out of the wooden cabin. Yu Feng, wearing a devilish grin, observed her with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he heard a voice, Mom, where have you been? It was Su Chi-Chi's voice. I was just using the restroom, Su Wanyun replied, her tone betraying a hint of panic. All right, get some more sleep, otherwise it will be dawn. After uttering this, silence enveloped her. Yu Feng, now wide awake, found his thoughts drifting back to the previous night. If only Aunt Yun had fewer reservations. We wouldn't have to be so secretive, he mused. Just then, the image of Li Yu Mei intruded upon his thoughts, startling him. Why was she resurfacing in his mind? Was he a scoundrel? Recalling Li Yu Mei's earlier words stirred a forbidden fire within him, prompting him to shake off those thoughts. Rising from his bed, Yu Feng stepped outside the wooden cabin and made his way to a small clearing in the camp, where he found Lu Qian still on watch. She appeared well-rested, likely having taken turns with Xiao Yan. Yu Feng instructed her to return and catch up on sleep. With no one else awake, he began practicing his family's martial arts in the small courtyard. After completing a set, he felt invigorated, perhaps due to the extended hiatus from training. Suddenly, it seemed even more resonant than before, his limbs warmed by the exertion. Wow, boss, what kind of martial art is this? It seems quite profound, Wu Yong remarked, having just noticed Yu Feng's practice. Though he had known Yu Feng was skilled, he had never witnessed him in action, sparking his curiosity. Haha, this is a family tradition focused on health. It lacks lethal techniques. If you wish to learn, you may observe, but I cannot teach. It is against family rules. Yu Feng replied candidly, viewing his training as a means of promoting health rather than combat. He indeed had familial edicts against sharing. But isn't watching akin to stealing knowledge? Is that not taboo? Wu Yong pondered. Having once harbored dreams of martial prowess, he had long since abandoned them. Yet witnessing Yu Feng's prowess rekindled a flicker of his youthful spirit. Though Yu Feng could have allowed him to learn, Wu Yong still held reservations. We are on this deserted island. Why not just pretend you didn't see anything? Yu Feng retorted lightly. Wu Yong, upon hearing this, eagerly followed suit, though without guidance. He could only grasp the superficial aspects, yet still found joy in the endeavor. As others began to rise, curiosity drew them closer. Observing the gathering, Yu Feng ceased his training, realizing they should focus on learning foundational techniques for self-defense, akin to the repetitive drills soldiers underwent in ancient times. All right, everyone disperse. First, wash up. We will exercise together shortly. With that, the crowd scattered, and Yu Feng accompanied them to the riverbank. It was his first visit, and he was intrigued by the small river. To the left of the camp, a slope led down to a hollow in the mountains. The path had been well-trodden, and within mere meters, he arrived at a flat expanse at the base of the hill. Yu Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the area had a distinct bowl-like topography. Should a dwelling be erected at the foot of the mountains, it would embody the essence of living by the mountains and water. The exterior featured at least 2 soccer field-sized patches of flat land, ripe for cultivation. Yu Feng merely smiled at the thought. He was not there to assess the feng shui. Following the path, he approached the riverbank, where he began to wash up, observing that the water was shallow, barely over half a meter deep, with fish and shrimp darting about. It appeared that one could indeed set fish traps along the river. Yu Feng contemplated exploring both banks of the river in the future. Chapter 61. Camp development. The morning training continued at the usual hour. Yet the movements of the participants had significantly improved compared to the previous day. Yu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. He believed that with a month of such training, while it might not be feasible for the women to defeat a man individually, a formation of several women wielding spears would pose a formidable challenge to most. Thus, safeguarding the camp would not be an issue. As the morning exercise concluded, breakfast was nearly ready. Thanks to the ceramic pots, there was no longer a need to rely on roasted meat. A nutritious stew was both convenient and time-saving. However, the cooks complained about the rough texture of the ceramic and the small size of the pots, requiring them to prepare 2 batches. Additionally, the water storage containers were somewhat inadequate, necessitating frequent trips to the river for water. Feng contemplated the recent acquisition of food supplies, which would sustain the camp for about 10 days. He decided that this was the perfect time to focus on ceramic production and transplanting wild vegetables. During breakfast, he shared his thoughts with the group, and naturally, no one objected. Wu Yu and Su Qiqi would handle the ceramics, as they often spent time together, while Su Wanyin would lead the other women in gathering wild vegetables. She also suggested that it was the season for foraging wild mushrooms, which could be collected and preserved by drying. Feng found this idea viable and agreed. Given that the previous group had stayed in the area for quite some time, it was likely safe from large predators, which had probably become food for the previous inhabitants. Thus, he felt confident that the women would not encounter danger nearby. However, considering that the shipwreck incident had occurred quite some time ago and the official rescue window had closed, many survivors would likely be aware of this. Hence, their activities might become more reckless, leading to a potential threat from humans that could not be overlooked. Feng instructed them to remain vigilant and to always venture out in pairs. As for Wu Yong and Lao Wei, their task involved collecting fish traps and sea salt from a beach, which required only a morning trip. In the afternoon, they would set small traps in the vicinity to catch live game, such as wild chickens or rabbits. Unfortunately, neither of them knew how to set traps, so they would need to learn from Feng in the afternoon. Once the arrangements were made, Feng decided to upgrade the weapons. Over the past few days, everyone had crafted spearheads from wolf bones, and now it was time to gather resin for making glue. The stored fish bladders were still insufficient, better reserved for bow making later. Feng noticed that ropes were needed in many areas around the camp, suggesting an abundance of mulberry trees nearby, which could provide useful bark. He planned to gather this bark, boil it with wood ash, and weave it into fine strings for bowstrings and spearheads, although the quality would not match that of beast tendons. As these plans were set into motion, everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Suddenly, Wu Yong approached, expressing concern. "Boss, there may be others nearby. Yesterday, while you were defending the camp, I thought I saw someone lurking in the vicinity." Wu Yong was uncertain, having only caught a vague glimpse. When he later observed the area with Wei Dong, they saw nothing. He wrestled with the dilemma of whether to inform Feng, fearing that the group's scattered activities could lead to vulnerabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Feng deduced that the presence of others, or someone observing their camp, was indeed a possibility. The previous group had captured 2 women, likely interrogating them about the camp's location. The absence of an attack suggested that the captors did not feel secure in their strength against the camp's defenses. Given that 2 individuals had gone missing, it was peculiar that they had not sent anyone to scout the area. Having resolved these thoughts, Feng felt no doubt and addressed Wu Yong. "All right, I understand. I will gather some supplies nearby. If they harbor ill intentions, I will not hesitate to act. However, you must also prioritize your safety." His confidence seemed to inspire reassurance in the others. They felt secure as long as Feng was near. Nevertheless, they reminded him that the camp was still too small, and without his presence, they felt vulnerable. It became clear that they needed to recruit more people. As everyone set out, Feng began to scout the area, serving a dual purpose as a patrol. He searched the surrounding woods for quite some time, but found no pine trees, leading him to question whether such trees even existed on this island. It seemed that he would have to resort to making glue from animal hides, which was cumbersome but feasible since there were plenty of animal skins available. Feng then sought materials for making ropes. The palm trees on the island could suffice, although their tensile strength was inadequate for finer ropes. He had learned that the plants he had encountered were primarily hemp-like, with mulberry trees being the closest. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted a grove of mulberry trees at the foot of a hill. He promptly stripped the bark from them and pressed it beneath a large stone in the river before returning to the camp. Upon his return, he found Wu Yu and Su Qiqi engaged in playful mud sculpting. To be frank, Su Qiqi's ceramic creations were rather unattractive, prompting a bittersweet smile from Feng as he reassured himself that practice makes perfect. "Brother Feng, would you like to try making a couple of pieces? It's quite simple. Su Chi suggested, mistaking his gaze for interest in joining their activity. You two can handle it, Yu Feng replied with an awkward chuckle. Not only were both of them covered in mud, but he also recognized his own limitations. He admitted that while he might possess some creativity, dexterity was not his forte. He realized that his own attempts might result in even more unsightly creations. As he observed them, he suddenly noticed a small, dark bundle nestled beside Su Chi, fast asleep. It dawned on him that the little wolf cub he had brought back was being cared for by her. He approached and gently nudged it with his foot. The two cubs merely glanced up at him before returning to their slumber. It seemed they had grown accustomed to human presence. Yu Feng lingered for a while before deciding to venture deeper into the woods in search of flexible trees suitable for crafting bows. If each woman were equipped with a bow, even without precise aim initially, they would still be able to protect the camp effectively. Before long, he encountered Su Wanyun and Li Wenmei, who were foraging for wild mushrooms. "Xiao Feng, what brings you here?" Su Wanyun exclaimed with surprise, instinctively moving to embrace him. However, she quickly caught herself, remembering that they were not alone, and awkwardly halted. Li Wenmei, upon seeing Yu Feng, blushed deeply and lowered her gaze. Recalling her words from the previous night, Yu Feng couldn't help but glance at her, amused by her bashful demeanor. Usually so bold, it was endearing to see her shy side. "I'll leave you to your work, Aunt Yin. I'm just gathering some wood to make weapons," he replied, stepping aside to avoid the awkwardness lingering in the air. He did not venture far, focusing on finding resilient wood that was sufficiently sturdy. Unfamiliar with the suitable tree types on the island, he could only identify trees of appropriate size and test their flexibility with branches. As he was slowly searching using this rudimentary method, Su Wanyun's voice suddenly rang out in anger. "I said I'm not joining you. Why are you stopping us?" Chapter 62. The long needle, Yu Feng cursed under his breath, displaying remarkable audacity as he rushed towards Su Wanyun. Before long, he encountered two men blocking her path. Noticing their hesitation to engage in a confrontation, Yu Feng refrained from resorting to violence himself. However, upon sensing his approach, the two men instinctively fled, running for over 100 meters before glancing back and realizing that only Yu Feng was pursuing them. They halted, cautiously observing him. Yu Feng was taken aback by their actions. Upon reaching Su Wanyun, he noticed her lingering anger and immediately expressed his concern. "What happened? Are you both all right?" He examined her from head to toe, then scrutinized Li Wenmei, and upon confirming their safety, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Wanyun, touched by his concern, felt warmth in her heart and couldn't help but smile. As she recounted the events, Yu Feng began to understand. The two men had been dispatched to gather intelligence. Mistaking Su Wanyun and her companions for former inhabitants of the camp, they attempted to deceive them into leaving, warning them that those people were not trustworthy, while extolling the virtues of their own camp. Su Wanyun, however, was no fool. She refrained from revealing that the camp had changed hands and merely stated that she was content where she was, with no intention of relocating. When she decided to return, the two men attempted to forcibly take them away. Only after Su Wanyun firmly commanded them to stop were they deterred, and upon realizing that someone was pursuing them, they fled in fright. Yu Feng surmised that their hasty retreat was likely due to previous encounters with the former inhabitants, knowing they were not to be trifled with, and mistaking him for one of them. Unsure of the true intentions of the two men, he glanced in their direction only to find they had vanished. "For now, there's no threat. Let's head back. Once old Wu and the others return, I will investigate their camp further." He withdrew his gaze and lightly patted Su Wanyun's shoulder. Speaking gently, "Are you going alone? Shouldn't you bring Xiao Wu and the others?" Su Wanyun looked at him with concern, uncertain of the situation at the other camp. She felt that it was too risky for him to go alone. "Aunt Yin, you know my capabilities. If danger arises, I won't hesitate to flee," Yu Feng said nonchalantly, taking the wicker basket from Su Wanyun's hands. He examined its contents, noting a variety of mushrooms but few wild vegetables. He then took the basket from Li Wenmei, who blushed at his attention, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face as she recalled the events of the previous night, her heart racing. However, seeing Yu Feng walking alongside Su Wanyun, laughing and chatting like a couple in love, filled her with a sense of longing and envy. Upon returning to the camp, they found Wu Yong and the others had also returned, bringing with them a full jar of sea salt, weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds, along with 30 pounds of fish. The group delighted in a rare midday feast of vegetable and fish soup, praising the meal. In the afternoon, while Yu Feng had planned to take Wu Yong and the others to set traps in the woods, he had other matters to attend to and assigned them to clear land in a nearby valley. The wild vegetables they gathered, which were uprooted with their roots intact, could be replanted. Although they hadn't gathered much in the morning, they intended to seek more along the riverbank in the afternoon, where the low trees suggested an abundance of wild vegetables. Wu Yong and his companions, having learned of the encounter with individuals from another camp, expressed concern when Yu Feng mentioned his intention to scout alone. However, recognizing the necessity of maintaining adequate strength at their camp, they reluctantly acquiesced to his plans. They proposed setting fish traps in the river, hoping for a bountiful catch that would eliminate the need to venture to the sea. Yu Feng recalled that the river also contained mulberry bark, and he made his way to retrieve some, teaching several girls how to process it. It was a straightforward task, using a bone knife to peel off the green outer layer, revealing fibers similar to hemp. Once dried in the shade, they could be easily twisted into threads. After organizing his tasks, Yu Feng armed himself and followed the trail left by the two men. The path was clear, likely due to their familiarity with the area, and he navigated with confidence. After about an hour, he heard voices ahead and instinctively slowed his pace, deducing that the other camp was nearby. Not long after, he discerned signs of human activity and concealed himself among the foliage. Suddenly, he spotted numerous grass huts at the foot of a low hill, where the terrain was flat and devoid of tall trees, although some low shrubs provided cover. Yu Feng's vantage point was insufficient to glean the whole situation of the camp, but his attention was drawn to a 2-meter-high rock nearby, surrounded by bushes and elevated above the camp. Hiding there would likely keep him unseen. As he stealthily approached the rock, he suddenly froze. Captivated by a striking sight, a woman squatting behind it, her back turned to him. The posture suggested she was engaged in a private act, and Yu Feng could see everything clearly. Hearing the sound of running water, an inner voice urged him to turn away and close his eyes, lest he become ensnared in a predicament. Yet, he found himself unable to look away. The woman, sensing a disturbance, turned slightly, revealing her exquisite features, an elegant, pale oval face adorned with alluring almond-shaped eyes, exuding a mature charm. Yu Feng could only imagine the alluring figure she possessed. The woman, initially startled, soon displayed an expression of terror, her mouth opening in a silent gasp. Instinctively, Yu Feng rushed forward to cover her mouth, stifling her cry before it could escape. He glanced around furtively, feeling like a thief, and breathed a sigh of relief that no one had noticed them. However, he now faced a dilemma. How to explain this awkward situation if discovered, especially given their compromising positions, him kneeling behind her, his body nearly pressing against hers. One hand holding her tightly while the other covered her mouth. Anyone observing would certainly misinterpret the scene. Determined to communicate, Yu Feng leaned closer, locking eyes with her stunning face, and in a moment of sheer panic, blurted out, "Sister-in-law." Chapter 63. Sister-in-law. Gu Shuyu, the beautiful woman, was momentarily stunned when Yu Feng called her sister-in-law, ceasing her struggles. Her gaze fixed on his face, and gradually, the pallor of her complexion began to yield to a blush. Noticing her lack of resistance, Yu Feng understood that she had recognized him. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect anyone to be here," he stammered, his eyes darting away, his expression marred by embarrassment. His mind was in disarray, unsure of what to say, as he was not particularly well acquainted with her. He only knew that her name was Gu Shuyu, the wife of Zhang Chong, their department leader. Zhang was generally well regarded, and many in the department referred to him as Brother Chong, naturally leading to Gu Shuyu being addressed as sister-in-law. Yu Feng had seen her only a handful of times during department gatherings. When he had recently joined the company, Zhang had invited everyone to a dinner at his home, where Yu Feng's first impression of Gu Shuyu was her striking beauty and fair complexion, which made her appear almost star-like. Truth be told, she possessed a grace that could rival that of any celebrity. As a fresh-faced youth, He had been too shy to meet her gaze, let alone engage in conversation. The moment their eyes met, he would quickly avert his gaze, occasionally sneaking glances at her. He vividly recalled dreaming of driving a luxury vehicle that night after the gathering. Although he had encountered Gu Shuyu several times since, their interactions had remained minimal. Despite having driven an A8, he still felt like a bashful youth in the presence of her elegance. Realizing he needed to speak, he finally mustered, "Sister-in-law, I will let go of you now. But please, do not make a sound. If anyone else discovers us, it might lead to misunderstandings." After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Gu Shuyu, who had turned her head away, obscuring her expression. However, he noticed a faint flush creeping to her ears. Slowly, he released his hold over her mouth, and when she did not scream, he exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyu's emotions were tumultuous, akin to a roller coaster. She had merely stepped out to use the restroom, but had been caught in this predicament. Aware of the presence of a group of perverts on the island who specialized in abducting women. She knew of someone from their camp who had gone missing and had yet to return. The thought of being kidnapped filled her with dread, and she struggled furiously, only to realize that her captor, though youthful, possessed muscles as solid as iron, rendering her efforts futile. In her moment of desperation, a bold idea crossed her mind. Should she use her charm to entice him? She was aware of her advantages, and perhaps it could provide her an opportunity to escape. Just as she was about to execute her plan, his call of sister-in-law completely bewildered her. Could he be someone from her camp? That seemed unlikely. It then dawned on her that he looked somewhat familiar, but there was no one like him in the camp. He must be an acquaintance of her husband, Zhang Chong. As she mentally filtered through Zhang's acquaintances, she finally recalled the shy young man who would blush upon seeing her. The memory made her smile. She had teased him before, and every time he attempted to speak, he would shyly lower his head, focusing on his food. "Xiao Feng, what will your brother Chong say if he sees you holding your sister-in-law like this?" She chided in her languid, aristocratic tone. Instinctively, Yu Feng recalled the times he had secretly admired her and quickly released her, stepping back a couple of paces, his head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. However, as he lowered his gaze, he inadvertently found himself staring at the voluptuous rear of the luxury vehicle nearby, unable to divert his attention. A rush of heat surged through him, and Gu Shuyu's smile widened. He was still the same timid boy, easily flustered. Feeling dizzy from the pressure of standing, she decided to rise, but as she did, her vision blurred. Observing her stand, Yu Feng thought, what a pity. He saw her body sway slightly, and without thinking, he instinctively caught her, one arm around her shoulder and the other at her waist. A jolt of excitement coursed through him, but he forced himself to remain composed and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Gu Shuyu felt a wave of embarrassment. At first, she had unconsciously viewed him as just a boy, but now, as she leaned against him, the reality of their proximity struck her. She realized that he had been fully aware of her condition, having noticed her mild dizziness and immediately come to her aid. The thought of him having observed her in such an intimate manner sent her cheeks ablaze. Caught in this awkward situation, neither of them made a move. Suddenly, a nearby voice called out, "Sister, are you done? Why is it taking so long?" Jolting them back to reality. Gu Shuyu quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Then, turning to Yu Feng, she whispered in a mix of embarrassment and irritation, "Let go of me." Yu Feng hastily released her and stepped back, scratching his head awkwardly. Gu Shuyu adjusted her clothing before heading outside, glancing back at Yu Feng, who stood there in a daze. She couldn't help but chuckle. He was already a grown man, yet still acted like a boy, frozen in place. Gu Shuyu shot him a teasing glare. Yu Feng understood her look. It implied that encountering an acquaintance in such a desolate place was an unspoken agreement to stick together, suggesting he follow her to her camp. However, he had his own camp to attend to, having come to gather intelligence. Yet, considering that the two camps had no real enmity, he mused that there would be no conflict, and even if there were, he could always escape. Moreover, he had always wanted more people to join his camp, and having Gu Shuyu on board would be a delightful addition. Even if nothing transpired, it would be pleasing to have such beauty in his company. He wondered if Zhang Chong was around. With these thoughts in mind, he decided not to linger on his reservations and quietly followed her, captivated by the sway of her figure ahead, swallowing hard as his imagination conjured a pear-like silhouette. "Sister, who is he?" A melodious voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Yu Feng and causing him to quickly retract his gaze from the alluring sight. Chapter 64. Desire to possess Yu Feng was instantly captivated by the person before him. However, this was his sister-in-law's younger sister. How could someone possess such striking beauty, yet bear only a slight resemblance? With a delicate oval face, willow-like brows, a graceful nose, and enchanting phoenix eyes, she boasted a tall and slender figure that rivaled any internet celebrity. Yet at this moment, the stunning young woman regarded Yu Feng with a wary expression. This is my sister's little brother. I saw him alone earlier and intended to bring him back to the camp. He is still young, so don't bully him, Gu Shuyao stated, leaving Yu Feng feeling both amused and awkward. He awkwardly smiled at the beauty and approached her, extending his hand. "Hello, beautiful. Feng." The young woman shot him a fierce glare, scrutinizing him without offering her hand. Instead, she clung to Gu Shuyao's arm, casting another cautious glance at the spear in Yu Feng's hand. She whispered into Gu Shuyao's ear, "Sister, doesn't he look like a good person at all? He was staring at your backside just now. He must be a lecher. Little girl, what are you saying? He is barely older than a child." Gu Shuyao scolded her sister with a fierce glare. She didn't doubt her sister's words, as Yu Feng had always been too shy to look her in the eye. If he had a chance to steal glances at her while she walked ahead, it would only affirm her allure. However, her sister's comments seemed to twist the situation. "Xiao Feng, I apologize. This is my cousin, Li Qingyan. She is just straightforward and means no harm," Gu Shuyao said, her expression apologetic. Then, as if struck by an idea, she glanced between Yu Feng and her cousin, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. "You're not too far apart in age. Perhaps you two should interact more." With that, she shot her cousin a knowing look, as if to say, "Here is your chance. Seize it. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm ignoring you." Li Qingyan's face flushed crimson, her demeanor suddenly shy. She stomped her foot, turning her head aside, stealing a glance at Yu Feng, only to meet his gaze. Flustered, she quickly pretended to look elsewhere. Yet Yu Feng noticed her ears had turned red, leaving him feeling incredibly awkward. His sister-in-law's personality was so exuberant. First, she caught him in a compromising position, and now she was attempting to play matchmaker. What was even more perplexing was that her sister seemed to take it seriously. At a loss for words, he hastily changed the subject. "Sister, is Chang'e around?" While speaking, he felt hesitant to meet Gu Shuyao's gaze, looking around instead. Although she appeared unaffected, Yu Feng felt a twinge of guilt, like a thief caught in the act. "He is out searching for food. You should stay at the camp. It's safe here with so many people," Gu Shuyao replied, noticing Yu Feng's continued avoidance of her eyes. She didn't interpret his behavior as guilt, but rather saw him as the shy little brother she had always known. Seeing him alone on the deserted island stirred her sympathy. Yu Feng, however, was preoccupied with a different thought: how to win back his sister-in-law as affection. Yet, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be faring well in the camp, and her earlier words suggested Chang must hold some standing there. This realization left him in a quandary. They had people and status here, making it unrealistic to invite them to join him. He decided it would be best to gather information first. "Sister, how many people are in your camp now?" "Our camp has," Gu Shuyao began, not giving it much thought, as she intended to welcome Yu Feng into their camp. Just then, they approached the camp, and Yu Feng surveyed the surroundings. To be honest, it was undoubtedly inferior to his camp. Perhaps it was because they hadn't been here long, as they hadn't even constructed a proper fence yet. "You dare to follow us to our camp? Do you think we fear you?" Just as Yu Feng was assessing the camp, several men armed with spears encircled them, their faces tense and hands trembling slightly. Yu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he hadn't even entered the camp yet, and had already encountered the two men from that morning. Gu Shuyao and her cousin were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yu Feng before turning their attention to the encircling men, brows furrowing in concern. "Shali, what are you doing? This is my friend," she exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Yu Feng. "Gu Shuyao, come quickly. He is from the demon camp. He must be here to capture us," one of the men said urgently. his tone laced with alarm as he regarded Yu Feng with suspicion. Hearing this, Gu Shuyao's expression changed, disbelief washing over her face as she looked at Yu Feng, especially as Li Qingyan instinctively stepped back from him. Xiao Feng, is what they say true? Gu Shuyao struggled to accept that Yu Feng could belong to such a camp. However, Xiao Li had been dispatched to gather intelligence on the opposing camp, making it improbable he would err without reason. Understanding the gravity of the misunderstanding, Yu Feng had no intention of concealing the truth. Sister, if the demon camp you refer to is that group of people clad in animal skins, then I indeed hail from that camp. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyao's face paled, and she gasped, trying to distance herself from Yu Feng. Seeing her reaction, he quickly grasped her arm, but to the onlookers, it appeared as if Yu Feng was revealing his true colors, attempting to abduct Gu Shuyao. Instantly, chaos erupted. Let go of Gu Shuyao. You're clearly not a good person. This isn't a place for your arrogance. Yu Feng felt utterly speechless. Please, let me explain, he implored, his gaze landing on Gu Shuyao, whose face had drained of color, trembling slightly. He hurriedly reassured her, Sister, the group you encountered has been eliminated. That camp now belongs to me. Impossible. We saw them just yesterday morning. Gu Shuyao retorted, still skeptical but slightly less tense. Just then, Xiao Li spoke up again, and Yu Feng's patience wore thin. He shot a cold glare at the man. What? Did you see them this morning? The people who tried to stop me? I chose not to hold it against you. Do you think you're tougher than those in animal skins? I killed them. Do you think I can't handle you? As he spoke, an unexplainable aura emanated from him, causing the encircling men to tremble inwardly. To them, Yu Feng appeared as a formidable beast, and instinctively, they took a step back. Even Gu Shuyao, still held by Yu Feng, was startled by the intensity of his presence, her gaze towards him shifting dramatically. Was this still the shy boy who had once blushed at the sight of her? How gallant he appeared! Gu Shuyao stared at him, momentarily entranced, before reacting to his words. Xiao Feng, you truly defeated that group? How many people are in your camp now? She looked at him with the wide-eyed admiration of a smitten fan, causing Yu Feng to feel bashful. He still found that casual, languid demeanor of hers far more captivating. Sister, we don't have many people either. Would you consider joining our camp? The environment is quite pleasant there, and Aunt Yun is also in our camp. Upon realizing that the men were still on guard, it seemed unlikely he would gain entry to their camp today. He decided to extend an invitation to Gu Shuyao. You mentioned Su Wanyan is there? Gu Shuyao's face lit up with joy, and she instinctively grasped Yu Feng's hand, her expression filled with delight, as if verifying the truth of his words. Feeling the warmth of her delicate hand, Yu Feng was suddenly overcome by a desire to claim her for himself. However, the realization that she was his sister-in-law made him curse himself internally for being so beastly, just as Yu Feng was lost in his thoughts. A desperate cry pierced the air. Help! Please, save me! The anguished screams startled everyone in the vicinity. Chapter 65. An unquenchable affection, no longer concerned about the turmoil surrounding the Yu Feng camp. All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, a man in his 30s was stumbling and rolling towards the camp, hotly pursued by a wild boar weighing around 200 pounds. As the man drew nearer to the camp, those who had gathered around Yu Feng urgently shouted for him to flee up the mountain, warning him not to lead the creature in their direction. Their cries were desperate, but lacked any intention of offering assistance. The man, seemingly oblivious to the danger, continued his frantic sprint. The commotion attracted the attention of those within the camp, who rushed out to witness the unfolding chaos. Yu Feng furrowed his brow upon realizing that the majority of the onlookers were women. Only 4 men remained, and judging by their expressions, they too lacked the courage to intervene. The women, upon seeing the enormous boar, scattered in terror, screaming, "Run! The wild boar is coming! Help!" They flailed about like headless flies, lost in panic. Sister, what should we do? Li Qingyan anxiously turned to Gu Shuyu, who was equally distressed. Sister-in-law, run! Yu Feng noticed that the men had begun to flee, rendering any thought of assistance futile. He quickly grasped Gu Shuyu's hand and urged her to follow. Realizing her sister was fleeing, Li Qingyan panicked and followed suit. At that moment, the wild boar closed in on the man, its sharp tusks aimed directly at him. A scream pierced the air as the man was hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Yufeng glanced back just in time to see the boar. Eyes aflame, gore the man's body a few times before losing interest and charging towards the camp. Meanwhile, the crowd could only scatter in chaos, aware that outrunning the boar was impossible, yet hoping to outpace one another. Frustrated, Yufeng silently cursed his misfortune as he and Gu Shuyu sprinted desperately, praying the beast would not pursue them. After all, he had heard many tales of wild boars causing injury back home. Once they reach a certain age, these creatures would become formidable, their tough hide and thick flesh making them nearly impossible to kill, even with firearms. The thought of facing one armed only with primitive tools was daunting. Sister, Li Qingyan gasped from behind as Gu Shuyu, pulled along by Yufeng, remained indecisive. Hearing her sister's cry, she instinctively turned back, only to see Li Qingyan fall painfully to the ground. Without a second thought, Gu Shuyu rushed to help her, but Yufeng felt his grip slip as Gu Shuyu's hand fell away. Cursing under his breath at her foolishness for prioritizing others' safety over her own, he turned to see the boar charging towards them. Despair washed over Li Qingyan as she realized that with so many fleeing, why was the boar targeting her? After falling, she instinctively yelled for her sister, surprised to see Gu Shuyu return to save her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she also felt a pang of regret. Was she not putting her sister in peril? Sister, run, Li Qingyan urged, pushing Gu Shuyu away, unwilling to let her sister face danger for her sake. The wild boar, a dark shadow hurtling towards them, was an embodiment of terror. Gu Shuyu refused to let go of Yufeng's hand. As they witnessed the imminent threat, despair consumed them, the sight of the boar's bloodied tusks signifying their likely demise. Just then a figure darted in from the side, colliding with the boar. It was Yufeng, unwilling to stand by while Gu Shuyu faced danger. Knowing the boar's hide was tough, he realized that his stone spear might not be effective, and a single blow would not suffice to bring it down. However, attacking from the side could divert its path. True to his instincts, Yufeng thrust the spear toward the boar's neck, piercing the skin just enough to inflict pain. The boar, enraged, swung its head in Yufeng's direction. The tremendous force jolted him backward, revealing the disparity of strength between them. Quickly, he pressed the spear down, anchoring it to the ground, but a hot, viscous liquid sprayed over him, obscuring his vision in a crimson haze. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side, wiping the liquid from his face to discover that the spear had penetrated the boar's neck, emerging from the other side. Though the beast was not dead, it was weakened, collapsing to its front knees, gasping for breath, its body riddled with blood bubbles, struggling to rise. Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief as he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyu and her sister transitioned from terror to astonishment. Feng, are you all right? Gu Shuyu hurried to Yufeng's side, alarmed to see his face smeared with blood. She began to check him frantically, and he grasped her small hand, reassuring her, "Sister-in-law, I'm fine, it's not my blood." A smile broke across his face, revealing his white teeth. Seeing this, Gu Shuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, but as she observed his battered appearance, she couldn't help but reflect on how this was the same boy who had blushed at her teasing. The other men in the camp had fled in terror, yet this young man had bravely confronted the boar, emerging victorious. Gone was his youthful demeanor. Instead, he exuded a powerful presence. She recalled her youthful dreams of a heroic husband. How wonderful it would have been to encounter such a figure in her youth. Lost in her thoughts, she gazed at Yufeng with an almost entranced expression. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Yufeng, still feeling the warmth of her gentle hand, noticed she showed no intention of withdrawing it. Taking the opportunity, he squeezed it tenderly, savoring the moment. But as he caught her dreamy gaze, concern washed over him. "Are you hurt?" he asked worriedly. "No, I'm fine," she stammered, her cheeks flushing as she realized her thoughts had wandered. Usually viewing Yufeng as a mere boy, she now saw him in a new light, one that rendered her prior perceptions obsolete. "Sister, you should thank Feng." Gu Shuyu urged her sister, pulling her closer. "If it weren't for him, we would have been doomed today." Li Qingyan, blushing and unable to meet Yufeng's gaze after having previously spoken ill of him, felt deeply moved by his bravery. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to muster a soft thank you. Gu Shuyu shook her head, teasingly adding, Xiao Feng, my sister is still single. What do you think? How about she offers herself in gratitude? She said this while playfully watching Yu Feng's reaction. Chapter 66. Yu Feng's urgency. Sister-in-law, is it not my duty to rescue you? Moreover, we have brought back such a large wild boar, which will surely suffice for our camp for quite some time. Yu Feng, feeling awkward and at a loss for words, hastily diverted the conversation. He knew that Gu Shuyuan often spoke impulsively. Though he felt tempted, he was acutely aware that the two camps were interconnected, and any careless remark in front of Su Wanyun could lead to familial discord. Haha, the wild boar is indeed yours since you were the one who killed it. Are you not considering it? I could help facilitate this, Gu Shuyuan persisted, convinced that if this little fellow became her brother-in-law, it would be quite entertaining. Sister, what are you saying? How can you ask such things? Li Qingyan interjected shyly, feeling embarrassed by her sister's boldness. She too felt a pang of modesty as Yu Feng was brought into focus. A glance revealed that he was rather handsome, but she thought it prudent to take things slowly, unlike her sister, who seemed eager to settle things immediately. Upon hearing Yu Feng's response, she sighed with relief, yet felt a tinge of disappointment, her gaze toward him growing increasingly fervent. Ahem, sister-in-law, I have been out for quite a while and should head back, lest Aunt Yun worry. Yu Feng observed the sister's expressions and felt overwhelmed. He needed to leave before things escalated further. The temptation of such a large wild boar was too great to abandon, and he was uncertain of Zhang Chang's standing in the camp. Presently, it seemed stable, but to what extent was uncertain. Xiao Feng, are you really leaving? How will you transport the wild boar? Perhaps you should wait a bit longer until Brother Chang returns to assist you, Gu Shuyuan exclaimed, surprised by Yu Feng's eagerness to depart, instinctively grasping his hand with an air of reluctance. Sister-in-law, it's all right. I can manage to carry it back. Yu Feng thought he narrowly escaped the allure of her beauty. After a gentle squeeze of her hand, he quickly released it, moving towards the wild boar. He pulled out his spear and removed his shirt, tying it around his waist, flexing his muscles for effect. Sister, how do you find these muscles? He teased, casting a playful glance at Gu Shuyuan. Wow, Xiao Feng, when did you develop such a physique? Surely, it cannot be just to impress the ladies. Gu Shuyuan, now transformed into a smitten admirer, approached Yu Feng and playfully touched his chest and abdominal muscles. Wow, sister, come quick and feel this. Your man is quite the physique. You are indeed fortunate. Gu Shuyuan exclaimed as she pulled Li Qingyan's hand towards Yu Feng, initially bashful about Yu Feng's shirtless state. Li Qingyan observed her sister's nonchalance and felt reassured. After days on this deserted island, it seemed normal for a man to work without a shirt. However, upon seeing Yu Feng's well-defined physique, her heart raced, captivated by his presence. How about that? I wasn't lying, was I? Gu Shuyuan beamed at her sister, her smile reminiscent of a child sharing a delightful new toy. Yu Feng felt his confidence wane before his sister-in-law, feeling like a mere boy in comparison. The two women seemed to embody mischief, and he thought it best to excuse himself. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. You are welcome to visit our camp any time. I believe you know the way, Yu Feng declared, feeling overwhelmed by the sister's playful touches. It was as if he had unwittingly become a model, and without compensation at that. Be safe on your way back. I'll arrange for Brother Chang to bring us to visit you soon. Gu Shuyuan called after him, her tone conveying a hint of reluctance. Yu Feng paused, puzzled by her expression. He recognized her penchant for jest, yet the earlier exchange left him bewildered. He noticed that members of the camp had begun to take notice of the unfolding situation and reassured by their presence. He proceeded to crouch before the wild boar, gripping its legs. The sisters looked on, intrigued as to how he would transport the boar, their eyes widening in astonishment as Yu Feng, muscles taut, effortlessly hoisted the entire creature onto his shoulder. Wow, your man is incredible. Sister, you have a good catch. Take my advice, don't lose weight, Gu Shuyuan remarked, causing Yu Feng to nearly stumble under the weight but quickly regained his balance. Sister, I'm off now, he said, picking up his spear and walking away without looking back, wary of the teasing remarks that might follow. All right, Xiao Feng, next time I'll bring Qingyan to play. Don't make us feel unwelcome. Gu Shuyuan shouted after his retreating figure. Yu Feng said nothing further, noticing the men had gathered around, their gazes parting as he approached. He heard a voice in the distance. I say, little girl, how can you let such a good man slip through your fingers? Clearly, Gu Shuyuan was imparting wisdom to her sister. Yu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Had things been different, he would have been quite pleased. Truth be told, Li Qingyan was a striking beauty in her own right, and her legs alone could captivate him for months. Yet, having developed feelings for Su Wanyan, he found himself more drawn to the allure of an older, more mature woman. When Yu Feng returned to camp, carrying the 200-pound wild boar, the entire encampment was taken aback. Wasn't he the plan to scout for information? How had he managed to bring back such a large beast? Brother Feng, you are amazing, Su Qiqi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, boss, how long will this last us? Wu Yo marveled, running his hands over the boar as if it were a prized possession. Not just for eating, there are plenty of valuable resources on this boar. The lard can be used for cooking, the bristles for brushes, and the skin for gelatin, Yu Feng explained, eager to share his thoughts on the boar's worth. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong and Wei Dong eagerly volunteered to take charge of the wild boar, promising that everyone would enjoy a feast that very day. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yu Feng decided not to intervene. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Su Wanyan approached, noticing the blood covering him. Ah, it's nothing, just pig-s blood, he replied, recalling the warmth of Gu Shuyuan's small hand. Then let us wash up by the river. Xiao Wu and the others have discovered a great bathing spot, she suggested. Upon hearing about the bathing area, Yu Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Covered in blood and sweat, he longed for a refreshing wash. Noticing his eagerness, Su Wanyan led the way towards the river, with Yu Feng following closely behind, his gaze fixed on her swaying form. As he unconsciously compared her to Gu Shuyuan, his thoughts became increasingly heated. Realizing they would soon be alone by the river, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips, and he quickened his pace, catching up to Su Wanyan and playfully slapping her backside. Chapter 67. A man's fear. Although Yu Feng's palm landed on Su Wanyan's shoulder, it trembled within his heart. Oh dear, are you trying to get yourself killed? Aunt Su Wanyan exclaimed, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Feng. Yet, her heart fluttered with warmth. After all, she was well acquainted with the pleasures of intimacy, and being in the prime of her youth added to her fervor. Last night, at the camp, she had been overly cautious, unable to fully let go. Now, with no one around, a wave of heat washed over her, and her face flushed crimson, her eyes gradually revealing a hint of springtime desire. A mischievous grin spread across Yu Feng's face as they approached the riverbank. Not far upstream, they discovered a pool about 10 meters wide, bordered by a scattering of boulders that provided ample concealment and rendered the water even more crystalline. Aunt Yun, what do you think of that rock? He whispered, wrapping his arms around her waist. Noticing her ears turning fiery red, Yu Feng's fingers began to wander. Be gentle, Xiao Feng, Su Wanyan murmured, her body now soft and yielding, leaning into his embrace. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples on the water's surface that danced in a continuous rhythm, undulating softly. Here, they need not worry about disturbing others. Su Wanyan felt free to unleash her emotions. Encouraged by her sounds, Yu Feng was emboldened, fully embracing the moment, albeit a bit recklessly. It wasn't long before he noticed the engine vibrating violently. With others awaiting their return, this test drive lasted merely half an hour. Although Su Wanyan had thoroughly enjoyed the experience, she couldn't shake her concern for the vehicle, which had nearly fallen apart under his driving. She feared that if he continued such reckless behavior, the car would inevitably break down. As she alighted, her legs trembled, and her body ached. Yet Yu Feng appeared invigorated, his gaze filled with affection as he held her close. Upon returning to the camp, they found Wu Yong and the others had already processed the wild boar. Initially, they planned to burn the hair off quickly, but realizing its potential utility, they opted to scald it with boiling water. Although this took more time, the large group made it manageable. They proceeded to butcher the boar with axes and knives, making the task relatively straightforward. As they extracted a pile of entrails, Wu Yong frowned. Boss, do we need these innards? A few stepped back instinctively, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma. Let's not waste them, We can clean them by the river. The intestines are excellent for making sausages, and we can stir-fry the liver. The lungs are tricky, but could be fed to the wolf pups. Feng would never squander such provisions. While their food supplies were currently sufficient, he pondered the future. Even the survivors from the plane crash were stockpiling food, which left him puzzled. With the island's food supply seemingly abundant, it was strange that they still resorted to preserving human flesh. The island held too many mysteries for Feng to decipher, and he could only learn gradually. Upon hearing Feng's remarks, the group voiced no objections, especially at the mention of sausages, which caused many to swallow in anticipation. Feng reiterated the importance of retrieving the boar's tendons and back muscles. Ever since a wild woman had pointed a bow at him, he had developed an obsession with powerful bows. In a world without firearms, a strong bow was a strategic asset, especially with the large beasts roaming the island. For instance, today's wild boar would likely withstand a bowstring made of hemp. Animal sinew was essential. With his strength, he need not worry about drawing a powerful bow. As night fell, they completed the butchering, setting aside portions for dinner and for making sausages, while the rest was salted for preservation. Cured meat lasts longer than smoked meat, and with ample salt available, there was no need to be frugal. Their dinner was a rare feast: pork stir-fried with dandelions, liver sautéed with shepherd's purse, and pig feet stewed with ribs. Despite the scarcity of seasonings, everyone savored the meal as if it were a delicacy. "Wow, Brother Feng, I've never tasted pork this delicious," Su Chi exclaimed, rubbing her belly in satisfaction, offering the highest praise. Feng chuckled, realizing that while wild boar meat could not compare to domesticated pork, their recent meals had been so sparse that even salt was a recent luxury. This perception was largely psychological. "Ha! United we stand. We shall only grow stronger. In the future, we could capture wild piglets, wild chickens, and rabbits for farming, and increase the variety of wild vegetables." He shared his short-term vision with the group, who, upon hearing his words, felt a spark of hope, envisioning a life of self-sufficiency. They imagined waking with the sun and returning at dusk. Free from the worry of food, such a pastoral existence sounded delightful. That night, it was Su Wanyun and Li Yume's turn to keep watch. Feng, unable to sleep alone, suddenly glanced toward the entrance in confusion. Who could be coming now? Perhaps Su Wanyun had come to see him during her break? The thought invigorated him with anticipation. Just then, a small head peeked through. Brother Feng, are you asleep?" Su Chi whispered, almost conspiratorially. Feng was taken aback. Why was she here? His mind was filled with questions. "Not yet. Is something the matter?" He, she giggled, delighted to find him awake, before crawling in beside him. Feng's heart raced as he realized the implications of this situation. If Aunt Yun discovered them, how could he explain? "Brother Feng, Mommy is on watch. I'm scared alone," Su Chi said matter-of-factly, wrapping her arms around his waist without a hint of hesitation. Feng was frozen with shock, unsure how to respond. "It's not proper for a girl to be here like this. Be careful, or Aunt Yun will scold you." He faltered, unsure what to say. "But it's always been like this," Su Chi replied nonchalantly, closing her eyes to sleep. Feng, left speechless, thought to himself that this was hardly the same. With Su Chi lying beside him, any semblance of sleep was lost. Though she was attractive, the situation with Su Wanyun weighed heavily on his mind. If anything were to happen, how could he face her? Even if they did nothing, how could he explain this to the others? As he lay there, he felt her leg draped over him and her small hand moving restlessly, leaving him in torment. After what felt like an eternity, once he was sure Su Chi had fallen soundly asleep, he gently lifted her into his arms. Chapter 68. Someone has arrived with utmost care. Feng gently carried Su Chi back to her wooden cabin. Once he laid her down and observed that she remained asleep, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the cabin, he inwardly chastised himself, realizing the beastly feelings he had developed. Thankfully, he had managed to restrain himself. He gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, he was met with Su Chi's sorrowful gaze, prompting him to feign ignorance. After breakfast, as everyone awaited the day's arrangements, Wu Yong leaned in closer and whispered, "Boss, someone is here." Feng looked up, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. A quick scan of the crowd revealed many faces filled with tension, some even brandishing weapons. He quickly reassured them, "Everyone, there is no need to be alarmed. They are acquaintances." Upon hearing this, the crowd relaxed, allowing them to clearly see the newcomers, 2 men and 2 women, who, regardless of their intentions, posed no threat. Yufeng stepped forward, a smile on his face. "Changgu, sis, what brings you here?" His gaze lingered for a moment on the 2 women, noting how Li Qingyan curiously surveyed their camp, while Gu Shuyu playfully winked at him. A wave of guilt washed over Yufeng as he thought, "Your husband is right beside you. Surely you aren't feeling neglected?" He hastily diverted his gaze. "Huh, it truly is you. I heard about you from your sister-in-law, but I couldn't believe it. You're quite the hidden gem." A man in his 30s approached with a hearty laugh, patting Yufeng on the back and embracing him like a long-lost brother. "Changgu, you jest," Yufeng replied, feeling slightly awkward, as their prior acquaintance had not been so familiar. "What is this, Xiaofeng? You're not inviting us in for a seat? You said we were always welcome. Yet here we are, left outside." Gu Shuyu's voice, tinged with mock disappointment, only heightened Yufeng's embarrassment. "Of course you're welcome. My apologies, please come in," he insisted, gesturing for them to enter. As the group made their way into the camp, they found seats on tree stumps. "Xiaofeng, we're here primarily to thank you for saving your sister-in-law yesterday," Chang said, retrieving a backpack from a nearby youth. Yufeng had hardly paid attention to this individual, who was among those that had intercepted Su Wanyun the previous day. To his surprise, the youth carried a bulging backpack, causing Yufeng's eyes to light up, realizing that they must have gathered some supplies. Curiosity piqued, Chang promptly opened the backpack, revealing an assortment of toiletries. "Ah, these are all hygiene products," he remarked. Yufeng leaned closer, spotting shampoo, body wash, and even a set of cosmetics. Though initially disappointed, he reconsidered. Clothing and food were far less likely to be shared, making these items relatively valuable, albeit not of utmost importance on a deserted island. "Changgu, you are too generous," Yufeng replied, accepting the backpack and handing it to Su Chi, pondering how the previous individual had managed to lead a wild boar back to their camp. He had been too preoccupied to inquire about their camp's affairs. "Let us not discuss that matter," Chang said, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. "By the way, where is Wanyun? Didn't you mention she was at the camp?" Gu Shuyu asked, scanning the crowd for Su Wanyun, but her confusion deepened when she did not see her. Just then, Su Wanyun approached, and Gu Shuyu's face lit up with excitement as she rushed over to grasp her hand. "Shuyu, it's really you. Wanyun." The 2 women exchanged a flurry of whispers, leaving Yufeng puzzled about how she had awakened without him calling her. After greeting Chang and the others, Yufeng led Gu Shuyu's cousin away to another location, leaving only the men behind. At that moment, Chang produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, instantly capturing everyone's attention. After distributing 1 to each person, he handed the remainder to Yufeng. Not one to be impolite, Yufeng accepted, casting a lingering glance at Chang. "Stop staring. These are scarce. Our camp has its fair share of smokers, and if it weren't for my mild addiction, this pack would be gone," Chang remarked, aware of Yufeng's intentions. Embarrassed, Yufeng scratched his head, then lit a cigarette with a piece of charcoal, taking a deep drag before passing the charcoal back to Chang. Although the camp possessed lighters, the men had previously acquired a few during their takeover, and Yufeng understood that such items would soon become rare. As the men indulged in their smoke, silence enveloped them until the last remnants of their cigarettes were reluctantly discarded. "By the way, Xiaofeng," Chang began, "when you attacked this camp, did you see 2 women?" The young man who had accompanied Chang looked tense, his gaze fixed on Yufeng. "There were indeed 2 women, but they likely perished before we took the camp," Yufeng replied, noting the young man's reaction, which indicated he was likely connected to one of those women. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's face paled. "No way. Did you hide her?" he shouted, rising to his feet. Yufeng frowned, and before he could respond, Wu Yong and Wei Dong stood up as well. "Calm down. Don't slander us," Wu Yong warned. "Enough." Chang's expression darkened as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, his eyes narrowing. Once he saw that the young man had calmed down, he resumed his smile. "I apologize. One of them was his girlfriend, and he just needs time to process." Hearing this, Feng thought, as expected, what a waste. If his girlfriend was captured, he should have been monitoring the area instead of doing nothing. Now that she is gone, he has become agitated. He gestured for Wu Yong and Wei Dong to sit down. Those two are buried by our own hands. If you don't believe me, feel free to dig them up, he offered. The young man, upon hearing this, seemed intent on doing just that, and Feng made no effort to stop him. Chapter 69. Garnering support, only 3 individuals remained on the scene, all colleagues, engaging in trivial conversation. Xiao Feng, would you mind showing me around the camp? It seems quite appealing, Zhang Chang suggested. He too expressed a desire to explore, and Feng, finding no reason to decline, agreed to accompany him on a brief tour, as there were no secrets to uncover. As for Wei Dong, Feng chose not to invite him along. Xiao Feng, how about joining forces with me? If we unite our efforts, we could dominate this entire island, which would certainly be more comfortable than returning home. By this time, they had reached a cliffside where few people were present, allowing Zhang Chang to finally voice his true intentions. Throughout their conversation, Zhang Chang had subtly steered the topic towards the island's circumstances, implying that since everyone was stranded, they ought to consolidate their power and potentially establish a kingdom. Brother Chang, my only desire is to live a peaceful life, Feng replied, subtly rejecting the proposition. It wasn't that he disagreed. Rather, he had visited Zhang Chang's camp and noted his ambition. However, observing the state of Zhang Chang's camp left him hesitant to become entangled in any complications. To be honest, he had initially considered persuading Zhang Chang to join his side, but quickly realized that Zhang Chang was the leader of his camp, which extinguished that notion. Furthermore, Feng held a somewhat condescending view of Zhang Chang's leadership style. He understood that while Zhang Chang was amiable and skilled in social interactions, this was a deserted island fraught with danger. True loyalty could not be earned through mere gestures of goodwill. For instance, when members of their camp were captured, they could not even mount a rescue. During the recent wild boar attack, everyone had fled in panic. Thus, Feng had little faith in Zhang Chang's leadership and could not envision joining him. Seeing Feng's firm stance, Zhang Chang chose not to press further. After less than an hour, Zhang Chang and his companions decided to return to their camp, citing pressing matters. Feng attempted to persuade them to stay longer, but ultimately, Zhang Chang's insistence led them to leave. However, Feng promised to bring Su Wanyun to visit the sisters at a later time. With Zhang Chang's group departed, Feng encouraged everyone to resume their tasks. Once the crowd dispersed, he noticed Su Wanyun lingering nearby, appearing hesitant to speak. Aunt Yun, is something the matter? Feng inquired, initially startled. He wondered if his sister-in-law had mentioned his indiscretion in observing her. However, upon observing her calm demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Xiao Feng, be cautious of Zhang Chang. He possesses a cunning nature, Su Wanyun advised gravely, recognizing that she had known Zhang Chang far longer than he had. Feng understood her warning was genuine and not an attempt at division. Rest assured, I am well aware of my boundaries, Feng replied, acknowledging that anyone who could so readily refer to a newcomer as brother likely harbored ulterior motives. Although he had not worked long in the city, he had often formed such bonds in his hometown, most of which were driven by ulterior motives, except for those with childhood friends. Well, as long as you are prudent, Su Wanyun conceded, recognizing that Feng was not naive. She had simply wished to offer a word of caution, as there was no real cause for concern. By the way, Aunt Yun, what did you discuss with my sister-in-law? Feng asked, curiosity piqued. He was keenly interested in the conversations that women shared. Why would a grown man be interested in such matters? Su Wanyun retorted, casting him an exasperated glance before departing, leaving Feng alone. Observing the now empty camp, he noted that Wu Yong and the others had discovered a pond upstream and were currently setting fish traps downstream. Meanwhile, Su Wanyun was foraging for wild vegetables along the riverbank. With little else to occupy his time, Feng ventured to the area where Wu Yu and her companions were crafting pottery. He was impressed by the various shapes of clay forms they had created, all small items like cups and little jars, and noted their superior craftsmanship compared to those in his previous camp. How did you manage this? Feng marveled at their skill, particularly given their lack of a potter's wheel. Su Chi, full of pride, demonstrated the technique. Using a small, egg-sized stone, She gently tapped the inner wall of a clay pot, her other hand providing support, while occasionally moistening the surface with water. As she continued, the pot became thinner and smoother, with the seams disappearing entirely, resulting in a comparably attractive pottery form, which she set aside to dry further. She then took another nearly dried pot and meticulously scraped its surface with a bone knife until it resembled modern craftsmanship. Feng finally grasped the essence of striving for excellence. The aesthetic quality they achieved rivaled that of ordinary ancient pottery. Impressive work. Please continue. I will prepare the clay kiln for you. If all goes well, we might be able to fire the pottery tomorrow, he encouraged, noting that many pieces were already sufficiently dried for firing. He believed they could gradually gain experience through smaller batches rather than attempting a large-scale production. After lunch, he summoned Wu Yong and Wei Dong to assist him in constructing the kiln. Together, they worked diligently to complete the task, and once finished, they gathered firewood and ignited the kiln, preparing for tomorrow's pottery firing. As the day drew to a close, it was Yu Feng's turn to keep watch that night. The group unanimously agreed that it was unreasonable for him, as the leader, to stand guard alone. They proposed that he should no longer be responsible for night watch. And after some consideration, Yu Feng agreed. With the night being relatively safe, the watch was more a precaution than a necessity. He had numerous matters to attend to, particularly the quest for materials for a strong bow, which would require further exploration of the woods, as he had already searched the nearby areas. He also contemplated seeking out the wild woman to inquire about her bow, as it was crafted from hardwood. Later that evening, it was not until midnight that Su Wanyun quietly entered Yu Feng's wooden cabin. He found it curious, despite their romantic relationship. It felt as though they were engaged in a clandestine affair. After an hour's drive, Su Wanyun enjoyed some soy milk. "Xiao Feng, can we take a couple of days off?" she asked, sensing a dull ache in her body. Yu Feng was puzzled. "What do you mean? What else could it be? Your brothers are all around, yet you remain absorbed in your books," she replied, her gaze drifting towards the window, clearly filled with unspoken grievances. Chapter 70. The black bear's clash with the giant python. In the early morning, Yu Feng and his companions continued their synchronized training. After completing their exercises and having a simple breakfast, Su Wanyun assisted Yu Feng in inspecting his backpack and weapons. She was aware that he intended to venture deeper into the island. Although Yu Feng claimed he was searching for materials to craft a bow, Su Wanyun harbored suspicions that he was deceiving her. From her previous experience accompanying him, it became evident that he had a specific destination in mind, and they had even encountered wild men. Consequently, with Yu Feng's renewed proposal to explore the depths of the island, she felt an unease about the unknown challenges that lay ahead. "Rest assured, Aunt Yun, if luck is on my side this time, I shan't venture too far," Yu Feng assured her with a wave as he made his way toward the riverbank, crossing the small stream and heading further into the island's interior. Although his intention was to gather timber, he also sought to gain a deeper understanding of the entire island. He had long suspected that the recent shipwreck was the result of a supernatural event, believing they were not merely stranded on a deserted isle. The uninhabited island they had encountered was not as vast as it appeared. Instead, they may have found themselves on a continental landmass or a large inhabited island. The region they occupied, shrouded in primordial forests by the sea, lacked any signs of modern human habitation. If they could traverse through the dense wilderness, it might be possible to connect with the outside world. However, this primordial forest was teeming with wild beasts, including tribes of wild men, making the journey through it a daunting task. Thus, it was imperative to thoroughly scout the area, which underscored his need to craft a robust bow. If each person possessed a bow and arrow, it would not be impossible for him and Su Wanyun to navigate through the wilderness. With this determination, Yu Feng diligently prodded the roadside underbrush with his spear, discovering numerous venomous snakes and insects along the way, which heightened his caution. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to use stones from his pocket to strike at wild chickens and rabbits he encountered. He realized that not only had his speed and reflexes improved, but his accuracy in throwing had significantly increased as well. The wild chickens, which were typically difficult to startle, fell prey to his precise aim. He managed to hit 3 out of 3 he encountered. However, rabbits posed a greater challenge. He spotted 5 or 6, but only succeeded in catching one, as the others darted away before he could act. This experience solidified Yu Feng's resolve to acquire a bow and arrow, for their range and precision would undoubtedly surpass his stone-throwing abilities. Along his path, he also encountered goats and wild boars. While he was unable to catch the goats, he set a trap using a spring mechanism powered by branches, a noose that would ensnare any animal that triggered it. The weight of the animal, however, must not exceed a certain limit. Upon seeing a wild boar that weighed nearly 300 pounds, Yu Feng wisely chose to steer clear. He had no desire to court danger. He noted that the wild boars here resembled those from his hometown rather than the South Asian variety, easily reaching weights of 200 to 300 pounds. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could take down such a beast single-handedly. It was better to construct a deep pit trap for such formidable creatures, though that required time and effort he did not have at present. Yu Feng pressed deeper into the wilderness, where he discovered two types of hardwood. One variety resembled camellia trees, boasting remarkable elasticity and, perhaps, an excessive hardness. Nevertheless, he felled 10 tree trunks, each the thickness of his wrist, tying them together and leaving them in place for future retrieval. Later, he came across a small grove of trees, each only a few meters high, with trunks no thicker than his wrist. Testing their hardness and elasticity, he found them suitable, though they were heavily overgrown with thorns. After considerable effort, he managed to chop down about 10 appropriate ones, leaving them behind as he continued into the depths. By noon, Yu Feng had not started a fire, but instead consumed the roasted jerky that Su Wanyun had prepared, making do with a simple meal before delving further into the wilderness. At this point, his intent was merely to explore the environment, carefully avoiding the tracks and droppings of large animals. Suddenly, a resounding roar reverberated through the air, causing his eardrums to ache. Startled, he questioned the nature of the beast that had produced such a thunderous sound. It resembled a bear, yet its volume was astonishing. Curiosity piqued. He cautiously approached the source of the noise, bending low and stepping lightly to minimize any sound. Despite his fear, he felt compelled to understand what was occurring. The sounds of crashing and splintering trees mingled with the continuous roars of the beast, sending his heart racing with unprecedented anxiety. What sort of creature could emit such a sound? The unknown was terrifying. Suddenly, Yu Feng's pupils dilated, his complexion drained of color, and his body instinctively crouched, his fingers whitening from clenching tightly. Before him lay a scene of devastation, with trees broken and strewn across the ground. Was this truly Earth? Holding his breath, he dared not make a sound, terrified of being discovered by the battling monsters. He endeavored to conceal himself behind a large tree, fixating his gaze on the unfolding struggle. Before him stood an enormous beast nearly 4 meters tall, its glossy black fur glistening in the light, resembling a colossal tower as it faced forward. Abruptly, a nearby tree was violently snapped, and a massive shadow streaked past, revealing a gargantuan python with dark red scales that shimmered ominously. Yu Feng was overwhelmed. This was beyond anything he had ever comprehended. As the bear was sent flying with a furious roar, Yu Feng finally discerned its true nature. It was indeed a bear, albeit one of immense size. Was there truly a bear of such proportions? And what that python? Suddenly, a triangular head the size of a basin emerged from the foliage, sending a chill through Yu Feng's veins. This was undeniably the head of a snake. Could there exist a python of such magnitude in this world? The bear, seemingly unfazed by being struck, charged once more at the giant python. The python flicked its crimson tongue as another shadow lunged toward the bear. Yu Feng had yet to fully see the entirety of the python, but he understood that he must leave immediately. Should he become entangled in this conflict, his life would surely be forfeit. These creatures were beyond the capabilities of mere humans. Even standing still, his spear would be ineffective against the python's armored scales. Carefully, Yu Feng began to retreat, his eyes fixated on the titanic beasts, fearful that they might notice his insignificant presence. After retreating over 100 meters, he finally turned and sprinted away, wishing for more legs to hasten his escape. Chapter 71. Bullied Yu Feng heard the faint roar of beasts behind him, realizing he had distanced himself significantly, yet the fear within him lingered. He was baffled by the presence of such colossal creatures in this place, and found himself compelled to reconsider his assumptions about the maritime disaster. Now engulfed in confusion, he pondered the possibility that if such beasts were prevalent deep within the island, traversing this primeval forest would be a daunting task for most. However, he soon recalled the existence of savages on the island, leading him to believe that these formidable creatures could not be numerous, for if they were, the savages would surely inhabit the outskirts. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured and resolved to exercise greater caution in future excursions into the island's depths. Feng chose not to linger any longer and retraced his steps. The journey back was swift, as he no longer needed to forge a path. He briefly checked the traps he had set. They remained untouched, and he paid them no further mind, bringing back the timber he had found along the way. Upon returning to the campsite, it was just past 5. As he entered, he was met with a group of individuals armed and on high alert, their expressions tense. Feng was taken aback. Had a disaster occurred? Were they under attack from beasts, other survivors, or perhaps the savages? However, upon seeing Feng, their faces illuminated with relief, and they lowered their weapons. Feng and Su Wanyun stepped forward, their eyes slightly red, as if they were about to rush into his embrace, but suddenly halted. Recalling the public nature of the gathering, Feng scanned the area and soon noticed 2 individuals bruised and battered sitting on a tree stump. Lu Qian and Xiao Yan, attended to by Lu Qian and Xiao Yan, who were applying warm cloths to their injuries. Feng approached, nearly bursting into laughter at their ridiculous appearances, but restrained himself, recognizing the gravity of their condition. "Boss, if you want to laugh, go ahead. We Haven Tea brought you shame," Wu Yong remarked. Noticing Feng's struggle to suppress his amusement, Feng felt a sharp pain in his waist as a small hand pinched him fiercely. "Look at how little Wu has ended up. You still find this amusing?" Su Wanyun chided lightly, casting a concerned glance at the injured. Feng sheepishly scratched his head. Wu Yong did resemble a pig's head, but considering their conditions, bruises and swelling, it was evident they had been in a scuffle. "Are you feeling any discomfort in your abdomen or pain while breathing?" Feng inquired, worried that they might have sustained internal injuries. "No," they both replied, alleviating Feng's concerns. "It's nothing serious, just superficial injuries. In a few days, the swelling will subside naturally, and applying these cloths is indeed effective." The group collectively sighed in relief. Despite the bruised appearance of Wu Yong and the others, their reassurances did little to quell the anxiety of the girls, who had never witnessed such violence. "What happened?" Feng prompted. "Boss, it's like this," Wei Dong began, looking slightly less injured. As he recounted the events, Feng pieced together the narrative. The pair had gone to retrieve fish traps and, thinking they had time, ventured further downstream in search of larger pools, as the river's flow was minimal. They had discovered a tributary and, curious, followed it until they stumbled upon a bamboo grove, a perfect material for crafting fish traps and baskets, far superior to rattan. While they were busy gathering bamboo shoots, a group of individuals emerged, claiming the grove as their own and forbidding them from taking the shoots. Indignant at their audacity, a heated argument ensued. Wu Yong and Wei Dong, believing that wise men do not engage in senseless conflict, decided to leave. But the other party insisted they leave behind the bamboo shoots they had already harvested. Naturally, a brawl erupted, though neither side fought to the death. It seemed the opposing group was not wholly ruthless. Feng sought to ascertain the size of the rival group to gauge their strength. There were 4 men and 2 women. Despite their numbers, the leader of the opposing group was left in worse shape than I was, Wu Yong stated, pride evident in his demeanor. Otherwise, you and T have sustained the worst injuries, Feng mused, deducing the likely outcome from Wu Yong's expression. "Brother Feng, let us go together and avenge Xiao Wu," Su Qiqi exclaimed, her indignation palpable. "Yes, Brother Feng, you must help my brother get his revenge," Wu Yu added, her eyes glistening with emotion. "All right, let us see what Xiao Feng says. We will follow his lead," Su Wanyun interjected, sensing the eagerness of her companions. She understood that after spending days together, they had come to view each other as family. When one was wronged, it was natural to seek retribution. Yet, she reminded them that without the constraints of law, Should their adversaries prove formidable, they would only find themselves at a greater disadvantage. Let us focus on preparing dinner first. Tomorrow, I will assess the situation. Revenge is certainly warranted. Brother Feng, will you be going alone again? Su Chi asked, concern etched on her face. Feeling increasingly powerless as it seemed Yu Feng always took the lead. Many of the girls shared her sentiment. Yu Feng scanned the group, chuckling, don't wear such expressions. In a few days, I will craft bows and arrows for everyone. With practice, none shall dare to bully you again. He understood their desire to prove their worth. But at present, engaging in conflict would only hinder their efforts. Boss, should we wait until we're better? We can join you, Wu Yong suggested. Likely motivated by a desire for vengeance, but also concerned for Yu Feng's safety, aware that the individuals they encountered might not represent the entirety of their adversaries. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Acting rashly now may embolden them. Given the distance, it wouldn't be hard for them to track us down. Surely you wouldn't want our camp to be targeted. Yu Feng's words awakened a sense of urgency among the group. Now is not the time for recklessness. If their adversaries believed their camp was an easy target, they might attack. The thought of their camp being surrounded, or worse, the girls being captured when they ventured out, was too dreadful to contemplate. Seeing the expressions of concern on their faces, Yu Feng recognized they understood his intentions. All right, let us focus on dinner for now. Everyone should rest early tonight. With the matter settled, Yu Feng handed over the wild chicken and rabbit he had caught to Su Wanyan, intending to treat the group to a special meal. The sight of the game invigorated the group, and as they busied themselves with preparations, only Yu Feng and two other men remained. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Yu Feng chuckled at the two expressions, which quickly turned to mock indignation. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Come, let us get to work on some tools first. Yu Feng gathered sturdy timber from the campsite and began instructing the two on how to create the bow and arrow slots. As he explained the specifics, they grasped the principles behind making the slots for bending the bow materials. They also needed to carve different angles for the wooden blocks to assist in shaping the materials. Though both were bruised, their hands and feet remained unscathed. Yu Feng guided them through the process, and they learned quickly, with only the finer details requiring time to perfect. Chapter 72. Revenge. Upon witnessing the two engaged in their tasks, Yu Feng sought out Wu Yu, who was busy with Su Chi, extinguishing the fire in the earthen kiln. So, how did the ceramic firing go today? Yu Feng inquired, genuinely curious about their progress. Brother Feng, what brings you here? We just started firing this afternoon. We will know the results tomorrow once it cools naturally, Wu Yu replied, her voice still timid, but a hint of joy illuminating her face. After all, it seemed Yu Feng had taken a keen interest in ceramics, frequently visiting whenever he had the time. Oh, it's nothing much. I was hoping you could assist me with a project, Yu Feng explained vaguely. He required a simple cylindrical object to facilitate the steaming and heating of wood for shaping purposes, approximately over a meter in length. Wu Yu's expression tightened, and she nervously responded, Brother Feng, that's too long. The kiln cannot accommodate it. Moreover, since we're handcrafting this, the larger it is, the more prone it is to cracking. She glanced at Yu Feng, apprehensive that he might take offense. Yu Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. What if we divide it into 4 parts? The bottom would serve as a pot, the middle would function like a steamer in 2 sections that can sit in the pot, and the top would be a lid. When in use, we can seal the joints with clay. Wu Yu agreed to this compromise, and Yu Feng, satisfied with her response, felt confident in the feasibility of his suggestion. Despite an increase in their dinner portions, the meal was prepared swiftly. After dining, with the evenings still young, the three resumed their work with the wood. The men's passion for archery was deeply ingrained. The women, observing this, expressed a desire to assist. After some contemplation, Yu Feng decided to teach them how to make glue. He retrieved the pigskin from 2 days prior, instructing them to meticulously grind both sides, ensuring no grease or hair remained. Once ground, they soaked it in water, cut it into small pieces, and simmered it in a pot. The prospect of simmering overnight startled the group, as it would be taxing for even the two assigned to watch over it, considering the continuous need to add water. Ultimately, Yu Feng resolved to oversee it during the first half of the night, allowing the night watch to take over later, providing him with some peace of mind. As the first pot of pigskin began to simmer, The hour had grown late, and the mold for the bow's body remained unfinished, leaving them with no choice but to continue the following day. Yu Feng advised everyone to rest while he tended to the glue. However, Su Chi insisted on staying, claiming she was already meant to keep watch. When Su Wanyin pulled her away, she wore a look of deep disappointment. Yu Feng could only offer a resigned smile, understanding her sentiments, yet recognizing there was little they could do. Continuing with his mold making, Yu Feng occasionally stoked the fire and stirred the pot of simmering pigskin, adding boiling water from adjacent pot as needed. Unbeknownst to him, the clock ticked towards 1 in the morning when Su Chi and Wu Yu, still drowsy, arrived to take over their shift. After briefing them on the necessary precautions, he returned to sleep, feeling reassured with their presence. Having spent the day traversing the forest, Yu Feng was utterly fatigued, collapsing into a deep slumber. When he awoke, daylight had broken, and many had already risen, curiously surrounding the pot of glue to observe its progress. Upon seeing Yu Feng approach, they quickly parted to make way. "Boss, hurry!" A sight of Wu Yong nearly made Yu Feng chuckle. Although the swelling had diminished significantly, bruises still marred their skin, an array of colors decorating their faces, including dark circles under their eyes. "Why the rush? It's only just finished simmering. It still needs to dry in the shade for several days," Yu Feng remarked. The group fell silent, astonished at the time-consuming nature of ancient craftsmanship. Yu Feng procured a ceramic jar, typically used for water, and fashioned a filter from an old shirt, carefully pouring the prepared liquid into the vessel. The remaining pigskin was set to continue simmering. No need to crowd around anymore. You've all witnessed the process. Once this glue cools and solidifies, we can cut it into smaller pieces. After it dries, anyone wishing to use it can simply take a small piece, add water to the ceramic pot, and heat it until it melts. If anyone has ideas for small tools requiring glue, feel free to get started. The group brightened at Yu Feng's words, realizing the potential for creating various tools with glue. "Haha, Brother Feng, I want to make a lantern. It's too dark in the wooden house at night." Su Chi exclaimed excitedly. Yu Feng regarded her quizzically. "A lantern? Do you have any paper?" Upon hearing his question, Su Chi's expression shifted to one of dismay, prompting laughter from the others as they contemplated practical tools to craft. After all, their quality of life was heavily reliant on the tools they possessed, and the current state of affairs meant that all tools were handcrafted. The introduction of any new tool would undoubtedly enhance their convenience. Yu Feng pondered further, realizing that Su Chi's idea of a lantern was not unattainable. Bamboo and wood could easily be processed into pulp for paper, albeit requiring time, a luxury they could not afford due to their limited productivity and scarcity of metal tools. This reminded Yu Feng of the first time he encountered the wild people, a scene reminiscent of a plane crash site, with remnants of metallic shells scattered about, valuable materials, albeit dangerous to retrieve. After filtering the first pot of glue, the group dispersed to their respective training and breakfast preparations. However, Wu Yong and Wei Dong volunteered to extend their training time. Observing the group's improved condition, Yu Feng noted that their physical endurance had significantly increased over the past few days of rigorous training and various tasks. Even the women could now run for several minutes continuously. Consequently, Yu Feng extended the training duration to an hour and a half. Following breakfast, Su Wanyin continued to fuss over Yu Feng's safety. "Boss, we want to go too. We'd like to gather some bamboo," she said, her eyes filled with anticipation, along with Wu Yong and Wei Dong, who had been eagerly awaiting their turn. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Feng agreed, "All right, bring the hand axe. If we're going to gather, let us bring back a substantial amount. Aunt Yin, please keep the gate secured until we return." Yu Feng recalled how many rural tools were crafted from bamboo, such as baskets and chairs, which were far more time-efficient than using wood. He even reminisced about the bamboo bows he had made as a child. Though lacking in power, they were quick to produce and served well for practicing aim. "Little Feng, we're all at the camp with nothing to do. Is there anything else we can assist with?" So Wan Yun Segistith, noting that Yu Feng had mentioned their proximity to potential threats, making it wise to remain vigilant. Yu Feng contemplated the situation, realizing there was indeed work to be done. The mulberry bark they had processed a few days prior could be fashioned into hemp rope. He explained the method to them, detailing the desired thickness, primarily for bowstrings and traps, emphasizing that it was not overly complex. The group quickly caught on. Yu Feng led Wu Yong and Wei Dong along the river, the path proving relatively easy to navigate. An hour later, they arrived at the so-called bamboo grove, and Yu Feng observed that it was quite expansive, stretching across a small hillside along the river, easily over 100 meters in length and width. The bamboo shoots within could provide sustenance for many, although lacking in nutritional value. As Yu Feng surveyed the area, he noticed the bamboo along the river was approximately 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter. He felt a stock for inspection. While suitable for weaving baskets, it was inadequate for bow making. Continuing his search, he suddenly spotted a variety resembling purple bamboo, about the thickness of an arm, and he recognized it as a type of purple bamboo. After taking a few cuts, he found its hardness comparable to that of the blue bamboo, causing a smile to involuntarily spread across his face. This sturdy bamboo would prove useful in many applications. Suddenly, a brash voice interrupted his thoughts. "How dare you come here? You're asking for trouble." Chapter 73. Cheng Shinro Yufeng's expression turned cold as he glanced at the speaker. He spotted two young men, around 24 or 25 years old, standing at the edge of the bamboo grove, not far away. One of them had yellow hair, with numerous bruises on his face and eyes filled with hatred as he approached. "Boss, it was this man who led the attack yesterday." Wu Yong and Wei Dong quickly ran to Yu Feng's side, indignation evident on their faces as they looked at the newcomers. Upon seeing their expressions and then turning to the yellow-haired man, Yu Feng thought to himself, "You dare to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. If you wish to fight, then by all means proceed." They had initially come seeking revenge, and although he had not intended to bring the two along to confront the enemy's camp, the opportunity for them to take action themselves was certainly more advantageous than if he were to engage directly. As the two heard Yu Feng's words, their faces lit up with excitement, and they charged forward. Having been outnumbered the day before, they were eager to retaliate against the two who now dared to act so arrogantly. The yellow-haired man, caught off guard, exclaimed, "Ah, you're seeking death," before he was met with a couple of kicks. "Run. There are too many of them. We need to find the boss." The young man following him froze at the sight of the altercation, then glanced at Yu Feng, turning to flee. After a few steps, he shouted back to warn the yellow-haired man. It was only then that the yellow-haired man realized the gravity of the situation, especially upon noticing Yu Feng brandishing a spear. Though he had not yet struck, he understood that a wise man does not seek trouble when the odds are against him. "You all wait. You'll regret this." He spat, making a hasty retreat while not daring to look back. Wu Yong and Wei Dong were eager to pursue, but Yu Feng halted them, saying, "All right, you two stay here and gather some bamboo. I'll assess the situation." With the enemies fleeing, it was clear they were returning to their main camp. Given the uncertainty of their numbers and the potential for danger, Yu Feng deemed it wiser to investigate alone. If they were indeed too numerous and unreasonable, he would need to bide his time and strategize. Conversely, if they were few and still arrogant, he would have to teach them a lesson. Regardless of the outcome, he saw no need to drag his companions into the fray. Wu Yong and Wei Dong understood that their presence at the enemy camp would likely hinder Yu Feng rather than help. Following the trail of their retreat, Yu Feng traveled over a mile until he came upon a secluded valley bustling with activity. It appeared the enemy camp had only recently relocated here, with many individuals collecting branches to construct a rudimentary fence. The makeshift shelters within the enclosure were hastily erected. It seemed that the survivors were beginning to venture deeper into the island, as the beach offered no water source. Even if coconuts were found, they could not sustain themselves on them for long. This trend suggested that the jungle would only become more crowded in the future. Reflecting on the thousands of individuals from the cruise ship, Yu Feng furrowed his brow. As of now, no one had surfaced in the sea. Thus, the likelihood of early fatalities appeared low. If these people were stranded on the island, countless groups would undoubtedly form. Initially, there might be hesitance, but once the realization set in that rescue was not forthcoming, conflict and strife would likely ensue. At that moment, Yu Feng noticed the previously busy group suddenly erupt into chaos, all rushing towards the fence. 6 individuals armed with wooden sticks emerged from the tumult. Yu Feng continued his advance towards the enemy camp, gradually approaching within mere dozens of meters. From this vantage point, he could discern the camp's situation. 6 individuals stood guard at the entrance, their expressions wary and questioning, as if searching for something, finding their demeanor amusing. Yu Feng surmised they likely believed he would not approach without a considerable entourage, adopting a defensive posture. Women hid in various corners of the enclosure, trembling slightly at the sight of the unfolding events. After a cursory scan of the camp, Yu Feng's gaze settled on the group at the entrance. Among them, he recognized the 2 individuals he had encountered in the bamboo grove. However, what captured his attention was a woman in her mid-20s standing at the forefront. She possessed exquisite features, with elegant eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, a high and delicate nose, and a petite mouth. Her skin was as fine as jade, and her tall stature, at least 7 meters, was strikingly similar to Li Qingyan's. Her lower attire of tight-fitting pants accentuated her curvaceous figure, though it was distinct from the mature allure of Gu Shuyu. The high-waisted tank top she wore emphasized her ample bosom, highlighting a slender waist devoid of any excess flesh. Unable to resist, Yu Feng stole a few more glances. "What is going on? Why is there only one of you?" the woman asked, her brow furrowing as she directed her cold voice at the yellow-haired man beside her. We encountered them in the bamboo grove. There were 3 of them, and they attacked us without warning. I don't know how it ended up with just him following," the yellow-haired man stammered, avoiding her gaze. Yet the woman's expression remained dark as she fixed her intense gaze on him. "Are you sure?" The yellow-haired man instinctively retreated a step, lowering his head, stuttering, I. Yu Feng found humor in the yellow-haired man's flustered demeanor, marveling at how he had reversed the truth. However, he was more intrigued by the woman's identity. Her physique suggested rigorous training, hinting at possible martial prowess, while physical training could compensate for the innate strength disparity between genders. It would take exceptional skill to truly subdue a man. Such capability typically belonged to those from the military or special security backgrounds. If she indeed belonged to this category, Yu Feng would need to exercise caution, as such individuals often resorted to lethal measures. He resolved to approach the situation diplomatically. Before he could speak, she addressed him. "Little brother, what brings you here alone to visit your sister?" Her tone was soft, laced with an alluring charm as she scrutinized him with curiosity. She clearly recognized the falsehoods of her companions, but could not fathom why Yu Feng would come alone. Instinctively, he thought of his sister-in-law, Gu Shuyu, feeling a rush of warmth, but quickly reminded himself that he was not there to admire beauty. Fixing his gaze on the woman before him, he considered her to be far from innocent. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the person, and don't think I want to fight a woman," Yu Feng asserted, his voice low and firm. He intended to avoid unnecessary entanglements with someone like her, fearing he might lose his composure. "Little brother, you must provide an explanation," Cheng Shinro replied, a hint of challenge in her voice. "Otherwise, I might not be so gracious. You and your companions assaulted my people yesterday. Do you really think this can be settled with mere words?" Cheng Shinro shot a sharp glance at the yellow-haired man, her voice low and filled with anger, before quickly returning her attention to Yu Feng, her demeanor shifting back to a flirtatious tone. "Little brother, I suggest you have your friend apologize on my behalf, and we can consider this a misunderstanding. I am Cheng Shinro. May I know your name?" With an air of feigned regret, she spoke softly, as if to downplay the incident. Yu Feng frowned, realizing that dealing with her would not be straightforward. "Damn it, a simple apology won't suffice. You must either return the person or provide compensation," he insisted, gesturing toward a smoking rack in the camp where several wild chickens and a few fish lay. "Or I'll take matters into my own hands, but I advise you not to blame me for any injuries that may occur." His tone grew increasingly grave as he surveyed the group. "You're courting death. You dare to come here alone and act so brazenly?" A man beside Cheng Shinro retorted, having reached the limits of his patience. They had been seething with rage after Yu Feng's demands, and seeing only him before them, their fear dissipated. Cheng Shinro, though aware that her camp might be in the wrong, could not afford to relinquish their food supplies. With her subordinates speaking out, she tacitly agreed with their stance, having yet to perceive Yu Feng's unique qualities. They assumed he was merely a naive youth. "Looks like you've chosen to have me act," Yu Feng sneered. It was unrealistic to expect to intimidate a group with just words. He needed to demonstrate his strength. Perhaps this display would persuade them to relent. Casting one last glance at the striking woman, he thought, bringing her home wouldn't be a bad idea. With that thought, he decided against holding back, charging directly at the beautiful figure before him. Chapter 74. Do you want to support me? Yu Feng was acutely aware that the two camps were situated too closely for comfort. Even if he could not subdue the other side, instilling fear was imperative. The notion of compensation was merely a pretext. Currently, he observed over a dozen women within the camp, while the number of men was significantly fewer, with possibly more lurking outside. There were at least 20 individuals present, yet the meager provisions available seemed barely sufficient for a single meal for this group. Yu Feng surmised that their living conditions were quite dire, making the possibility of their surrender plausible. Thus, he chose to strike, albeit not lethally. The opposing group was taken aback by Yu Feng's boldness. They had not anticipated that he would dare to act alone. As they rallied, brandishing wooden clubs to assault him, Yu Feng moved like a shadow, swiftly closing the distance. He thrust his spear against one of them, who emitted a pained cry and collapsed, clutching his chest in agony and unable to rise for quite some time. This was the result of Yu Feng's deliberate choice to turn the spear's point away. Otherwise, with his current strength, the outcome would have been a fatal wound. The group was shocked by Yu Feng's ferocity, having incapacitated one of their own so swiftly. As they attempted to swarm him, Yu Feng remained close to Cheng Xinro, who, now fully aware of his capabilities, ceased to underestimate him. It quickly became evident that Yu Feng was a martial artist, which explained his audacity. Cheng Xinro, no longer holding back, abandoned her wooden club and engaged him with her fists and feet. Yu Feng, leveraging his reflexes, countered with evasive maneuvers and swift strikes. With a single-handed swing of his spear, he sent another assailant flying, which only deepened the fear in the eyes of the remaining group. Yet, Yu Feng furrowed his brow, having gauged Cheng Xinro's skill level. While she was proficient enough to handle ordinary individuals, her strength was comparable to that of an average man. Her martial style leaned towards softer techniques, which would falter against a group of men. It dawned on him that she was likely not the strongest warrior in the camp. After dispatching another opponent with a kick, Yu Feng resolved to subdue Cheng Xinro first. When she launched a high kick towards him, he chose not to evade, instead catching her leg and leaning in to shoulder check her. The impact left Cheng Xinro breathless, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she felt her form nearly crumple. "Little rogue," she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her voice. Seizing the moment, she attempted a leg sweep aimed at his neck. Yu Feng chuckled inwardly, recognizing her attempt as both audacious and impractical, given her lack of leverage. He easily deflected her attack and stepped forward, ready to counter with an elbow strike. Cheng Xinro's face paled as she recalled the pain from their earlier clash. Realizing the intensity of their confrontation, Yu Feng shifted from aggression to embrace, pulling her close and colliding their chests together. Cheng Xinro, overwhelmed with indignation, felt his every move targeting her vulnerability. Though the force of their contact was less painful than before, the humiliation was acute. "Perverted rogue," she fumed, entirely flustered, bound tightly in his grasp. Her legs entwined with his, their position was undeniably intimate. With limited movement, Cheng Xinro's attempts to strike were akin to mere tickles against Yu Feng's back. In response, he delivered a sharp slap to her rounded form, causing ripples to spread across her skin. "Behave," he commanded softly, evading another attack by pivoting and sending the attacker sprawling 2 meters away. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet as the remaining unscathed individual retreated, trembling with a wooden club, clearly disinclined to engage further. "What do you intend to do?" Cheng Xinro understood that her group had crossed a formidable line. Yet she discerned that Yu Feng had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. "Did I not mention compensation? If you refuse to provide it, I shall take matters into my own hands. No one is stopping me now, are they?" Yu Feng leaned closer, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, whispering conspiratorially in her ear, creating an impression akin to lovers sharing sweet nothings. You. Cheng Xinro's resolve wavered as she lamented their plight. "We have no food left. What shall we do if you take it all?" Tears welled in her eyes as she felt the weight of her responsibilities. Yu Feng, perplexed, wondered how the situation had escalated to tears. How did it come to this? He mused. You seem capable of bullying others. Surely you cannot be in such dire straits. Cheng Xinro, stripped of her earlier assertiveness, resembled a scorned spouse. Was it not you who struck first? How did this become my fault? Moreover, how could you be so inept that you gathered so little food? Perhaps your laziness is to blame. I shall not take your food. I merely seek other supplies, clothing, shoes, and essentials. Yu Feng, feeling a twinge of guilt for their plight, decided against further demands for food, opting instead for other resources. Upon hearing his request, Cheng Xinro's demeanor shifted, her tears subsiding as a spark ignited in her eyes. Well then, I happen to have plenty of clothing, she remarked, regaining her composure and adopting a commanding tone. Release me then. What if you're simply trying to deceive me? Yu Feng countered, wary of her intentions. Considering your current situation, why not join me instead? Yu Feng surveyed the camp once more, noting the weariness etched on their faces. Ah, I see you have taken a liking to me. Do you wish to support me? Cheng Xinro's expression hardened, instinctively believing Yu Feng was captivated by her beauty, her tone growing increasingly frosty. Yu Feng was left speechless by her rapid change in demeanor. Boy, you're asking for trouble, a thunderous voice boomed, snapping his attention. He turned to see a giant rushing towards him, fury etched across his features. Surely, he cannot be your partner? Chapter 75. Sparring. Yu Feng now found himself in a bit of a quandary. Embracing another man's woman like this was undoubtedly a recipe for animosity. If he released her now, he would have no hostage, and, being unaware of the other party's circumstances, he would be at a disadvantage alone. Coming to this realization, Yu Feng ceased his inner turmoil. He glanced down at Cheng Xinro, curious to witness her reaction upon seeing her man return. However, she merely exhibited a slight tension. Yu Feng wondered, did she not find anything amiss in his hold on her? Your man has returned. Are you perhaps reconsidering, unwilling to offer compensation? He teased with a mischievous grin. Little brother, could you please let my sister down? I assure you, compensation will be provided. Cheng Xinro, feeling embarrassed, urged him. Despite her usual boldness, the presence of so many onlookers made her predicament painfully awkward, being held in such a manner by a younger man. At that moment, Yu Feng noticed the imposing giant had approached. Yet, upon seeing Yu Feng with Cheng Xinro, he did not immediately act, but scrutinized the pair with a strange look. Sis, what's going on here? Is this your little man? He inquired, leaving Yu Feng momentarily speechless. What kind of mindset was this? Calling her sis? Perhaps they enjoyed this dynamic, which explained why this woman liked to refer to him as her little brother. Yet, he did not seem particularly angry. One would expect him to lash out given the situation. How, what are you babbling about? Can't you see I've been captured? Quickly fetch the suitcase with the clothes from the camp and compensate him. Cheng Xinro, upon hearing the giant's words, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Why should I? Kid, if you don't want to die, you'd better let my sister go. Otherwise, my fist won't discriminate. The giant threatened, raising his fist ominously. Yu Feng's heart raced. While the giant appeared only slightly older than himself, his towering height of nearly 2 meters and his muscular build suggested he was a formidable opponent. Listen, it's your people who struck first and assaulted mine. I came here seeking compensation. Hand it over quietly, or your woman will be the one to suffer, Yu Feng retorted, audaciously delivering a sharp slap on Cheng Xinro's rounded cheek, the sound echoing throughout the tense atmosphere. The sudden noise drew the collective gaze of the crowd, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. Perverse rogue, Cheng Xinro exclaimed, her face now a deep crimson, burying her head in Yu Feng's embrace out of sheer embarrassment. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would happen, she would have negotiated properly. Now she was a captive, being held by this younger man in such a public manner, and receiving a slap on her behind. How would she face anyone in the future? The giant, witnessing Yu Feng's boldness, did not react with anger, but instead exhibited a glimmer of admiration. He quietly inquired of those nearby. Although they spoke softly, Yu Feng caught their words clearly. This time, Huang Mao and his cohorts did not fabricate lies, honestly recounting the events. The giant's face flickered with anger, and he swiftly dealt out slaps to Huang Mao and two others standing nearby, who could only lower their heads in shame. Yu Feng nodded inwardly. This was the authoritative demeanor expected of a leader. "My brother, I am Chung Hao. May I know your name? We acknowledge our wrongdoing and are willing to compensate." The giant greeted Yu Feng with a respectful fist salute. He then whispered to a companion, who hurried into the camp. Yu Feng, still holding Chung Shinro, could not return the gesture but nodded and introduced himself, though he felt puzzled. Chung Hao, Chung Shinro, could they truly be siblings? It made sense why she had not reacted angrily to his advances. She seemed merely shy now. At that moment, the person who had rushed into the camp emerged carrying a suitcase, placing it in front of Yu Feng and opening it. It brimmed with clothing, both men's and women's. Yu Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared they had procured a substantial amount of supplies. The assortment of garments ranged from affordable to high-end, and from trendy to more mature styles, clearly belonging to different individuals, all packed together after being found. Yu Feng was not picky. Having clothes to change into was a blessing. "Good, our matter is settled," he declared, preparing to retrieve the suitcase. "My brother, you really ought to let my sister down," Chung Hao remarked, eyeing Chung Shinro's demeanor with a hint of amusement. "If you wish to hold her, do it properly. Just make sure to bring this tigress back home." Though his words were softly spoken, Yu Feng heard them distinctly, causing an awkward moment. He hastily released Chung Shinro, pondering whether this woman was perhaps undesirable, rejected by her younger brother. Would he be blamed for taking liberties? After placing her down, Yu Feng averted his gaze from the still-dazed Chung Shinro and grasped the suitcase, eager to distance himself from the scene. "Wait, brother. I see you're also a practitioner of martial arts. I would like to spar with you, if you would indulge me," Chung Hao proposed. Yu Feng was taken aback, initially thinking the giant was about to retract his words, but upon realizing he simply wished to spar, he furrowed his brow. Seeing the earnestness in Chung Hao's eyes, he surmised that this was both a chance to spar and a potential effort to elevate his status within the camp. Yu Feng smirked inwardly. This giant, though appearing simple, was far from naive. "All right, I've been itching for a good match. But be warned, my strikes may not be gentle." Eager to test the giant's strength while simultaneously curbing his bravado, Yu Feng stepped forward. Chung Hao, filled with excitement, moved to a nearby open area, assuming a stance. Yu Feng set the suitcase down and stood ready, his spear firmly planted in the ground. The two gradually closed the distance between them, their gazes locked in an intense exchange as an invisible tension crackled in the air. The onlookers held their breath, eyes glued to the impending clash. "Both of you, be cautious. Just a friendly match. Don't hurt each other," Chung Shinro warned, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothing, betraying her anxiety. The crowd, initially tense, exchanged bewildered glances at her words, scrutinizing the dynamic between her and Yu Feng. Chapter 76. The Bamboo Bao. Chung Shinro felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as she realized how her earlier concern for Yu Feng might have been misinterpreted. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Meanwhile, the two combatants were oblivious to their surroundings, their focus solely on each other. Chung Hao, filled with uncertainty, recognized that Yu Feng's ability to capture his equally skilled sister amidst the siege of their camp indicated formidable strength. Observing Yu Feng's imposing demeanor, he knew he was facing a true expert. As the distance between them closed, Chung Hao took the initiative, leaping forward with a straight punch, utilizing the force of his own momentum to strike directly at Yu Feng's face. His approach was straightforward. No flamboyant maneuvers, no tentative probing. He aimed to seize the upper hand immediately. However, Yu Feng assessed the attack with a critical eye. While the force was commendable, the speed was average. With a slight shift of his upper body, Yu Feng executed a side kick, sending Chung Hao staggering backward, completely taken aback by Yu Feng's rapid reflexes and considerable strength. Regaining his composure, Chung Hao closed in again, throwing another punch. This time, Yu Feng did not evade. Instead, he raised his arm to block, choosing not to retaliate. As Chung Hao continued his relentless assault, Yu Feng merely defended himself. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, displayed excitement. But Chung Shinro's expression was grave, her concern for the two fighters evident. In the heat of the moment, Chung Hao noticed a mischievous smile creeping onto Yu Feng's lips. causing his heart to race with apprehension. He understood that while he seemed to have the upper hand, it was merely an illusion created by Yu Feng's initial restraint. Realizing that his attacks had failed to inflict any real damage and only left his arms aching, he braced himself for what was to come. True to his instincts, Yu Feng retaliated, raising his hand to block an incoming strike. The impact echoed as he successfully parried Cheng Hao's punch, leading to a momentary sigh of relief from Cheng Hao. Yet before he could process it, he was struck squarely in the face, the speed of Yu Feng's attack leaving him astonished. Another blow followed swiftly, and panic gripped Cheng Hao as he instinctively covered his head with his arms. Repeatedly caught off guard, he found himself reeling, stars dancing in his vision as Yu Feng delivered a final kick, propelling Cheng Hao several meters away. As Cheng Hao knelt on the ground, still dazed, Yu Feng couldn't suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. He turned to the astonished Cheng Shinro and said, "Beauty, I'm leaving now. My words hold true. If you wish to join me, you know where to find me." With that, he hoisted his suitcase and walked away without looking back. It was only after he had gone some distance that gasps of disbelief erupted behind him. "Cheng Hao, are you all right, boss?" Yu Feng chuckled to himself upon hearing their concern. It seemed likely that Cheng Hao would end up resembling a swollen pig's head. Much like Wu Yong, even if the adversaries practiced hard qigong, Yu Feng found it odd that the siblings had such disparate training. One in judo, the other in resilience, lacking a more balanced approach. Through his earlier encounters, Yu Feng had perceived Cheng Hao's considerable strength, yet his attacks, mobility, and reactions were noticeably sluggish, rendering him vulnerable in Yu Feng's eyes. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, Yu Feng's companions were taken aback, questioning whether he had just seized their camp. After all, he was alone, and it was improbable that the opposing camp had a small number of members. They were not without reason. This was merely a form of compensation, a way to move past the incident. Sensing their astonishment, Yu Feng quickly clarified, "I managed it." Wu Yong, knowing full well that matters were seldom simple, inquired further, "How did you pull that off?" After Yu Feng recounted his experience, Wu Yong's face lit up with admiration. "You are truly impressive, boss." Wei Dong also expressed his gratitude, understanding the risks Yu Feng took to avenge them. "All right, let us get the bamboo back. Everyone is waiting at the camp," Yu Feng urged. The duo had already gathered a substantial amount of bamboo, utilizing their hand axes effectively. They had managed to cut down dozens of bamboo stalks, trimming the branches and bundling over 10 of the tips into 3 stacks. They pulled the bundles along the riverbank towards the camp. Although this method was less laborious, they were still moving against the current, taking over an hour to return. Upon their safe arrival, the camp door swung wide open, revealing the astonished faces of their companions at the sight of Yu Feng carrying the suitcase. He explained the situation once more. "Xiao Feng, isn't this a bit unfair to them?" Su Wanyan remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for their adversaries given their meager provisions. Yet, she was also grateful to be accompanying Yu Feng. "Heh, Aunt Yin, I didn't take any of their food," Yu Feng replied. "They likely have plenty of clothing." He was certainly aware that the group had endured hardships, and although their leader appeared reasonable, the initial aggression warranted a response. He feared that if they were perceived as weak, it might embolden them further. As the group divided the clothing from a suitcase, the men received 4 outfits, which Wu Yong and Wei Dong each claimed. Accustomed to going shirtless, they felt little discomfort. The women, however, were overjoyed, while they had previously received a set of clothes. Those had been insufficient and uncomfortable, merely a temporary fix. Now, they finally had proper garments to wear, much to their delight. Yu Feng left the distribution to Su Wanyan, knowing she would manage it well. Lunchtime approached, and preparations began. The remaining members were eager to utilize the bamboo they had brought back, recognizing it as excellent material for crafting. Wu Yong and Wei Dong focused on constructing fish traps, as their previous attempt with reed traps had proven ineffective. Small fish and shrimp slipped through the gaps. Their catch had amounted to only a few pounds, hardly enough for a meal. While the camp was currently well stocked with food, sustaining their future needs required careful planning. Given the abundance of small fish and shrimp in the river, creating more intricate bamboo traps became imperative. Meanwhile, the women found the reed baskets unattractive, reminiscing about the exquisite bamboo crafts they had once used. Now that they had bamboo at their disposal, They were eager to create something aesthetically pleasing. Everyone enjoyed utilizing their spare time to craft small tools, and Yu Feng had no objections. Should they run out of bamboo, they could always gather more. Thus, Yu Feng commenced the creation of a simple bamboo bow. He refrained from crafting a recurve bow, opting instead to heat the material to shape it, using small wooden pieces for the handle, binding them with fine string at the center of the bamboo. After a brief period of adjustment and polishing, he completed the bow. Due to the moisture of the material, it had minimal elasticity, so he placed it on the smoking rack to expedite the drying process. Chapter 77. Riverside Scenery During Lunch. Yu Feng finally made use of the ceramic pottery crafted by Wu Yu. Though devoid of exquisite patterns and a lustrous glaze, it was nearly akin to what he typically used. He chuckled. Xiao Yu, Chi, you did well. Yu Feng felt as if he had transcended the primitive state of existence, showering both girls with praise. Hearing his compliments, Wu Yu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, taking small bites of her meal. The others, witnessing this, exchanged knowing smiles, aware of Wu Yu's shy nature and her tendency to be reticent. Brother Feng, is there any reward for this? Su Chi, with a completely different demeanor, immediately inquired about a reward. What do you wish for? I can provide anything you desire. Faced with a mischievous Su Chi, Yu Feng could only smile wryly. He cherished this little sister, and with his relationship with Su Wanyun now deepening, he felt even more protective. I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know once I do, he replied. Su Chi tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before a sly smile crept across her face. Yu Feng paused, sensing mischief brewing in her mind. All right, let me know when you've decided, he said, shaking his head helplessly. He then gently turned to Wu Yu, who was still focused on her meal. Xiao Yu, what reward would you like? I don't want any reward, Wu Yu stammered, her face reddening as she caught Yu Feng's gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, her shyness overwhelming her. Fine, I'll save it for you. Just like Chi. Let me know when you've decided, he said, his expression filled with affection. Such a neighborly little sister made Yu Feng feel an urge to cradle her in his arms, naturally treating her with kindness. Once everyone finished their lunch, Yu Yong and Wei Dong headed to collect the fish traps, while Su Wanyin took several girls to forage for wild vegetables by the riverbank. Yu Feng remained at the campsite, continuing his work on bamboo bows. By the afternoon, he crafted 5 more, all placed on the smoking rack, estimating that they would be ready for practice in 2 to 3 days. They could also be used to hunt small animals. Dinner was again served early. Yu Feng noticed Su Wanyun and Li Yumei whispering to each other before they soon emerged with a bamboo basket containing clothes and shower gel. Aunt Yun, where are you going? Yu Feng asked, his surprise evident, although a subtle smile graced his lips upon closer inspection. We're gonna bathe, Su Wanyun replied, a hint of confusion in her voice, uncertain of Yu Feng's intentions. Ever since discovering the good bathing spot upstream, the camp had grown accustomed to bathing in pairs. Yu Feng was aware that the two had bathed together before, and the thought of them in that situation ignited a warmth within him. His face flushed. After a day of working with bamboo, I feel all prickly. Perfect timing for a bath, Yu Feng remarked as he followed them. Su Wanyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, instinctively glancing at Li Yumei, who also had a rosy hue on her cheeks and kept her head down, focused on walking ahead. Since Li Yumei had no objections, Su Wanyun felt hesitant to voice her concerns. After all, the bathing area was surrounded by large rocks, allowing for privacy. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Feng had something mischievous in mind. She shot him a disapproving glance, while Yu Feng, grinning mischievously, trailed behind, his gaze drifting to the 2 figures ahead, subtly comparing their curves. Li Yumei's youthful allure versus Su Wanyun's mature voluptuousness. Yu Feng felt himself becoming more audacious on the island. Previously, he had been fixated solely on Aunt Yun, but since Li Yumei hinted at her renewed self, his thoughts often wandered back to that night by the sea, where both Su Wanyun and Li Yumei had inadvertently revealed their charms. He found himself daydreaming about reliving that moment. Li Yumei, perhaps due to what was said that night, had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him lately, leaving him with an insatiable itch. Xiao Feng, you stay here. Mei Mei and I will go a little further, Su Wanyun instructed. pointing to a pair of large rocks ahead. Her face flushed as she pulled Li Yumei along. Along the way, she could feel Yu Feng's intense gaze on her, igniting a warmth within her body. But with Li Yumei present, she could only entertain these thoughts silently. "Be careful. If anything happens, call me," Yu Feng said with a teasing smile, watching the two graceful figures disappear behind the rocks. Hearing the rustling of clothes being removed sent his heart racing, akin to a little cat scratching at him, causing him to feel unusually restless. Without further ado, he jumped into the water, washing his clothes while trying to quell the heat rising within him. After a moment of contemplation, he swam towards the center of the pool, finally catching a glimpse of the scene behind the rocks, which left him momentarily dazzled. He swam back, placing his clothes on the shore, and then dove beneath the surface, gradually approaching the edge of the rocks. Just as he turned the corner, he caught a blurry glimpse of two long, snow-white legs. Slowly, he surfaced, hiding behind Su Wanyun, who was equally tense. Upon entering the water, she instinctively approached the rock's edge, confirming that Yu Feng had indeed come. Feeling the wandering hand, Su Wanyun stifled a gasp, glancing at Li Yumei, who was still lost in her thoughts, washing her clothes unperturbed. Only then did Su Wanyun breathe a sigh of relief, though an unusual sensation coursed through her. Time passed, and she shuddered, sensing Yu Feng's departure, nearly collapsing into the water, but managing to steady herself against the rock. Yu Feng returned to his side, gradually calming his racing heart before donning his clothes. "Aunt Yun, are you done yet?" he called out. "We're coming. Just a moment," Su Wanyun replied, finally appearing with Li Yumei, both of their faces still flushed. A smirk involuntarily formed on Yu Feng's lips. While Su Wanyun had not noticed anything amiss, he had clearly caught Li Yumei's occasional furtive glances. Upon returning to the campsite, everyone had retreated to their cabins except for the night watch. Yu Feng lay on the wolf fur in his cabin, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Su Wanyun. After some time, she finally made her way in. "Aunt Yun, perhaps we should discuss this with Chi. Sneaking around isn't ideal," Yu Feng suggested softly, his words dripping with affection. "I fear Chi may not accept it right away." "Give me some time to gauge her feelings," Su Wanyun replied, fully understanding Yu Feng's sentiments. Each time they were together, it felt incomplete, and she subtly worried that Yu Feng's energy was overwhelming for her. The two embraced tightly, but suddenly, Yu Feng's expression grew tense as he instinctively glanced towards the door. "Who is it? Could it be Su Chi has discovered us?" Chapter 78. Cheng Shinro's defense crumbles. Yu Feng pondered to himself. Could it be such a coincidence? Gradually, he noticed that the person at the door was clearly hesitating whether to enter. Suddenly, Yu Feng realized who it was, recalling the furtive glances cast at the pond earlier that day. A mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he pulled Su Wanyun along, beginning to inspect the vehicle. Su Wanyun appeared somewhat frightened. They had only been driving for an hour. How could they have returned so soon? If this continued, she would not be able to endure it. Nevertheless, she was still led into the car by Yu Feng, the individual at the entrance. Upon hearing the commotion from the wooden cabin, did not leave. Yu Feng's smile widened as he fantasized about bringing Li Yumei along as well. After some time had passed, he sensed that the person at the door had departed. At that moment, Su Wanyun had succumbed to motion sickness, and Yu Feng held her gently as she drifted into slumber. When Yu Feng awoke the next morning, Su Wanyun's figure was already absent. During the morning training, Su Wanyun concocted an excuse, claiming she was responsible for preparing breakfast. Observing her slightly awkward gait, Yu Feng seized the opportunity to express his concern. "Aunt Yun, are you all right?" Su Wanyun shot him an exasperated glare, a mix of anger and embarrassment in her eyes. "You little rascal, isn't this all you're doing?" With that, she gave his waist a sharp tug. "Well, you seem to enjoy it." Yu Feng chuckled lightly before darting away. Su Wanyun, infuriated, stomped her foot in frustration. After breakfast, someone inquired, "Boss, what are we doing today? Should we set traps in the woods?" Wu Yang's face was filled with anticipation. Given the limited resources in the river, they could only check the fish traps once a day, leaving them with little to occupy their time. Hunting was not their forte, yet Yu Feng had previously mentioned he would teach them. "Today, we will gather some bamboo to make chairs and look for thinner bamboo for arrows. Once we have that sorted, we can take our bows and arrows for hunting, allowing you all to practice archery early on," Yu Feng declared. He was particularly eager to craft bows, even if they were merely 30-pound bamboo bows. Hunting in the woods was far superior to using stones. The sooner they had bows and arrows, the more intimidating the female members of the camp would become. Everyone's eyes brightened at Yu Feng's words. They had witnessed him crafting several bows the previous day. Who wouldn't appreciate an additional life-saving skill? Yu Feng decided to take Wu Yong and Wei Dong along, while the other girls, except for Su Qiqi and Wu Yu, would continue to fire pottery. They only needed to collect wild vegetables nearby for planting, without concern for their safety. Over the past few days, Yu Feng and his group had learned that the local wildlife had been nearly depleted by the previous group of people. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, Yu Feng explained the requirements for making arrow shafts to the two. However, he furrowed his brow. The proportion of suitable bamboo for arrow shafts in the entire grove was not high, given that they would all practice archery together later. The consumption of arrows would be significant. Although thin twigs could serve as arrow shafts, they would be far more complicated to work with. With a sense of resignation, Yu Feng decided to take things one step at a time. Hey, you all are here too? Just as Yu Feng and his companions were searching for thin bamboo, a slightly surprised female voice echoed. What brings you here? Yu Feng spotted Cheng Xinro at the edge of the bamboo grove, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women. However, upon seeing Yu Feng and his group, they appeared somewhat nervous. Yu Feng's gaze lingered on Cheng Xinro's chest for a moment before instinctively shifting to her alluring figure. Yet, facing Yu Feng, she was oblivious to his gaze, although his eyes remained fixated on her long legs, clad in fitted leggings which accentuated her curves. You little brat, what are you staring at? Cheng Xinro noticed Yu Feng's invasive gaze and instantly recalled their encounter yesterday, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Who told you to look so beautiful? What's the harm in a glance? You won't lose any flesh over it, Yu Feng replied nonchalantly, then continued to stare at her prominent features for a while longer. Cheng Xinro, left speechless, seethed with indignation. Yu Feng's words rendered her momentarily at a loss for a retort. Unable to overpower him in a fight or outwit him in conversation, she felt her pride falter. Frustrated, Cheng Xinro stamped her foot and ignored Yu Feng, leading her group to dig up bamboo shoots in the grove. Amused by Cheng Xinro's sulking demeanor, Yu Feng approached her once more. Does it still hurt? Would you like me to massage it? Look, it's all swollen. Why not rest a bit longer instead of coming out here? Yu Feng shamelessly trailed alongside her, feigning concern, while his gaze repeatedly fell upon the area he had previously struck. Yu Feng realized that to deal with such a brazen woman, one had to be even bolder. He noticed Cheng Xinro's body tremble with irritation, and inside, he reveled in his triumph. Let us see if you dare to call me little again. You little scoundrel. What on earth do you want? Cheng Xinro's defenses crumbled. She had noticed Yu Feng's lewdness during their fight, but she had not anticipated his equally crude remarks. Her usual commanding presence felt ineffective before him. I'm merely concerned for you. After all, these injuries are my doing. I wouldn't want you to suffer any lasting effects. Yu Feng said, his expression one of genuine concern, though Cheng Xinro was unable to discern whether it was sincere or feigned. Why didn't you show any tenderness when you were striking me? Cheng Xinro retorted coldly, deciding not to engage with Yu Feng any further. However, he continued to hover around her like an incessant fly, prompting curious glances from those present. Cheng Xinro's companion speculated, is the big sister really trying to pursue romance? Meanwhile, Wu Yong leaned closer to Wei Dong and asked quietly, was the boss always this shameless? Throughout his time with Yu Feng, he had never witnessed him flirt with any woman. He even began to suspect that the suitcase he had received yesterday was a result of Yu Feng's relentless teasing. Well, the boss never flirted with women before. She kept him on a short leash, Wei Dong replied, equally bewildered by Yu Feng's behavior, which starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Yu Feng paid little heed to their thoughts. He finally understood why his sister-in-law had enjoyed teasing him so much. The thrill of teasing others was indeed delightful. In the camp, he had always held Su Wanyun in high regard, and even though their relationship had progressed, it remained unspoken. Yu Feng could only flirt discreetly. As for Su Qiqi and Wu Yu, he regarded them as little sisters. With the arrival of someone from another camp, he felt liberated as if the pressures of recent times had dissipated significantly, leaving him in high spirits. Big sister, how good and the others have found something great. They need you to bring people for support. Just as Feng was humming a cheerful tune, feeling quite pleased with himself, the yellow-haired boy he had fought yesterday hurried over in a panic. Chapter 79, I am concerned about your sister. What is going on? Cheng Shinro's expression tightened as she spoke sharply. At that moment, Huang Mao also noticed Feng beside Cheng Shinro and instinctively took a step back. His words caught in his throat. Cheng Shinro glanced at Feng, her face revealing a look of conflict, her brows slightly furrowed. She walked a few steps closer to Huang Mao. Feng understood her intention. She wished to keep him in the dark. Although he refrained from moving closer to them, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It appeared there was some distance, and an ordinary person might not overhear their whispered conversation. Yet Feng caught most of it. After listening to Huang Mao, Cheng Shinro called the camp members to return. However, before leaving, she cast a glance at Feng, her expression one of hesitation, ultimately parting her lips without uttering a word. Feng sighed, realizing she was indeed wary of him. Yet, pondering their dialogue, he felt a curiosity about what treasure they had discovered. Old Wei, you two continue cutting bamboo here. I will go take a look, Feng declared, grabbing his spear and following them. Wu and Yong exchanged glances, wondering if their leader had taken a liking to Huang Mao, while also expressing admiration. As Feng caught up with Cheng Shinro, the group regarded him with wary expressions. What do you want? Cheng Shinro's fleeting joy vanished, her demeanor darkening. Well, I am merely concerned for your safety, Feng teased earnestly, making it seem as though he genuinely cared for Cheng Shinro in the eyes of others. At least you possess a shred of conscience, Cheng Shinro replied with a light snort. Her tone was frosty, yet a wave of sweetness surged within her, her gaze softening as she looked at Feng. He chuckled mischievously, wondering if the young lady truly believed him, as he was merely seeking to partake in the bounty themselves. Cheng Shinro chose to disregard Feng's presence as Huang Mao led the way, while Feng naturally stayed close to her. The two women who had initially accompanied Cheng Shinro to forage for bamboo shoots returned to the camp. The group swiftly navigated through the forest, and apart from Feng, every face bore a look of tension. At the foot of a cliff, two factions stood in a tense standoff, the ground stained with the remnants of a fierce battle. Behind each group lay individuals sprawled on the earth, their fates uncertain, clearly having engaged in conflict. At this moment, Cheng Hao clutched a 2-meter-long wooden staff, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the opposing group. This assembly was composed of towering figures, robust and imposing, with golden hair and blue eyes, clearly a band of foreigners. Among them were several individuals with dark hair and eyes, appearing as mere underlings. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation had escalated to a precarious point. His gaze drifted to the cliff, where Mata's platform lay 3 to 4 meters above the ground, revealing a number of collapsed wooden structures. Had Feng been present, he would have marveled at the craftsmanship of these houses. Cheng Hao understood well that, despite appearing uninhabited, the construction of such edifices necessitated metal tools. Even if those tools were no longer available, the raw materials, logs and planks, were immensely valuable. Although his group had discovered this site first, they had not yet searched it before encountering the foreigners, who were not naive and had likely deduced that treasures lay within. The two groups were roughly equal in number. Yet Cheng Hao recognized that the physical advantages of the opposing side placed his group at a disadvantage. He called for reinforcements back at their camp, but upon engaging in combat, he realized that the enemy possessed superior weaponry. Even with reinforcements, he feared they might not prevail. He could only hope that the sight of their numbers would intimidate the adversaries. Hey, you would do well to withdraw now. We are magnanimous enough to spare you. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless, spoke a diminutive figure with an Asian countenance, his voice tinged with an exaggerated accent. Many of the foreigners nodded in understanding, indicating they comprehended some Chinese. Cheng Hao's companions, unwilling to yield, voiced their defiance. Do you not value your lives? You often proclaim that wisdom lies in recognizing the times. Yet you seem intent on courting death, the same accented voice remarked. The tension escalated as another, a golden-haired leader with blue eyes, spoke in clumsy Chinese, his expression rife with impatience. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps stirred anxiety among the crowd, with many casting wary glances towards the trees. Cheng Hao shared their concern. Although he had summoned help, he could not dismiss the possibility that the enemy had also called for reinforcements. Given their already precarious position, any additional adversaries could spell disaster. When they saw that the newcomer was Cheng Xinyo, relief washed over them. Many also noticed Yu Feng beside her. They recognized him from the previous day's events. And curiosity sparked as they exchanged glances between Cheng Xinyo and Yu Feng, hinting an unspoken bond. Even Cheng Hao, who had encountered Yu Feng and found him reasonable, felt a mixture of confusion regarding his sister's relationship with him. He scrutinized the two, unsure of what to make of their connection. "What are you staring at?" This guy insisted on tagging along. Cheng Xinyo retorted, her cheeks flushing under the scrutiny. Despite her usual composure, the collective gaze of the onlookers made her feel self-conscious. Yet, their expressions only deepened with amusement. Yu Feng, meanwhile, assessed the situation with keen interest, astonished by the number of foreigners present, an unusual sight compared to his previous encounters. However, he lamented the absence of any notable figures among them. His curiosity piqued further as he thought of the women back at his camp, wondering if the opposing faction might possess formidable allies. His gaze was ultimately drawn to the wooden structures on the cliff, recognizing their potential for crafting valuable furniture. However, upon hearing Cheng Xinyo's sharp admonition, he realized many were now focused on him, leading to a twinge of embarrassment. After all, his intention was to seize an opportunity. "Hey, I was merely concerned for your sister's safety and wanted to check in. I hope you don't mind," he declared, maintaining the pretense of looking out for Cheng Xinyo. "Mind? Not all. You are most welcome." Cheng Hao's eyes gleamed with intent, as if to suggest his sister's feelings were now undeniable. "How dare you speak such nonsense?" Cheng Xinyo finally snapped, unable to contain herself. "What do you mean by that? If it weren't for your heavy-handedness yesterday, I might have believed you." Chapter 80. The compliant ones. The group of foreigners across the way scrutinized Cheng Xinyo and her companions with interest, seemingly unconcerned about the addition of a few more people. In their eyes, only Cheng Hao posed a significant threat. Had they not been wary of injury, they could have easily dispatched him with just two of their own to block his fierce attacks, while the others would have been dealt with in mere moments. As Cheng Xinyo drew closer, a spark of fervor ignited in the eyes of the foreigners. "Beautiful lady, I am Vincent. You should come over to our side. We will protect you. It is dangerous for you here." The leader of the group stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Cheng Xinyo with feigned tenderness. He was confident she would acquiesce, having encountered many women willing to embrace him during his time in Huagua, even those with boyfriends, eager for a night of fleeting pleasure without the burden of responsibility. "Get lost, you wretched foreigner. Have you looked in the mirror lately?" Cheng Xinyo retorted coldly, her ire shattering the previously amiable atmosphere. Several bystanders instinctively recoiled at her words, while Yu Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at Cheng Xinyo. "Ah, she's just a bit flustered," he murmured gently, observing that Cheng Hao was instinctively wiping his brow, realizing that this fiery girl likely had a temper. The thought of having teased her earlier made him break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Vincent felt a profound humiliation wash over him. "I will capture that woman and have my way with her," he muttered darkly, his face contorted with disdain. Indeed, this woman was too ungrateful, and his companions eagerly echoed his sentiments, their faces alight with a mix of fervor and exhilaration. In the past, when they captured beautiful women, their leader would select first and would not share. Now, they found themselves in the presence of such an exquisite girl, and all would partake. "Attack! Spare only the woman. Let the others fend for themselves," Vincent commanded with a sweeping gesture, igniting a fierce charge from his side. Upon seeing the oncoming assault, Cheng Hao gripped his wooden stick tightly and rallied his companions to counter. Cheng Xinyo intended to join the fray, but was abruptly pulled back by Yu Feng, her confusion evident. "What are you doing? This is not a fair fight. It's a chaotic melee with clubs. You'll only get hurt. Stay back and pick your moments," he advised, bewildered by her impulsiveness. As a practitioner of jiu-jitsu, she was already at a disadvantage against these men. and rushing forward would only exacerbate her vulnerability. Cheng Xinro, realizing the wisdom in Yu Feng's words, felt her cheeks flush slightly with embarrassment. Acknowledging her physical limitations, she nodded gratefully at him and fell back, prepared to assist from a distance by restraining or ambushing any opponents. However, her expression gradually shifted as she observed Cheng Hao's valiant efforts. While he wielded his wooden stick with ferocity, the opposing side needed only 3 to contain him. The remaining foreigners pressed their advantage, and soon their side began to suffer injuries. A sudden scream pierced the air, causing hearts to race and heads to turn. A man lay on the ground, convulsing, blood staining his chest, a grim sight that left many wondering if he would survive. Cheng Xinro's heart sank at the sight of one of their own wounded, the morale of their group plummeting as they were overwhelmed. She glanced at her brother, hoping for a breakthrough, only to realize that his earlier burst of energy had waned and he was now fatigued. Panic gripped her heart, and in desperation, she turned to Yu Feng, her eyes filled with hope. If only he would intervene, surely the situation would improve. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in a sturdy embrace, her feet leaving the ground. Startled, she recognized the familiar scent and paused momentarily. "Foolish girl, do you wish to perish on the battlefield? Stay back and wait. I will assist." A voice laced with irritation echoed in her ear. Cheng Xinro felt a sharp slap on her rear before being set down, her cheeks flushing. Raising her gaze, she saw Yu Feng darting ahead, his figure already in motion. With a swift thrust of his spear, he struck down the very man who had attempted to ambush her, leaving a deep gash on his arm. A startled cry escaped the assailant as he dropped his weapon and retreated, clutching his injury. Cheng Xinro's realization dawned upon her. Yu Feng was far more adept with a spear than she had anticipated. His previous restraint during their earlier sparring had been out of consideration. As she witnessed his protective demeanor, a warmth blossomed within her. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Lost in thought, she gazed at Yu Feng's retreating figure, her heart swelling with an unfamiliar emotion. "I will take action, but we must split the spoils evenly," Yu Feng declared, having successfully incapacitated several foes and now standing close to Cheng Hao. "Of course, as long as Brother Yu is willing to lend his strength, everything we acquire shall be shared equally," Cheng Hao readily agreed, having observed the shift in momentum. He recognized that Yu Feng had indeed followed Cheng Xinro for her sake, and now, with his assistance, their fortunes were sure to improve. "John, ensure that boy is eliminated." Vincent, witnessing the unfolding chaos, bellowed at one of his companions. This marked Yu Feng's first experience in such a tumultuous brawl where neither side held back, each strike intent on inflicting harm. Having not encountered such brutality in modern society, he was initially hesitant to engage. But now, with the prospect of sharing benefits, an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through him, igniting a desire to confront these foreigners head-on. "You've chosen to die." A burly foreigner with piercing blue eyes approached Yu Feng, flanked by 2 others bearing Asian features, all 3 preparing to attack. Chapter 81. Dividing the spoils. Since Yu Feng had set her down, Cheng Xinro chose to heed his advice and stand at the back. She watched as Yu Feng moved with remarkable agility, stabilizing the situation in no time, which brought her a sense of relief and deep emotion. "This little fellow truly fights for me." Although she had refrained from joining the fray, her gaze remained fixed on Yu Feng. As she observed him being besieged, her heart tightened with worry. "Ha! If you're so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige." Yu Feng, noticing that several dared to attack him, could not help but scoff at their audacity. Though he had injured a few, this was his first encounter with such fierce mortal combat. He had held back his full strength, but now he was underestimated as a soft target. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward to confront them. "Baka! Fuck!" The attackers, feeling deeply humiliated, shouted as they recklessly hurled their spears at him. Yet, Yu Feng countered with a powerful sweeping strike that sent them scrambling backward. The bloodstained stone spear whizzed past them, causing cold sweat to break out in terror. Without pausing, Yu Feng surged forward like a dragon, and with a swift thrust, he pierced one of the assailants, ending their life before they could utter a word. The nearby foreigner yelped in shock, witnessing the brutal scene. The primary weapons were wooden clubs and spears, and most injuries resulted from blunt force or cuts. But Yu Feng's lethal thrust was a gruesome spectacle. He did not withdraw his spear. Instead, he forcefully tossed the lifeless body toward John, who was still reeling from shock. Finally grasping the situation, John raised his spear in defense, managing to block Yu Feng's strike. However, the corpse crashed into him, sending him 2 meters back. The overwhelming force knocking the wind out of him as he hit the ground like a rag doll. Struggling to rise, he witnessed a horrifying sight. One of his comrades, who had just attacked Yu Feng, was now clutching his throat, blood gushing from his fingers as he crumpled to the ground. Many witnessed this gruesome turn of events, including Cheng Hao's group, who were equally taken aback. Initially, Yu Feng had fought with a degree of restraint, but now he had dispatched 2 foes in the blink of an eye with such ferocity that even those on his side instinctively distanced themselves from him. The opposing fighters trembled, their grips on their weapons faltering. Vincent, enraged, cursed at his team useless. He intended to confront Yu Feng himself, but then he saw Yu Feng's rapid approach. In mere strides, Yu Feng was before John again, and with a ferocious downward strike. John could only raise his arm in a futile defense. Vincent watched in horror as John's arm contorted grotesquely, followed by the explosive shattering of the skull. Feeling the intensity of Yu Feng's gaze, Vincent's heart raced, as if he were prey under the watchful eyes of a predator. He realized he was no match for Yu Feng. His own men could hardly withstand a few blows. At this rate, his entire team would be slaughtered. Observing the panic among his comrades, who were now retreating in disarray, Vincent shouted, "Fuck, we need to fall back." Aware that delaying further could cost them their lives, he decisively commanded a retreat, swiftly brandishing his wooden spear while stepping back to create distance. Upon hearing the order, his team scrambled to retreat, turning to flee in haste. Cheng Hao and his group, exhausted and demoralized, sat down on the ground as their enemies fled. Yu Feng, however, did not pursue them. They were merely competing for resources, and unless they posed a significant threat, there was no need for complete annihilation. "You all right?" Cheng Shinro asked nervously. Concern etched on her face after witnessing Yu Feng's brutal efficiency. He seemed so young, and while he had previously displayed restraint, she never expected him to kill with such ease and bloodshed. In truth, those who could take a life were few. Most would only incapacitate their foes before stopping. "Don't worry, I'm used to it," Yu Feng replied, flashing a reassuring smile, his white teeth glinting. Cheng Shinro found herself momentarily entranced, seeing him as a friendly neighborhood boy. "Thank you," Cheng Hao chimed in, approaching Yu Feng with a grateful smile. "No need for thanks. But we can't be dishonest about what's up there," Yu Feng responded with a grin, gesturing toward the platform atop the cliff. Although he was uncertain of what lay ahead, it was undoubtedly his goal. "Of course, it's all yours. Let us go see what treasures await." Cheng Hao understood that without Yu Feng, their group would suffer greatly. Given Yu Feng's evident strength, he knew he would not back down. "Let's go see." The others eagerly followed Yu Feng, curious about the spoils of the day's encounter. Until now, they had only seen the wooden hut, and the thought of who might have built such a structure on this deserted island piqued their interest. Had someone previously been stranded here? When they reached the foot of the mountain, they found that the cliff was not steep, with steps carved out for easier ascent. This further fueled their belief that there was something valuable up there. Such stonework could not have been achieved without metal tools. Before long, they had climbed to the top, and Yu Feng silently lamented the size of the platform. If it had been larger, it would have made for an excellent campsite. The only way up was the staircase they had just traversed, and if someone were to guard it, it would be nearly impossible to breach. However, the platform was only a few dozen square meters, and after constructing 3 small wooden huts, there was little room left. Accommodating a handful of people would not be an issue, but it was not a sustainable settlement. Yu Feng and Cheng Hao led the way to the most intact wooden hut, which was relatively large and well-constructed. The walls were made from logs as thick as a thigh. As they opened the slightly ajar door, they were met with a shocking sight: skeletons. Startled gasps erupted from the group as they instinctively stepped back. Who were these people? They wondered aloud, realizing the hut had been abandoned. Its owner either dead or long gone. They curiously gathered around. Yu Feng and Cheng Hao boldly entered the hut. discovering a tool rack on the wall laden with various implements: axes, hammers, machetes, and some smaller woodworking tools. Yu Feng felt a surge of excitement. These were invaluable tools. Observing the eager expression on Cheng Hao's face, Yu Feng understood the reason for his enthusiasm. If he was correct, Cheng Hao's camp lacked even a single metal weapon. "Bro, how do we divide these?" Cheng Hao asked, his face alight with exhilaration. Chapter 82. Thoughts on Cheng Shinro. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Feng spoke solemnly. "Let us first retrieve the other 2 wooden cabins. We shall select the useful items one by one." He did not wish to suffer in the arrangement, but felt it unnecessary to take advantage of Cheng Hao and his group. It was rare to find a campsite on this desolate island that appealed to them. There might be further opportunities for collaboration in the future. "All right, let's proceed as my brother suggests." Cheng Hao readily agreed, instructing his men to tidy the other 2 cabins while Yu Feng simply followed behind, refraining from lending a hand. "Do you know something?" At that moment, Cheng Shinro, walking beside Yu Feng, appeared somewhat melancholic, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She was already astonished by the sight of the wooden cabins, but upon encountering the skeletons, she began to ponder deeply, sensing that this island held an air of mystery. Yet, throughout it all, she remained attentive to Yu Feng, who maintained an unruffled demeanor, as if it were all quite natural. "Haha, if you give me a kiss, I might divulge some exclusive secrets." Yu Feng mischievously leaned close to Cheng Shinro's ear, whispering while fixating on her alluring lips. "Oh dear, are you trying to get yourself killed? Speak or don't, it's up to you," she retorted, initially expecting something more profound from him. Although his voice was lowered, those nearby certainly caught wind of the exchange, causing her to blush deeply, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Seeing her flustered state brought Yu Feng great amusement, prompting him to refrain from further teasing her. If he truly kissed her, the subsequent explanations might prove complicated. He then shared his observations from the island, discussing the wild men and the previous plane crash survivors. He did not deliberately lower his voice, and the surrounding individuals listened intently at first. However, as the gravity of the situation unfolded, silence enveloped the group. Even the dullest among them realized the island's inherent dangers and the increasing difficulty of returning home. "What do you think we should do?" Cheng Shinro, taken aback by Yu Feng's revelations, had previously held an optimistic view, believing that despite the lack of rescue efforts, a passing ship might discover them. But now, Yu Feng's words shattered their previous understanding, igniting a thought within her. Could this place resemble the Bermuda Triangle? If that were the case, escaping might be a distant dream. Despite her former assertiveness, she now seemed no different from an ordinary girl, resigned to the notion of taking one step at a time. Yu Feng, nonchalantly addressing the situation, shared his own thoughts, which were perceived by others as the confidence of a strong leader. Soon, the other 2 cabins were cleared. One clearly functioned as a kitchen, revealing a rusty iron pot, a kitchen knife, and a few ceramic jars, most of which were damaged beyond use. The second cabin appeared to have been intended for storing food, featuring a smoking rack. It contained no food whatsoever. As they reached the pivotal moment of dividing the items, Cheng Hao was given the first choice, to which Yu Feng had no objections since this place was their discovery. Cheng Hao selected an axe, while Yu Feng naturally opted for a machete. Thus, Yu Feng ultimately acquired a machete, a saw, a kitchen knife, and several woodworking tools, whose names eluded him but were intended for drilling and shaping wood. He felt this was a significant gain, as these items would allow for the creation of wooden furniture given sufficient time. In the end, he chose not to divide the ceramic jars, as the matter was resolved. "I shall take my leave now," he declared, having spent ample time there. Yu Feng felt it was time to depart, while Cheng Hao nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to arrange for the dismantling of the cabins. "Let us return," he suggested. Just as Yu Feng turned to leave, Cheng Shinro followed him. Yu Feng did not ponder much on this. After all, it seemed unnecessary for a woman to remain behind, and given the campsite's circumstances, Cheng Shinro was primarily responsible for overseeing it. This time, due to the unique situation, she had ventured out. Now that the matter was settled, it was only natural to return. As they walked back together, the atmosphere felt slightly awkward. Yu Feng refrained from teasing Cheng Shinro further, and she followed silently behind him. You should keep an eye on that group of foreigners. After this incident, they are bound to hold a grudge. Feng broke the silence, seeking a topic of conversation, glancing at Cheng Shinro, his heart filled with concern. Are you worried about me? Cheng Shinro looked up, her gaze resting on Feng's face, eagerly awaiting his response. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Just be vigilant. Moreover, ensure your camp erects the barriers and organizes patrols. If anything arises, seek me out. Our camp lies upstream of the river, Feng stated, noticing the expression on Cheng Shinro's face, which stirred a vague irritation within him, causing him to quicken his pace. Cheng Shinro, observing Feng's agitated demeanor, was initially taken aback, but did not take offense at his tone. Instead, a smile crept onto her lips as she caught up to him. Little brother, if I can persuade our people to join your camp, what reward shall you offer me? At this moment, Cheng Shinro regained her commanding presence. Feng paused, realizing why he felt inexplicably vexed. This alluring woman had stirred desire within him, a sentiment he had not encountered since Yun-Yi and his sister-in-law. She was the only other woman he wished to possess for himself. The crucial factor was that Cheng Shinro did not seem averse to him. Yet, given his connection with Yun-Yi, what could he promise her? Moreover, Cheng Shinro would never agree to be his clandestine lover. The thought of her eventually falling into someone else's arms filled Feng with unease. Damn, this possessiveness. He cursed inwardly, his gaze settling on Cheng Shinro's beautiful eyes. I cannot offer you grand promises, but as long as you stand by my side, I shall protect you for all my days, until my last breath, Feng declared, his tone somber, yet his eyes radiated unwavering resolve. Cheng Shinro, captivated by Feng's fervent gaze, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, flustered by his unexpectedly sentimental words. How could he express such passionate sentiments after merely 2 days of acquaintance? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she grappled with her confusion. Feng, observing her bashful demeanor, felt a mix of uncertainty and desire. Perhaps if he exerted a bit more effort, he could win her over. But then what? For now, he resolved to keep her close by his side. With this thought, a mischievous smile broke across Feng's face. Chapter 83. A colorful heart without the courage. As the two wandered through the jungle, Feng's gaze continually gravitated towards Cheng Shinro beside him, growing increasingly fervent. Such a splendid figure could indeed captivate his attention for an extended period. Cheng Shinro, aware of Feng's intense scrutiny, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks flushed and persistent. Why do you keep staring at me? Cheng Shinro finally inquired, feeling quite embarrassed. Well, who could resist such beauty? Feng replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her waist and swiftly concealed them both behind a large tree. Caught off guard by the familiar embrace, Cheng Shinro initially pushed him away gently. Don't do that. I'm not ready. Her voice was as soft as a kitten's mew. But after a couple of feeble pushes, she found herself nestling against his chest, her hands instinctively curling in front of her. Feng's gaze remained fixed ahead. But after a moment's pause, he noticed Cheng Shinro's stillness. He lowered his head to find her in a state of submission, an expression of willingness on her face. Unbeknownst to her, her emotions had stirred, igniting a rush of desire within him, though he recognized that now was not the time for such distractions. I'll be back shortly, he whispered gently, almost brushing his lips against her ear. Cheng Shinro's mind was blank. She couldn't comprehend her own boldness. The moment Feng had drawn her into his embrace, her body reacted instinctively, and as thoughts of their previous encounters flooded her mind, she felt an inexplicable thrill, as if ants were crawling all over her skin, igniting a desire for him to take action. Feng's words barely registered until he released her after what felt like an eternity, leaving her bewildered and searching for his presence, only to find he had vanished. That little rogue. Don't let me catch you again, she muttered under her breath, her teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, Feng remained unaware of the turmoil within Cheng Shinro. His focus was fixed on 2 figures ahead, their backs turned to him. Though their faces were obscured, one was unmistakably identified by their striking golden hair. Peering cautiously from behind a large rock, Feng surmised their intentions. They were likely foreign spies, searching for information on their camp, perhaps plotting revenge. He regarded Cheng Shinro as his cherished possession. These intruders posed a threat to her safety, and since he had encountered them, he felt compelled to intervene. Crouching low, with a dagger clenched between his teeth and a spear in hand, he stealthily approached, not out of fear of losing a fight, but to prevent them from escaping. As he closed in on the unsuspecting pair, he overheard their hushed conversation. There are indeed many women in that camp. Don't worry, when we take it, the boss will ensure each of us gets one. They chuckled, oblivious to Yu Feng's presence. Their dialogue, though in a foreign tongue, conveyed enough meaning for Yu Feng to scoff at their audacity. They were clearly courting death and could not be spared. He relinquished his spear, grasping the dagger firmly as he pressed closer, his body nearly brushing against theirs. Sensing something amiss, one turned, terror etched across his face as recognition dawned. Yu Feng's reputation for ruthlessness flashed through his mind just before a scream escaped his lips, only to be silenced by the sharp pain in his neck. Grasping at his throat, he struggled futilely while his companion remained oblivious, until he too met the same fate. Yu Feng, surprised by the ease with which he dispatched the two, chose not to linger over their bodies, leaving the aftermath to Cheng Hao and the others. After all, he had aided them in eliminating their foes. Upon returning to Cheng Shinro, he found her gazing at him with a mixture of longing and confusion. It's getting late. We should return, he urged, hastily securing his belongings. We need to ensure the bodies are dealt with to avoid attracting wild animals. Also, send someone to gather intelligence on those foreign intruders. They won't give up easily, he added with concern. Understood, Cheng Shinro replied softly, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. She trailed behind him, her eyes fixed on his back, lost in thought, her cheeks still flushed. When they passed by their camp, Yu Feng did not enter but waved goodbye to Cheng Shinro, hurrying towards the bamboo forest. She watched his retreating figure, her mouth opening to speak, but ultimately she stomped her foot in frustration and returned to the camp, muttering, "What a lecherous rogue, full of desire but lacking the courage." Upon his return to the bamboo grove, Yu Feng was met with curiosity from Wu Yong and his companion, who surrounded him eagerly. "Huh, boss, you didn't sacrifice your charm, did you? That beautiful woman was quite generous this morning," Wu Yong teased, a sly smile on his face. "Indeed, boss. I could also sacrifice my body for such a cause," Wei Dong chimed in, having observed the chemistry between Yu Feng and Cheng Shinro. "Enough. It's not what you think," Yu Feng interrupted, hastily recounting the events. Their laughter only grew as they speculated about his relationship with Cheng Shinro, drawing assumptions that painted him as a lovesick fool, yet still managing to secure valuable supplies. "Let us get the bamboo back to camp, and remember to keep this under wraps. I don't want Su Wanyan to misunderstand," Yu Feng cautioned. "Don't worry, boss. Our lips are sealed," Wu Yong assured, winking playfully. Yu Feng felt a sense of exasperation, pondering whether his feelings for Cheng Shinro were truly that evident. Chapter 84. Archery. When Yu Feng and his companions returned to the camp with bamboo, it was already noon. Su Wanyan and the others were naturally curious about the metallic tools Yu Feng had brought back, prompting him to explain yet again. However, this time, Yu Feng omitted even more details, and seeing that Su Wanyan showed no suspicion, he sighed in relief. He then announced that they would abandon all other tasks and focus entirely on crafting bows and arrows. Given Yu Feng's earlier account of the conflict involving Cheng Hao and the foreign invaders, everyone realized that tensions among the camps would only escalate in the future. At this moment, there was no dissent regarding Yu Feng's decision. Wu Yong and Wei Dong took charge of processing bow materials daily, aside from checking the fishing nets, primarily preparing to create bamboo-backed bows, a type of bow combining hardwood and bamboo that could easily achieve a draw weight of 50 to 60 pounds, yielding significant lethality. Once everyone had honed their skills, they would transition to this kind of bow. However, it was essential to prepare the wood and bamboo properly and allow them to dry before they could officially craft the bamboo-backed bows. The timing was perfect, as the pigskin glue they had prepared a couple of days prior would soon be ready for use. Meanwhile, Yu Feng instructed all the women on how to straighten arrow shafts. Due to the ceramic steam wood design he had created, Wu Yu and the others had just begun the firing process today, and they would only know tomorrow if it would be usable. For now, The arrow shafts could only be straightened by roasting them over a fire, followed by sanding them smooth. The fletching would be made from pheasant feathers, as the glue was not yet ready, requiring them to use fine string to attach it. The arrowheads were more complex. They were crafted by breaking animal bones into small pieces and sharpening them, then affixing them to the shafts with string as well. In the future, they could also coat the arrowheads with glue, although making the arrowheads was time-consuming for preliminary practice or hunting small game, such as pheasants and hares. It was unnecessary to use arrowheads. Simply sharpening the end of the shafts would suffice. A small quantity of bone arrowheads could be crafted for emergencies. The women were somewhat slow to grasp the techniques, so Feng patiently taught them. Despite the number of participants, they managed to produce around 10 ordinary bamboo arrows in 2 hours. Feng took down a bamboo bough from the smoking rack, which had now been transformed into a rich, dark hue. After stringing the bough, he gave it a tug and performed a brief exercise with it. In a clearing outside the camp, he constructed a simple target from hay, drawing the attention of everyone in the camp who eagerly gathered to watch his demonstration. Feng drew the bow, which had a draw weight of approximately 30 pounds, and its effective range was at least 20 to 30 meters. With this newfound ability for ranged attacks, along with the camp's fortifications, any would-be attackers would face significant repercussions if they dared to threaten their territory in Feng's absence. Positioning himself around 30 meters from the hay target, Feng knocked an arrow and let it fly. The arrow struck the target with half of its shaft penetrating, not quite hitting the bullseye, but certainly not missing. He knocked another arrow, and this time hit the bullseye perfectly. A smile spread across his face as he raised the bow and arrow, filled with excitement. As he contemplated taking another shot, he was interrupted by Su Chi-Chi, who excitedly ran over, eager to give it a try. Seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, Feng reluctantly handed her the bow, cautioning, "Be careful, don't hurt yourself." Stepping aside, he noticed the eager expressions of the others. "Don't rush. We'll incorporate bow training into tomorrow's practice," he said with a smile. Presently, everyone was merely curious and likely found it amusing, but reaching the proficiency required for hunting would demand much practice. Achieving accuracy without missing would be commendable at this stage. Brother Feng, what happened?" Su Chi-Chi's expression fell as she realized her arrow had gone astray. The others stifled their laughter, amused by her predicament. Embarrassed, Su Chi-Chi turned to Feng with a pleading look, her expression one of innocence. Feng said playfully, affectionately brushing his fingers against her nose. "Let me teach you." He grasped her small hand, helping her hold the bow, while positioning himself behind her. With his other hand, he gently guided her arrow hand. With a soft pull, the bowstring was fully drawn. "Focus ahead. Align your sight with the arrow shaft," he instructed, noticing that Su Chi-Chi seemed somewhat distracted. However, he also caught sight of her flushed cheeks, and it dawned on him that their posture was rather intimate. The fragrance of a young girl wafted toward him, stirring emotions within him, particularly as her form pressed against him. Feng suddenly found himself curious about the sweetness of her presence, but as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled and quickly shook it off. A glance towards Su Wanyun revealed her steady gaze upon them, yet her expression showed no discernible change, which relieved him somewhat. "Yay!" Su Chi-Chi exclaimed, joyfully jumping up. Although she hadn't hit the bullseye, she was thrilled that she hadn't missed entirely, which in her eyes was a success. Good job. Who else wants to give it a try?" Feng, pleased by Su Chi-Chi's happiness, felt uplifted. "I'll have a go." Wu Yong sprinted forward, nearly snatching the bow from Su Chi-Chi's hands. "Hey, little Wu, I've only shot twice. So we keep it at this teeth, boating slightly." "All right, Chi-Chi, let Wu Yong have a turn. There are plenty of bows, and once we have enough arrows, everyone can practice. For now, it's just for fun." Feng gently reassured her, pulling her back. "Okay," Su Chi-Chi said playfully, sticking her tongue out at Feng. "Old Wu, don't pull too hard. The bow's draw weight isn't that high." After a few more words of caution, Feng stepped back. "Don't worry, boss. I used to play with bows and arrows as a child," Wu Yong replied confidently. He smoothly drew the bow and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion. Feng nodded to himself. Not bad. He hadn't missed. Soon, others began to take their turns. Feng stood aside, refraining from direct instruction. As expected, most of the women missed the target. Ah! Li Yueme suddenly clutched her hand, her face contorted in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Yu Feng hurried over, concern etched on his face. What happened? He grasped her small hand and saw a long red mark across her palm where the string had struck. I'm fine, Li Yueme replied, her cheeks flushed, avoiding Yu Feng's gaze. After checking, Yu Feng was relieved to find there was no broken skin or bamboo splinters embedded in her flesh. He had experienced similar injuries with bamboo bows in his youth. After all, rough shaft could easily cause harm. However, upon seeing Li Yueme's changing expression, he quickly released her hand, feeling awkward as he scratched his head. You could sew a pair of gloves from rabbit fur. That way, you won't get hurt, he suggested, as that was the only solution he could think of to protect their fingers while drawing the string. In ancient times, archers often used finger tabs, but they currently had no time to carve them. As curiosity wore off, everyone decided to return to the task of crafting bows and arrows. Quick, back to the camp. Someone is coming. Yu Feng called out sharply, swiftly knocking an arrow and gazing intently into the forest, puzzled as to what enemy might approach from this direction. Chapter 85. Sister-in-law's departure. When Yu Feng arrived at the entrance of the camp, he was momentarily taken aback. What were his sister-in-law and the others doing here? A sense of confusion washed over him, quickly followed by a frown. He did not lower his bow and arrow, but instead approached them hastily. Sister-in-law, what has happened? He asked urgently, his gaze scrutinizing Gu Shuyao, who, along with her sister, appeared visibly shaken, gasping for breath and glancing back towards the woods, as if some unseen adversary was pursuing them. Upon seeing Yu Feng, their expressions shifted to one of relief, but Yu Feng's heart sank. Could it be that something had occurred at Zhang Chang's camp, prompting only these two to escape? The thought startled him. He was well aware of the size of Zhang Chang's camp, which rivaled Cheng Hao's. What manner of enemy could cause such a large group to flee, leaving only two behind? Were they savages? Yu Feng glanced towards the woods behind them, but saw no pursuers. Xiao Feng. Gu Shuyao's eyes were slightly red, tears threatening to spill over, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Sister-in-law, let us return to the camp first, Yu Feng urged, pulling Gu Shuyao towards the safety of the camp, which was protected by a fence. If it were indeed savages, he had no reason to worry. What transpired? He pressed. Did Zhang Chang bully you again? Meanwhile, Su Wanyun, who had been in the camp, had already spotted Gu Shuyao and rushed out with a worried expression. Wanyun Jia, Gu Shuyao cried, bursting into tears as she fell into her embrace. Observing this scene, a nagging sense of dread crept into Yu Feng's mind. Had Zhang Chang met with misfortune? Yet, seeing Gu Shuyao's sorrowful demeanor, he refrained from questioning her further and turned his gaze back to the woods. The other camp members were equally perplexed, noticing Yu Feng's continued fixation on the tree line. Wu Yong and Wei Dong approached him, weapons in hand. Boss, what is going on? Just as Yu Feng was about to admit his own ignorance, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He noticed several figures emerging from the woods, and among them was Xiao Li, who had once been close to Zhang Chang. If something had gone awry at their camp, it was plausible that these individuals had also fled alongside Gu Shuyao. However, their demeanor suggested they were on the hunt for someone. As they approached the camp, their caution was palpable, especially upon seeing Yu Feng's bow and arrow. Fear etched on their faces, they instinctively hid behind the trees, unwilling to advance further. Elder Yu, hand over our sister-in-law, Xiao Li shouted from the shadows, leaving Yu Feng perplexed. Gu Shuyao had come to their camp willingly. Why did it sound as though she had been taken? He had only ever fantasized about such a scenario, never intending to act on it. But if Gu Shuyao had indeed escaped, had this group turned against Zhang Chang, perhaps even killing him to claim his sister-in-law? As this thought settled in, Yu Feng's gaze hardened, an aura of formidable rage emanating from him. How dare they lay claim to his sister-in-law? He slowly raised his bow, aiming at the head of the speaker. Leave, and tell Zhang Chang that from now on, we have no ties. A voice of fury rang out, Gu Shuyao's voice. Yu Feng was momentarily stunned by her words. What was truly happening? Had the two merely quarreled? His sister-in-law was leaving home? Thankfully, he had refrained from releasing an arrow. Sister-in-law, please don't make this difficult for us. The boss ordered us to keep an eye on you. It's hard for us to report if you run away. Xiaoli continued to shout, though he did not dare to step out from behind the trees. Yu Feng began to piece together the situation. It was evident that Zhang Chong and his wife had quarreled. However, he felt a pang of discomfort. No matter the argument, one should never restrict another's freedom. You all need to stop shouting. If my sister-in-law wishes to return, she will do so of her own accord. You needn't interfere. Though he felt it was a family matter, he would not allow them to forcibly take her back unless she herself desired to return. Kid, don't think just because you're strong brother-esque friend, you could talk back. Hand over our sister-in-law, or you'll regret it. A young man in his 20s said impatiently, his tone brimming with arrogance, momentarily silencing both sides. Xiao Li's expression changed, and he quickly reprimanded the young man. Shut up. Just because you can't speak doesn't mean you should act mute. Before he could finish, a thud echoed as a bamboo arrow landed at the young man's feet. The arrowhead quivering slightly. The eyes of the onlookers widened in surprise. Elder Yu, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. Xiao Li's voice trembled as he spoke. Leave? I'm giving Chang a face. If you continue to be ungrateful, next time it will be your heads. Yu Feng retorted coldly, refusing to show them any kindness. Yes, we'll leave right now. Xiao Li signaled to the others, and without waiting for a response, they retreated into the woods, turning to flee as if fearing another arrow. Once they had disappeared, Yu Feng's gaze shifted back to the depths of the forest for a moment before he turned to re-enter the camp. By now, Gu Shuyao had regained her composure. Sister-in-law, what did you and Chang argue about? Yu Feng was genuinely curious about the nature of their dispute. Xiao Feng, we have nowhere else to go. You want to drive us away, will you? We can work too, she said, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness, appearing almost pitiful. As if homeless. Yu Feng felt a pang in his heart. What a serious rift it must have been. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? From now on, this is your home. Stay as long as you wish. If you want to join our camp, you're most welcome. Yu Feng thought to himself that he would be foolish to drive away such exceptional women. Their presence would only enhance the camp's atmosphere. However, he was also aware that it would not be long before Zhang Chong would come seeking her return. Really? Then we will join, Gu Shuyao finally smiled, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Aunt Yun, please help my sister-in-law and the others prepare a wooden cabin. It's been too long since you last saw each other. Spend some time catching up. Yu Feng assumed that Gu Shuyao would likely stay for a day or two, and it was essential to provide her with a private space to rest. The camp had several unoccupied cabins, and with some straw and animal skins. They would be quite comfortable. After the women left to arrange the cabin, Yu Feng called upon the others to resume their tasks. However, many still cast curious glances in the direction of the departing women, their minds clearly preoccupied. Why are you all so curious? Yu Feng remarked with mild annoyance. Brother Feng, aren't you curious about the dispute between Zhang Chong and the others? Li Yuanmei asked. Her curiosity piqued, while Su Qiqi leaned in, eager to hear more. I say, it's likely that Zhang Chong was caught cheating, Wei Dong said with a mischievous grin, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Huh, you newcomers don't know him well. Those two have had quite the scandal involving infidelity that even made it to the company, he elaborated. However, the specifics eluded him, and the crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, returning to their tasks. Yu Feng hadn't anticipated such a scandalous revelation about Zhang Chong. With Wei Dong's comment, it did seem plausible. As the group chatted and worked, time passed swiftly, and before long, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Yu Feng was surprised by how quickly Zhang Chong had arrived. He had expected it would take at least a day or two. The fact that he had come after only a few hours was truly unexpected. Chapter 86. The sister-in-law joins Brother Chong. What brings you here? Yu Feng greeted with a cheerful smile. Upon noticing that Zhang Chong had brought 5 individuals with him, a chill ran through his heart. Hee, brother. Has there been a bit of a spat with your sister-in-law? Have you come to escort her back? It's rather embarrassing for such trivial matters to reach you here and disturb your peace. Zhang Chong maintained a calm smile, speaking as if they were merely engaging in casual conversation. If Yu Feng had not seen him accompanied by several people, he might have thought Zhang Chong considered him a true brother. Strong brother, what are you saying? My sister-in-law is family. If they wish to visit our camp, they're always welcome. I notice she seems a bit upset. How about we let her stay here for a while until her mood improves, and then you can personally escort her back? Yu Feng suggested, glancing at Zhang Chang before assessing the individuals behind him. Aside from those who had arrived earlier, he had not seen the other two before. Let your sister-in-law come out for a moment. I would like to speak with her privately. Zhang Chang's displeasure flickered briefly across his face before he returned to his previous demeanor. All right, I'll have someone inform her. But whether she agrees is entirely up to her. Realizing Zhang Chang might be difficult to persuade, Yu Feng allowed the two to communicate first, hoping for a favorable outcome. He felt it was inappropriate to meddle in their personal affairs. He then greeted Li Wenmei, acknowledging her presence. As Zhang Chang arrived at the camp, Yu Feng noticed a few curious heads peeking from behind the wooden cabin. Indeed, shortly after, Su Wanyan appeared, leading Gu Shuyu. However, Li Qingyan did not join them, which puzzled Yu Feng further. Zhang Chang, you may head back. Shuyu has no intention of returning just yet. At this moment, Gu Shuyu wore an expression of fear and anxiety, frequently glancing at Yu Feng without speaking. Instead, it was Su Wanyan who broke the silence. Shuyu, how much longer do you intend to make a scene? It's not easy for them at the camp, and your actions are merely a burden. Zhang Chang ignored Su Wanyan and turned to Gu Shuyu with a grim expression, locking his gaze onto her. Gu Shuyu's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively retreated behind Su Wanyan, casting a pleading look toward Yu Feng. Yu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Brother Chang, perhaps you should heed Aunt Yin's advice. I find her reasoning sound. Although I manage the camp, I still listen to Aunt Yin. He offered a reassuring glance to Su Wanyan. Zhang Chang's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Yu Feng's words. He examined the two of them before responding. Brother, your camp is already small, and survival on this island is challenging. Having your sister-in-law join you will only burden you further. You must consider others as well. After scanning the others, his gaze returned to Yu Feng. To speak honestly, this deserted island is indeed difficult. You see, many have set their sights on our camp, and I have had to eliminate nearly 20 individuals as a result, especially the previous owner of this camp, who has dared to provoke us from such a distance. With a camp of merely a dozen people, there is no choice but to eliminate them. Brother, you understand the hardships we face. As Yu Feng concluded his statement, silence enveloped the area, with many casting astonished glances in his direction. Those from his camp looked upon him with admiration, while Zhang Chang's followers regarded him with apprehension. Zhang Chang himself was momentarily taken aback before forcing a smile. Haha, brother, you certainly have endured much. Since your sister-in-law doesn't wish to return for now, we'll be troubling you for the next few days. After casting a lingering glance at Gu Shuyu, Zhang Chang addressed Yu Feng again. Brother, I won't impose any further. He turned away without looking back, though his smile morphed into a scowl as he did. Boss, he's just leaving like that? One of Zhang Chang's companions whispered. Zhang Chang merely shot him a glance before continuing on, his expression dark and foreboding. Boss, he is really just leaving? Wu Yong interjected, confused and somewhat disheartened at missing out on the excitement. Yu Feng shot him a disapproving look and approached Gu Shuyu. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't blame your brother for being blunt, would you? I hadn't intended to interfere. But Zhang Chang showed no respect for his own wife, and even sought to intimidate me. Xiao Feng, I truly appreciate you. As long as you don't see me as a burden, that's all that matters. Gu Shuyu's eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Yu Feng. Curiosity about the cause of their quarrel stirred within Yu Feng. Sister-in-law, stay here peacefully. No one can force you to leave. Gu Shuyu replied softly, her eyes glistening with tears, which stirred a feeling of tenderness in Yu Feng. He briefly questioned whether he took pleasure in their discord, having spoken so harshly earlier in defense of Su Wanyan. Noticing many were still in a state of confusion, he felt relieved and reassured himself that he harbored no selfish motives. All right, everyone, let us get back to our tasks. Seeing the crowd lingering with expressions of curiosity, he urged them to disperse. Wu Yong and Wei Dong hurried off to collect the fish traps, while others resumed crafting bamboo arrows. After receiving a subtle signal from Su Wanyan, Yu Feng discreetly followed her as she led Gu Shuyu toward the cliff behind the camp. Upon arriving, his spirits lifted considerably, for the scenery here was truly splendid, offering a panoramic view of the riverbanks. A gentle breeze invigorated the atmosphere, making it a favored spot for the camp's inhabitants to enjoy the outdoors. Xiao Feng, please keep Shuyu company while I arrange dinner, Su Wanyan said with a smile, nodding at Gu Shuyu before turning to leave. Recognizing that Gu Shuyu wished to speak with him, Yu Feng said, "Sister-in-law, feel free to share whatever is on your mind without reservation. If you don't wish to speak, no one can force you. I will always stand by your side." Seeing the vulnerable expression on Gu Shuyu's face tugged at Yu Feng's heart, igniting a desire to embrace and protect her, disregarding any notions of propriety. "Xiao Feng, I have severed all ties with Zhang Chang. Do you still stand by me?" Gu Shuyu finally mustered the courage to ask, her gaze imbued with anxiety and hope. Uncertain of the nature of their conflict, Yu Feng felt a surge of empathy for Gu Shuyu's plight. He gently grasped her trembling shoulders, locking eyes with her as she averted her gaze. "Sister-in-law, if you wish, I would provide for you for a lifetime. This promise is solely for you." Yu Feng made no effort to release Gu Shuyu, who gasped in surprise. "What are you talking about? If anyone should be supported, it should be your girlfriend." Her expression brightened at his promise, but she quickly recognized the potential implications of his words, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. She shifted slightly, breaking free from his grasp, yet her gaze remained evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes. "Xiao Feng, my sister and I genuinely wish to join your camp," Gu Shuyu declared, leaving Yu Feng momentarily stunned. A thought sparked within him. Was Gu Shuyu truly seeking to distance herself from Zhang Chang? To his surprise, a wave of joy washed over him. "Very well, join our camp. I will protect you both. No one shall dare to harm you." Yu Feng readily agreed. "Xiao Feng, thank you. Aren't you going to ask why?" Gu Shuyu's heart swelled with emotion. On this desolate island, leaving Zhang Chang's camp felt daunting, and Yu Feng's camp was the only refuge she could envision. Would he truly accept her joining, considering that women were often viewed as burdens? Yet, unexpectedly, Yu Feng had agreed without hesitation. In that moment, all the grievances she had endured over the past few days erupted, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes, compelling her to seek solace in Yu Feng's embrace. Chapter 87. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Wanyan approached, chuckling softly. "I told you, Xiao Feng would certainly agree. From now on, don't overthink it. Live your life with peace of mind. If Zhang Chang dares to threaten you again, just have Xiao Feng deal with him." Su Wanyan gently took Gu Shuyu's hand, speaking in a soothing tone. Yu Feng silently lamented. How unfortunate it was that if Aunt Yun had arrived a bit later, perhaps his sister-in-law would be in his embrace by now. However, he kept such thoughts to himself, mindful of his own woman. "Indeed, sister-in-law, from now on you are a member of our camp. Be assertive. Our camp is not one to be trifled with," Yu Feng chimed in. Yet, upon seeing Su Wanyan give him a look urging him to step away, he complied and moved aside. As for the conflict between Gu Shuyu and Zhang Chang, Su Wanyan was certainly aware of it. When the time came, he would inquire with her as well. When Yu Feng returned to the bamboo arrow-making area, there were only a few people left. Su Qiqi, Wu Yu, and Li Yueme were still there. Upon seeing Yu Feng's arrival, they curiously gathered around him. "Why is everyone so curious? Focus on your tasks. If you're tired, go take a break," he said. "Brother Feng, just tell us," Su Qiqi insisted, tugging at Yu Feng's arm incessantly. "Stop. I don't know the details either. All I can say is they will be joining our camp from now on," Yu Feng replied, feeling overwhelmed by her grip. It felt like playing with fire, and he thought to himself, it was better not to speak. Seeing Yu Feng's reluctance to share, Su Qiqi pouted and released his arm. Yu Feng shook his head helplessly, lowering his gaze to concentrate on his work. He had already crafted 6 bows, enough for everyone to train with, but with 2 more people joining, he decided to make a few more bamboo bows. With the saw and tools available, it was considerably easier than before. By the time Wu Yong and the others returned, Yu Feng had completed 2 bow bodies, and dinner was almost ready. Upon seeing the generous spread, Gu Shuyu and her sister were profoundly impressed by the camp's hospitality. "Xiao Feng, do you all eat like this regularly?" Gu Shuyu exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of the bowl filled with meat. "No. Today old Wu and the others came back late. Otherwise, there would have been fresh fish soup as well," Yu Feng replied seriously, eliciting a light laugh from everyone around. "Sister Shuyu, feel free to eat heartily. We abide by a no-waste policy here." Being close to the river certainly has its advantages, Su Wanyan explained, noticing Gu Shuyo's astonished expression. Initially, Gu Shuyu thought Yu Feng was being considerate of her arrival, which touched her heart, and she resolved to contribute positively to the camp. However, the latter part of his comment left her momentarily speechless. Thankfully, Su Wanyan's words cleared her confusion. Yu Feng, observing the women enjoying their meal and chatting, felt a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but muse that if Chang Shinro were present, it would have been even more perfect. However, seeing everyone seated on tree stumps sparked a bold idea in him. He envisioned crafting some tables and benches, and perhaps even a dining hall. A workshop could also be established. After all, with an abundance of metal tools, it shouldn't be overly difficult. With the bamboo fish traps submerged, the river's daily catch of fish and shrimp could meet half of the camp's food needs, allowing their supplies to last even longer. Moreover, with bows and arrows now available, hunting would become considerably easier for him. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Feng decided to delegate this task to Wu Yong and Wei Dong. "Boss, when are we going hunting?" Wu Yong queried, evidently taken aback by Yu Feng's plans. He had long fantasized about hunting triumphantly in the woods. Hearing Yu Feng's arrangement made him anxious. "Do you really think hunting is that easy? Setting aside the skill of shooting accurately, do you have any confidence at a distance of 20 to 30 meters? Yu Feng replied tersely. Wu Yong fell silent, but several women exhibited eager expressions. "Now that the bows are nearly ready, let's practice in turns tomorrow morning. If anyone achieves a 50% hit rate at 30 meters, I will personally take you hunting to experience the thrill," Yu Feng announced, noting the curiosity in their eyes, seemingly oblivious to the dangers involved. However, if they were merely hunting small game in the nearby woods, it shouldn't pose much risk. He decided to introduce a reward. "Wow, Brother Feng, you are so generous," Su Chi exclaimed excitedly, her expression brimming with enthusiasm, as if she could hardly wait to practice archery. "Just focus on making your pottery. Hurry up and finish that large water jar. Don't keep dreaming about hunting," Su Wanyan chided her daughter with a playful glare. "No, I want to go too. You and Brother Feng have gone out several times, and I haven't had the chance to join him yet," Su Chi retorted. Her words reminded Su Wanyan of her own experiences with Yu Feng in the woods, causing her to glance at him. Yu Feng, with a mischievous smile on his face, made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Dinner concluded swiftly, and after some light conversation, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Except for the night watch, everyone returned to their wooden cabins. Upon returning to his cabin, Yu Feng lay on the wolf skin, feeling tense again. Tonight, Su Wanyan and Li Yueme were on watch, and he feared that Su Chi might sneak in again, like that night, and he dreaded losing control. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Su Chi stealthily slipped into Yu Feng's cabin. "Brother Feng, I'm scared," she whispered, instinctively snuggling close to him. "You're all grown up, yet you still act like a little girl," Yu Feng sighed, feeling helpless as he allowed her to nestle against him, hoping she would soon fall asleep so he could carry her back to her own cabin. However, the unique fragrance of a young girl wafted into his senses, stirring his heart with a wild tumult. His mind wandered to the tempting thought of tasting the luscious peach. In a moment of impulsiveness, Yu Feng's hand found its way around her slender waist, his composure wavering. Just then, Su Chi shifted slightly, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Instinctively, he intended to withdraw his hand, but felt her body press back against him. At that moment, Yu Feng almost lost control, but he forced himself to remain calm, though he was reluctant to let go of the sensation. Thus, he leaned in closer, letting the enticing peach rest against him, feeling her delicate form tremble slightly without any intention of moving away. With a wicked smile, Yu Feng had no intention of tasting that peach. Time slipped away, and suddenly, Yu Feng jolted back to reality, internally cursing himself for being a beast. Thankfully, the girl in his arms showed no sign of distress, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chi's cheeks were flushed like an apple, biting her lip wide awake. Chapter 88. The sister-in-law's emotions. After a considerable time, Yu Feng carried Su Chi back to her wooden cabin. Upon setting her down, he felt a twinge of reluctance and gently kissed her forehead before reluctantly returning to his own cabin. After changing into a fresh pair of trousers, He lay on the wolfskin but found himself unable to sleep. Checking his mechanical watch, he noted it was just past 11 o'clock, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of generosity. In the past, he would have only been concluding his nightlife at this hour. It seemed he would need to strive harder in the future, at least to maintain the camp in a village-like mode, perhaps allowing for some nighttime activities. Feng pondered for a long while about various matters, such as recruiting more survivors, understanding the entire island situation, thoroughly clearing a certain area of wild beasts to form a safe zone, searching for more suitable crops for planting, and engaging in large-scale domestication of wild animals. Eventually, it must be achieved that a stable food supply could be maintained without hunting or foraging for wild vegetables. As he continued to contemplate, sleep eluded him. So he decided to leave the wooden cabin to chat with Su Wanyun and the others, hoping to gather more information regarding his sister-in-law. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Su Wanyun and Li Yueme both expressed surprise at his arrival. I missed you, couldn't sleep. Feng replied as he embraced Su Wanyun from behind and whispered playfully in her ear. What are you doing? Su Wanyun reacted like a startled kitten, her demeanor shifting as she attempted to break free from his hold, her face visibly flustered. Come on, Aunt Yun, just let me hold you for a moment. You know our relationship is not a secret from Yueme, he teased, tightening his embrace and casting a mischievous glance at Li Yueme. Seeing she couldn't escape, Su Wanyun's cheeks flushed crimson with urgency. Hearing Feng's words, she instinctively looked towards Li Yueme, who merely appeared slightly embarrassed but not shocked. Wanyun, your relationship with Feng is apparent to most. Why the need for secrecy? Li Yueme, having caught on to Feng's subtle cue, decided to speak up. Feng indeed wished to abandon the pretense of secrecy. He knew it would take a long time for Su Wanyun to come to terms with their situation. Since Li Yueme was aware of their affair, he thought it best for her to broach the subject. As anticipated, Li Yueme's straightforwardness was commendable, and Feng felt a sense of happiness at her reliability, contemplating rewarding her in the future. Upon hearing Li Yueme's words, Su Wanyun ceased her struggles. Looking at Li Yueme with skepticism. How did you know? She inquired, still doubting that her and Feng's relationship had been so obvious. Well, you two were quite spirited at night. Although you didn't make noise, there were other sounds. Anyone close by would catch on. Besides, your awkward gait in the morning speaks volumes. Li Yueme explained half-jokingly, her face reddening as she occasionally glanced at Feng. Feng silently praised Li Yueme for her cleverness. It's your fault, Su Wanyun exclaimed, embarrassed by Li Yueme's comments about their nighttime activities. In a flustered outburst, she playfully tugged at Feng's waist, lowering her head to avoid meeting Li Yueme's gaze. With a grin, Feng lifted Su Wanyun and sat down, placing her on his lap. Aunt Wanyun, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll rest for a bit, and you can keep watch. I'll switch with you later. Li Yueme, witnessing their movements, instinctively recalled a scene she had previously seen, leaving her parched with desire and wishing to be in Su Wanyun's place. Fearing she might lose composure, she quickly sought an excuse to leave. Xiaofeng, don't do this, she said as she departed. Once Li Yueme was gone, Feng began to act restlessly. Su Wanyun's eyes soon grew hazy. Yet she retained enough presence of mind to hold Feng's hand firmly. With a mischievous smile, Feng carried Su Wanyun away from the fire into the darkness, finding a tree stump to sit on. Moments later, he removed the cover of the vehicle and climbed inside, with Su Qiqi reluctantly allowing him to take the lead. After more than half an hour, feeling satisfied, Su Qiqi buried her head deep in Feng's embrace, her breath like a whispering orchid as she traced circles on his chest with a hint of melancholy. How can that possibly be enough? Feng chuckled mischievously, pretending to resume their earlier activities. Stop. It could be dangerous. Su Qiqi gasped, her face showing a flicker of fear as she hurriedly interjected. Feng, aware of Su Qiqi's fatigue, had no intention of pursuing further. After planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, he held her tightly against him. They remained there in silent embrace, enveloped in warmth. Xiaofeng, do you think Qiqi knows about us? Resting her head against his chest and gripping his hand tightly, her tone lazy yet tinged with anxiety. Well, she probably doesn't know yet, but I think it's best to tell her sooner rather than later, Yu Feng mused after a moment of contemplation. If she truly knew, she wouldn't still seek me out. Telling her early could help maintain some distance. Otherwise, if this continues, I might not be able to restrain myself, just like tonight. By the way, what's the situation with my sister-in-law? Yu Feng wished to divert the conversation from Su Qiqi and was curious about the circumstances surrounding Gu Shuyu and Zhang Chong. Their issues have been ongoing for quite some time. Shuyu is quite unfortunate. Su Wanyan began to recount the story of Zhang Chong and Gu Shuyu, and Yu Feng gradually pieced together their relationship dynamics. It turned out that Su Wanyan and Gu Shuyu were close friends. Zhang Chong, who had just joined the company at that time, had initially seemed honest. Su Wanyan had even played matchmaker for them, especially since Gu Shuyu was not young anymore. In the beginning, they appeared to get along well. However, within a few years of marriage, Zhang Chong's true nature surfaced as he began to stray. He disguised his infidelity well, and if it hadn't been for his involvement with a female colleague, Su Wanyan would have remained oblivious. She informed Gu Shuyu, which led to the chaotic situation at the company that Wei Dong had mentioned. Zhang Chong, however, was cunning. He claimed that the female colleague had seduced him and repeatedly assured Gu Shuyu that he would never stray again. Ultimately, she forgave him. Although Zhang Chong ceased his misbehavior at work, he continued to exhibit questionable behavior outside, which Gu Shuyu occasionally caught wind of. Yet, without concrete evidence, their relationship remained strained over the past couple of years. Gu Shuyu had started contemplating divorce. This vacation cruise was Zhang Chong's attempt to win Gu Shuyu back, but she reluctantly agreed to accompany him, bringing her cousin along. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Yu Feng still found it puzzling. Though there had been tension between Su Wanyan and Zhang Chong in the past, it had never been as strained as it was now. Well, it's not just the trivial matters you men think of, Su Wanyan replied, her teeth clenched in frustration as she spoke. Chapter 89. Sister-in-law's allure. It turned out that after they were stranded on the deserted island, Zhang Chong, free from legal constraints and having assumed the role of camp leader, completely shed his faade. He believed that Gu Shuyu and her companions would not dare to leave. Just a couple of days prior, he had audaciously claimed a woman he desired, which shattered Gu Shuyu's resolve and further incited her disdain for his forceful ways. To her utter disbelief, he even set his sights on Gu Shuyu's cousin, prompting her to flee with her relative. The only sanctuary they could think of was Su Wanyan's place. Upon their arrival, they worried that Yu Feng might hesitate to confront Zhang Chong, but after Su Wanyan's repeated assurances, Gu Shuyu's heart was finally set at ease. Yu Feng could not help but admire Zhang Chong's discernment. After all, who among men has not fantasized about possessing a pair of beautiful sisters? Yet, while Yu Feng merely entertained such thoughts, Zhang Chong had the audacity to act upon them. I must advise you to keep your distance from Zhang Chong. He is no virtuous man, Yu Feng cautioned. At this moment, Su Wanyan's face was still flushed with indignation, clearly harboring a strong aversion to Zhang Chong. Understood, my dear wife, Yu Feng responded readily, as any loyal partner would, especially since they had previously been mere verbal brothers, naturally siding with his woman. Who are you calling wife? Su Wanyan retorted, her heart swelling with sweetness at Yu Feng's endearing title, though she feigned modesty. Isn't it me? Then who else could it be? I find your sister quite virtuous. Perhaps I should pursue her, Yu Feng teased, whispering conspiratorially into Su Wanyan's ear. Bah, you dare, she exclaimed, playfully pinching his waist. Yu Feng chuckled, capturing her small hand and planting a kiss on it, savoring the moment. By the way, my love, when you have a moment, do convey to your sister that I shall take on her matters, so she need not worry incessantly. Despite having promised Gu Shuyu, Yu Feng sensed her lingering anxiety, which tugged at his heartstrings. He felt compelled to have his woman reassure her once more. Thank you, Xiao Feng, Su Wanyan replied, understanding Yu Feng's intention. Henceforth, regardless of whether Zhang Chong sought to persuade or threaten, Yu Feng would handle it, and Gu Shuyu would no longer be involved with him. Listening to her man's bold declaration filled Su Wanyan with warmth. She rewarded him with a deep kiss, and they lingered in each other's embrace, attuned to the rhythm of their heartbeats, the crackling fire, and the symphony of cicadas. By the way, what were you discussing with Yume just now? Yu Feng finally broke the silence, recalling how he had seen them arguing over animal skins upon his arrival. You asked us to make leather gloves today, and we were deliberating over the design and the tools to use, Su Wanyan replied, momentarily taken aback before recalling that since Yu Feng had suggested it, he must possess greater knowledge. It's quite simple. Do not overthink it, he began, explaining the purpose of the gloves, which was primarily to protect the thumb. He took a stick and began sketching in the dirt, illustrating a rudimentary glove design, which was even more basic than a fingerless glove. Aside from a small piece of animal skin for the back of the hand, the rest would be fashioned from leather straps. Xiao Feng, isn't this a bit too simplistic? Su Wanyan questioned, shaking her head. This hardly resembles a glove. It's so hot. Wouldn't a more intricate design be better? Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Yu Feng replied, adjusting the straps around the palm area. He realized that with everyone engaging in physical labor, the palms would be prone to calluses, and so he made some modifications. Since we were making these, they could be used for everyday tasks as well as archery practice. As for the tools for sewing, Yu Feng illustrated a hook needle, a simple device that could be crafted by sharpening the front end of a bone and creating a small hook. This would allow for effortless stitching through the leather. Su Wanyan quickly grasped the concept, recalling that she had used similar tools to make shoe soles in her childhood. Xiao Feng, we only have one rabbit skin at the moment. The rest of the animal skins are quite thick, Su Wanyan mentioned, demonstrating her familiarity with the camp as supplies. The camp had previously collected a portion, and the overall stock was substantial, but much of it was thick and unwieldy. Not to worry. You all can proceed with what you have. If necessary, I'll venture out with my bow and arrows tomorrow, Yu Feng said, feeling confident in his archery skills and contemplating the idea of capturing some live animals for sustenance. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the clock struck 2, and Li Weimei arrived for the next shift. At this point, Yu Feng finally felt the weight of sleepiness and returned to the wooden hut, collapsing into slumber. When he awoke again, daylight had broken, and aside from the night watch, the camp had come alive. However, a crowd had gathered in the clearing to watch Wu Yong practice his martial arts. Yu Feng observed for a moment, noting that after some time, Wu Yong had developed a semblance of skill. What is this? Everyone seems interested. If you're keen, feel free to join in, Yu Feng encouraged, welcoming anyone who wished to learn. He had no objection to teaching martial arts. In fact, he was quite pleased. Even if you don't become masters, being able to hold your own against ordinary men, much like Chang Shinro, would suffice. Brother Feng, I want you to teach me. Sukiki, Gaimding, employing her most charming demeanor. Seeing her eagerness, Yu Feng was relieved that she had not discovered his previous actions, and he relaxed. All right, I can teach you, he replied playfully, but let me freshen up first. Yu Feng found himself charmed by her, relishing the moment, and since Wu Yong had grasped the basics, teaching a few more people would not be an issue. After all, with his relationship with Su Wanyan, even if he imparted all his knowledge to Su Qiqi, it would hardly be a matter for reproach, as they were no longer strangers. Upon hearing that Yu Feng would teach her, Su Qiqi's face lit up with joy, and she released him, a sly smile breaking through her otherwise innocent expression. The washing process was quick now, as Yu and the others had crafted numerous clay pots, allowing everyone to have their own small vessel for rinsing. There was no longer a need to trek to the river, as they could simply fill buckets with water and share them. If they could create larger water tanks, bathing could be done without a trip to the river in the future. Before long, Yu Feng completed his morning routine and returned to the clearing, where the group had gathered in an orderly fashion. However, Gu Shuyu and Li Qingyan appeared somewhat bewildered. Sister-in-law, Qingyan, how did you sleep last night? Yu Feng greeted them. Xiao Feng, thank you. Since arriving on this deserted island, I have never slept so soundly, Gu Shuyu responded, her face radiant with genuine happiness. Yu Feng's camp was indeed the safest haven for all survivors, given its fortified wooden structure. Most others lacked proper enclosures, relying solely on makeshift barriers of branches. In such circumstances, the threat of wild beasts invading their camp loomed constantly, making restful sleep a rarity. In contrast, Yu Feng's camp was fortified with wooden stakes as thick as arms and reinforced with logs as thick as thighs. Such barriers would be formidable against all but the most colossal beasts. Good to hear you're adjusting well. Every morning, we have training sessions here. You may find it challenging to keep up at first, but no need to rush. Take your time, Yu Feng advised, concerned that they might strain themselves trying to match the pace. Indeed, Gu Shuyu acknowledged, feeling Yu Feng's care and warmth, which brought a sweet flutter to her heart. She responded with a gentle hum, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Yu Feng felt as though he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, the presence of such an alluring woman was a joy to behold. Chapter 90. The sister-in-law is deeply touched. Yu Feng took a moment to compose himself. He commenced with a series of martial arts movements, subsequently deconstructing several actions for everyone to practice, providing guidance on their execution. During this process, physical contact was inevitable, particularly in the presence of several beautiful women, which led Yu Feng to subconsciously relish the moment, even as he internally lamented his inability to withstand the allure. After approximately 10 minutes of practice, they transitioned to running and firearms training. An hour later, noticing that Gu Xiao and her sister were beginning to tire, he called for a break, intending to resume archery practice shortly thereafter. With Wu Yong and Wei Dong, he set up 5 straw targets in an open area outside. All right, everyone gather to practice. Be cautious not to injure your hands, and remember to retrieve the arrows collectively. Currently, the camp had 6 bamboo bows. Excluding the 2 on night watch and those preparing breakfast, there was precisely 1 for each person. They had managed to craft dozens of ordinary arrows the previous afternoon, sufficient for practice. Since everyone had tested their aim yesterday, they adapted quickly, though it was Gu Xiao and Li Qingyin's first experience with archery, leaving them somewhat curious yet struggling to grasp the technique. Yu Feng, unable to bear their difficulties, resorted to hands-on instruction. As he grasped Gu Xiao's delicate hand, their bodies pressed closely together, he felt a rush of excitement, the unique contour of her figure stirring a tempest within him. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao displayed no shyness, returning his gaze with a warm smile, though her eyes inadvertently flicked downwards, causing her to give him an annoyed glare. Yu Feng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. In contrast, when he interacted with Li Qingyin, she remained blushing throughout, clearly out of her element, and instinctively fidgeted, which only heightened Yu Feng's discomfort. After providing her with brief guidance, he promptly released her. After several rounds of practice, observing that many were beginning to struggle with their aim, he decided it was time to halt the session. Everyone was now generally able to hit the targets, which brought Yu Feng a sense of satisfaction. This indicated that if someone stood 20 to 30 meters away and remained still, they could be accurately struck, irrespective of where the arrows landed, which would suffice to intimidate. He doubted that an ordinary modern individual, truly struck in the arms or legs, would dare to advance further. After breakfast, Yu Feng assigned tasks to the group. With 2 additional members now at the camp, he instructed Wu Yu and her companions to continue crafting ceramics. The supply of ordinary arrows was barely sufficient, rendering it unnecessary to allocate extensive manpower to this task. Sister-in-law, this morning you will learn to make arrow shafts alongside everyone. Since Gu Xiao and her companions had just arrived at the camp, Yu Feng was uncertain whether Zhang Chong had dispatched someone to watch over them. Thus he refrained from sending the women out to gather wild vegetables. Meanwhile, Wu Yong and others were chopping wood at the entrance, alleviating any concerns regarding the camp security. Rest assured, we will study diligently, replied Gu Xiao, her face brightening with a smile, signifying that Yu Feng regarded them as integral members of the camp. She flashed him a sweet smile. Old Wu, Old Wei, please ensure the safety of the camp. From now on, my sister-in-law and her companions are part of our community. If Zhang Chong dares to approach, send him packing. I will take full responsibility for their safety, Yu Feng reiterated firmly to Wu Yong and Wei Dong, wary that they might perceive the matter of Zhang Chong and Gu Xiao as a family affair and hesitate to intervene. Boss, with us around, we will undoubtedly guarantee the safety of the sister-in-law, Wu Yong assured, thumping his chest in confidence, exuding an expression of unwavering loyalty. Yu Feng nodded in satisfaction, casting a reassuring glance at Gu Xiao before departing with his spear and bow. After Yu Feng's departure, Wei Dong nudged the enviously astonished Wu Yong and whispered, "Brother, you're quite bold to tease the boss." Wu Yong, puzzled by the comment, looked at his partner Wei Dong, who was struggling to suppress a laugh, completely baffled by its meaning. Noticing Wei Dong's stealing glances at Gu Xiao, he instinctively glanced over as well. At that moment, Gu Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, leading Wu Yong to speculate that she must have been touched by his earlier assurances. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. We are all family now." If Wu Yong stepped closer to Gu Xiao, feeling the need to articulate something meaningful, thinking that there was no need for excessive formality, yet before he could finish, Gu Xiao huffed, exasperated, and turned to leave. She realized that this young man, though seemingly astute, was solely preoccupied with Yu Feng and his sister, exhibiting a classic steel man demeanor when interacting with other women. Observing the amused expressions of those around them, she wished to vanish into the ground. "Little sister, what is going on with her?" Wu Yong queried, utterly perplexed by her sudden shift in mood. Noting the expressions of the others, he decided to consult his own sister. Su Qiqi snorted, dragging Wu Yu away from the scene, leaving Wu Yong to seek answers from Wei Dong. "Brother, all I can say is you've done well. Don't overthink it. Just get back to work." Wei Dong burst out laughing, unable to contain himself as he exited the camp. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had no intention of venturing deep into the island. He was somewhat familiar with the direction of Zhang Chang's camp, having visited before, but this time he aimed to explore the area toward Chang Hao's camp. Previously, he had always followed the river, which took over an hour due to its winding nature. However, estimating that traversing the mountain route would be significantly shorter, he anticipated that this would facilitate better communication between the two camps. Additionally, he was concerned about the group of foreign invaders, particularly after having eliminated many of them. Determined, Yu Feng secured a spear with a rope across his back and took hold of his bow, with a quiver fashioned from bamboo slung at his waist, containing 10 bow and arrows and the remainder ordinary bamboo arrows. As he proceeded, Yu Feng endeavored to tread lightly, yet within a kilometer of the camp. He noticed a startling absence of wildlife activity. Along the way, he encountered numerous abandoned traps, prompting him to ponder a pressing issue. With a surge of survivors hunting in the jungle, the island's wildlife would undoubtedly diminish rapidly. Soon, they would be compelled to venture deeper into the perilous interior of the island. He recalled the colossal beast he had encountered that day, realizing that its threat level surpassed that of wild men. For while wild men were indeed human and could be dispatched, the sheer terror evoked by the giant creature left him feeling utterly helpless. It was clear he needed to expedite his plans for cultivation. With this thought in mind, Yu Feng began to search more meticulously. Whenever he detected signs of animal activity, he would pause to investigate. If the traces appeared recent, he would immediately set up a snare. Carrying ample rope, he was not concerned about waste. When spotting smaller animals, he would draw his bow and shoot them directly, finding it far more convenient than relying on stones. Throughout his journey, he managed to hunt a few wild chickens and rabbits. However, each time he successfully captured a small creature, he would search the vicinity for a while longer, but still failed to find any wild chicken eggs or juvenile rabbits. He could only smile wryly, placing his hopes on the traps he had set. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a promising sight: large animal tracks. Kneeling down for a closer inspection, he furrowed his brow. These tracks were left by a wild boar, though the prints indicated that this particular boar was not large. He was acutely aware that wild boars often traveled in groups. In such cases, it was uncertain whether larger boars were nearby. Yu Feng, on high alert, began to search the vicinity cautiously. Before long, he stumbled upon an area that had been uprooted and disturbed by what appeared to be boar activity. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to unfasten his spear and dig a pit trap, as this method would be more reliable for dealing with wild boars. Just then, a cacophony of voices emerged from a distance. "Quick, chase after them. They're running that way. Block them." The sounds grew louder, accompanied by cries for help. Chapter 91. Coincidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Feng plunged his spear into the ground, grasped his bow, and knocked an arrow, his expression one of vigilant alertness. Suddenly, a dark shadow sprang forth from the thicket ahead. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. It was just as he feared. A wild boar, nearly 200 pounds, charged towards him. With the trap yet to be dug, he faced an immediate dilemma: let it escape or confront it head-on. Although he had once managed to kill a wild boar by sheer luck, the thought of a direct confrontation filled him with trepidation. However, Letting it go seemed a waste. The creature was barreling right at him. In a swift motion, he released an arrow. It struck with a soft thud against the boar's forehead. But due to the limited power of his bamboo bow, the arrowhead barely clung on, inflicting minimal damage. Provoked, the boar accelerated toward him with wild, red eyes. Without thinking, Feng discarded his bow and leaped aside, hastily grabbing the nearby spear. He narrowly avoided the boar's charge, but to his astonishment, a tree, as thick as a thigh, stood just behind him. The boar collided violently with it, the trunk shaking fiercely as the creature staggered, bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Feng brandished his spear and struck fiercely at the boar's foreleg. The spear snapped with a resounding crack, yet he could not help but smile. He had previously learned that a stone spear could not kill a boar, but merely infuriate it. Yet, with such force, he was certain the boar's leg would break. A pitiful squeal escaped the creature as it collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Feng scanned the area and picked up a rock the size of a basketball, bringing it down with force upon the boar's head. The animal slumped lifelessly, its legs twitching, blood streaming from its mouth and nose. For safety, Feng struck a few more times, splattering blood on himself until the boar lay completely still. He hastily dropped the stone, preparing to carry the boar away before the group of people arrived, recognizing it was prey pursued by others. However, upon looking up, he found Cheng Hao and a group of men staring at him with peculiar expressions. What are you doing here?" Feng awkwardly smiled, thinking how coincidental it was. Yet, considering the locations of the two camps, it seemed reasonable. Still, having taken the prey from them, he knew according to the old hunter's code, he would have to share some of it with them. "Brother, do you always take such risks?" Cheng Hao approached, glancing at the mangled head of the boar, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "This seems rather fortuitous. Why were you chasing it just now? How could a group like yours let it escape?" Feng deftly shifted the topic, curious about how Cheng and his 10-plus companions could have allowed the boar to flee. After all, this boar was not particularly large. While one person would find it dangerous, 3 or 4 with spears should have been able to withstand a frontal charge. "Don't even mention it. One of our brothers was so startled." Cheng Hao began, explaining that they had discovered signs of wild boar activity nearby. Upon spotting 2 smaller boars, they thought it safe to attempt a catch for their food supply. They had prepared a trap in one direction, intending to drive the boars from 3 sides. But only one of the smaller boars fell into the trap, while the larger one slipped past. They had positioned 3 men at the trap's location. But when the boar charged, one panicked and ran, and naturally, the others did not dare to stop it. Cheng Hao shot a glare at one of the men, who shamefully kept his head lowered. Hearing this, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, since it's your prey, but I did kill it, I shall take the larger share. How about I give you 1/3 of the meat?" He didn't want to be greedy, hoping for cooperation between both sides, but felt it unfair to split it evenly. "All right, if it weren't for you, this boar might have escaped. We would indeed be at a disadvantage." Cheng Hao readily agreed, pleased at the prospect of receiving a portion. "By the way, how heavy was the boar you trapped? Did you kill it?" Feng suddenly recalled the smaller boar they had caught in the trap, thinking it might be a good idea to trade. "About 100 pounds, but we haven't had the chance to kill it yet," Cheng Hao replied, unaware of Feng's intentions. "Perfect. I plan to domesticate wild boars. I can trade the meat from this boar for that smaller one. No need for the hassle of dividing the meat. You can take this one back, and I'll just take the smaller one," Feng exclaimed, elated at the prospect of a live boar. "Wow, didn't he expect you to plan so far ahead? We were trying to kill it for meat. If you want to trade, that's no problem. We'll be the ones benefiting," Cheng Hao replied, unable to refuse, a grin spreading across his face. "All right, you can handle this side of things. Just have someone guide me to the trap," Feng said, picking up his bow and slinging it over his shoulder, retrieving the broken spearhead. "I'll accompany you. By the way, would you like to come to our camp for a bit? It's not far, and my sister is there." Cheng Hao signaled a few men to take the boar back, leading the way. However, upon mentioning his sister, he exchanged knowing glances with Feng. "Let us leave it for now, maybe next time. By the way, are those foreign devils still causing you trouble?" Feng asked, amused. He had initially planned to visit Cheng Shinro, missing her fiery presence. But with such a significant catch, he decided it was best to return first. They probably haven't given up. Just yesterday afternoon, we spotted a few suspicious figures lingering nearby. When we approached, they fled, Chung Hao responded, understanding Yu Feng's concern for their camp and appreciating it. You all should send someone to scout their situation. If they persist, we might need to take the initiative, Yu Feng thoughtfully suggested. As they conversed, they arrived at the site where Chung Hao's group had set the trap. Yu Feng examined it closely. It was merely a 2-meter deep pit, not quite 2 meters deep, yet the boar inside couldn't escape. He noted the boar seemed lively, merely startled. Though it was only about 100 pounds, he recognized that a wild boar of such size must be over a year old, suggesting that if it were a sow, all they needed was to catch a boar for breeding. Unfortunately, the depth of the pit made it difficult to discern its gender. Seeing Yu Feng circling the pit, Chung Hao grew curious about his plan. How will you get it out? It still has its tusks and could bite. This is simple, Yu Feng replied, removing a length of rope from his waist. He fashioned 2 slip knots, carefully tightening one around the boar's neck and using a branch to secure one of its hind legs. With a coordinated effort, they immobilized the boar, then fashioned another slip knot for its mouth. Together, they hoisted the boar up, binding its limbs securely to prevent it from escaping or causing injury. Though it seemed straightforward, it took them half an hour to complete the task. Yu Feng then discerned that this boar was indeed a sow, which thrilled him further, as the boar they had killed was male. Perhaps this sow was already bred, and with a few months of care, she might produce piglets. As Yu Feng contemplated how to transport the boar back, he suddenly caught sight of the enchanting figure he had longed for in the distance. He paused, astonished that she would appear. Chapter 92. I am ready to take action before long. Chang Xinro rushed over to Yu Feng. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Grasping Yu Feng's hand, she began to inspect him. Perhaps due to the urgency of her running, her complexion was flushed and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Yu Feng was uncertain how their companions would report back, but witnessing the urgency on Chang Xinro's face filled him with deep emotion. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me, he reassured her, gently patting her small hand. Sister, I am your beloved brother, after all. Chung Hao, standing nearby, felt a pang of jealousy. The disparity in attention was striking. He was right beside them, yet received none of it. There are so many of you, and, after all that preparation, you still let the wild boar escape, leaving one person to face it alone, he remarked, albeit half-heartedly. Chung Xinro shot her brother a fierce glare and retorted, You should be ashamed. Chung Hao and his companions instinctively recoiled, daring not to argue. They recognized the truth in her words. It was only natural to feel fear when confronting a wild boar for the first time. Well, it's not entirely their fault. It's common to feel timid in such a situation. We must ensure that rewards and punishments are clear upon returning. Such incidents should become less frequent in the future. Seeing Chang Xinro's deep concern for him, Yu Feng felt a sense of responsibility. He too cared about the development of their camp. Given the current circumstances, while he could not guarantee that they would win over their camp entirely, he was certain that he could serve as an ally. After these 2 encounters, the looks his companions cast upon him had shifted from hostility to respect. Hence, a future collaboration between their groups seemed inevitable. Indeed, we will be vigilant, Chung Xinro acknowledged, recognizing the validity of Yu Feng's reasoning. If someone fled without repercussions, it would set a troubling precedent, leading to a lack of willingness to contribute during dangerous times. But the hour grows late, and I must return. I'll visit you when time permits. By the way, you're most welcome to come and enjoy our camp as well, Yu Feng concluded, flashing a warm smile at Chung Xinro before readying the wild boar to ensure it could not escape. Once satisfied, he hoisted it onto his shoulder and began his journey back. Sister, he's already far away. Why still look? You don't actually want him to become your brother-in-law, do you? Chung Hao quipped, bounding over to Chung Xinro with mock despair. Is that so wrong? He possesses strength and a commendable physique. Besides, he has the demeanor of a young wolf, Chung Xinro replied, ignoring her brother's antics as she gazed at Yu Feng's retreating figure. Take care, sister. He has his own camp and strength. Surely, he won lack for admirers. Just look at your 2 younger siblings, who pursued me with enthusiasm. To win his affection, you might have to wait for the likes of Xiao Si or Xiao Wu, Chung Hao observed, noting his sister's evident infatuation. Internally, he sighed, realizing it could be serious. Umph, men are all the same, Chung Shinro scoffed, leaving in a huff. She understood all too well the dynamics within their camp. Many women sought solace in the arms of the men there for security. Her brother was undoubtedly among the most sought after. Yu Feng, as the leader of his own camp, likely attracted numerous admirers. The thought stirred an inexplicable irritation within her. When Yu Feng returned to the camp, carrying a live wild boar, he astonished the gathered onlookers. Previously, he had slain a wild boar, which might have been attributed to luck. But to capture another in such a short span seemed implausible. When did he become so formidable? Gu Shuyu teased, nudging Su Wanyan playfully. He certainly has some skill. Su Wanyan replied earnestly. Herr Chicks soudain flushed. Noticing Su Wanyan's unusual reaction, Gu Shuyu's mind raced with questions until a mischievous smile crept onto her face as she scrutinized Su Wanyan. Could it be that you have developed a crush? Gu Shuyu feigned surprise, her petite mouth slightly agape as she gazed at Su Wanyan. Oh, what nonsense! It is you who has fallen into infatuation, she teased. Su Wanyan, resembling a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristled with indignation, her tone laced with a hint of fluster. Heh, if you're not interested, then I shall take my chances. With such a robust physique, one can only imagine the flavor. Gu Shuyu adopted an impudent demeanor, while Su Wanyan beside her felt a wave of unease. She was well aware that Gu Shuyu was merely jesting. The two had often poked fun at Yu Feng in private. Yu Feng was recounting how he had procured a wild boar, and the others listened with rapt attention, oblivious to the two mischievous women plotting their scheme against him. Boss, you mentioned wanting to engage in farming. How shall we proceed? Wu Yong and the others, upon hearing Yu Feng's intentions to raise wild boars, recognized the potential for prosperity. If the venture proved successful, it would bring peace of mind to all. My plan is as follows. Constructing a pig pen is the first step. Yu Feng outlined his strategy, intending to build it in a depression beneath the camp, ensuring it remained separate from living quarters and did not disrupt the residential environment. In the future, this would also provide a unified space for raising other animals. Next, he proposed increasing the cultivation of wild vegetables. The island lacked animal feed, but many wild greens were traditionally used to feed pigs in rural areas. The current supply of arrows for the camp was sufficient for the time being, allowing a pause in that endeavor. Except for Wu Yu and Su Chi-Chi, who were busy with pottery, the rest would focus on foraging for wild vegetables. Wu Yong and his crew would also postpone building the restaurant to assist Yu Feng in constructing the pig pen and tilling the land. As they absorbed Yu Feng's plan, they nodded in agreement. Xiao Feng, I believe our toilet also requires renovation. This way, we can utilize organic fertilizer for growing wild vegetables, Su Wanyan suggested. Yu Feng pondered for a moment before nodding in consent. All right, understood. We will first complete the pig pen, then address the toilet. He recognized the necessity of rebuilding it sooner or later. Currently, the camp's toilet was a makeshift structure built at the edge of a cliff, with all waste directly deposited below. After lunch, everyone sprang into action. Su Wanyan led a group of women along the riverbanks, while Yu Feng and his companions utilized the timber felled by Wu Yong earlier that morning to construct the pig pen. The three of them toiled for 2 hours to erect a rudimentary enclosure for the wild boar, only to find themselves exhausted, realizing they still needed to build a thatched roof to complete the task. Reflecting on this, Yu Feng shook his head, aware that it would take at least half a day more. After another hour, they finally finished the wooden frame for the thatched roof, opting for a simple structure with vertical posts and horizontal beams, using bamboo strips for the rest. The plan was to lay down the bamboo strips and cover them with grass the following day to finalize the project. At that moment, Su Wanyan and her group returned, each carrying a bamboo basket brimming with wild vegetables, specifically pig fodder. While it wasn't tea that these foragers could not eat them during times of famine, the edibility of such greens was directed towards feeding pigs. The taste was acceptable, and those with a pleasing texture were deemed wild vegetables. However, considering the growing appetite of the wild boar, relying solely on wild greens was impractical. Yet, with such an abundance of pig fodder, there was much land to till. They first needed to clear the weeds, and then, using sharpened sticks, turn the soil bit by bit. All the women joined in to plant the pig fodder. I'm drenched in sweat. Let us go wash up by the river, Su Chi exclaimed, pulling Wu Yu along. Suddenly, she paused and asked, Xiao Feng, are you coming? Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. You all go ahead. Someone must stay at the camp, Yu Feng replied. Feeling the urge to join, but quickly finding an excuse upon noticing Su Wanyun's threatening gaze. Boss, what are those two doing here? Just then, Wu Yong approached Yu Feng quietly, gesturing towards the riverbank. Yu Feng turned in surprise, observing two individuals scanning the area as if searching for something. Upon spotting the camp, their faces lit up with delight as they hurried over. Yu Feng furrowed his brow. He recognized them as members of Cheng Hao's camp, evidently seeking him out. Had something gone awry over there? Chapter 93. Cheng Shinro's downfall at this moment. Others also noticed the two individuals rushing towards them. There was no sense of panic, merely curiosity. They instinctively glanced at Yu Feng, recognizing them as members of Cheng Hao's camp, likely seeking his assistance. Yu Feng, devoid of any reservations, openly voiced his speculation. He had encountered these two on several occasions, even clashing with Wu Yong and his associates. Notably, the one with yellow hair still bore bruises, reminiscent of those on Wu Yong's face. Boss you, we finally found you. The two began shouting from several dozen meters away. What happened? Yu Feng, observing their anxious demeanor, surmised that it might be related to the foreign invaders. Boss you, please help us. Those foreign devils are planning to launch a surprise attack. They reached Yu Feng, panting heavily, and quickly articulated their purpose while anxiously watching him for a response. What's the situation? Yu Feng inquired, realizing that Cheng Hao's team must have made some discoveries. We're not entirely sure. The boss and the big sister discussed it and sent us to find you. The yellow-haired one explained hastily. All right, wait here for a moment. I'll make some arrangements, Yu Feng replied, turning to the camp members. Everyone, return to the camp and stay alert. Until I return, no one is to leave the camp. Lock the main gate. I'll check things out, and I might not be back until tomorrow. Old Wu and Old Wei will stand guard tonight. Having swiftly organized the necessary precautions, Yu Feng dashed back to the camp, arriving at the tool shed. He slung a bow and arrow over his shoulder and withdrew a stone spear. Xiao Feng, please be safe. We'll be waiting for your return, Su Wanyun said as she hugged Yu Feng from behind, resting her small head against his back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Stay here and wait for me, Yu Feng reassured her gently, brushing away her small hand and affectionately teasing her nose before striding out of the shed. As Su Wanyun watched him depart, her face was etched with concern. She knew that Yu Feng was likely to face danger again, yet understood that it was for the development of the camp. Apart from matters concerning Cheng Shinro, Yu Feng had never concealed his thoughts from her, and now she surmised the reason for his departure. Emerging from the shed, Yu Feng noticed the others gathered outside, their faces similarly marked by worry. Everyone, there's no need to fret. It's not a grave matter. Their camp has plenty of manpower as well. I'm just going over as a precaution, he said, attempting to ease their concerns. Recognizing the necessity of his departure, he smiled at the crowd before heading out, beckoning the still-stunned duo. Follow me, we'll take a shortcut. As he spoke, Yu Feng made his way toward the forest, and the two quickly gathered their wits and followed him. The journey was arduous, and after approximately 40 minutes, they finally beheld Cheng Hao's camp. Noticing the stillness and lack of signs of conflict, Yu Feng felt a sense of relief. The camp's main gate was tightly shut, and upon recognizing Yu Feng, they opened it to welcome him inside. Brother, you finally arrived, Cheng Hao exclaimed, visibly relieved. After all, Yu Feng's strength was a known factor. He could handle multiple opponents with ease. What is the situation now? Yu Feng inquired, approaching Cheng Shinro, his gaze fixated on her. Damn, this rascal is indeed aiming for my sister, Cheng Hao mused to himself, witnessing Yu Feng holding Cheng Shinro's small hand, while his sister appeared utterly smitten, embodying the demeanor of a lovesick girl. Cheng Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth, choosing to ignore their affectionate exchange. Here's the thing. Ever since they discovered that we were surveilling their camp, I sent people to gather intel. This afternoon, we realized that they were watching our every move and speculated that they might strike. My scouts reported that the enemy was amassing troops, Cheng Hao explained. Do you know how many of them there are? What's your plan? Yu Feng asked, his brow furrowing at the gravity of the situation. According to Cheng Hao, the likelihood of an ambush was quite high, and given the timing, it might be a night raid. The distance between the camps was merely an hour's journey. If they intended to attack during the day, they would have already done so. It was still just past 6 o'clock, with daylight remaining. We have a general idea. Their camp outnumbers ours, Yu Feng noted, his expression growing solemn. He was well aware of Cheng Hao's camp situation. There were only 18 men, including 2 elderly individuals in their 50s or 60s, all nervously clutching their spears nearby. If the enemy mobilized their full strength, they would be at a disadvantage. Cheng Hao's camp had no real plan, merely waiting anxiously. I suggest we prepare for 2 contingencies. Everyone should gather fist-sized stones and craft more short spears to use as javelins. We could launch a ranged attack, and we need to send scouts to thoroughly survey the area surrounding the camp. If they intend to raid at night, they must have a temporary base nearby. Yu Feng was taken aback by Cheng Hao's lack of strategy and promptly shared his thoughts. If we wait passively for them to attack, we'll be at their mercy. In the dark, even if we're capable fighters, we risk being ambushed. I refuse to place my fate in the hands of others. The idea of a ranged attack sparked interest among the crowd, yet the notion of sending scouts out perplexed them. Brother, at this time, sending people out could be dangerous if they're caught. Cheng Hao voiced his concerns. Send 2 who are familiar with the area and sharp-witted, Yu Feng replied. Sensing their apprehension, are you not curious why I propose a ranged attack? We all know the benefits of preparing for such an assault. If darkness falls, and they have the capacity for ranged attacks hidden in the shadows, we would be sitting ducks. If we can locate their temporary camp, we would have the upper hand. A single volley could take out a few of their men. Yu Feng's candid words illuminated the understanding of many present. Those with even a modicum of sense recognized the advantages of such a surprise attack. All right, we'll follow your lead, Cheng Hao declared, slapping his thigh in excitement. I'll make the arrangements right away. He quickly took 2 individuals and exited the camp, while others began collecting stones and crafting short spears. Yu Feng observed for a moment before diverting his attention to the blushing Cheng Xinro, who had grown quiet and demure since his arrival, resembling a bashful bride rather than the commanding figure she once was. Are you nervous? When the fighting begins, stay behind and be safe. There are too many of them, and I won't have the energy to protect you, Yu Feng said softly as he toyed with her small hand. Yes, please be careful, Cheng Xinro replied. Her gaze toward Yu Feng filled with adoration. At that moment, she was oblivious to any thoughts of Yu Feng's other female acquaintances, consumed by a sweet sense of affection. Yu Feng's willingness to come alone to assist her felt like a gesture solely for her benefit. His concern and strategic input seemed to be directed at ensuring her safety. With his strength, intellect, and unwavering dedication, Cheng Xinro felt as though she had found true love. Her eyes sparkled with warmth every time she looked at him. Yu Feng, noticing the expression on her face, mused that if he were to kiss her now, she might not resist. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he entertained the notion of planting a kiss on her cheek. Just then, Cheng Hao returned to the camp, brimming with excitement. Brother, you were right. They indeed set up a temporary camp. What is our next move? Cheng Hao's exhilaration suggested he believed Yu Feng would have a plan to counter this unexpected development. Chapter 94. Bold Ideas. After a brief silence, Yu Feng surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Cheng Hao. In a solemn tone, he inquired, Do you truly believe in me? Cheng Hao felt a shiver under Yu Feng's intense scrutiny. Yet after a moment's hesitation, his expression hardened with resolve as he replied, I entrust everything to your command. At this juncture, Cheng Hao did not feel particularly close to Yu Feng. Rather, he recognized that without Yu Feng's assistance, their side would undoubtedly falter. It was wiser to place his faith in Yu Feng, especially given the rapport he had with Cheng Hao's older sister, which assured him they would not be led astray. Very well, I shall take the lead this time. We will leave 2 men to guard the camp, and the rest must take up arms. Leave some stones for the camp, but bring all the remaining short spears, Yu Feng declared, exuding an inexplicable aura that shifted the perceptions of those around him. They instinctively lowered their heads in deference. Cheng Hao had intended to pose a question, but upon glancing at Yu Feng, he simply nodded vigorously and set about his arrangements. You could wait here for our return, Yu Feng suggested, noticing Cheng Shinro attempting to gather weapons. He swiftly intervened, reminding her that while her skills with blunt instruments surpassed those of an untrained man, she would only be evenly matched in a direct confrontation. Yu Feng wished to shield her from peril, as he had previously stated that he would be at the forefront, lacking the capacity to look after her. Rest assured, I will take care of myself and promise not to charge ahead, Cheng Shinro replied with a sweet smile, offering her assurances. Faced with her determination, Yu Feng could only manage a resigned smile. As the second in command of the camp, she often assumed a role akin to that of the leader. In such circumstances, her absence would adversely affect the morale of the others, a principle Yu Feng was well aware of, rendering further persuasion unnecessary. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Hao returned with a group of men before Yu Feng. "Brother, could you say a few words?" he asked, adopting a demeanor befitting a subordinate. "Certainly, I shall offer some words," Yu Feng replied. "Our enemies harbor a profound grudge against us. If we do not eliminate them, they will relentlessly seek revenge. Therefore, show no mercy. Moreover, follow my commands. Anyone who disobeys is an enemy." The recollection of Yu Feng's ruthless tactics instantly flashed through the minds of the crowd, causing them to instinctively draw back, their necks shrinking in trepidation. Satisfied with their reaction, Yu Feng nodded approvingly. "Let us proceed. Lead the way," he instructed, and the group fell silent. He allowed Cheng Hao to take the lead, and the men followed quietly behind, each one hesitant to break the silence. After a brief walk, Cheng Hao signaled for them to halt. They stood at the edge of a valley, where Cheng Hao pointed ahead. Yu Feng followed his gesture and glimpsed a small hillock with two figures perched atop, evidently monitoring the surroundings. "Let us observe the situation first," Yu Feng suggested, gesturing for the others to remain behind while he and Cheng Hao crept forward. In a short while, they reached the two sentinels. Peering over, Yu Feng noted a modest depression ahead, relatively concealed by surrounding low hills. The group had lit a fire and was cooking a considerable amount of food. A cold smile crept across Yu Feng's face. These individuals were audacious, perhaps underestimating Cheng Hao's camp as a threat, leading to their carelessness. After surveying the area, an audacious idea struck Yu Feng. He patted Cheng Hao on the shoulder and pointed toward the nearby hill. Cheng Hao, after observing for a moment, looked at Yu Feng with confusion. Yu Feng urged him to step back, and once they had distanced themselves, he posed an intriguing question. "Are you interested in making a grand move and ensnaring our adversaries in one fell swoop?" Cheng Hao gazed at Yu Feng in astonishment, never expecting such a bold proposition. While he had anticipated Yu Feng's assistance in merely driving off their foes, the prospect of a decisive victory was tantalizing yet seemingly unrealistic, given their numerical disadvantage. "Did you see the location I just indicated? We simply need to." Yu Feng outlined his plan. "Brother, are you certain you can withstand it?" Cheng Hao's demeanor shifted, disbelief etched on his face. "Have no fear. As long as we act together, we will suppress their morale," Yu Feng replied with a mysterious smile. "If this succeeds, I, Cheng Hao, will look to you as my leader on this island." Cheng Hao, excited, thumped his chest in assurance. "Enough talk. Just ensure you do not falter," Yu Feng chuckled, patting Cheng Hao's shoulder as they exchanged knowing smiles. Before long, Cheng Hao led the group away. Yu Feng turned to the 6 individuals standing nearby, who appeared visibly anxious, their faces pale as they regarded him. "What is there to fear? I shall lead the charge. You have witnessed my strength. Truly, these few foes are insufficient to withstand me," he proclaimed with bravado, intending to confront the adversaries head-on, emphasizing the importance of morale. However, the apprehension among these men was palpable, especially considering their opponents numbered over 20. Yet, after Yu Feng's bold declaration, their demeanor transformed, dispelling their initial trepidation. "Let us move," Yu Feng commanded, leading the way towards the valley. The closer they drew, the slower they proceeded, wary of making even the slightest sound. They halted nearly 100 meters from the depression, crouching low in the grass. Yu Feng cautiously peered into the hollow, observing the group within. He saw a dozen individuals in the center, all with golden hair and blue eyes, jovially consuming roasted meat. Nearby stood 3 Asians, seemingly fawning over them. Not far from the fire, another group of 10 appeared markedly more subdued, glancing at the meager portions of roasted meat while casting furtive looks towards the foreigners, occasionally swallowing nervously. A cold smile curled on Yu Feng's lips as he silently cursed the foreigners for their arrogance, relishing their indulgence as they feasted and demanded servitude. Yet, the smile on his face widened. Suddenly, the call of a cuckoo broke the silence, causing the jovial foreigners to spring to their feet in alarm. However, one among them muttered something low, prompting the group to grumble and resume their meal. With a wicked grin, Yu Feng slowly drew a bone arrow, placing it between his teeth, signaling for the others to follow as he cautiously advanced. Chapter 95. 5 arrows, 5 kills at this moment. Yu Feng could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. After all, it was his first time leading such a large-scale brawl. The critical point was that they were now merely a few dozen meters away from the enemy. It was around 7 o'clock, although the sky had darkened somewhat. Anyone who paid close attention could still spot them. After crawling a few more meters, one of the individuals by the campfire suddenly glanced in their direction, and his gaze met Yu Feng's. Startled, Yu Feng instinctively considered launching a surprise attack. However, to his astonishment, the man merely cast a long, penetrating look at him, almost as if he hadn't seen him at all, before shifting his gaze away. After contemplating this for a moment, Yu Feng felt a wave of relief and continued to crawl another 10 meters. He soon had to stop, for the brush ahead had thinned to the point where anyone could easily spot them. Yu Feng signaled for everyone to prepare. The few individuals behind him grasped the stones they had brought, while he drew forth a bone arrow, slowly pulling his bowstring taut, fixating on the group of foreign soldiers in the center. Suddenly, he leaped up, releasing the arrow with a swift whoosh. As the arrow flew, he quickly retrieved another from his mouth and shot again, simultaneously shouting, "Kill!" Almost in unison, the others sprang up behind him, bellowing "Kill!" as they hurled their stones at the unsuspecting group of foreign soldiers. Caught completely off guard by the ambush, the soldiers only realized what was happening as the stones hurtled toward them. Cries of panic erupted. "FCK! We're doomed! Help! Ah!" A cacophony of screams filled the air as they scrambled for safety, heads tucked down. Their leader, Vincent, was already in a state of shock, witnessing 2 of his comrades, who had just been conversing with him moments before, now clutching their throats and chests, eyes wide with terror, collapsing to the ground in spasms. The arrows protruding from their bodies gleamed ominously in the dim light, a sight so glaring that Vincent instinctively shouted, "FCK!" only to be met with an arrow flying directly at him. With a swift thud, his consciousness faded into darkness, an arrow embedded in his forehead. Panic ensued as the remaining soldiers were thrown into disarray. "Kill!" A loud voice echoed, almost like thunder, and from behind came a chorus of battle cries. The group of foreign soldiers was once again bombarded with a rain of javelins. "Ah! Help!" At this point, very few of the soldiers were still standing. Most lay on the ground, writhing in agony, while those by the fire, after an initial moment of chaos, instinctively took cover. One individual attempted to rush forward, but was quickly restrained by those nearby. "Run!" someone shouted, prompting the few white soldiers still on their feet to attempt a hasty retreat. In the chaos, the one leading the charge fell lifelessly to the ground, shot through the neck by an arrow, his body stumbling forward before crashing down. The entire area fell into a heavy silence. "Don't move! Don't move!" At this moment, Chung Hao had led his men to surround the area from behind. "Please, don't kill me. Spare me." The last 2 standing white soldiers, terrified, fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they repeatedly bowed, pleading for mercy. "Bind them all," Yu Feng commanded, drawing his bow and surveying the surroundings. Seeing that the entire area was under control, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the others had not retaliated. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more precarious. Yet he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the dozen or so individuals. Chung Hao's team quickly bound both the injured and uninjured white soldiers, along with the few Asian individuals who had been lingering nearby. At this moment, Chung Xinro and her brother rushed excitedly toward Yu Feng. However, upon noticing the murderous glint in his eyes, Chung Hao instinctively halted. Unfazed, Chung Xinro approached Yu Feng directly. He quickly stowed away his bow and arrow. "Are you all right?" he asked softly as she linked her arm with his. Yes, I was at the back, just throwing a few javelins. I didn't do much else, Cheng Shinro replied with a sweet smile, her gaze fixed on Yu Feng, filled with warmth and admiration. Let's go ask them what happened. Yu Feng playfully brushed his fingers against her nose, taking her hand and gesturing for Cheng Hao to follow as they approached the group that had remained inactive. Upon seeing Yu Feng approach, the group instinctively recoiled, many trembling with fear. A few would have collapsed had they not been supported by those beside them. Speak. What happened? Yu Feng asked, a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. He anticipated being so intimidating. He forced a smile, lowering his tone, but to them, his demeanor only seemed more ominous. Please don't kill me. I was forced into this. I didn't do anything. One man, frightened, fell to his knees, begging for mercy. The sight prompted many others to instinctively kneel as well. Am I that terrifying? Yu Feng asked, glancing awkwardly at Cheng Shinro and her brother. Of course not, little brother. You are the most handsome. Cheng Shinro gushed, still starry-eyed. Cheng Hao's mouth twitched at her response. Brother, they're just a bit cowardly. Cheng Hao felt a twinge of unease at Yu Feng's imposing presence. He was usually quite cheerful, yet now he wielded death with the ease of a butcher. In this brief encounter, Yu Feng had loosed 5 arrows, claiming 5 lives, leaving everyone in the vicinity thoroughly intimidated. All right, have a few individuals inquire about their situation and gather more information about their camp. Also, arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield. By the way, don't waste the clothing of the deceased. After issuing his orders, Yu Feng sank down beside the campfire, eyeing the roasting meat that wafted a delectable aroma. He picked up a piece resembling roasted chicken, tearing off a leg and offering it to Cheng Shinro. Startled, her cheeks flushed as she accepted it and took delicate bites. Yu Feng, feeling ravenous, devoured his portion with gusto, creating a warm, intimate scene, yet those still tending to the bodies turned pale, their stomachs churning at the sight. As Yu Feng finished off the chicken, Cheng Hao returned with the gathered information and sat down across from him. Observing Yu Feng with grease smeared across his lips, Cheng Hao grimaced, wanting to emulate Yu Feng's carefree manner, but the haunting images of the deceased forced him to abandon that thought. The findings revealed that they were all slaves. Slaves? Yu Feng was taken aback. He had not expected that. However, he quickly grasped that they were likely a product of the white men's forceful arrangements. He gestured for Cheng Hao to continue without interruption. Chapter 96. Division of Spoils and Women. As Cheng Hao finished his narration, it became evident, just as Yu Feng had surmised, that this band of white individuals had established a hierarchical system within their camp. At the pinnacle were the white nobles, who wielded authority over all resources and women in the camp. The middle tier consisted of their sycophants, primarily individuals of Asian descent, who managed the slaves below them. The lowest rung comprised the slaves, predominantly Chinese, who toiled like beasts of burden, receiving meager rations in return. Naturally, they lacked any semblance of human rights. Their lives were forfeit at the whim of their masters, who could inflict violence upon them without consequence. Women, in this depraved hierarchy, were mere playthings for the nobles. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng's expression turned icy. He had anticipated the absence of legal constraints would lead to a lack of moral boundaries, but he never imagined it would manifest in such a grotesque manner. These white men and their lackeys must be dealt with, he declared, gesturing towards the enslaved individuals with a stoic demeanor. Eliminate them all. Cheng Hao, startled, involuntarily shuddered and retorted, What? Do you wish to wait until they conspire to harm you and seize your women? Yu Feng furrowed his brow, fixing a steely gaze upon Cheng Hao. That is not my intention. Arrangements must be made. Cheng Hao, realizing the necessity of their extermination, grappled with the suddenness of such brutality towards defenseless individuals. However, he acknowledged that this was not a time for mercy. After receiving a lecture from Yu Feng, he recognized his own naivety and felt a flush of shame. Thus, he hurried off to coordinate the grim task. Young master, Hao is merely struggling to adapt, Cheng Shinro interjected, misreading Yu Feng's expression as anger and rushing to defend Cheng Hao. I understand. After all, we are all lawful citizens of a civilized society. It is natural to feel disoriented. Yet, as the camp leader, one cannot afford to be overly compassionate, for it would lead to peril for both himself and those who follow him. Noticing Cheng Shinro's anxiety, Yu Feng gently squeezed her small hand and offered a reassuring smile. His tone calm. However, his mind was preoccupied with the images of Manager Wang and his companions. Some lessons can only be learned through experience. Yet he did not wish to gamble with Cheng Shinro's safety for Cheng Hao's growth. Seeing that Yu Feng bore no anger, but rather concern for their camp's advancement, Cheng Shinro felt profoundly touched, her eyes misting with gratitude. "Thank you. It is a blessing to have you." Leaning against Yu Feng's shoulder, she became lost in thought while gazing at the flickering campfire. Yu Feng, too, remained silent, aware that the opposing camp held nearly 20 women. This represented a prime opportunity to bolster their own population, and he would later need to discuss the division of spoils with Cheng Hao. At that moment, the group of white captives realized their impending fate and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "You will not escape unscathed," one of them shouted, cursing their would-be executioners with fervor. The cacophony of their cries drew Yu Feng's attention, yet he felt no sympathy for these individuals, believing them to be deserving of their grim fate. With each agonizing scream, Yu Feng's brows knitted tighter in frustration, cursing their cowardice. It was evident that even the enslaved had succumbed to fear. No wonder the women of the camp had been so easily subjugated. A surge of righteous anger coursed through him. Releasing Cheng Shinro, he grasped his bow and arrow and advanced purposefully towards the captives. Cheng Hao's men parted to make way for him, while the captives turned pale with terror at his approach. Drawing an arrow, he aimed it at one of the men. The sight of Yu Feng's intent sent shivers through the group, and the targeted man collapsed in fear, trembling as he pleaded, "Do not kill me, please." Yu Feng's cold gaze bore into him. "Why should I spare you? You wished for them to live, did you not? Your life is the price of their redemption. Is that not fair? They will undoubtedly be grateful to you for this sacrifice." I don't want to die. Please." The man whimpered, scrambling to retrieve a dagger from the ground. He lunged towards one of the white men, stabbing wildly while crying out for mercy. After several desperate thrusts, the white man lay lifeless. "Enough. Step aside," Yu Feng commanded, satisfied with the outcome. The man, quaking with fear, quickly complied, lowering his head to avoid Yu Feng's gaze. As Yu Feng prepared to target another, that individual, in a frenzy, rushed towards one of his companions, plunging a knife into him repeatedly. The others, inspired by this display, followed suit, some seizing stones to bludgeon their captors. Amidst the chaos, anguished cries filled the air, with the victims cursing their assailants. In a matter of moments, the once proud white men and their sycophants lay as mangled corpses. Yu Feng shook his head in dismay at the gruesome scene, lamenting the loss of several fine garments. "Collect all the good clothing, shoes, and pants," he ordered, and his subordinates complied without hesitation. Cheng Hao cautiously inquired, "What shall we do with this lot?" "We require population for our camp," Yu Feng replied. "Let us adhere to the old ways. Resources and population will be divided equally. Arrange for half of your men to accompany me to take over their camp. The remainder can return." Yu Feng deemed this a fair approach, even though he secretly desired a greater share of the spoils. He spoke openly, not shying away from the captives' presence, and they visibly relaxed, realizing they might escape death. Baza Cheng Hai or Stamm eret, fidgeting uncomfortably. Yu Feng's heart raced. Did he feel it was unjust? Watching Cheng Hao closely, he reassured him, "Brother, do not misunderstand. Our camp cannot sustain such numbers. Let us forego the individuals. Is that agreeable?" Cheng Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had today's encounter not yielded a wild boar, they would have been on the brink of starvation. Bringing back a dozen more people would plunge them back into deprivation. "Very well," he conceded. "If your camp has excess provisions, ensure there is enough for tonight. The rest will be yours. I will take all the people." Yu Feng realized his previous misjudgment. Not every camp enjoyed the same abundance as his own. Cheng Hao's camp had evidently faced food shortages, explaining why Cheng Shinro had shed tears over the compensation of dried meat during their first meeting. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Hao organized his men, though he was promptly ordered back to guard the camp by his sister. Yu Feng observed Cheng Shinro, who had linked her arm with his, resembling a young girl on a shopping excursion. Why must you endure this journey when you could remain comfortably at home? He asked with a bemused smile, ruffling her hair. You'll tire yourself out. Oof. With so many women in the opposing camp, who knows what you might do? She retorted playfully. Yu Feng, feeling slightly awkward, touched his nose, yet he could not deny a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of encountering a few beautiful women. He could honestly claim that his intentions were pure, merely a man's innate appreciation for beauty, particularly curious to see if any of them were strikingly attractive. Chapter 97. Occupation of the camp. Hey, you are so beautiful. I can hardly contain myself. It's rare for someone to catch my eye. Yu Feng whispered mischievously into Cheng Xinrou's ear. How annoying. You haven't even done anything yet. Who would be so bold as to act inappropriately upon first meeting? Cheng Xinrou replied playfully, giving Yu Feng's waist a gentle pinch. Her concern wasn't truly about Yu Feng's intentions. If he were to misbehave, there would certainly be opportunities later to address that. Rather, she simply wished to spend time alone with him. Yu Feng sensed her feelings and began to feel eager as well. It was already past 7 o'clock, and despite their earlier haste, they had taken some time to tidy up. They were still over half an hour away from the camp of those white foreigners. The island would be completely dark by around 8, and they might not reach their destination before nightfall. It was certain they would have to spend the night at the enemy's camp. Yu Feng was anxious to arrive before darkness fell, fearing the complications that could arise. Thankfully, they had familiar faces to guide them, and as they approached the enemy's camp, they would be increasingly acquainted with the terrain. They would only need to light a torch and need not worry about losing their way. Furthermore, Cheng Hao had arranged for 8 individuals to accompany them, bringing their total to 20. They would not need to be overly concerned about wild beasts. As dusk deepened without a torch, visibility was limited to a mere 10 meters ahead. The path left by the foreigners was clear, alleviating any fears of losing direction in the woods. However, Yu Feng underestimated how quickly darkness enveloped the forest. He waved to a middle-aged man ahead. Old Li, how much longer until we reach the camp? The man, named Li Xian, was among the first to recognize Yu Feng without raising an alarm. He harbored a profound hatred for the foreigners, considering Yu Feng as his savior. Now, he was diligently leading the way. Upon hearing his name called, he hurried to Yu Feng's side. Boss, it's close, just a few minutes away. Li Xian replied, now more relaxed, knowing they were all part of Yu Feng's group. Continue leading the way, but make sure everyone is careful underfoot. We don't want anyone stepping on poisonous insects or snakes, Yu Feng cautioned, recognizing that these individuals were now under his command. Understood, Li Xian nodded, returning to the front to continue guiding them. Yu Feng was pleased with Li Xian's enthusiasm, especially since he had been the first to act decisively against the foreigners. Thus, Yu Feng decided to let him lead the group of those who had surrendered. If he continued to perform well, there could be opportunities for advancement later on. Before long, Yu Feng finally spotted flickering flames ahead, a sign of the enemy camp. He breathed a sigh of relief. The area had likely been cleared for safety, and they need not worry about their security at this distance. The camp appeared to be inhabited primarily by women, so he was not overly concerned about any significant resistance. As they drew nearer, Yu Feng observed the general situation within the camp. In the center, a group of women gathered around a fire, presumably preparing dinner. A few of them approached as they noticed the torches approaching. The camp's perimeter was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult for Yu Feng to discern its quality. But the barriers were visible in the firelight, not much better than Cheng Hao's camp. At that moment, no guards were stationed at the entrance, likely because they assumed only their own would return. Yu Feng and his group easily entered the camp. How did you return? Did you conquer the enemy's camp? 3 women approached, one of whom appeared to hold a higher status, her brow furrowed as she inquired. By the great ocean horse, Yu Feng thought, marveling at the striking beauty of the woman before him, blonde and blue-eyed, tall, and in her 20s. The firelight revealed her well-defined features and ample figure, though she did not leave him breathless. However, upon speaking, her haughty demeanor caused Yu Feng's brow to furrow. Someone needs to take control of the camp and check for any stragglers, she commanded. Yu Feng gestured to Cheng Xinrou, instructing her to organize a perimeter control. Then he turned to Li Xian. Old Li, calm everyone down. The sudden influx of unfamiliar faces left the women on edge. some quietly sobbing while others instinctively shrank back into corners, trembling. A curious few watched Yu Feng and his companions. What do you want? Are you planning a rebellion? The woman who had spoken earlier demanded, her voice raised as she attempted to assert control despite her evident anxiety. Do not force my hand, Yu Feng replied coldly. His brow knitted as he regarded the group of women. The leader's expression shifted rapidly, her intention to speak faltering as she recognized the futility of defiance. She retreated with her two companions to the group of women. Before long, Chung Shinro approached, confirming, there is no one else, they are all here. Yu Feng nodded and stepped towards the cluster of women, scanning their faces. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, aware that the group led by Vincent was no more. Although they had suffered inhuman treatment previously, they were now bewildered, uncertain of what awaited them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Feng, the leader of a camp. Since you are aware that those who tormented you have been dealt with, you will be joining my camp. I understand you may worry about facing similar treatment as before, but I assure you, in my camp, you will be treated as equals. No one dares to impose upon you, nor will anyone assault you without cause. As for sustenance, my camp is not lacking. As long as you are able-bodied, there will be work suited to you, and as long as you do not engage in deceitful behavior, you will be well fed. After Yu Feng spoke, some of the women displayed glimmers of hope, while others remained confused and expressionless, and many continued to weep quietly. Yu Feng felt overwhelmed. He recognized the trauma they had endured would require time to heal, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He mentally lamented, wishing he had brought Yin Yi along for comfort, as Xiao Yin had once done for Su Wan. Yu Feng shook his head in resignation and waved to Li Xian, who soon returned with a woman in her 30s. Chapter 98. The great Mayor Yu Feng immediately discerned the familiarity between the two individuals. Their relationship was evidently intimate. However, the woman was currently not treating Li Xian with any semblance of kindness. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Feng understood the situation. A group of men, witnessing their acquaintance being insulted, lacked the courage to retaliate. It was no surprise that the woman would not extend any graciousness to them afterwards. Such scenarios were not uncommon. Yu Feng had already observed several men approaching the women, attempting to offer comfort, yet the women responded with coldness. Inform the group below that I have no objections to free love in the camp, but any attempts at coercion or threats will be met with lethal